A reincarnator who had just gained a new life unexpectedly died again, only to be transformed into a heroic unit by the call of a mysterious voice, embarking on an unprecedented journey through the battlefield of myriad races. Gu Shaoshang had just regained consciousness when he heard an inexplicable voice. Looking down, he was shocked to see a lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, a long sword embedded in its chest. The once pristine white clothes were soaked in crimson, and long black hair covered the face, yet it was unmistakably his own likeness. Is this even possible? Gu Shaoshang was stunned, his mind flooded with questions. Before he could make sense of the situation, the mysterious voice spoke again. Summoning ritual complete. Initiating teleportation. As the words faded, a pink magic circle materialized out of thin air, its light descending to engulf both his body and soul. Meanwhile, a parallel universe's blue star faced a sudden upheaval. The battlefield of myriad races has begun. This universe has been selected, initiating extraction of intelligent life forms. With this announcement, billions of humans across the globe vanished in an instant. Lin Youyu snapped out of her shock to find herself standing in a vast open field. Ahead lay gently rising grasslands, and a kilometer away, a dense forest with towering trees that stood as tall as redwoods. Turning back, she saw a cliff 100 meters away, beyond which roared a vast, turbulent ocean. Suddenly, a campfire ignited on its own before her. From the flickering orange flames emerged a book titled Survival Manual. Lin Youyu cautiously picked it up, and 5 rules appeared clearly on its pages. Abandon the past, and survive bravely. Make good use of the starting campfire, treasure the protection period, seize every chance to summon heroes, and beware of all living beings. Everyone else could become your enemy, even those of your own kind. Reading this, the pink-haired girl felt a surge of frustration but followed the instructions to summon her character panel. Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit all displayed a value of 1. However, the talent section gleamed brightly with golden light. Please give me an amazing talent. Lin Youyu clenched her small fists and closed her eyes as she made the draw. A burst of golden light revealed an SSR-level talent. Immortality granting her 100 resurrection opportunities per day. The doll-like girl, delicate and flawless, jumped with excitement, her pink hair flowing in the wind and revealing her smooth forehead. This unexpectedly powerful talent would become her greatest asset on the battlefield of myriad races. Who would have thought that someone who appeared so fragile would possess an almost invincible ability? Talent level F to SSRIM invincible. Lin Youyu excitedly waved her tiny fists, all her prior tension and confusion dissipating instantly with the arrival of her SSR-level talent. Her talent? Immortality. In a world brimming with danger, what could be better than the gift of eternal life? As for limitations, 100 lives per day, surely that's more than enough. After all, Lin Youyu couldn't imagine herself dying over 100 times in one day. She wasn't that bad at survival. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead as if remembering something. Oh right, she still needed to summon her starting hero. Feeling elated, Lin Youyu quickly turned to her character panel, found the summon button under the hero section, and pressed it without hesitation. Swish, a burst of pink light flooded the surroundings, as though heralding the arrival of something extraordinary. Squinting her eyes, Lin Youyu took a few steps back. On the ground before her, a magical array began to materialize. The pink glow grew brighter and brighter, enveloping the entire scene as if the world itself was being consumed by its radiance. At the peak of the light's brilliance, a tall and imposing figure emerged within the magic circle, instantly drawing Lin You's gaze and leaving her completely stunned. As the glow gradually faded and the magic array disappeared, she hadn't even snapped out of her daze when a system notification chimed in. Ding! You have summoned a hero from another world, the nameless swordsman. Clad in flowing white robes, his jet black hair swayed gently in the breeze. At his waist hung a long sword sheathed in a deep black scabbard, creating a striking contrast against his snow-white attire. With sharp eyebrows, star-like eyes, a high-nose bridge, and chiseled features, his face was breathtakingly perfect, a flawless visage that seemed almost unreal. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches 187 centimeters, the sunlight accentuated his cold yet regal demeanor, exuding an innate charisma. So handsome, Lin Youyu blurted out before she could stop herself. Quickly regaining her composure, she eagerly opened the details of her newly summoned hero. A hero this good-looking surely had incredible stats, right? Scanning through the interface, her excitement was short-lived. Her heart sank the moment she saw the stats. The nameless swordsman. Grade F. Level 1. Experience 010. Health 010. Mana 5050. Strength 5050. Constitution 6. Agility 5. Spirit 6. Physical defense 5. Elemental resistance 5. Attack speed 5. Movement speed 1.06 s max. Critical damage 150. Talent ability. Lifesteal grade absorbs 5 of damage dealt to restore health. Skill /LV.1 consumes 10 mana points to unleash 2 quick strikes on a target, each dealing 60 of the user's attack power as physical damage. Lin Youyu stared at the virtual interface in disbelief, her mind going blank for a second. And grade hero? No way. How could someone so handsome have such low stats? Was this some kind of joke? Did all his points go into his looks? She felt a wave of frustration wash over her, struggling to accept the cruel reality. Did all my luck get used up on my SSR level talent? Is that why I ended up with an grade starting hero? She let out a bitter laugh, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, looking utterly exasperated. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted. The desolate, corpse-strewn wasteland around her transformed into a lush and vibrant field of greenery. The nameless swordsman scanned his new environment, his gaze eventually settling on the pouting pink-haired girl before him. Her sulky expression caught him off guard for a moment, and just then, a voice echoed in his mind. This pink-haired girl is the one who summoned you from another world. So I've come back to life? Gu Shaoshang looked down at his body. It was no longer an intangible spirit form, but had returned to flesh and blood. He rubbed his eyes hard, making sure he wasn't dreaming. The scene before him was far more complex than the battlefield of myriad races he remembered. Was this really the battlefield of myriad races? But where exactly had he been during his last crossing? And now, he had somehow become a summoned hero from another world? His mind was in chaos as his gaze fell on a character panel that appeared in the void. The moment he saw the panel, Gu Shaoshang's expression turned cold. Grade aptitude, unimpressive attributes across the board, and unsurprisingly, another weak state. He sighed, but didn't give up immediately. Instead, he instinctively navigated to the talent section. Grade talent. Gu Shaoshang frowned. But then, his eyes froze and noticed a special line of text below the talent section. Talent hidden, endless talent. This line of text struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly grabbing his attention. Gu Shaoshang quickly read through it. Endless talent. With each level up, your talent grade increases by 1. Gain a new talent every 10 levels. What the? He actually had 2 talents? Gu Shaoshang was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a unique ability. When he first saw the grade aptitude and talent, he had been somewhat worried, but now, he was starting to feel a spark of anticipation. Looks like as soon as I reach level 2, my blood-sucking talent will upgrade to E grade. He stroked his chin, speculating whether this journey was truly as promising as it seemed. As for this endless talent, it already had 3 question marks. What kind of level could that even be? He couldn't imagine. Even the top talents in the battlefield of myriad races were only at the SSR level. Could a talent with 3 question marks surpass even SSR? As Gu Shaoshang was contemplating his unique talent, a crisp voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hey, what's your name? Can you talk? The voice was light and playful, with a hint of mischief. Gu Shaoshang turned to see a pink-haired girl about 1.5 meters tall, standing before him. Her clear, pink eyes sparkled like a pristine lake. She didn't look like an ordinary girl, more like a carefully designed, cute heroine. She exuded a delightful aura, but her slightly displeased expression at the moment made her seem less friendly. My name is Lin Youyu. From now on, we're partners whole depend on each other, she said, tilting her head slightly. Her voice was crisp, and the faint smile on her lips made her seem both relaxed and inexplicably approachable. Gu Shaoshang nodded slightly, his expression a mix of emotions. Although Lin Youyu appeared relaxed, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. After all, as a summoned hero, he was bound to her. If Lin Youyu died, he would return to his original state, a lifeless corpse in his original world. And this seemingly fragile girl, how capable was she of surviving? That was a question that lingered in his mind. Rely on each other? Gu Shaoshang murmured softly, then asked, Can I ask what your talent is? He was acutely aware of his own potential. Once his endless talent awakened, his future prospects would be limitless. However, for now, his biggest concern was whether this girl's abilities were sufficient to handle the dangers of the battlefield of myriad races. Lin Yuyu's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly unbothered by Gu Shaoshang's blunt question. My talent? Well, let's just say it's a rather unique one. Her eyes flickered with a hint of mystery, clearly unwilling to reveal too much. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly, but didn't press further. He knew he needed to quickly find reliable allies in this unfamiliar world, and Lin Youyu seemed like a decent choice. At the very least, she showed potential, and his endless talent might compensate for their shortcomings in other areas. For now, he could only hope that his talent would guide him out of adversity, and that this partner for life, standing before him, could hold her ground in this battlefield teeming with countless powerful beings, carving out a place for the two of them. When Gu Shaoshang inquired about her gifted ability, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Youyu's eyes. I'll give you access. See for yourself, she said with a sly smile, her lips curling up like a proud little fox as she granted him permission to view her character panel. Gu Shaoshang had already guessed part of it from her expression, but when he finally saw the SSR level immortality trait, his pupils contracted slightly, revealing his surprise. Hehe, that's the look I was waiting for. Lin Youyu clasped her hands behind her back and swayed gently. Am I not amazing? Gu Shaoshang nodded seriously. This pink-haired girl was like the reincarnation of pure luck, drawing the strongest survival ability, immortality, and then starting with an initial hero who also came with a hidden trait. Her fortune was nothing short of extraordinary. What a pity, though. Lin Youyu suddenly gave Gu Shaoshang a wistful glance, but in the next moment, she was smiling again. Lightly patting his arm, she said cheerfully, but it's okay. From now on, I'll protect you. I won't ever look down on you, brother Gu. Although Gu Shaoshang wasn't as weak as she imagined, the sunny disposition of the girl before him brought a faint warmth to his heart. Let's go. It'll help you level up, he said, resting his hand on the black-sheathed sword at his waist and casting his gaze toward the high slope on the right. The 48-hour safety zone for newcomers was only 20 meters in diameter, surrounded by an invisible protective barrier. Once they stepped out of this area, they would enter the vast and unpredictable battlefield of myriad races. Of course, the system wouldn't throw rookies directly into deadly peril. The starting zones were sparsely populated by low-level monsters. Flipping through her survival manual, Lin Youyu looked at the final page, where a small map revealed large areas shrouded in black war fog. Only the lower left edge displayed an open field, with 2 green dots representing her and Gu Shaoshang. Zooming in on the map, the details of the explored area became clear. As they made their way toward the high slope, Lin Youyu curiously opened the chat interface. Battlefield of Myriad Races Universe, Zone 908874, Galactic Zone 776, Blue Star Zone 621. Survivors 10 000 00010 000 Wow, so many people. Lin Youyu exclaimed in amazement. This single subchannel alone had 10 million survivors, and Blue Star was divided into 1,000 such subchannels. Beyond that were the Galactic Zone channels, Universe Zone channels, and finally, the overall Battlefield of Myriad Races channel. A quick calculation revealed that Blue Star alone had a population of billions entering the battlefield, let alone how many life-bearing planets like Blue Star existed across the galaxy. Just from the chat channels, there are at least 776 of them, possibly even more. And the universe where Blue Star resides is numbered 908874 in the battlefield of 10,000 races. This means there are at least over 900,000 similar universes. What's wrong? Gu Shaoshang noticed his companion's exclamation and turned to look at Lin Youyu. Big brother Gu, do you know how many people are in the battlefield of 10,000 races? Lin Youyu's eyes shimmered with astonishment. It's uncountable. Just our Blue Star alone has billions of people joining the battlefield. And there are countless planets like Blue Star in this universe. Beyond our universe, there are even more universes. With so many people thrown into the battlefield, just how vast is this place? Gu Shaoshang shook his head. He couldn't answer that question either. In fact, his understanding of the battlefield was no different from Lin Youyu's, perhaps even less. Don't overthink it, Gu Shaoshang said calmly. Surviving and getting stronger is what you should focus on. Instead of worrying about how big the battlefield is, pay attention to what's happening right now. They climbed up the dirt slope on their right, and their view immediately broadened. In front of them stretched an endless open plain. To the left was a dense, lush forest, and to the right, the shimmering expanse of the sea. If this was an island, they were likely at its outermost edge. However, if that were the case, this island must be unimaginably massive. Whoa! Scattered across the plain were beasts resembling rabbits, except they were unnaturally large, almost the size of Lin Youyu herself. In addition, packs of wolves roamed the area, hunting these giant rabbits. Blood-soaked scenes of rabbits and wolves battling could be seen here and there. Wow, such huge rabbits. Lin Youyu gasped softly, her eyes fixed on the giant creatures. Let's go. We'll find a lone one and see what's what, Gu Shaoshang said as his gaze locked onto an injured rabbit with a wounded leg. He led Lin Youyu quickly toward it. After their bodies had been digitized, most sensations remained normal, but the most frustrating part was their severely restricted mobility. This was likely because Gu Shaoshang was only a low-level Frank hero. With higher hero qualifications, the same level of agility would probably translate to much faster movement speed. For instance, an SS rank hero certainly wouldn't have the same starting speed of just 5.6 as his Frank status. Stand behind me, Gu Shaoshang instructed as they neared the injured rabbit. He immediately had Lin Youyu retreat and then drew the black-sheathed longsword from his waist. With a swift 2/ combo, he struck the rabbit. The injured creature couldn't evade in time and took the full brunt of the attack, dying instantly. Glug glug. Crimson blood gushed from the wound in its abdomen, quickly staining the surrounding grass. Experience 5. Gu Shaoshang glanced at his experience. Barrett was already halfway full. Having poor qualifications did have its advantages, such as requiring significantly less experience to level up. Of course, this was also because Lin Youyu had allocated all the experience points to him. After all, Gu Shaoshang only needed 10 experience points to level up, while she required 100. Naturally, it made sense to prioritize boosting Gu Shaoshang's strength first. Wow, Brother Gu, you're amazing. Lin Youyu exclaimed as she ran over, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she examined the massive rabbit's corpse on the ground. So, killing monsters doesn't make them drop loot? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. Gu Shaoshang smiled faintly and explained, this battlefield of myriad races has digitized our bodies, but the entire world itself isn't fully digitized. These beasts don't have levels or health bars. They look just like ordinary animals. The only exceptions are people like you, who were chosen, and heroes like me, summoned from another world. As the giant rabbit lay dead, Lin Youyu's survival manual instantly updated with its entry. Giant rabbit, herbivorous beast with a gentle temperament, won't attack humans unless provoked. However, caution is advised when angered. One of the best sources of meat during the beginner phase. The system also rewarded her with 5 experience points. Although this amount of experience was negligible and couldn't be shared with Gu Shaoshang, the manual's entries could be activated repeatedly, providing rewards each time. This meant that exploring and discovering new species to add to the manual was a viable way to level up in the early stage soft course. Only if one managed to avoid becoming prey to these creatures. Gu Shaoshang handed the giant rabbit's corpse to Lin Youyu, who stored it in her 9-slot beginner backpack. As a hero from another world, he lacked the backpack system that allowed Lin Youyu and others to store items. Each slot in her backpack could hold up to 99 of the same item. Brother Gu, let's go. Lin Youyu cheered energetically, waving her arms after safely storing the rabbit. Not far away, 3 giant rabbits were nibbling intently on the tender grass. These massive creatures, nearly a meter in length, could strip a patch of grass bare in just a few bites, exposing the soil beneath. Meanwhile, in the tall grass farther away, 2 prairie wolves were stealthily lurking. Their gray-green fur blended seamlessly with the dense vegetation. Just as the 3 rabbits continued their meal, oblivious to the danger, a pebble suddenly landed precisely in front of the wolves. The rabbits instantly became alert, raising their heads as their red eyes locked onto the threat hidden in the grass. Squeak, squeak, they let out warning cries. Realizing they had been spotted, the 2 prairie wolves abandoned their cover and lunged at the rabbits with bared fangs. Although the wolves were only about a meter in length and weighed less than the rabbits, their sharp teeth and claws gave them the upper hand in this uneven battle. Facing the 2 charging prairie wolves, the 3 giant rabbits let out sharp, shrill cries and forcefully kicked with their hind legs in an attempt to fight back. Thud! One of the giant rabbits landed a precise kick on a wolf's abdomen, sending the 20-30 kilogram creature flying. But in that instant, the other wolf darted forward like lightning, sinking its sharp fangs deeply into the rabbit's neck. Blood immediately gushed from the wound, staining the rabbit's grayish-white fur. The injured rabbit struggled in agony, its body convulsing violently. The other 2 rabbits, seeing their companion's plight, immediately counterattacked, opening their mouths lined with sharp incisors and lunging at the wolf. Despite being herbivores, the giant rabbit's teeth were sharp enough to tear through flesh, guaranteeing severe injuries if they landed a bite. The experienced prairie wolf quickly released its grip on the rabbit's neck and nimbly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attacks of the other 2 rabbits. It then swiped with its front paw, its sharp claws slashing across one rabbit's face. Rip! The rabbit's eye was instantly blinded, blood spurting everywhere as its anguished screams echoed through the air. It was rendered incapable of fighting. Meanwhile, the wolf that had been kicked earlier had recovered and rejoined the battle. With the fight now at 2 against 2, the rabbits were clearly at a disadvantage. Just as it seemed the remaining rabbits would meet their end, a figure suddenly dashed in from the side. Double slash. Gu Shaoshang's dark-sheathed longsword gleamed as it was drawn, unleashing 2 swift, powerful strikes. The prairie wolf with its back to him had no time to react. A deep, cross-shaped wound appeared on its abdomen, its intestines nearly spilling out. How? The gravely injured wolf collapsed in pain, and Gu Shaoshang unhesitatingly followed up with another strike, driving his blade cleanly through its throat. Experience 7. A faint golden light shimmered over Gu Shaoshang's body as he felt a surge of power flow through him, had leveled up. His physical attributes instantly improved. He sidestepped the claws of the other prairie wolf as it lunged at him, then swung his sword again. Flash! Flash! 2 intersecting sword strikes left deep, bloody gashes on the wolf's body, eliciting a harrowing howl. Gu Shaoshang pressed his advantage, thrusting his sword into the wolf's mouth, the blade piercing through to the back of its skull. With a spray of blood, he withdrew the sword, and the wolf's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Experience 7. Having taken down 2 prairie wolves, even with the element of surprise, it became clear that these wolves were not particularly formidable. After all, Gu Shaoshang was only an entire hero, the weakest among all heroes. Nearby, the injured rabbits whimpered in pain. The rabbit with the neck wound was bleeding profusely, while the other 2 were covered in claw marks. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang turned and drove his sword through one of the rabbits, quickly retracting it to parry a counterattack. Thud! An injured rabbit's kick struck his blade, the force pushing him back a step and reducing his health by 2 points. Double slash. 2 quick strikes later, another rabbit fell lifeless to the ground. The last rabbit attempted to flee, but Gu Shaoshang caught up and ended its life with another double slash. Experience 5. Experience 5. Experience 5. In the blink of an eye, Gu Shaoshang had gained another 15 experience points. At this moment, Lin Youyu, who had been hiding in the background, finally hopped over. Wow, Brother Gu, you're amazing, Lin Youyu exclaimed, her face full of admiration as she looked at the carnage around them. Is this really the strength of an entire hero? Then how powerful must Tyr, and the others be? Clean up the area, Gu Shaoshang said with a faint smile, instructing Lin Youyu to gather the remains of the giant rabbits and prairie wolves. While Lin Youyu was busy cleaning up the battlefield, Gu Shaoshang lowered his head to check his character panel. The data was clearly displayed before his eyes. Nameless Swordsman. Aptitude, grade. Level 2. Experience, 2,430. Health, 2,460. Mana, 6,060. Strength, 4,060. Constitution, 7. Agility, 6. Spirit, 7. Physical defense, 6. Elemental resistance, 6. Attack speed, 6. Max movement speed, 1.07 seconds. Critical damage, 150. Innate abilities. Lifesteal grade. Absorb 10 of damage dealt to restore your own health. Hidden innate ability. Endless talent. Increase innate ability level by 1 with each level up. Gain a new talent every 10 levels. Skills. Double slash LV.1. Consumes 10 mana to strike the target twice at high speed. Each hit dealing 60 of the user's attack power as physical damage. Leveling up to 2 only adds 1 to all attributes. The growth rate is indeed pitifully low. No wonder it's just grade aptitude, Gu Shaoshang silently assessed, his fingers swiping across the panel. But at least the required experience for leveling up increases slowly. It only went up from 10 to 30. After taking down the giant rabbit and the prairie wolves, he had 24 experience points left, just 6 points shy of the next level. I just need to kill one more prairie wolf. He tightened his grip on his sword. The most noticeable change was in his innate abilities. The lifesteal talent, originally grade, had upgraded to a grade after leveling up, doubling its effectiveness. The 2 points of health he had previously lost were already restored through lifesteal. One more level, and I can upgrade the talent to grade. A grade talent shouldn't be too shabby, right? Gu Shaoshang pondered. At that moment, Lin Youyu clapped her hands and walked over, a satisfied smile on her face. Brother Gu, all done. She had already collected all the surrounding corpses into her backpack. All right, let's keep going. We should kill as many as we can before nightfall. Gu Shaoshang nodded and looked up at the sky. The western horizon was already swallowing the sun, and in another hour or two, darkness would fall. When the humans from Blue Star were thrown into the battlefield of myriad races, it was already afternoon. Gu Shaoshang hoped to gain 1 or 2 more levels before nightfall. The newbie protection period only lasted 48 hours, and surviving the night would become exceedingly difficult once it ended. Lin Youyu had been fortunate her drop point was relatively safe. Gu Shaoshang inwardly felt relieved that they hadn't landed in the eerie forest in the distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare hunt beasts so openly like this. The creatures on this plane appeared to be limited to 2 types, the non-aggressive giant rabbits and the weak prairie wolves. Although prairie wolves would actively attack humans, even Gu Shaoshang, with his great aptitude, could handle 2 of them at once. More importantly, prairie wolves didn't form large packs, usually moving in groups of no more than 4 or 5. Before leveling up, Gu Shaoshang could already handle 2 prairie wolves. Now, at level 2, his attributes and talents had been enhanced. I'm confident I can take on 3 at once now, with only minor injuries, he thought confidently, his eyes scanning the area for his next prey. A few minutes later, Gu Shaoshang spotted 2 prairie wolves feasting again. They had just hunted down a giant hare and were gnawing on its lifeless body. Witnessing the scene, Lin Youyu, who was following behind Gu Shaoshang, wrinkled her nose in disgust. That's so gross. Stay here. They'll take care of them, Gu Shaoshang said calmly. Before his words had fully landed, he was already striding forward. Be careful, Brother Gu. Stay safe. Lin Youyu obediently nodded, watching as he silently approached the 2 wolves. The prairie wolves were slightly less alert, only noticing him when he was about 5 meters away. They abruptly stopped eating, lifting their heads to eye him warily. In that brief moment, Gu Shaoshang closed the distance with incredible speed, lunging toward them in the blink of an eye. Double slash. The black-sheathed longsword in Gu Shaoshang's hand traced a dazzling arc through the air, its energy transforming into a sharp beam aimed at the prairie wolves. With a low, piercing sound, the sword unleashed 2 fierce slashes, sending blood splattering and staining the grass crimson. One of the wolves, reacting too slowly, failed to dodge and was struck by both slashes, losing much of its fighting strength and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the other wolf let out a low growl and pounced forward like an arrow, full of ferocity. Though the wolf's speed surpassed Gu Shaoshang's, he had anticipated this. As the wolf lunged toward him, he raised his sword to meet it, as if the wolf itself had impaled itself on the blade. In the next instant, blood sprayed everywhere as the sword pierced the wolf's body with precision. Gu Shaoshang's arm wasn't unscathed, however. The wolf's sharp claws raked across his arm, leaving 3 deep gashes that began bleeding profusely, reducing his health by 5 points. Yet, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. He swiftly withdrew his sword and retreated, evading the wolf's desperate counterattack in its final moments. Flash! Blood gushed out as the long sword tore a massive wound across the wolf's neck, its life force ebbing away rapidly. Gu Shaoshang's health partially recovered by 2 points thanks to his lifesteal ability, and the wounds on his arm began to heal, dulling the pain. Health 1. Soon after, his experience points surged, gaining 7 points from killing the wolf. A faint golden light enveloped Gu Shaoshang as he leveled up again. All attributes 1, talent level 1. With his lifesteal ability upgraded, its effects doubled. Wasting no time, Gu Shaoshang stepped forward and ended the suffering of the severely injured second wolf with a single strike of his sword, earning another 5 experience points. Though less than before, it was still within his expectations. Experience 5. Gu Shaoshang turned to see Lin Youyu running toward him, dragging a box in her hands. "Brother Gu, look what I found!" Lin Youyu exclaimed excitedly, panting as she hauled the black box over. Gu Shaoshang glanced at the box she had brought, his curiosity piqued. The box was black, with a simple and ancient design, exuding a sense of age. "Where did you find it?" Gu Shaoshang asked. "Over there in the grass," Lin Youyu replied, pointing to a patch of grass not far away. She then placed the box in front of him with a cheerful grin. "Brother Gu, should we open it?" After a brief moment of thought, Gu Shaoshang shook his head. "No, you open it." He was well aware of his own uncertain luck, but Lin Yuyu's fortune seemed unusually good. Letting her open the black iron treasure chest was undoubtedly the safest bet. Lin Youyu was clearly intrigued by the idea of opening the chest. She rubbed her small hands together and, with a serious expression, forcefully opened the black iron treasure chest. A burst of white light shot out from the crevice of the chest, accompanied by a striking green glow. As the light slowly faded, the contents of the chest were revealed. Ding! Acquired 500 milliliters bottled water 5. Acquired 500 g shredded bread 10. Acquired poor quality short blade white 1. Acquired sleeping bag blueprint green 1. Inside the black iron chest, the supplies were neatly arranged. There were 500 milliliters plastic bottles of mineral water with no identifiable brand, and 10 hefty shredded bread loaves stacked together each weighing a pound, making a total of 10 pounds. Beside them lay a short blade about the length of a forearm. Its design was simple and unadorned, labeled poor quality short blade, a piece of white-tire equipment. In the myriad race battlefield, apart from basic survival supplies, all items were classified into different tiers. White was the lowest tier, followed by green, blue, and so on. Black iron treasure chests typically yielded basic survival supplies, and 1 or 2 white-tire items, with a very slim chance of containing a green tier item probability, so low it was almost negligible. But for someone like Lin Youyu, blessed with incredible luck, such rare occurrences seem to happen all the time. Sleeping bag blueprint. Quality, green. Grants the ability to craft a refined sleeping bag, which provides superior warmth. "Good news, we've got a place to sleep tonight," Lin Youyu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She grabbed the blueprint and chose to learn it. The blueprint instantly transformed into a green light and merged into her body. She quickly took out her survival manual, flipped to the 6th page, and saw the only crafting skill she currently possessed. Refined sleeping bag. Quality, green. Required materials, fur 010, fiber 010. After learning the sleeping bag crafting method, Lin Youyu could directly check the required materials in the crafting module of her survival manual. Making a refined sleeping bag required 10 pieces of fur and 10 units of fiber. Fur could be obtained by dissecting animal carcasses, while fiber could be gathered from shrubs. Fiber was relatively easy to find, but fur required hunting beasts. At this stage, many humans from Blue Planet were struggling to survive, let alone collect 10 pieces of fur. Even if they had the blueprint, not everyone could actually craft a sleeping bag. Don't bother taking everything out. Just close the chest and toss it into your backpack. Gu Shaoshang quickly reminded Lin Youyu as he saw her about to remove the items one by one from the black iron chest. In the myriad race battlefield, treasure chests didn't disappear after being opened, they remained, and could be valuable resources themselves, especially higher tier chests. "Oh right, you're so thoughtful, Brother Gu." Lin Youyu smacked her forehead lightly and giggled as she stuffed the entire black iron chest into her backpack. "We can store it in the safe zone later. During the 48-hour newbie protection period, the safe zone is the safest place. Let's go. Before it gets dark, we should gather the materials needed to craft the sleeping bag," Gu Shaoshang suggested. Gu Shaoshang spoke to Lin Youyu, then took the lead to guide the way. Over the next hour or so, the two of them trekked through the wilderness, searching for prey while also looking for suitable shrubs. Lin Youyu focused on gathering resources. After her first manual attempt, she quickly mastered the gathering skill. This skill allowed her to automatically collect usable materials from target objects, significantly improving efficiency. Before long, she had collected the 10 units of fiber needed to craft a sleeping bag, with an additional 6 units as surplus. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang's hunting was equally successful. He managed to take down several prairie wolves and giant rabbits, leaving more than 10 animal carcasses behind. Lin Youyu then retrieved these carcasses one by one and carefully harvested materials from them. Rabbit meat 10, rabbit meat 7, wolf meat 11, fresh thigh bone 2, fur 1. Once the gathering was complete, a large pile of supplies accumulated on the ground. Meat was the most abundant resource, but since rabbit meat and wolf meat couldn't be stacked, they took up 2 separate inventory slots. The thigh bones collected from the prairie wolves could serve as temporary weapons or materials for future crafting recipes. But since they weren't immediately needed, Lin Youyu decided to discard them. As for the fur, each animal typically yielded 1 hide, though some were damaged due to harvesting errors. While Lin Youyu busied herself with gathering, Gu Shaoshang stood guard nearby. Once she finished, he asked, "Do we have enough?" "More than enough," Lin Youyu replied with a smile. "Then let's head back. It's getting dark," Gu Shaoshang said, glancing toward the western horizon, where the sun was beginning to set. As dusk settled in, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. Giant rabbits scurried back toward their burrows, as if something terrifying lurked in the encroaching darkness. The two quickened their pace, hurrying back with the help of the mini-map to avoid losing their way. After about 20 minutes, the sky was completely dark, and they finally arrived at the safe zone. Upon entering the secure area, Gu Shaoshang visibly relaxed. During their trek through the dark, he had felt a chilling sense of unease, as though something sinister was watching them from the shadows. "That was terrifying," Lin Youyu said, patting her chest as she glanced back at the pitch-black wilderness. The night transformed the once bright landscape into an eerie and foreboding expanse. Inside the safe zone, the campfire was still crackling and burning brightly. This magical fire required only wood to keep going and could be lit or extinguished with the press of a button. The two gathered some stones to use as makeshift seats and sat by the fire. Lin Youyu took out a few pieces of rabbit meat, skewered them on fresh branches, and placed them over the fire to cook. Although the conditions were basic and there were no seasonings, they had no choice but to make do for now. While Gu Shaoshang was focused on grilling meat, Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel, intending to check on others' progress on the first day. Her attention was immediately caught by the information at the top of the channel. Battlefield of 10,000 Races Universe 908874 Galaxy 776 Blue Star Region 621 Channel. Survivors 9 999 83710 000 163 people died in just one day. Lin Youyu exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Gu Shaoshang looked up from the skewers he was grilling, his expression calm. "That number isn't actually that high. You were lucky to start in a safe spot. Some people might have been eliminated as soon as they landed. And this is just the data for our region. Things could be even worse in other areas." "You're right. I should feel lucky." Lin Youyu nodded and continued scrolling through the chat channel. Messages were flooding in rapidly. "It's dark now, and it seems like terrifying creatures are roaming outside the safe zone. Damn it, I'm still out here, and I feel like something is chasing me. The area outside the safe zone is full of monsters. There's no way I'm going out there. Puffed, I have a rank Minotaur chieftain. Clearing those monsters was a breeze. My rank hero got injured by a tiger and can barely hold on." One important message caught Lin Youyu's attention. Someone explained. At night, beasts and ferocious creatures become much more aggressive, with their strength doubling. Beasts are manageable, rank heroes can barely handle them. But ferocious creatures are a whole different story. "What are ferocious creatures?" someone asked. An experienced player quickly responded. "Ferocious creatures are the standard monsters in this world, far stronger than regular beasts. They are massive in size, terrifying in appearance, and start at a minimum of level 10. Even within a rank Dragonblood warrior, I can only barely hold my own against a level 10 ferocious creature. Even in a rank pro struggles against them." The channel erupted in shock. This exchange made Lin Youyu realize that this world was far more perilous than she had imagined. Instinctively, she glanced in the direction of the safe zone, feeling a wave of relief that she was currently in a secure place. "It seems like no one in our region has drawn its level starting hero, right? I haven't heard of it. In fact, I haven't even heard of anyone drawing its level talent. Of course, it's possible that someone did, but is deliberately keeping it under wraps. Heh, this is the battlefield of all races, not Blue Planet. Our past identities are irrelevant now. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't hide my abilities. Wait, are there beasts more terrifying than wild animals? I didn't see any during the day." Lin Youyu paused as she read through the messages in the chat channel. She had thought wild animals were scary enough. If it weren't for Brother Gu, she definitely wouldn't have been able to handle them on her own. To kill even one wild animal alone, she'd probably have to die several times in the process. But now she was hearing that wild animals were merely the starter pack for newcomers in the battlefield of all races. The truly formidable enemies were the ferocious beasts. And these ferocious beasts had levels, starting from level 10 at the minimum. For newcomers like them, they were completely out of reach. Even those who drew in a level starting hero couldn't defeat them, let alone others. What puzzled Lin Youyu, though, was why no one in their region had drawn its level starting hero. She found that highly unlikely. It was much more probable that someone had drawn one but chose to stay silent about it. Take herself as an example. She had drawn an SSR level talent but had only told Gu Shaoshang. After all, Gu Shaoshang was her starting hero, and their fates were intertwined. They would rise or fall together. But as for the others, Lin Youyu hadn't revealed a single word. So, she was convinced there were people like her who had drawn S-level or even stronger talents or heroes but chose to keep it a secret. A bunch of sneaky players. Lin Youyu pouted and muttered softly. Just then, Gu Shaoshang handed her a freshly grilled skewer of meat. The meat's ready. Here. Thank you, Brother Gu. Lin Youyu said sweetly, taking the skewer, which was still sizzling with oil. She blew on it a few times before taking a small bite. The heat made her yelp, it's so hot. She quickly grabbed the water bottle beside her and took a sip, easing the heat slightly. Don't rush. Let it cool a bit before eating, Gu Shaoshang said, chuckling as he watched Lin You's slightly clumsy reaction. Brother Gu, you look so handsome when you smile, Lin Youyu said, her lips curling into a playful grin, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You should smile more often. Gu Shaoshang shook his head slightly and didn't continue the conversation. After a while, the roasted rabbit meat had cooled enough. Lin Youyu carefully took another bite. Her eyes lit up. It's better than I expected, she exclaimed in delight. Even though it's not as good as the skewers back on Blue Planet, it doesn't taste bad at all. It actually has a sweet and savory flavor. The meat is tender and juicy, not dry at all. It feels more like chicken, especially the meat from chicken wings. Grilled meat with bread, washed down with mineral water. Before long, Lin Youyu was full. She handed the leftover food to Gu Shaoshang. Brother Gu, here, you can have this, she said, then turned away to busy herself with the sleeping bag preparations. Gu Shaoshang accepted the food and ate it slowly. The changes in his upgraded body were quite apparent. His appetite had grown significantly. A single piece of bread, a large skewer of grilled meat, and half a bottle of mineral water barely left him feeling 70% full. He finished the remaining skewer of meat and half a piece of bread Lin Youyu had given him, along with the rest of the water, and finally felt about 80 or 90% satisfied. By then, Lin Youyu had finished making the sleeping bag. It was a gray-green bag, meticulously crafted and thick to the touch, with a soft texture that promised good insulation. But a problem quickly presented itself. There was only one sleeping bag for the two of them. Lin Youyu seemed to realize this issue as well. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the sleeping bag and Gu Shaoshang before she hesitated and spoke. Brother Gu, how about we squeeze in together for tonight? Gu Shaoshang looked at the girl in front of him, recalling his first impression of her. Back then, he had thought she was a pampered rich girl, delicate and incapable. But as they spent more time together, that image was completely overturned. She was not only playful and charming, but also unafraid to let out a sharp quip, complain about how scrawny prairie wolves were, or mock how clumsy giant rabbits seemed. What surprised him the most was her attitude toward dirty and exhausting tasks. She never complained, even after walking an entire day without rest. Her maturity made Gu Shaoshang feel ashamed of his earlier assumptions. And now, she was willing to share the only sleeping bag they had. Gu Shaoshang knew Lin Youyu wasn't the type to make careless decisions. She must have thought this through. No need. You use the sleeping bag. They'll manage by the campfire for the night. Gu Shaoshang declined with a shake of his head. For one, the sleeping bag was small, and more importantly, he had to respect the boundaries between men and women. Absolutely not. Lin Youyu suddenly put on a stern face, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. It gets cold at night, Brother Gu. What if you catch a cold? We're digitized now. We shouldn't be able to catch colds, Gu Shaoshang reasoned, trying to convince her. Better safe than sorry, Lin Youyu retorted, shaking her head with a slight pout. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Brother Gu, you're the only one between the two of us who can fight. You wouldn't expect me to fight monsters tomorrow, would you? Could you really bear to let that happen? She finished with a pitiful expression that tugged at his heartstrings. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but marvel at her natural acting skills. Her expressions were so convincing, it was hard not to waver, even knowing she was putting on a show. Lin Youyu noticed a subtle change in Gu Shaoshang's attitude and immediately perked up, saying, Brother Gu, you're a man. Show some backbone and stop hesitating. Gu Shaoshang caught the hint of provocation in her words and asked instead, Xiaoyu, how old are you this year? 18. Lin Youyu replied, blinking her big eyes with a hint of pride on her face. My birthday was just this month. Mom and Dad even got me my first car as a gift. Too bad I barely got to drive it before ending up in this place. So you're an adult already, Gu Shaoshang remarked, a bit surprised. The young girl in front of him, with her delicate and youthful face, looked so innocent that he wouldn't have doubted it if she claimed to be only 15 or 16. Her actual age turned out to be older than he had expected. Sensing his thoughts, Lin Youyu grinned mischievously and teased. Brother Gu, you're not worried I'm underage, are you? We're just sharing a sleeping bag after all. You're not thinking anything inappropriate, are you? She hugged herself dramatically, pretending to be frightened. Gu Shaoshang turned his head away in disdain. Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Seeing that he had finally relented, Lin Youyu skipped along happily to follow him. Although it wasn't too late yet, there wasn't much to do at night on the battlefield of the myriad races. Most people had already turned in for the night, as rest was necessary for the grueling days ahead. After a long day of traveling, Lin Youyu was utterly exhausted, while Gu Shaoshang, having just leveled up twice, still felt relatively energized. The two lay back-to-back in the sleeping bag. After a moment of silence, Lin Youyu softly asked, Brother Gu, are you asleep? Gu Shaoshang, who was studying his character panel, replied, Not yet. Brother Gu, what was the world like before you were summoned here? The question caught Gu Shaoshang off guard. He had no memories of the world before he crossed over, only that he had died, and then been summoned to the battlefield of the myriad races, where his body was reconstructed. After thinking for a moment, he answered vaguely. It was a pretty ordinary world, kind of like the ones in martial arts novels. You mean, like the ones described in wuxia stories? Sort of, but not exactly. Gu Shaoshang didn't want to dwell on the topic, worried it might expose his identity as a transmigrator. It was a secret he intended to keep buried forever. He quickly changed the subject. You mentioned your parents earlier. Did they also come to the battlefield of the myriad races? Lin Yuyu's voice suddenly dropped. Yeah, but I can't contact them now. Don't worry. They'll be fine, Gu Shaoshang reassured her. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Youyu nodded firmly, her voice carrying a note of determination. My mom and dad are so amazing. If I can survive here, then they definitely can too. Her words sounded more like she was trying to convince herself, clinging to the belief that her parents were safe somewhere on the battlefield. That night, countless newcomers from Blue Planet found it hard to sleep on the battlefield of myriad races. Some were kept awake by anxiety and fear, their minds haunted by terrifying images. Others were troubled by the harsh natural environment, either stranded in bone-chilling icy landscapes or enduring the unbearable heat of scorching deserts. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the eastern horizon the next morning, Gu Shaoshang opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lin Youyu's delicate and natural face, still captivating without any makeup, her fair skin smooth as silk, and her long eyelashes trembling faintly in the morning light. Though they had fallen asleep back-to-back the previous night, at some point, they had turned to face each other. From Lin Youyu's increasingly heavy breathing and the slight fluttering of her eyelashes, Gu Shaoshang could tell at a glance that she was already awake. Moving carefully to avoid disturbing her, he unzipped his sleeping bag and got up first. While the sleeping bag had kept him warm through the night, its cramped space had left his muscles stiff. He stretched briefly, then walked over to the fire pit, adding dry wood to the extinguished embers and reigniting the campfire. Moments later, Lin Youyu pretended to wake up, climbing out of her sleeping bag and stretching lazily. Good morning, Brother Gu, she greeted him with a playful grin. Morning, Gu Shaoshang nodded in reply. What do you want for breakfast? Grilled meat or just some bread? Let's go with bread. I don't feel like eating grilled meat in the morning, Lin Youyu said as she pulled 2 pieces of bread from her backpack, handing one to him. Here you go, Brother Gu. The two of them sat by the warm fire, enjoying their simple breakfast and letting the flames chase away the morning chill. As they ate, Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel to check on other statuses. Battlefield of myriad races. Universe Zone 908874 Galaxy Zone 776 Blue Planet Zone 621. Current survivors 9, 995, 92410, 000, 000. How did so many people die overnight? Lin Youyu exclaimed in shock. What happened? Gu Shaoshang turned to ask. Brother Gu, so many people in our region died last night. Before we went to sleep, only about 200 had died, but now the death toll has almost reached 4,100. Lin Youyu looked at Gu Shaoshang with a worried expression. Brother Gu, what do you think is going on? Isn't everyone supposed to stay in the safe zones at night? If this many people died during the day, I could understand it being due to monster attacks. After all, with a base population of tens of millions, it's not surprising for a small percentage to be unlucky. But last night was supposed to be the time for resting in the safe zone. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly and, after a moment of thought, replied. The safe zones should be absolutely secure. The battlefield of myriad races has no reason to deceive us on that. Then what about those who died? Lin Youyu pressed further. They probably left the safe zone on their own, Gu Shaoshang analyzed. Didn't you mention that some people were placed in extremely harsh environments? For instance, those sent to snowy mountains without proper insulation might freeze to death. They might have had no choice but to take risks and find shelter elsewhere. That's way too dangerous. They had no other option, Gu Shaoshang sighed. Of course, there are also those overconfident fools. Are you saying some people went out to hunt monsters at night? Lin Youyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Even she, with her SSR level talent as a chosen one, had preferred to waste her 100 revival opportunities for the day rather than take such a risk. The pain of death doesn't vanish just because you can revive. Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel, which had exploded with discussions. Everyone was talking about the fate of the thousands of casualties. I was one of the unlucky ones sent to the snowy mountains, someone shared. Luckily, I was on vacation in bear country and dressed warmly enough. Otherwise, I would have had to risk going out last night too. Wasn't there an initial bonfire? At minus 20 degrees Celsius at night in the snowy mountains, one bonfire isn't enough. Why not build an igloo? Try building one with your bare hands for hours and see how that goes. The conversation quickly shifted to those who had chosen to venture out. Yesterday, I met a foreigner with a grade hero and grade talent. Super arrogant. Turns out he died last night. What a waste of that setup. I'm only in a grade hero with grade talent. Stop complaining. I'm all a grade. Passing through as an F grade. I'll be doomed after the newbie period. People started sharing survival strategies. Find a cave for shelter while you're still in the newbie phase. I found a big tree, and the hollow trunk works well enough. Feels like I won't make it past the newbie period. Don't give up. Even low levels need to fight to survive. Finally, the topic somehow shifted to initial heroes. I'm planning to interact more with my initial hero. Keep it professional. Mine's a pretty girl, but her skin is green. A goblin. You guys must be starving. Ugh, my eyes. Lin Youyu quickly closed the regional chat channel, a look of disgust flashing across her face. She had hoped to gather some useful information, but found the conversation had completely derailed. Can you even play the starting hero like that? She couldn't help sneaking a glance at Gu Shaoshang beside her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the inappropriate idea. What's wrong with you? Gu Shaoshang asked, puzzled by her sudden strange behavior. Nothing. Lin Youyu stammered, avoiding his gaze guiltily as she silently cursed the idiots in the regional chat. They were supposed to share intelligence, but instead, they veered off topic at the drop of a hat. Gu Shaoshang glanced at the peculiar girl, tossed the empty food wrapper into the campfire, clapped the ash off his hands, and stood up. Finished eating? Lin Youyu nodded. She had a small appetite and was full after just a few bites. Let's move, Gu Shaoshang said. Today's daylight will be longer than yesterday's, so we need to level up as much as possible before the newbie protection period ends. He was already at level 3, just 22 experience points away from level 4. Once he leveled up, his lifesteal ability would improve to grade C, which was already decent. His goal was to reach level 10 by the end of the day, unlocking a third talent, ideally one that could boost his offensive power. When the two of them crossed the dirt slope outside the safe zone, the scene before them was shocking. The once peaceful grassland from yesterday had turned into a battlefield. The ground was riddled with craters and scorched black marks, with severed limbs scattered everywhere and bloodstains all around. Although a few prairie wolves could still be seen in the distance, their numbers were significantly reduced. Frightened by the sight, Lin Youyu instinctively moved closer to Gu Shaoshang, clutching the edge of his clothes tightly. Big brother Gu, what happened here? She asked, her voice trembling with unease. Gu Shaoshang shook his head, his eyes scanning the horizon. What kind of terrifying slaughter had taken place here last night? Thankfully, neither of them had a reckless personality. Otherwise, while Lin Youyu had the advantage of 100 daily revivals, his own fate would have been much more precarious. The two cautiously pressed on, staying alert to their surroundings as they moved forward. Lin Youyu paused as she passed through a cluster of shrubs, lowering her head to activate her gathering skill. With nimble hands, she parted the branches and picked up some fibers and a few ripe berries. While she busied herself, the ground ahead suddenly swelled, as if pushed by some unseen force. Moments later, a rabbit's head burst out from the earth, followed by 4 more enormous rabbits, emerging one by one from the same hole. Suddenly, a flash of a sword cut through the air, piercing straight into the heart of one of the giant rabbits with a sharp swish. Blood sprayed in all directions as the sword hilt remained firmly gripped. Gu Shaoshang withdrew his blade, and the lifeless body collapsed, blood arcing through the air. The remaining rabbits' eyes instantly turned blood red with rage, and they charged at him ferociously, their limbs pounding like iron hammers. Gu Shaoshang expertly dodged the lunges of the giant rabbits while countering with swift sword strikes, dealing precise damage with every move. Each swing of his blade left deep gashes on the rabbits' bodies. Occasionally, an attack was too sudden to evade, but he bore it without hesitation. Thanks to his physical defense of 7 points, even a direct hit from these ferocious creatures only cost him 2 health points. For him, the threat was negligible, as he could effortlessly recover with a few life-draining strikes. Gradually, the pace of the battle slowed and became more controlled. Gu Shaoshang even grew too lazy to dodge anymore. When the final giant rabbit fell, the 5 massive corpses were scattered across the ground. His health bar remained full, completely unaffected. A notification appeared. EXP 3, EXP 3, the 5 rabbits had granted him 15 experience points, leaving him just 7 points shy of leveling up. At that moment, Lin Youyu hurried over, swiftly activating her gathering skill. With a wave of her hand, she harvested a significant amount of rabbit meat and fur from the bloody battlefield. In just a few minutes, she had collected ample resources from the scene. A while later, as a prairie wolf collapsed, a faint golden light shimmered over Gu Shaoshang had leveled up. His innate ability, Life Drain, had been further enhanced. Each effective attack would now restore 2 of his health. Additionally, his talent skill level had advanced as well. This newfound power made him even stronger. With a sudden swing of his sword, he slashed 2 intersecting crosses through the air. In an instant, the final prairie wolf's body was severed into 2 halves, offering no resistance. As it fell, another notification appeared. EXP 3. Before leveling up, each prairie wolf had granted 5 experience points, but now, after his level increase, they only provided 3 points. Gu Shaoshang took a deep breath and opened his attribute panel to check his current stats. Unnamed Swordsman, Grade Aptitude, Level 4, EXP. 60-100, HP. 80-80, MP. 60-80, Strength. 60, Constitution. 9, Agility. 8, Spirit. 9, Physical Defense. 8, Elemental Resistance. 8, Attack Speed. 8, Movement Speed. 1.09 second step, Critical Rate. 5.9 meters second, Life Drain Talent. The upgraded Gu Shaoshang was undoubtedly even more formidable. Upon reaching level 4, even a hero like Gu Shaoshang, with great aptitude, requires 100 experience points to level up further. Essentially, he has now reached the same standard as a level 1 human on Blue Star. In other words, this standard is equivalent to a grade hero. A grade hero gains 4 attribute points per level, while Gu Shaoshang, as an grade hero, only gains 1 attribute point per level. This is a 4-fold difference. Not to mention the disparity when compared to grade and degrade heroes. The initial state of a human on Blue Star already matches the growth standard of a grade hero 4 to all attributes per level. Therefore, as long as Lin Youyu reaches level 3, she can easily surpass Gu Shaoshang in terms of attributes. However, she needs 300 experience points to achieve level 3, whereas Gu Shaoshang has only spent a total of 90 experience points to progress from level 1 to level 4. The gap between them is quite obvious. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu set out from the safe zone at around 6:30 in the morning. From then until close to 11 a.m., over the course of 3.5 hours, Gu Shaoshang had led Lin Youyu out of the safe zone, covering a distance of more than 5 kilometers. Most of their time was spent traveling and searching for monsters, with actual combat taking up only a small portion of it. Even so, Gu Shaoshang managed to accumulate enough experience points to reach level 5, and he was already over halfway to the next level. Nameless Swordsman Aptitude, Grade, Level 5, Experience, 120200. After reaching level 5, the experience requirement increased by another 100 points. However, killing giant rabbits has become almost pointless now, as they only yield 1 experience point each. Gu Shaoshang no longer bothers hunting them since it's not worth the effort. On the other hand, prairie wolves still provide 3 experience points each. Encountering a group of prairie wolves can yield over a dozen experience points if all are defeated. Additionally, as they move farther from the safe zone, the number of prairie wolves increases, with some areas even hosting packs of more than 10 wolves. Fortunately, Gu Shaoshang's strength has greatly improved compared to before. While the attribute boosts from leveling up are helpful, the real game changer has been the enhancement of his innate ability. Innate ability, Lifesteal, Great. Every time Gu Shaoshang deals effective damage, he restores 5 of his maximum health. With his Lifesteal ability now upgrade, each strike restores 4.5 health points. Considering his attack frequency of 1.1 strikes per second, he can recover nearly 50 health points in 10 seconds, more than half of his maximum health. Meanwhile, a prairie wolf's attacks typically deal only 2 to 3 damage to him. Even when facing a pack of 10 wolves, they can't all attack him simultaneously. In reality, he takes about 5 damage per second. This damage is nearly offset by his lifesteal effect. Simply defeating 1 prairie wolf is enough to close the gap to a negligible level. As a result, whenever Gu Shaoshang encounters prairie wolves now, he directly engages them without the cautious stealth tactics he used the day before. Brother Gu, there's a gray wolf ahead. Gu Shaoshang had just taken down a pack of 6 prairie wolves, earning himself another 18 experience points. As he swung his black-sheathed longsword to shake off the sticky wolf blood clinging to its blade, he caught sight of Lin Youyu running toward him with excitement. She pointed energetically toward a small hill on the left as she approached. All right, I'll head over now. You clean up here, Gu Shaoshang said with a curt nod before dashing off in the direction Lin Youyu had indicated, leaving her behind to handle the battlefield and gather resources from the prairie wolf corpses. Lin Youyu had a habit of calling these wolves big gray wolves, a personal quirk of hers. After climbing over the small hill, Gu Shaoshang's eyes immediately locked onto the scene ahead just as Lin Youyu had said. 8 prairie wolves were sprawled on an open grassland. Scattered around them were tufts of rabbit fur and the bones of a giant hare, evidence that the wolves had recently finished feasting and were now resting. 8 wolves, that's 24 experience points. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up, his heartbeat quickening. Given his current strength, if not for the time spent searching for prey, he would likely have already reached level 6 or even 7. This was why the sight of this clustered group of wolves excited him so much. Just one more level, and his blood-sucking talent would be upgraded to grade AA, skill exclusive to heroes of a great potential. Though he was merely an grade hero, this upgrade would at least help narrow the gap, if only slightly. With a sharp swish, Gu Shaoshang leapt down from the hill, his figure darting toward the wolf pack like an arrow loosed from a bow. At level 5, his movement speed had reached 6 meters per second. Covering the distance of over 100 meters took him only 20 seconds. The once lazy wolves, sensing danger, scrambled to their feet. They bared their fangs menacingly, growling low and warning as their sharp teeth glinted in the light. Gu Shaoshang paid no heed to their threats and charged directly at the nearest wolf. The black-sheathed longsword in his hand flashed coldly as he delivered a swift and powerful 2-stage slash, severely wounding the target in an instant. The other 7 wolves, enraged by their companion's injury, lunged at Gu Shaoshang with fierce growls. He didn't even bother dodging. These wolves couldn't deal enough damage to outpace the speed of his blood-sucking regeneration. All he needed to do was avoid critical areas like his neck, face, and lower body. He used his arms to block the rest of their attacks. The muscles torn by their bites would miraculously heal in seconds, replenished by the life force he drained with each strike of his sword. 1 minute later, the fight was over. The 8 prairie wolves lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies scattered haphazardly. Gu Shaoshang, on the other hand, appeared completely unharmed, though his clothes were splattered with wolf blood. His white swordsman's robe, however, was a marvel of its own. Any tears it sustained would automatically repair themselves over time. Though the robe offered no attribute bonuses, Gu Shaoshang was fond of it. Without it, he'd have to constantly protect his clothing during battles. Otherwise, after just a few fights, he'd be left wearing rags, looking more like a beggar than a swordsman. How could he tolerate that? Experience gained, 24. Gu Shaoshang glanced at the interface, showing his current experience points. After dealing with the pack of prairie wolves, the number had climbed to 162 points. Only 38 more points were needed to reach level 6, just 13 more prairie wolves. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he thought that, with some luck, he could level up again in less than half an hour. Watch out, brother Gu. Lin Youyu's startled cry rang out from behind, just as Gu Shaoshang was basking in the joy of his impending level up. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind came rushing toward him. Gu Shaoshang instinctively raised his sword to block. Bang! A massive force struck him, sending him flying through the air like a cannonball. When he landed, he staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. His health bar on the interface plummeted by a full 10 points. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the forest as a massive striped tiger charged out of the woods nearby. Its claws gleamed menacingly under the sunlight. It was this beast that had just swiped at Gu Shaoshang, sending him flying. Even with his black-sheathed longsword blocking the attack, he had lost 10 health points. If that claw had struck him directly, it might have cost him at least 20 points. What a huge tiger! Gu Shaoshang stared at the striped beast in astonishment, his expression quickly turning serious. The tiger before him, not counting its tail, was nearly 3.5 meters long, with a shoulder height of about 1.5 meters, almost taller than Lin Youyu. Standing there, its sheer presence was enough to make Gu Shaoshang's breathing grow heavier. This creature was far stronger than the prairie wolves. If not for the absence of a level indicator, Gu Shaoshang might have thought he was facing one of the ferocious beasts Lin Youyu often spoke of. If even a non-ferocious beast was this terrifying, how horrifying would a true ferocious beast be? Roar! The striped tiger let out another furious roar, its muscles tensing as it lunged at Gu Shaoshang. It was faster than him, and its attack power was undoubtedly superior. Fortunately, the distance between them wasn't small. The moment the tiger leapt, Gu Shaoshang anticipated its move and dodged in advance. At the same time, his black-sheathed longsword slashed out in a flash, delivering a 2-stage slash. The crisscrossing sword light struck the tiger with precision, sending a splash of blood into the air. Good news, the attack was effective. Bad news, Gu Shaoshang had forgotten that a tiger's tail could also serve as a powerful weapon. A dark shadow lashed out like a whip. Gu Shaoshang hastily raised his arm to shield himself, but the impact sent him flying once more. Roar! After swatting the human away with its tail, the striped tiger immediately charged forward again. Its massive jaws opened wide, aiming directly for Gu Shaoshang's neck. If it bit down, he would lose half his life, if not more. Brother Gu, I'm coming to save you. At that moment, Lin Youyu finally arrived on her short legs. Armed with a crude short dagger, she fearlessly charged at the tiger, grabbing onto one of its hind legs and stabbing with all her might. Unfortunately, the poorly made dagger was far too blunt. Despite its one strength attribute, Lin Youyu herself only had 1 point of strength. Her strike merely managed to shave off a tuft of the tiger's fur. The next second bang, a small figure was sent flying through the air. Lin Youyu was struck hard by the enraged claw of the striped giant tiger, losing all 10 points of her health instantly. She was flung backward like a broken rag doll, the light of life extinguished in an instant. Youyu. Gu Shaoshang's mind erupted with fury as he witnessed the scene. Even though he knew Lin Youyu could revive, up to 100 times a day, seeing her struck down by the tiger's claw ignited an uncontrollable volcano of anger within him. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang charged straight at the striped giant tiger. Taking advantage of the precious opportunity Lin Youyu had bought with her life, Gu Shaoshang dashed forward like a flash of lightning. His sword slashed out in a dual strike, 2 arcs of light slicing through the air. The blade struck the tiger with a vengeance, with one slash even injuring one of its eyes. Roar! The striped giant tiger let out a pained growl, its massive body swaying as it staggered back a few steps, clearly severely wounded. Although the black-sheathed longsword had no attribute enhancements, its sharpness combined with Gu Shaoshang's strength of 10 points made the twin strikes nearly incapacitate the giant tiger entirely. Gu Shaoshang poured all his fury into the tiger. In that instant, a glint of ruthless resolve flickered in his eyes. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he thrust his sword fiercely toward the tiger's neck. Splat! The black-sheathed sword pierced through the tiger's throat, unleashing a spray of blood that stained the ground crimson. The tiger staggered, its massive body swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Gu Shaoshang didn't stop there. He quickly delivered another strike, ensuring the tiger was completely dead. Ouch, that hurt. Lin You's voice came from a distance as she revived, lying on the ground and touching the small wound on her abdomen. Through the tear in her clothing, her skin remained smooth as jade, showing no scars or marks. She exhaled in relief and exclaimed, "I'm okay." Seeing this, Gu Shaoshang breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over, his concern evident. "Youyu, are you alright?" he asked. Lin Youyu looked up, her face lighting up with a mischievous smile. "Big brother Gu, I'm fine." She pointed to her pale, unblemished abdomen. "Look, not even a scar." She was wearing clothes she had brought from Blue Star, which, unlike Gu Shaoshang's swordsman robe with its magical repair function, bore the marks of the tiger's attack. Yet, her body had healed completely, leaving no trace of the injury, not even a drop of blood. "Big brother Gu, wasn't I brave?" Lin Youyu asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with pride. Gu Shaoshang smiled and ruffled her hair. "Youyu was super brave." Lin Youyu giggled happily. "Hehe, I told you, I can protect you." "You're right. It's a good thing you were here, or things could have turned out much worse." Gu Shaoshang nodded, gratitude filling his heart as he recalled the battle. "Is that big tiger dead now?" Lin Youyu asked curiously. "It's dead," Gu Shaoshang replied succinctly. Hearing this, Lin You's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran over to the fallen striped giant tiger. She gave it a small kick and glared at it indignantly. Then, pulling out a survival manual from her backpack, she flipped to the creature index to check the details of the beast. Forest tiger? What a plain name. Lin Youyu pouted before deciding to move on. She activated her collection skill, swiftly breaking down the giant tiger into chunks of meat, bones, and hide, efficiently gathering all the materials. A forest tiger brought Gu Shaoshang a full 20 experience points. This number clearly indicated that forest tigers were on an entirely different level compared to the prairie wolves that could be easily taken down. In the food chain of this wilderness, the forest tiger undoubtedly ranked among the top predators. Gu Shaoshang glanced at his experience point sheet, was only 18 points away from leveling up. Initially, he planned to continue hunting other packs of prairie wolves, but Lin Youyu pointed in the direction where the forest tiger had fled and suggested exploring that small patch of woods. The area was a small grove spanning a few hundred meters, insignificant compared to the distant forest with its towering, seemingly giant redwoods. The two stepped into the grove and soon discovered a well-trodden animal trail. Following it, they quickly arrived at the forest tiger's lair. The sight before them was Shakinga mountain of bones piled high, densely packed together to form a small hill. Upon closer inspection, they could make out the skeletons of prairie wolves and the remains of giant rabbits, silently narrating the brutal history of this fierce predator. "Brother Gu, look." Lin You's eyes lit up as she rushed to a corner of the lair. Moments later, she struggled to drag out a treasure chest with a bronze sheen, exclaiming excitedly, "Another treasure chest. And this time, it's a bronze chest, a level higher than yesterday's black iron chest." She placed the chest on the ground, and then quickly turned back toward the depths of the lair. "Brother Gu, keep an eye on this chest. There's more good stuff inside." Her voice echoed from within. Not long after, Lin Youyu emerged carrying a bundle of items. She placed them in front of Gu Shaoshang like a triumphant treasure hunter. "Brother Gu, look at these amazing finds." The pile consisted of weapons, equipment, and jewelry, most of which were in poor condition. Among them, a longsword stood out. Though its blade was only half intact, the system prompt revealed, damaged longsword, white strength 1. Gu Shaoshang deduced that if it were in perfect condition, it would likely be a green quality sword. Just then, the black-sheathed sword at Gu Shaoshang's waist began to tremble faintly. Puzzled, he looked down at his sword and gripped its hilt. A peculiar sensation surged through him, as if the sword was conveying some kind of emotion. Hungry? The thought crossed Gu Shaoshang's mind. Does it want to consume this broken sword? He glanced at the damaged long sword on the ground in confusion, then drew his black-sheathed sword and touched its tip to the broken blade. A white light emanated from the damaged long sword, traveling along its length and flowing into the black-sheathed sword in Gu Shaoshang's hand. As the light faded, the damaged long sword crumbled into fine powder with a sharp crack. You actually ate it. Gu Shaoshang stared in astonishment at his sword, suddenly realizing that this seemingly ordinary weapon might hold extraordinary secrets. Brother Gu, your sword has attributes now. Lin Youyu's excited shout snapped him back to reality. Gu Shaoshang quickly checked the sword's information. Nameless longsword, white strength 1. The description read, an unassuming longsword that seems to harbor some hidden mystery. Not only did it gain an attribute, but it also now had a quality marker. Previously, the black-sheathed sword had no attributes at all, making it even less remarkable than Gu Shaoshang's self-repairing white swordsman robe. At that moment, Gu Shaoshang finally realized this black-sheathed sword, which had been with him from the very beginning, was far from ordinary. It can actually devour other swords and enhance itself. Gu Shaoshang stared at the black-sheathed longsword in his hand, attempting to use its tip to touch a few broken swords Lin Youyu had just retrieved from the old lair of the forest tiger. However, the black-sheathed longsword showed no reaction, as if it completely disdained these low-quality weapons. Could it require higher-quality swords? Gu Shaoshang wondered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the spoils scattered on the ground. Aside from the broken swords, there were a few barely usable weapons, rusty long knives, chipped axes, and so on. Among the pile of miscellaneous items, there were even a few faintly glowing jewels. These jewels aren't of much use on the battlefield of all races right now, Gu Shaoshang remarked as he picked them up. But let's keep them for now. They might come in handy later. Exactly, Lin Youyu replied with a grin. Who doesn't pick up some junk while playing games? Their eyes simultaneously fell on the biggest prize of the Dia bronze treasure chest. Gu Shaoshang pushed the chest toward Lin Youyu. Xiaoyu, you open it, he said, trusting her luck completely. All right, I love opening chests, Lin Youyu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. She silently made a wish before decisively lifting the lid. In an instant, a burst of white light, accompanied by streaks of green and blue, poured out. The system notification immediately followed. Acquired 500 milliliters bottled water 10. Acquired beef burger 6. Acquired 150g fruit-flavored lollipops 5. Acquired high-quality short blade green 1. Acquired beginner skill upgrade stone green 1. Acquired tiger hide armor blueprint blue 1. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially at the rare blue quality blueprint. She immediately chose to learn it, and the blueprint transformed into blue light, merging into her body. Opening the survival manual, the crafting page displayed. Tiger hide armor blue. Required materials. High quality tiger hide 01. Fur 050. Metal 010. Fiber 050. Animal fat 030. Can you craft it? Gu Shaoshang asked. Lin Youyu shook her head. We're short on metal, she replied, her gaze shifting to the bronze chest at her feet. She was about to dismantle it. Wait, Gu Shaoshang quickly stopped her. This chest is still useful for storing items. We can dismantle it once we're back at the safe zone. Your 6-slot backpack can't hold all this stuff. If you break it down now, you'll have to carry everything by hand later, and that'll be too much trouble. Yeah, Brother Gu, you're absolutely right. Lin Youyu patted her forehead and stuck out her tongue. Just now, she had been so captivated by the tiger-striped armor in front of her that she was eager to craft it immediately, completely overlooking one important issue: how to carry the contents of the bronze treasure chest back after dismantling it. Since making the armor was temporarily not an option, she put away the survival manual in her hand and decided to continue examining the other items in the chest. At the very bottom of the chest were 10 bottles of mineral water, neatly arranged in 2 rows. Right above the water were 6 beef burgers, each emitting a tantalizing aroma. Lin Youyu picked one up and unwrapped it, and a wave of steam hit her face. The beef patty was still warm, which was perfect since both she and Gu Shaoshang had yet to eat lunch. She examined the burger closely and noticed that each one was packed to the brim with 2 thick beef patties that looked almost too dense to bite into. She doubted she could finish even one by herself. Here, Brother Gu, Lin Youyu said with a smile, handing a beef burger to Gu Shaoshang. She then casually grabbed a bag of lollipops nearby. The bag weighed 150 grams, and there were 5 bags in total, each containing 10 lollipops, making a total of 50. It seemed they wouldn't run out of sweets anytime soon. Brother Gu, do you want some candy? Lin Youyu opened one of the bags, took out a lollipop, and held it up to Gu Shaoshang, asking softly, "No thanks. You can have it," Gu Shaoshang replied, shaking his head. He wasn't interested in lollipops. On the other hand, the steaming beef burger in his hand was much more enticing. The burger's ingredients were simple: 2 beef patties, a slice of cheese, lettuce, tomato slices, and pickles, all sandwiched between 2 thick, golden brown buns. Just the sight of it was enough to whet anyone's appetite. He took a bite, and the juices burst forth, blending sweet, sour, salty, and savory flavors into a rich, satisfying taste that made him want more. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu picked up a short dagger from the treasure chest and weighed it lightly in her hand. The dagger was about 40 centimeters long, with a straight blade sheathed in a white scabbard. It looked far more refined than the crude dagger she currently owned. She inspected its attributes. High-quality short dagger, green grade, strength 2, agility 1. Brother Gu, would this dagger be useful for you? Lin Youyu asked eagerly, handing the dagger to Gu Shaoshang. Gu Shaoshang took the dagger and sensed it lightly. However, his black-sheathed longsword remained unresponsive, clearly uninterested in the dagger. He shook his head slightly. My sword seems to only react to similar types of swords. You should keep this dagger for self-defense. Oh, I see. It's picky, huh? Lin Youyu giggled, nodding in agreement. She then happily swung the new dagger a few times, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. After playing with it for a while, Lin Youyu set the dagger aside and turned her attention to the least conspicuous item in the chest: a small blue stone with some white patterns. It was about the size of a quail egg, casually tossed in the corner of the chest, almost unnoticeable. Curious, Lin Youyu picked it up and examined it closely. Its surface seemed unremarkable, resembling an ordinary pebble one might find on the street. Beginner skill upgrade stone, green grade, can enhance the level of skills below green grade. Huh? This stone can actually upgrade skills. Lin Youyu's eyes lit up as she examined the small stone. Despite its plain appearance, its functionality was astonishing. Brother Gu, this is for you too. Lin Youyu handed the stone to Gu Shaoshang. Even though she wasn't sure if it would be useful for him, she felt unexpectedly cheerful, as if she had just discovered her lucky charm for this adventure. Lin Youyu handed the skill upgrade stone in her hand to Gu Shaoshang. The stone emitted a faint green glow under the sunlight. She hadn't learned any skills yet, so the stone was practically useless to her. Gu Shaoshang accepted the stone, feeling a slight chill at his fingertips. He didn't hesitate after all. The two of them had long been bound by life-and-death circumstances. His strength, in a way, was also Lin Yuyu's assurance of safety. As soon as the stone was in his hand, Gu Shaoshang opened his character panel. In the skills section, his only skill, double slash, was glowing with a bright golden light. A shiny golden appeared next to it, as if urging him to click. Gu Shaoshang mentally tapped the flashing symbol. In an instant, the basic skill upgrade stone in his hand dissolved into a streak of green light and disappeared, merging into the panel. Ding! The system notification echoed in his mind. Your skill has been upgraded. Double slash white LV.2 consumes 10 mana points to perform 2 rapid consecutive attacks on a target, each dealing 70 of the user's physical attack power as damage. The upgraded double slash skill increased its damage by 20 while maintaining the same mana cost. The overall improvement wasn't significant, but Gu Shaoshang hadn't expected much. It was just a Y-tier skill, after all. In the small forest, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu meticulously searched the area, ensuring there was nothing else of value before finally leaving. Brother Gu, I can't eat anymore, Lin Youyu said, holding half of a beef burger in her hand and looking at Gu Shaoshang with pitiful eyes. Give it to me, Gu Shaoshang replied, reaching out to take the half-eaten burger. He had only eaten one earlier and was still a bit hungry. As for the fact that she had already taken a bite, such trivial matters didn't bother him. In the afternoon, the two continued heading east. Around 12:30 p.m., Gu Shaoshang spotted a pack of prairie wolves, 7 of them gathered together, gnawing on something. He gestured for Lin Youyu to stay put while he quietly approached on his own. With the experience gained from fighting the forest tiger earlier, facing these prairie wolves now gave Gu Shaoshang a sense of bullying weaker opponents. But that didn't make him hold back. The 7 prairie wolves should have yielded 21 experience points in total, but he ended up with only 19. This was because he leveled up after killing the 6th wolf, and any wolves defeated afterward only granted 1 measly experience point each. Nameless Swordsman. Talent grade, F. Level, 6. Experience, 1,300. Health, 100,100. Mana, 80,100. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Agility, 11. Spirit, 10. Physical defense, 10. Elemental resistance, 10. Attack speed, 1.11 seconds. Max movement speed, 6.1 meters sec. Critical damage multiplier, 150. Innate ability. Lifesteal A. Restores 10 of max health with each successful attack that deals damage. Hidden talent. Endless talent. Increases talent level by 1 with each level up. Gains a new talent every 10 levels. Skill. Double/white LV.2. Consumes 10 mana points to perform 2 rapid consecutive attacks on a target, each dealing 70 of the user's physical attack power as damage. After reaching level 6, the experience required for the next level increased by 100 points. The good news was that it didn't double. The bad news was that hunting prairie wolves was no longer efficient. Each wolf now only yielded 1 experience point, meaning he would need to kill 299 more to reach level 7, far too time-consuming. On the bright side, Gu Shaoshang's life-steal talent had advanced to grade A along with his level. A single strike could now restore 10 of his max health. And it wasn't just 10 of the damage dealt, it was 10 of his total health. While his current health pool was modest, if he someday had tens of thousands of health points, each swing would restore thousands, if not tens of thousands, of health. That level of survivability was immensely reassuring. Around 1 p.m., Gu Shaoshang led Lin Youyu over another high slope, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. Beyond the slope was a steeply sloping terrain, dropping tens of meters from their elevated position to the lowest point several kilometers away. Unlike the grasslands they had traversed earlier, this area was dotted with short, sparse trees that added a new layer of depth to the landscape. "Brother Gu, look! So many tigers!" Lin Youyu exclaimed, grabbing Gu Shaoshang's sleeve and pointing into the distance. In the scattered woods ahead, several forest tigers were leisurely wandering around, showing no signs of territorial aggression. Gu Shaoshang scanned the area and estimated there were at least 40 to 50 forest tigers spread across the region, each moving independently. "Wow, that many?" Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly. "Brother Gu, should we go over there? Or maybe we should head in another direction and keep hunting those gray wolves instead?" Lin Youyu asked worriedly. Her main concern was for Gu Shaoshang's safety. After all, she could revive after death. Even if the forest tigers guarded her corpse, she could choose to respawn randomly within a certain area rather than at the same spot. It would be nearly impossible to kill her permanently, and she wasn't foolish enough to keep reviving in the same place. "It's fine. These forest tigers are spaced far apart. I can lure them one by one and take them down," Gu Shaoshang said after a moment of thought. Considering that hunting prairie wolves now only rewarded 1 experience point, he decided to take the risk. "All right, but if it gets too dangerous, don't push yourself, Brother Gu." Lin Youyu nodded, supporting his decision. The two descended the slope and soon entered the wooded area. Based on his earlier observations, Gu Shaoshang headed directly toward the nearest forest tiger. Moments later, a tiger appeared in their line of sight. This one was noticeably smaller than the male forest tiger they had encountered before. "It's a female tiger, smaller in size than the males," Lin Youyu noted, flipping through her survival manual to the section on forest tigers. Unlike the prairie wolves, where males and females looked identical, male forest tigers were much larger than their female counterparts, though far fewer in number. The female forest tiger in front of them was like a miniature version compared to the male they had seen earlier, about 2 meters in body length and 1 meter tall at the shoulder. Sensing the humans approaching, it let out a low, menacing growl. Gu Shaoshang gestured for Lin Youyu to step back as he charged forward on his own. If it were a male forest tiger, he would have been much more cautious, but against the significantly smaller female, he felt less need for restraint. Roar! Provoked by the apparent challenge, the female tiger growled and lunged at Gu Shaoshang. Bang! Gu Shaoshang deliberately took the tiger's strike heat in, gauging its strength through the force transmitted from its claws. He was confident he could handle it. "Double slash!" he shouted as 2 intersecting arcs of sword light slashed downward. Gu Shaoshang had just taken a direct hit from the tiger's paw, losing only 8 points of health. He immediately countered with a 2-stage slash, not only regaining 20 points of health through lifesteal, but even exceeding the amount by 12 points. Lin Youyu, who had been worried moments ago, now stood a short distance away, wide-eyed and incredulous at the scene before her. The battle between Gu Shaoshang and the forest tiger was straightforward, purely a contest of stats. A claw from the tiger, a sword strike from Gu Shaoshang. In less than half a minute, the forest tiger let out a piercing wail before collapsing heavily to the ground. Experience 10. The experience points from this female forest tiger were only half of what a male tiger would provide. However, considering that Gu Shaoshang had just leveled up from level 5 to level 6, the reduced experience gain was understandable. In truth, the experience points from this female tiger still exceeded half of what a male would yield. "Xiaoyu, come over here," Gu Shaoshang called out, flicking the blood off his sword and gesturing to Lin Youyu. "Wow, big brother Gu, you took down this huge tiger in just a few moves. That's amazing," Lin Youyu exclaimed with excitement, running over and circling the fallen forest tiger's body. "The female tiger is weaker than the male. If it had been a male tiger, it wouldn't have been this easy," Gu Shaoshang replied modestly. In reality, with his newly upgraded A-grade lifesteal talent, he was confident he could defeat a male tiger with only minor injuries, a far cry from the struggles he faced before. Lin Youyu praised him enthusiastically and then skillfully used her gathering skill on the tiger's corpse, collecting the tiger's hide and meat. The two of them continued deeper into the forest, seeking their next prey. Over the next few hours, they hunted several forest tigers. Most were females, and the occasional male tiger they encountered was also swiftly dealt with by Gu Shaoshang. By 4:30 in the afternoon, after wandering the forest for over 3 hours, Gu Shaoshang glanced up at the sky. Let's head back. We still have a long way to go, and we need to return to the safe zone before nightfall. By now, he had reached level 7, with his experience bar more than halfway full. Although he had hoped to reach level 10 today, it seemed that goal would have to wait until tomorrow. Still, reaching level 7 came with a significant reward as lifesteal talent had been upgraded to Scrate. Talent ability, Lifesteal Scrate. Each successful attack restores 20 of your maximum health, while automatically regenerating 1 of your health per second. This upgrade delighted Gu Shaoshang. Not only had his lifesteal efficiency doubled, but he also gained a continuous health regeneration effect. Even without fighting, he could now recover 1 of his health every second. Seeing the incredible boost from the Scrate upgrade, he couldn't help but wonder what even greater transformations awaited at SR or SSR grades. Around 5 p.m., just before nightfall, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu finally returned to the safe zone. The sun on the western horizon was almost completely set, leaving only a faint orange glow as the last trace of light in this unfamiliar world. Within 10 minutes, the final rays of sunlight vanished, and the entire world was quickly engulfed in darkness. Night had quietly arrived. This was the second night since humanity from Blue Star had arrived on the battlefield of myriad races, and it was also the last relatively safe night. Starting tomorrow, the novice protection period would end, and the safe zones would be abolished. It didn't take much imagination to foresee that tomorrow night would witness countless deaths. Xiaoyu, how many people are still alive in this area? Gu Shaoshang asked, sitting on a flat rock while skillfully preparing giant rabbit meat. He placed the neatly cut pieces of meat on the fire to roast, and curiously inquired about how many lives had been lost throughout the day. In theory, no one should have died during the novice protection period, as long as everyone stayed within the safe zones. 2 days without food wouldn't kill anyone. However, in reality, unless someone was completely foolish, who would remain in the safe zone without venturing out? Doing so would mean that after 48 hours, humanity's billions on Blue Star might face total annihilation, earning the dubious honor of becoming the fastest race to be eliminated on the leaderboard. Blue Star humans would indeed make a name for themselves on the battlefield of myriad races, though only in infamy. Let me check. Lin Youyu quickly opened the regional chat channel, her eyes focusing on the data displaying the number of survivors. Survivors, 9, 991, 70410, 000, 000. Over 4,000 people died during the day, Lin Youyu responded succinctly. Hearing this, Gu Shaoshang nodded slightly. Losing over 4,000 people in a day was still a manageable situation. Most people were being cautious. Only a minority recklessly sought trouble. Among these casualties, the majority were victims of unforeseen incidents rather than sheer arrogance. For instance, the male forest tiger they encountered during the day. If Lin Youyu hadn't been there, Gu Shaoshang himself would have been in serious danger. More precisely, if Lin Youyu didn't have her SSR-rated immortality talent, both of them would have likely met their end today. After all, if Lin Youyu were to die, Gu Shaoshang would lose his protection as well, reverting to the initial dead state. It would have been a double tragedy. While Gu Shaoshang busied himself preparing dinner, Lin Youyu curiously browsed through the content in the regional chat channel. Compared to yesterday, the atmosphere today was noticeably heavier. People were anxious about the impending end of the novice protection period, especially those who hadn't found a suitable base, yet they were in a complete panic. But panic wouldn't solve anything. It would only cloud judgment. Lin Youyu thought this to herself, but then realized she was speaking from a position of privilege. After all, her circumstances were arguably the best in the entire region bar none. A powerful initial talent, an ideal starting location, and even her seemingly unimpressive grade hero had proven to have its merits. Everyone else has it so rough. Thank goodness it's not me. Lin Youyu thought with relief. Although it felt a bit wrong to think this way, it was undeniably her true thoughts. The chat channel was bustling with activity, messages scrolling rapidly. Guys, what are your plans for tonight? Sleeping, what else? I'm planning to give it one last shot. Since the newbie protection ends tomorrow, and I'll probably die anyway, I might as well get used to the night environment while it's still safe. Wait, you don't have any beasts in your area, right? Yeah, I've never seen any here. Damn, then why are you even talking? Beasts are everywhere here. Going out at night is basically suicide. The conversation soon shifted to hero levels and aptitudes. How are the ranked players doing? My starter hero is only level 2. I'm at level 5. Level 5? You must have an E or F aptitude, right? One player explained in detail. The lower the aptitude, the less experience needed to level up. For us humans, we're generally around crank. Drank needs 70 points, E is 50, and I'm not sure about F. I'm frank, it only takes 10 experience points to level up, but the stats are terrible, someone chimed in. 10 points? That sounds way too easy. Easy? Not at all. My Frank hero has 2 stats at 6, 2 at 5, and the skill is just white quality. The discussion grew more heated. My crank hero has 2 stats at 15 and 2 at 18, and it's only level 3. That's already pretty good, way better than my drank. Finally, someone spilled the stats of a rank hero. My friend is a rank 50 points in strength and constitution, 40 in spirit and agility. Super strong. Holy crap. Even if I leveled my rank hero to 20, I wouldn't reach those numbers. This game is so unfair. Why did I get stuck with Frank? Lin Youyu glanced at the conversations, then at Gu Shaoshang, who was grilling meat by the campfire. Why did the Frank heroes they described seem so different from Brother Gu? Xiaoyu, the meat's ready. Come have dinner, Gu Shaoshang called out. Lin Youyu quickly ran over, washing her hands with the water they had fetched from the lake earlier. The two sat around the campfire, enjoying their meal together. She had a hearty appetite, finishing an entire skewer of grilled meat along with half a piece of bread. After the meal, Lin Youyu began preparing materials for crafting tiger hide armor. Gu Shaoshang stood nearby, clearly eager about the blue-quality gear they were about to create. A pile of materials lay before Lin Youyu. She opened her survival manual and flipped to the crafting module page. With a light tap of her fingertip, she selected the option for the tiger hide armor. One by one, she placed the materials in front of her into the system until it indicated the materials were sufficient. Taking a deep breath, she gently pressed the craft button. In an instant, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the survival manual, standing out vividly against the pitch-black night. The radiance was so striking that Gu Shaoshang frowned, scanning the surroundings with concern, worried that the unusual light might attract lurking creatures in the darkness. The crafting process lasted about 15 seconds before the blue light gradually faded. A finely crafted tiger hide armor materialized on the ground. Lin Youyu picked it up with delight, eagerly examining its attributes. Tiger hide armor, blue quality, strength 3, constitution 5, special trait, self-repair, she murmured, her fingers brushing over the black striped leather against its white base. The armor included both a top and pants. While it lacked the defensive capabilities of heavy armor, it was lightweight and flexible, making it easy for someone of her build to wear. What excited her most was the fact that blue quality gear came with special abilities. This armor's self-repair trait was similar to Gu Shaoshang's white swordsman robe, eliminating concerns about damage during battles. Brother Gu here. You should wear it. Lin Youyu held the armor lovingly, turning it over in her hands, her eyes sparkling with affection. Despite her reluctance, she gritted her teeth and handed the armor to Gu Shaoshang, choosing to prioritize equipping the stronger fighter with the blue quality gear. Gu Shaoshang merely glanced at it before shaking his head. You wear it. Once we've gathered enough materials for a second one, I'll have you make me another. He had noticed that Lin Yuyu's clothing had been severely damaged during their earlier battle with the forest tiger. She was forced to hold her clothes in place to keep her stomach from being exposed. This freshly crafted tiger hide armor was the perfect solution to her predicament. Brother Gu, you're so kind, Lin Youyu said, touched, giving Gu Shaoshang a hug before happily running off to change into the new armor. Moments later, Lin Youyu returned to Gu Shaoshang's side, now clad in the tiger hide armor. Her cumbersome princess dress, which had seemed out of place in the wilderness, was replaced by the white and black striped tiger hide armor, making her look both capable and adorably charming. Amazingly, the initially oversized armor had adjusted itself to fit her frame perfectly. Brother Gu, does it look good? Lin Youyu spun in a circle in front of Gu Shaoshang, her eyes filled with anticipation. It suits you, Gu Shaoshang replied with a nod and a smile. Overjoyed by his approval, Lin Youyu beamed as she ran her hands over the surface of the armor, reluctant to let go. It feels amazing, better than any expensive fur coat. Just then, a chilling wolf's howl pierced the air from outside the safe zone. Oh whoa! It was followed by the sound of countless footsteps approaching from the perimeter. The two immediately turned, their senses heightened. In the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes began to emerge, lighting up the night like scattered embers. Taking a closer look, Lin Youyu saw an overwhelming number of prairie wolves gathering outside, so numerous that they were impossible to count. Fear crept into her heart as she quickly ran behind Gu Shaoshang, clutching his arm nervously. Brother Gu, what should we do? She asked anxiously. Don't worry, we're in the safe zone. Nothing will happen, Gu Shaoshang reassured her, gently patting the back of her hand. The safe zone Gu Shaoshang had confirmed multiple times was absolutely secure. Not only could it withstand a pack of rampaging prairie wolves, but even if the entire earth were destroyed, this area would remain untouched. Of course, there was one condition. You had to stay within its boundaries. If you fell out, things could get tricky. After all, the safe zone could only protect you from external harm while you were inside. It wasn't powerful. As time passed, more and more prairie wolves surrounded the safe zone. From a distance, their glowing green eyes, filled with bloodlust, flickered ominously, creating a terrifying sight. Brother Gu, do you think these wolves will leave when dawn breaks? Lin Youyu asked worriedly. Maybe, Gu Shaoshang replied absent-mindedly. his gaze fixed on the pack of wolves outside. A bold idea was beginning to form in his mind. Could this be an opportunity to level up? After all, these were just prairie wolves, not exactly the most fearsome creatures out there. If it were forest tigers or some other dangerous beasts, Gu Shaoshang wouldn't even consider it. But prairie wolves? This might be worth a shot. At worst, if things got out of hand, he could retreat back into the safe zone immediately. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Shaoshang decided to give it a try. With the safe zone as a fallback, even if he faced danger, his life wouldn't be at risk. He shared his plan with Lin Youyu. No way. It's too dangerous. Lin Youyu protested firmly, her expression resolute. It'll be fine. They're just prairie wolves. Besides, I won't go too far. I'll stay near the edge of the safe zone and retreat immediately if anything happens, he assured her. But what if Lin Youyu still looked worried? Trust me, I've got this, Gu Shaoshang said confidently, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing his resolve, Lin Youyu realized she couldn't change his mind. Reluctantly, she urged him not to stray too far and to stay as close to the safe zone's edge as possible. She also promised to keep a close watch from within the safe zone. If anything went wrong, she would intervene immediately to pull him back. After all, she still had 99 revival chances left today. Dying a few times wouldn't be a problem for her. Outside the safe zone, tens of thousands of prairie wolves had gathered. Their sharp teeth glinted menacingly, and their bloodthirsty eyes were locked onto the two humans inside. Some wolves were even drooling, their saliva dripping onto the ground. Faced with such an enormous number of enemies, even Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but feel tense. His breathing quickened. Brother Gu, be careful, Lin Youyu called out nervously as she watched him step toward the edge of the safe zone. Suddenly, a dozen prairie wolves lunged at him all at once. Gu Shaoshang's mind sharpened instantly as he summoned all his focus. With lightning speed, he drew his black-sheathed longsword and slashed at the nearest wolf. Splat! Blood sprayed into the air as his sword struck true. With 13 points of strength channeled into the strike, the sharp blade sliced through the wolf's flesh, exposing its bones. During the daytime, this strike would have been enough to kill the wolf instantly. However, under the cover of night, the prairie wolves had been enhanced. Their strength and defense were significantly greater than during the day. Gu Shaoshang's attack failed to kill the wolf outright. Instead, he found himself counterattacking. His arm and leg were bitten, causing his health to drop rapidly by 20 points. But in the next moment, he followed up with another powerful slash, finishing off the injured wolf in an instant. Life steal, 22 points. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up as his health quickly recovered, not only regaining the 20 points he had lost, but even gaining an extra 2 points. His confidence began to grow. As he looked at the prairie wolves before him, he no longer saw them as a threat. Instead, they appeared to him as endless streams of experience points waiting to be claimed. Since you can't kill me, it's your turn to die. A cruel smile spread across Gu Shaoshang's face, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. In the next instant, his longsword sliced through the night sky like lightning. Squelch! The throat of a prairie wolf was precisely slashed open, blood spurting out. Howl! Another wolf let out a piercing cry before collapsing into a pool of blood. Thud! The third wolf was kicked by Gu Shaoshang, sent flying into a rock with a heavy crash. Wherever Gu Shaoshang's blade pointed, prairie wolves fell one after another. He had long lost count of how many wolves he had slain, remembering only that each nocturnal prairie wolf granted him 3 experience points. As his sword flashed, his experience points steadily accumulated. Midway through the slaughter, a golden light suddenly enveloped his body. Gu Shaoshang felt a surge of power flow into him, had leveled up. His level increased to 8, raising his maximum health to 120 and significantly enhancing his defense. To his delight, his blood-sucking talent had advanced further to an SR rank. Blood-sucking SR. Each time an attack deals effective damage, recover 40 of your maximum health. Additionally, regenerate 2 of your health per second automatically. This meant an automatic health regeneration of 2 per second, equivalent to 2.4 health points per second. With each attack restoring 40 of his health, a single strike could recover 48 health points. This changes everything, Gu Shaoshang smirked. Even when surrounded by 6 or 7 prairie wolves at once, he could recover all lost health with just 1 strike. The battle raged on for over an hour, with countless prairie wolves falling to Gu Shaoshang's blade. He kept moving to new hunting grounds and even kicked some of the wolves' corpses into the safe zone, allowing Lin Youyu to use her gathering skill to dismantle them. Without this precaution, the pile of bodies would attract even more prairie wolves in droves. Finally, another golden light engulfed Gu Shaoshang, signaling yet another level up. Unnamed Swordsman Qualification. Frank level, 9. Experience, 0600. Health, 130,130. Mana, 80,130. Strength, 141. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Spirit, 13. Physical defense, 13. Elemental resistance, 13. Attack speed, 1.14 seconds. Max movement speed, 6.4 meters sec. Critical damage, 150. Talent abilities. Ultimate bloodsucking SSR. Each time an attack deals effective damage, recover 80 of your maximum health. Additionally, regenerate 10 of your health per second automatically. Hidden talent ability. Endless talent. Increase talent level by 1 with each level up. Unlock a new talent every 10 levels. Skills. Double slash white LV.2. Consumes 10 mana to unleash 2 rapid attacks on the target, each dealing 70 of your attack power as physical damage. Upon reaching level 9, the experience required for the next level increased to 600 points. Although the experience cap only rose by 100 points per level, what truly shocked Gu Shaoshang was the transformation of his bloodsucking talent. Not only had the talent name changed from bloodsucking to ultimate bloodsucking, but its effects had also undergone a dramatic upgrade. The health recovery rate from attacks had doubled to an astounding 80, while automatic health regeneration had increased to 10. This meant that even without doing anything, he could fully recover his depleted health in just 10 seconds. No wonder it's an SSR level talent. It's ridiculously overpowered. Gu Shaoshang muttered to himself. One more level, and I'll hit level 10. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as his hand tightened around his sword, eager to seek out the next target. This might sound redundant, but what Gu Shaoshang truly cared about was the new talent he would unlock upon reaching level 10. To be honest, the SSR level ultimate bloodsucking talent had significantly enhanced his survivability, yet its contribution to his maximum combat potential was limited. If the new talent at level 10 could directly boost his combat power, it would be perfect. Even if it turned out to be level talent, he could gradually level it up and eventually upgrade it to SSR level. After leveling up, killing the Berserk Prairie Wolves only granted Gu Shaoshang 1 experience point per kill. To go from level 9 to level 10, he would need to slay 600 more Berserk Prairie Wolves, an efficiency that was far too low. Shaking his head, Gu Shaoshang retreated to the safe zone and approached Lin Youyu, who had been following him. Xiaoyu, adjust the experience point distribution ratio to 91:9, Gu Shaoshang said directly. Got it, brother Gu. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement without asking for further explanation and immediately adjusted the experience distribution ratio. Once the adjustments were made, Gu Shaoshang charged out of the safe zone again. The pack of prairie wolves still lunged at him fearlessly, but they no longer posed any real threat to him. The wolves' claws and teeth could only inflict 2 or 3 points of damage with each attack. Even when surrounded by 6 or 7 berserk prairie wolves, the maximum number the space could accommodate at once, Gu Shaoshang remained unfazed. Just how strong was his recovery ability? With one sword strike, he could absorb 104 health points. Adding the automatic regeneration of 13 points per second, his total health recovery rate reached an astonishing 117 points per second. These prairie wolves had no chance of dealing a fatal blow to him. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. The system notifications flashed continuously. Based on the new distribution ratio, Gu Shaoshang earned 1 experience point for each kill. The minimum effective experience gain was 1 point, with no display if no experience was gained, while Lin Youyu gained 13 points. During the day, ordinary prairie wolves no longer provided Gu Shaoshang with any experience, but the berserk prairie wolves at night still held value. Lin Youyu had previously accumulated 35 experience points from learning to craft blueprints and activating the biological compendium. Now, she gained 13 new experience points every 3 to 4 seconds. After Gu Shaoshang defeated just 5 berserk prairie wolves, Lin Youyu suddenly jumped up in excitement. I leveled up, she exclaimed joyfully. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Gu Shaoshang, who was still fighting fiercely outside the safe zone. Brother Gu is amazing. Why do people say level heroes are useless? Lin Youyu couldn't understand it. Out of curiosity, she opened Gu Shaoshang's character panel to take a closer look. What she saw left her utterly speechless in shock. An SSR level ultimate vampiric talent. Lin Youyu's eyes widened in shock, her small mouth slightly agape, as if an egg could fit inside. She stared at Gu Shaoshang's character panel in disbelief, her fingers trembling slightly. Gu Shaoshang wasn't surprised by Lin Youyu's reaction. As his summoner, Lin Youyu naturally had access to all his information except for his endless talent. Besides, given how closely they interacted daily, such a change was impossible to hide. After all, how could a frank hero grow progressively stronger without some kind of unique trait? What Gu Shaoshang hadn't expected, though, was that Lin Youyu only thought to check his character panel now, after his vampiric talent had evolved from an frank trash ability to an SSR level golden legend. This can't be, Lin Youyu murmured to herself. She vividly remembered that just 2 days ago, when she summoned Gu Shaoshang, his talent was clearly frank, matching his aptitude. In the battlefield of myriad races, a hero's talent typically corresponded to their aptitude level, with only rare exceptions where a slight fluctuation might occur at most, differing by a single rank. Lin Youyu recalled the discussions in the regional chat channel. Out of millions, only a few hundred heroes had talents that didn't align with their aptitude. What made this even more puzzling was that frank talent, being the lowest tier, had no room to downgrade further. She rubbed her temples in confusion. And Frank talent advancing to SSR level? That was utterly unheard of. If this were common, the term trash hero wouldn't exist. Clearly, this was a unique trait belonging to Gu Shaoshang. Otherwise, the chat channels would have exploded with discussions by now. This revelation also explained why others constantly referred to Frank heroes, especially those with Frank talents the lowest of the low. Lin Youyu finally understood. Before, she couldn't grasp why people belittled Frank heroes so much, especially when Gu Shaoshang could easily defeat top-tier beasts like the forest tiger. Meanwhile, other Frank heroes couldn't even handle the most ordinary of beasts. Now, everything made sense. This was an entirely different league. They had to step in as summoners to barely save their lives. Other than bullying the docile herbivores, they couldn't defeat anyone. Lin Youyu always thought these people were exaggerating, pretending to be pitiful. But now, witnessing the brutal reality of the battlefield with his own eyes, he couldn't help but reflect silently. They're genuinely pitiful. After silently apologizing for his earlier thoughts, Lin You's eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Shaoshang, who was wreaking havoc outside the safe zone. In the darkness, Gu's figure was like a flash of lightning, each strike taking the life of a prairie wolf. So cool. Lin You's eyes sparkled with admiration as he sighed inwardly. Gu Dage is so strong. It's a pity that his frank aptitude limits him. Otherwise, he could have been even stronger. A wave of inexplicable regret welled up in his heart. Can aptitude be changed? He wondered to himself. It must be possible, right? After all, this is the battlefield of myriad races. Isn't everything supposed to be possible here? Gu Shaoshang had lost track of how long he had been battling these prairie wolves. The wolves charged forward endlessly, only to fall the next moment, over and over again. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, no more wolves came charging at him. He stopped his slaughter. Looking up, he saw a large pack of prairie wolves retreating frantically into the darkness, as if they had encountered something far more terrifying than him. Thud! The ground suddenly trembled, as if the earth itself had shifted. Gu Shaoshang's heart sank, and he quickly retreated back into the safe zone, feeling slightly more at ease. Thud! The tremors continued, rhythmic and steady, like the footsteps of some massive creature slowly moving. Gu Dage. Lin Youyu hurried over, fearfully gazing into the darkness beyond the safe zone. The pitch-black unknown concealed walk knows what terrifying monster, and the tremors persisted, though the massive presence seemed to be moving away. In truth, the sound had never been very close. It was just so immense that it felt overwhelmingly clear. After a few minutes, the footsteps of the colossal creature finally faded into the distance, leaving nothing but silence. The two, who had been holding hands tightly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be gone, just passing by nearby, Gu Shaoshang said, glancing down at Lin Youyu, whose face was still filled with worry. Gu Dage, you were so brave just now. Lin Youyu smiled, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was just a pack of prairie wolves. If it had been a group of forest tigers, I wouldn't have been able to slaughter them so easily, Gu Shaoshang replied modestly. In reality, with his newly upgraded SSR-level ultimate vampiric talent, Gu Shaoshang could have easily decimated a pack of raging forest tigers as well. Unfortunately, the colossal creature's presence earlier had scared off the frenzied prairie wolves. Gu Shaoshang glanced at his level, still level 9, though his current experience points had accumulated to 420. He was just 180 points away from reaching level 10. By tomorrow morning, reaching level 10 shouldn't be a problem. He calculated silently. Brother Gu, look, our pile of furs is overflowing. Lin Youyu exclaimed, pointing to one corner of the safe zone, her eyes wide with surprise. At the spot she indicated, a massive stack of furs was neatly piled up easily, over 1,000. These furs were all stripped from the beasts Gu Shaoshang had hunted over the past few days, and more had just been added. Besides the furs, there was also a large heap of meat, most of it wolf meat, as Gu Shaoshang's recent targets had almost exclusively been prairie wolves. We don't have any use for these furs right now, and your backpack can't possibly hold so many, Lin Youyu muttered with a hint of frustration. I don't understand why this battlefield for all races doesn't have a trading system. It's so inconvenient. Gu Shaoshang shook his head as he glanced at the small mountain of furs. For now, keeping them in the safe zone wasn't much of a problem, but once the novice protection period ended tomorrow, things would be different. How were they supposed to carry all that fur on the road? It would be a huge burden. Yeah, I really don't know what to do, Lin Youyu added, joining in his complaints. Before finishing her sentence, she reached out to pull Gu Shaoshang to sit down and handed him a bottle of water. Gu Shaoshang took the bottle, drank a few sips, and then turned his gaze to Lin Youyu. Sensing that she had something on her mind, he asked softly, "Go ahead. What do you want to ask?" Lin Youyu smiled sheepishly, hesitating for a moment before giving in to her curiosity. "Brother Gu, how did your talent suddenly become SSR level?" she asked, her tone full of amazement, her eyes sparkling. Gu Shaoshang paused briefly, already guessing the question she was about to ask. He hadn't expected her to only notice now she was a bit slow on the uptake. It didn't change suddenly. he explained patiently. I noticed over the past few days that every time I leveled up, my talent level would increase by 1 as well. Just now, when I reached level 9, my talent finally advanced to SSR level. Wow, that's incredible. Lin Youyu gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes shining with disbelief. So talent levels can actually increase along with your level. If you reach level 10, will your talent improve even further? Gu Shaoshang chuckled, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. I've considered that. Theoretically, the highest talent level is SSR. So I suspect it can only elevate other talents to SSR level, but no higher. After all, the infinite talent itself is already beyond SSR-rated in an unknown tier above. Lin Youyu was still brimming with excitement after hearing this. Not only did she marvel at Gu Shaoshang's talent, but she was also thrilled because she herself had finally leveled up, jumping straight to level 7. A bright smile spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Youyu's level data was clearly displayed on the panel. Level 7, Experience 0700, Health 250250, and Mana 250250. Her base attributes had all been increased to 25 points, including Strength, Constitution, Agility, and Spirit, surpassing Gu Shaoshang's stats by far. Moreover, she still had 12 unallocated free attribute points, accumulated from leveling up 6 times consecutively. As a warrior with the SSR level talent, Immortality, Lin Youyu had 100 resurrection opportunities per day. This ability was exceptionally powerful. Not only could she randomly resurrect in a nearby safe zone, but she could also preset multiple resurrection points. By strategically placing these points in different locations, it was nearly impossible for anyone to kill her 100 times in a single day, making her almost invincible at this stage. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a new day had arrived. For the humans from Blue Star, this marked the last peaceful night, as the beginner protection period was about to end. Early in the morning, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu woke up. Thanks to the new sleeping bags they acquired the night before, they no longer had to squeeze together. Breakfast was simple. Hamburgers from the bronze treasure chest they opened yesterday. Gu Shaoshang ate 2, and Lin Youyu, whose appetite had grown after leveling up, finished one on her own. The two planned to check out the natural shelter they had discovered the day before. It was a place they stumbled upon during a hunting trip, both secluded and spacious. If it remained quiet and safe for 2 consecutive nights, they could consider using it as their temporary camp. Wait for me, brother Gu. Lin Youyu called out as she quickly packed her essentials and caught up with Gu Shaoshang. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Before them was a small river flowing from north to south, originating from the depths of the northern redwood forest and cascading into a cliffside waterfall before eventually merging into the sea. They were at the midsection of the river, where a small waterfall about 5 to 6 meters high created a picturesque scene. Below the waterfall was a pool about 20 meters in diameter, with a maximum depth of 3 meters at its center and shallow edges barely reaching the calves. Their natural shelter was hidden behind this very waterfowl, a secret spot Lin Youyu had accidentally discovered the day before. Carefully observing the surroundings, there were no signs of destruction. Even traces of wild animals were scarce. Gu Shaoshang climbed up to a nearby high slope and surveyed the area from above. The grasslands below were quiet, with only a few giant rabbits darting out occasionally. There wasn't even a shadow of a prairie wolf. He thought to himself, perhaps it was because he had hunted too many last night. Descending from the slope, Gu Shaoshang nodded toward Lin Youyu. The situation looks good. If nothing unexpected happens, we can move here tonight. All right, then we'll start moving this afternoon. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. While moving could wait, the priority now was to help Gu Shaoshang reach level 10. Lin Youyu immediately adjusted the experience distribution, allocating all of it to Gu Shaoshang without keeping any for herself. Deep down, she was eager to see if Gu Daya's already SSR level talent would undergo any new changes after leveling up again. Having already reached level 9, Gu Shaoshang could no longer gain much experience from hunting ordinary beasts. Bolstered by the confidence that came with his SSR level talent, he discussed with Lin Youyu, and they decided to head straight to the northern redwood forest for exploration. While no fierce beasts had been spotted on the southern grassland outskirts, the northern redwood forest was bound to have some. For the first time, the two ventured northward. The closer they got to the redwood forest, the more awe-inspiring the massive trees became. From a distance, the trees appeared tall. Up close, their sheer size was breathtaking. The average height of these redwoods exceeded 100 meters, with some towering as high as 200 or 300 meters. The base of their trunks had diameters of over 20 meters, making them truly intimidating. Fortunately, these were just ordinary trees, not plant-type monsters. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but imagine how terrifying it would be if a 300-meter-tall tree suddenly came to life as a tree-like creature. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. As they stepped into the redwood forest, Gu Shaoshang realized it wasn't as eerie as it appeared from the outside. The redwood trees had relatively narrow leaves, and their massive trunks were spaced far apart, allowing sunlight to stream freely through the forest. However, They had only walked a short distance before they were forced to stop. Gu Dage, is that a fierce beast? Lin Youyu whispered. The two hid behind a massive redwood trunk, cautiously observing the giant creature feeding not far away. It was a colossal beast covered in scales, standing over a meter tall, even while crouched. Its body was enveloped in rough, grayish armor resembling the tough texture of a crocodile's back. Yet, its head resembled that of a lion, complete with a mane, as if it were a perfect blend of a lion and a crocodile. Lin Youyu pulled out a survival manual from her backpack and flipped to the last section with the creature illustrations. Crocodile lion, level 1020. Typically found near water sources, it's a ferocious, low-tier beast. So it's called a crocodile lion, Gu Shaoshang murmured, nodding. His gaze locked onto the creature as he confirmed its level 10, just on the threshold of fierce beasts. So, he turned out to be a mere gatekeeper. Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. Although a level 10 strength wasn't particularly high, it was enough for him and Lin Youyu to temporarily retreat and find another opportunity to venture deeper into the redwood forest in search of other fierce beasts. You stay here, Xiaoyu. They'll call you if I need help, Gu Shaoshang said, turning to Lin Youyu. All right, brother Gu, be careful. Lin Youyu nodded obediently. Gu Shaoshang stepped out from behind the redwood tree, his black-sheathed longsword drawn as he advanced cautiously toward the crocodile lion. At that moment, the beast was crouched down, tearing into a corpse on the ground. Its sharp fangs ripped through flesh and sinew as it devoured the fresh, succulent meat. Suddenly, the crocodile lion froze, its massive head slowly turning to the side. Reflected in its dark, golden vertical pupils was the silhouette of a human. As a beast with intelligence slightly higher than that of ordinary wild animals, it felt a brief flicker of curiosity before rising to its feet and letting out a thunderous roar, like that of an enraged lion. Realizing he had been discovered, Gu Shaoshang didn't hesitate and charged forward. This act of defiance enraged the crocodilian. How dare a mere human, nothing more than prey to a fierce beast, challenge its authority? The crocodile lion lunged forward in an instant, its claws slicing through the air with a deadly gleam, striking heavily against Gu Shaoshang's raised arms in defense. The sheer force sent him flying 6 or 7 meters, skidding across the ground before coming to a halt. His Gu Shaoshang drew a sharp breath as 50 points of his health were deducted, more than a third of his total. If that blow had landed directly on his chest, he might have lost 70 or 80 health points. However, his health began regenerating rapidly at a rate of 13 points per second. Within just 2 seconds, his seemingly broken arms were completely restored. This sight left the crocodile lion bewildered. It stared at its own claws, then back at the unharmed Gu Shaoshang. How had this human not perished? Seizing the moment while the beast was still confused, Gu Shaoshang, now fully healed, grinned and charged forward once more. This time, he decided to trade injury for injury. The crocodile lion roared furiously, tearing into Gu Shaoshang's chest, ripping through his flesh. But at the same time, his sword slashed across the beast's body. Health 75. Health 104 overflow. Though the crocodile lion's scales absorbed much of the damage, its attack failed to truly harm Gu Shaoshang. Its strike didn't even exceed the amount he had regenerated through lifesteal. At the edge of the forest, a man and a beast were locked in a brutal battle, devoid of any grace or technique. Every strike was raw and forceful, as if power and speed were the only metrics that mattered. Hiding behind a redwood tree, Lin Youyu bit her lip, her eyes fixed anxiously on the fight. Although she wasn't directly involved, the piercing pain of such a confrontation was all too familiar to her. She vividly remembered the last time a forest tiger's claws struck her. She had blacked out almost instantly. That had been just one blow, yet Brother Gu was enduring the same kind of attack every second. She couldn't fathom how he was managing to hold on, considering she herself couldn't even withstand a fraction of that. Brother Gu, hang in there, she thought desperately. Unable to step in and help, Lin Youyu could only silently cheer for Gu Shaoshang from a distance, her heart pounding with worry. Moments later, squelch. Gu Shaoshang seized an opening and drove his sword straight into one of the crocodile lion beast's eyes. The excruciating pain elicited a deafening roar from the beast, sending it into a frenzied rage. Its massive claws lashed out wildly, striking Gu Shaoshang with brutal force. Thud! Using his left hand, Gu barely managed to block a claw aimed at his face. Even as he was sent flying, he didn't miss the chance to deliver another strike with his sword. This wasn't just a counterattack, it also allowed him to rapidly recover lost health. The power of his SSR-rated talent was undeniable. If he had only an SSR-rated talent, Gu Shaoshang wouldn't have dared to engage this crocodile lion beast heathen. As soon as Gu landed, he charged forward again without hesitation. Determination burned in his eyes, as though he had grasped his one and only chance. The beast's combat strength had drastically weakened. With one eye gone, its movements were noticeably less agile. Gu knew this creature was nearing its end, so he intensified his assault. His longsword slashed across the beast's body, occasionally striking its weaker, unarmored spots with a sharp metallic clang. Earlier, The crocodile-lion beast had instinctively protected its vulnerable areas, avoiding fatal injuries. But now, with its movements uncoordinated and defenses faltering, it could no longer shield itself effectively. Before long, boom. With a thunderous crash, the beast's massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its chest heaved faintly, clinging to the last threads of life, but it was clearly on the verge of death. Gu Shaoshang exhaled deeply, sweat dripping down his forehead. Without hesitation, he raised his sword again and plunged it into the beast's remaining eye, driving it deep into its brain. The beast let out a mournful cry in its final moments before its head slumped lifelessly to the ground. 110 experience points. Gu Shaoshang glanced at his experience bar and let out a small sigh of relief. Although the fixed experience points for this crocodile-lion beast were only 100, his higher-level challenge had earned him a bonus, bringing the total to 110. He was now just 70 points away from leveling up. One more fierce beast, and had reached level 10. Xiaoyu, Gu called, turning his head. Coming. Lin Youyu dashed out from behind the redwood tree, her eyes glued to the fallen beast. She couldn't help but exclaim in awe, wow, so this is a fierce beast? It looks terrifying. Lin Youyu quickly approached the corpse of the crocodile-lion beast, carefully examining the massive creature. Her fingers gently brushed over the beast's scales, their stone-hard texture causing her to furrow her brow. Why not try harvesting it? Let's see what we can get, Gu Shaoshang suggested. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement and activated her harvesting skill. In an instant, the crocodile-lion beast's body dissolved into a burst of light, leaving behind a pile of ferocious beast meat, hide, and bones, which took up 3 slots in her inventory. Thankfully, she had prepared well for this trip, keeping only essential survival items in her Baga survival manual and a bronze chest containing food and water. As for the black iron chest she initially obtained, she had already dismantled it into metal materials using her harvesting skill the night before. Half an hour later, the two stumbled upon another lone crocodile-lion beast. Unlike ordinary wild animals, these ferocious beasts were known for their solitary nature and rarely traveled in groups. This worked to their advantage, as Gu Shaoshang's current strength was insufficient to handle multiple crocodile-lion beasts at once. While his vampiric ability was impressive, his damage output left something to be desired. With the experience from their previous battle, Gu Shaoshang managed to subdue the crocodile-lion beast with ease, taking only about 2/3 of the time it had taken earlier, and once again emerged completely unscathed. If other heroes knew and Frank Hero could solo a ferocious beast despite being at a lower level, they would undoubtedly be shocked and accuse him of cheating. The system notification chimed. Experience points 110. Bathed in golden light, Gu Shaoshang finally leveled up to 10. He eagerly opened his character panel and was relieved to see that the required experience for the next level had only increased by 100 points. Aside from the usual stat increases 1 to all attributes and a 10-point boost to maximum health, the most exciting part was the new talent he had unlocked. Following his SSR-rated Ultimate Vampirism talent, a new grade talent called Damage Amplification appeared. This talent, 1 tier higher than his own rank, filled Gu Shaoshang with excitement, as it meant he could eventually upgrade it to SSR-rated much faster. Damage Amplification E increases the damage dealt by your skills by 10. Though this talent seemed underwhelming at its current level, Gu Shaoshang knew from experience that once it reached grade or higher, its effects would undergo a transformative leap. Just like his vampiric talent, which had evolved from a minor effect to its current terrifying ability to absorb 80 of an opponent's health. This new talent held immense potential for growth. What delighted Gu Shaoshang was that this time, his new talent finally enhanced his damage output. Gu Shaoshang was well aware that his greatest weakness at the moment was his lack of damage. If his damage output had been sufficient, he wouldn't have needed to drag out the fight with the crocodile-lion beast for so long. Although this new damage amplification talent only increased his skill damage by 10, it still gave him a glimmer of hope. In his mind, he was already imagining how powerful he would become once this talent was upgraded to SSR level. Brother Gu. Lin Youyu called out several times before she managed to snap Gu Shaoshang out of his thoughts. She had just finished harvesting the crocodile-lion beast's remains and walked over to him. Looking around, she noticed that apart from a pool of blood on the ground, the beast's corpse had completely disappeared. All done, she asked. Gu Shaoshang turned to look at her, his gaze briefly sweeping over the ground, and nodded. Yes, all done. Brother Gu, what were you thinking about just now? You seemed so lost in thought. Lin Youyu asked curiously. Gu Shaoshang smiled faintly and replied. Take a look at my character panel, and you'll understand. Your talent leveled up again. Lin Youyu's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly checked Gu Shaoshang's character panel. At first glance, there didn't appear to be any significant changes. His original Ultimate Lifesteal talent was still at SSR level. But just as she was starting to feel puzzled, she noticed something new, completely unfamiliar talent had appeared on the panel. Huh? Why is there a new talent? How can someone have 2 talents? Lin Youyu asked, her face full of confusion. Although this new talent was only a level, The sheer shock of witnessing its emergence far surpassed the awe she had felt when Gu Shaoshang's lifesteal talent had evolved from level to SSR level. After all, creating a new talent was an entirely different feat compared to improving an existing one. Moreover, while Gu Shaoshang's lifesteal talent had started as level and eventually reached SSR level, this new level talent might also have the potential to grow just as powerful in the future. Brother Gu, did you really gain a new talent? Lin Youyu asked in astonishment, struggling to believe it. Gu Shaoshang nodded calmly and said, yes. Will this talent also level up? Lin Youyu asked eagerly. It should, Gu Shaoshang replied softly. Hearing his answer, Lin Youyu was momentarily speechless. The difference between having one SSR level talent and two SSR level talents was like night and day. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one else can see your information, Brother Gu. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem, she said with a hint of relief. Lin Youyu was able to view Gu Shaoshang's full details because he was the hero she had summoned from another world, and they were fundamentally connected. Other people could only see the level and general aptitude of summoned heroes, without access to deeper information. Gu Shaoshang was slightly surprised by her comment. He had assumed that Lin Youyu's attention would be focused on why he had suddenly gained a second talent, but her first concern was actually about safety and secrecy. It wasn't entirely Gu Shaoshang's fault for subconsciously thinking of Lin Youyu as a naive and innocent child. After all, her youthful and delicate appearance often gave people that impression. Even though Gu Shaoshang knew that Lin Youyu was already an adult, every time he saw her, he instinctively overlooked her actual age. The southern outskirts of the redwood forest seemed to be inhabited only by crocodile lions and forest tigers, two ferocious beasts. After reaching level 10, Gu Shaoshang spent the next few hours searching for more prey in the forest's outer regions, accompanied by Lin Youyu. They either encountered the fearsome crocodile lions or forest tigers, which were dominant predators in the outside world but reduced to prey for crocodile lions here. The forest tigers in this area had begun showing signs of group behavior, usually forming small packs led by one male and accompanied by 3 to 6 females. Occasionally, 2 or more males could be seen traveling together, though such occurrences were rare. For Gu Shaoshang, already at level 10, these beasts provided negligible experience points. A female forest tiger granted just 1 point, while males offered only slightly more at 2 points. As a result, whenever they encountered forest tigers, Gu Shaoshang would have Lin Youyu adjust the experience distribution ratio to allocate all points to her. For Lin Youyu, who was still at level 7, killing forest tigers offered significant experience gains. Only when facing crocodile lions would Lin Youyu revert the experience distribution back to normal. From around 7 a.m. to a little past 11 a.m., they spent over 4 hours primarily searching for beasts, with relatively little time spent in actual combat. Nonetheless, Gu Shaoshang's level increased again, reaching level 11. Deepened damage D. Your skill damage increases by 20 with each use. As his level rose, his talent also advanced to grade D. While a 20 increase in skill damage still seemed ordinary, Gu Shaoshang speculated that there would be a significant improvement upon reaching grade C, with a true transformation likely occurring when advancing from grade A to grade S. Throughout the morning, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu managed to slay a total of 11 crocodile lions, ranging from level 10 to 11, though they did not encounter any above level 12. During this time, Lin Youyu died several times, mostly due to a sneaky attack by one of the crocodile lions. At the time, Gu Shaoshang was locked in a fierce battle with another crocodile lion and didn't expect one to stealthily circle around and ambush Lin Youyu, resulting in her death. Frustrated, Lin Youyu immediately resurrected on the spot and furiously attacked the crocodile lion with her dagger. The beast was utterly bewildered. It had never encountered such a reckless human. Lin Youyu ended up dying several more times in the process, but eventually, Gu Shaoshang finished his own fight and rushed over to assist. Together, they finally took down the crocodile lion, which by then seemed to be questioning its very existence. Even in its dying moments, the crocodile lion likely couldn't comprehend why this frail human, who was so easy to kill, just wouldn't stay dead. Little did it know that it had already killed Lin Youyu multiple times, but she was able to resurrect and stubbornly fight back in the exact same spot. At 1 p.m., the exact time 2 days ago when humanity from Blue Star was collectively transported to the battlefield of myriad races, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu had just returned to the safe zone. They witnessed the shocking moment when the safe zone disappeared before their very eyes. The previously invisible, transparent barrier of the safe zone suddenly became visible, emitting a faint blue glow. In the next instant, the entire barrier shattered like fragile glass, breaking into countless fragments of blue starlight that slowly dissipated into the air. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it left countless Blue Star humans who witnessed it with a sense of despair. The disappearance of the safe zone signified the loss of the final sanctuary. Whether or not they would survive to see the next sunrise had now become an uncertain question for everyone. However, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu appeared unusually calm. They had just returned from the redwood forest, having already taken care of lunch on the way. Their purpose in returning was not only to witness the disappearance of the safe zone, but also to transport supplies stored within it. Yet, before they could start moving the supplies, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the ears of every Blue Star human. Congratulations, survivors. You have successfully made it through the novice protection period. Ahead lies even greater challenges waiting for you to overcome. Before that, you will receive a novice survival reward. Additionally, the trading market has now been opened to you. From here on, strive to survive. The voice faded without a trace, and all the humans who had survived the novice protection period received their rewards. Bang! A blood-red box materialized out of thin air before each person, accompanied by an explosion of red smoke, and fell heavily to the ground. Some quick-reacting individuals managed to catch it midair, while most could only watch it crash to the ground. What is this? Gu Shaoshang, who hadn't heard the earlier announcement, looked at the sudden appearance of the box with a puzzled expression. It's a reward for surviving the novice protection period, Lin Youyu explained as she bent down to pick up the box from the ground. The voice that brought us here spoke again. It said we made it through the novice protection period, so we were given this reward. It also opened the trading market for us, likely to facilitate long-distance transactions. Lin Youyu wasn't in a hurry to check the trading market. What intrigued her the most at the moment was the mysterious box in her hands and what treasures it might hold. Brother Gu, do you want to try opening it? Lin Youyu asked, looking at Gu Shaoshang with anticipation. Gu Shaoshang shook his head. Gambling on probabilities isn't my strong suit. You go ahead. I trust your luck. Well, I do think my luck has always been pretty good, Lin Youyu replied with a smile, nodding. Good? That's an understatement. It's exceptionally good. Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. Go on, open it, and see what's inside, Gu Shaoshang urged. Lin Youyu nodded, her face lighting up with a focused expression. With both hands, she gently opened the blood-red box. In the next moment, a burst of green light, accompanied by a streak of blue and a streak of purple, illuminated their vision. Ding! You have obtained a high-quality short sword green one. You have obtained an exquisite cloth armor green one. You have obtained sturdy shoes green one. You have obtained backpack slots 3. A series of 6 notification sounds echoed in Lin Youyu's ears. Accompanied by a soft glow, a large number of items appeared out of thin air in front of her. Scanning the ground, she saw 3 neatly arranged green-grade items, a short sword, cloth armor, and shoes. What delighted her even more was that her backpack space had expanded from its original 9 slots to 12. Brother Gu, look, it's a tent. Lin Youyu exclaimed excitedly, grabbing a heavy box in front of her. The box weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. Before her level increase, lifting such a weight would have been impossible for her. She would have struggled even with 20 or 30 pounds. But now, her strength attribute had improved significantly. She carefully examined the tent's attribute description. Magical tent blue grade. Automatically assembles and sets up upon use. The interior space is 3 times larger than it appears. Gu Shaoshang silently calculated in his mind. A tent with spatial attributes being only blue grade seemed a bit underwhelming. While its auto-assembly feature was convenient, its defensive capability was nearly non-existent, and once damaged, it couldn't be repaired. This was likely the reason for its lower grade. The last item immediately drew both of their attention, a skill scroll of a purple grade, something they had never seen before. Lin Youyu gingerly picked up the small scroll, which had a brown base color and was adorned with shimmering purple patterns. Its material felt like some kind of special leather, with a unique texture. Skill scroll purple grade. Grants a random purple grade skill upon use. Brother Gu, you should use this skill scroll, Lin Youyu said earnestly, pressing the scroll into Gu Shaoshang's hands. No refusing. Your talent needs a powerful skill to complement it. It'll be the most worthwhile in your hands. Gu Shaoshang looked at the scroll in his hand, feeling deeply moved. In the 10,000 races battlefield, out of every 10,000 humans from the Blue Star, at least 9,999 would keep such a rare scroll for themselves. But Lin Youyu was the rare exception. She had easily overcome the deeply ingrained selfish instincts of human nature. This act of kindness etched itself into his heart, and he silently vowed to repay her 1,000-fold in the future. Having arrived in this 10,000 races battlefield, Gu Shaoshang longed to climb to the pinnacle, to witness the view from the very top. And in his heart, he now hoped to share that moment with the pure-hearted girl standing before him. A hazy purple glow enveloped Gu Shaoshang's hands, dyeing them in a mesmerizing violet hue. The light swirled in his palms for a moment before gradually dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, a crisp system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have used a skill scroll and acquired a new skill. Vitality of the Dragon LV.1. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang opened his character interface, eager to examine the details of this newly acquired skill. Vitality of the Dragon Purple LV.1. Consumes 100 mana to grant the target the Vitality of the Dragon buff, temporarily increasing their maximum health by 50 for 30 minutes. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As expected of a purple tire skill, it was leagues ahead of the common white tire ones. However, while the effect was powerful, the mana cost was equally staggering. At level 1, it already required 100 mana points, which was nearly the upper limit of his current mana reserve of 150. If it were a combat skill, he could only cast it once before running out of mana completely. Even as a buff-type skill, its use came with significant limitations. The vitality of the dragon lasted for 30 minutes, but Gu Shaoshang could only regenerate 1 mana point per minute. This meant that after casting it once, it would take him a full 100 minutes to restore his mana, leaving a gap of 70 minutes, over an hour, between uses. Fortunately, this skill didn't require continuous maintenance. As long as it was activated before a fight, the 30-minute duration was more than enough to last through a battle. Overall, the skill was quite impressive. While it wasn't the offensive skill he had hoped for, the 50 increase in health would significantly boost his survivability. Combined with his ultimate lifesteal talent, a longer health bar would allow him to maximize his advantage. Plus, percentage-based skills like this were always valuable and never went out of style. Brother Gu, how is it? Lin Youyu asked eagerly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What kind of skill is it? Is it powerful? Seeing her expectant expression, Gu Shaoshang shared the details of the new skill with her. Wow, this skill is perfect for you, Brother Gu, Lin Youyu exclaimed happily. With this, you'll be much safer when fighting those monsters in the future. Gu Shaoshang did a quick calculation in his mind. He currently had 150 health points, and a 50 increase would add an extra 75 points, bringing his maximum health to 225. This would greatly enhance his survivability. With this boost, even if he faced level 12 or 13 beasts, he could charge in Heaton. As long as the enemy couldn't deal more than 90 of his health in one blow, it would be almost impossible for him to take significant damage. The acquisition of the new skill put both of them in a great mood. Afterward, Lin Youyu handed over the 3 green tier equipment pieces to Gu Shaoshang. As expected, the green tier short sword was immediately devoured by Gu Shaoshang's Wuxi longsword. Nameless longsword tier, green. Strength 2. Agility 1. The Wuxi longsword successfully upgraded to green tier, gaining 2 additional attributes for a total increase of 3 points. Encouraged by this success, Gu Shaoshang decided to try feeding his white tire swordsman robe the green tier cloth armor. To his surprise, it worked as well. The cloth armor transformed into a green light and merged seamlessly into the white swordsman robe. Instantly, the system displayed the updated stats: unnamed swordsman robe green quality, Constitution 2, Strength 1. However, the sturdy shoes were not absorbed by Gu Shaoshang's current footwear. This was within his expectations after 2 days of trekking through rugged mountains. His ordinary shoes had become severely worn. Compared to the self-repairing white swordsman robe, they were clearly just regular gear. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang discarded the ordinary shoes, which had no stat bonuses, and replaced them with the newly acquired green quality shoes. The system immediately updated: sturdy shoes green quality, agility 2, Constitution 1. After upgrading his equipment, Gu Shaoshang's overall stats increased by 3 points across the board. With his constitution reaching 18 points, his maximum health rose to 180 points. If he activated the Qi and Blood like a dragon skill, his health cap could reach 270 points, with an automatic recovery of 27 health per second and an additional 216 health absorbed with each sword strike. This meant he could recover up to 243 health points per second, a formidable survival ability that greatly boosted his confidence. While Gu Shaoshang was organizing his equipment, Lin Youyu had already opened the newly available trading market interface. She curiously examined the trading area of Blue Planet Zone 621, wondering if a larger-scale trading system might be introduced in the future, perhaps one accessible to all humans on the Blue Planet, or even to the entire battlefield of myriad races. For now, however, the priority was to explore the current market. In just a short time, the trading market had been flooded with a variety of items. Lin Youyu immediately recognized the familiar sight of bottled water, but upon closer inspection, the system revealed that these were merely plastic bottles filled with lake water. Clearly, someone had tried to be clever, using water bottles to pass off ordinary lake water as something more valuable. Additionally, many people had listed useless items like ordinary stones and branches for trade. Fortunately, the trading market featured a category filter, allowing users to browse by equipment, food, materials, and other categories. All the junk items were relegated to the other category. After browsing for a while, Lin Youyu noticed that the majority of items available were resources like animal hides. Since many players lacked the corresponding blueprints, these resources were essentially dead weight. A small amount could be stacked for storage, but once the quantity increased, they would take up precious inventory space. In the early stages, with only a 9-slot backpack, no one wanted to waste space on ordinary resources they couldn't use immediately. As a result, when the trading market opened, Many people listed their surplus resources as a makeshift storage solution, indifferent to whether they sold or not. After closing his character panel, Gu Shaoshang noticed that Lin Youyu was busy uploading heaps of fur onto the trading market. Her movements were swift and efficient, one batch after another, as she systematically placed thousands of furs and a large quantity of beast bones into the trading system. Lin Youyu had clearly adopted a hoarding strategy for these furs, pricing each one at an exorbitant rate equivalent to 10 times its normal value. It was obvious she wasn't intending to sell them, but was cleverly using the trading market as a temporary storage solution. Brother Gu, all done. Lin Youyu clapped her dust-covered hands together, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. I've thrown everything into the trading market. This way, we won't have to go through the trouble of carrying it all ourselves. Gu Shaoshang nodded with a smile and sincerely praised Lin Youyu for her resourcefulness. Finally, Lin Youyu tucked the beginner's reward, a campfire item, into her backpack, despite it taking up one valuable inventory slot. The two of them surveyed the now-cleared area one last time before silently turning to leave. Half an hour later, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu arrived at their carefully chosen new campsite, Shulian Cave. Each of them held an outstretched animal skin over their heads as makeshift umbrellas, with their shoes removed and pant legs carefully rolled up to wade through the water. After passing through the small waterfall outside, they were greeted by the entrance to a deep cave. Sunlight from behind filtered through the cascading water, illuminating the entrance so it wasn't too dim. Walking about 5 or 6 meters inside, the narrow 2 to 3 meter wide passage suddenly opened up into a circular cavern nearly 20 meters in diameter. The ground was made of smooth rock, and the ceiling was about 4 meters high, offering plenty of space. However, the deeper they ventured, the dimmer the light became. Without hesitation, Lin Youyu retrieved the campfire from her backpack and placed it on the ground, adding a few sticks of wood. The fire blazed to life instantly, its warm orange glow lighting up the entire cavern and casting elongated, dancing shadows of the two on the rocky walls. Gu Shaoshang didn't rest immediately. Instead, he carefully inspected the entire cave, checking every corner for potential safety hazards. Once he was sure everything was secure, he returned to Lin You's side. Checked everything. No issues, Gu Shaoshang reported concisely. Great. Then starting tonight, this will be our home. Lin Youyu exclaimed enthusiastically, darting around the cave like an excited child exploring their new space. She took out a small knife and meticulously carved a line of words on the rock wall at the cave's deepest point. Lin You's base, number 1. Gu Shaoshang simply smiled at her, letting her revel in the small sense of accomplishment. After finishing her territory inspection, Lin Youyu began to feel a bit tired and ran back to sit by the campfire. Their chairs were nothing more than 2 simple wooden stumps. Neither Lin Youyu nor Gu Shaoshang had the skills to craft proper chairs, and without the corresponding blueprints, they had no choice but to make do. After all, in the battlefield of countless races, comfort wasn't a priority. Having a place to sit was already a luxury. Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel, curious to see what treasures others had received from the reward boxes earlier. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the data displayed on the screen. Blue Planet Region 621 Survival Count 9, 982, 66410, 000. Quite a few people died again during the day, Lin Youyu thought to herself as she glanced at the current survival numbers. Fortunately, her talent was strong enough. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly ended up as one of the many who had perished. In the chat channel, messages scrolled by like a rushing stream, with the voices of various survivors overlapping one another. Has everyone found a new camp yet? Still searching? Feels like nowhere is safe. Consider yourselves lucky. I was dumped into a desert right from the start. There's no such thing as a safe spot in this godforsaken desert. Man, the guy in the desert has it rough. I got lucky and already found a suitable new camp. One particular message caught everyone's attention. Looking to buy a bottle of water. I'm dying of thirst. Haven't had a drop of water in over a day. Can anyone sell me a bottle? I can trade wood for it. Wood? Isn't that stuff everywhere? What's it good for? Clearly, you've never heard of crafting blueprints. Wood has a lot of uses. Tons of things require it. Suddenly, an unusual trade offer appeared. Selling a pair of worn stockings. Only trading for cooked meat. What the? Is this woman out of her mind? Who would trade cooked meat for a pair of used stockings? Ahem. Looks like the trade has already been completed. Who was quick enough to grab it? Haha. Got it. 1 piece of meat for a pair of worn stockings. What a deal. Pervert. Creepy dude. Wait, you're actually buying it? If you have extra meat, I wouldn't mind getting in on this too. Do you have worn stockings as well? How about smelly socks? Get lost. Lin Youyu stared at the screen, her face darkened as she frowned. The conversations were getting more and more ridiculous. She quickly sent a message, attempting to steer the discussion back on track. Lin Youyu, what did you guys get from the reward box just now? Her question immediately sparked a new wave of discussion. The reward box? Don't even get me started. What kind of lousy reward is this? All I got was a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. I'm an initial Brank hero. Do you think I need a loaf of bread to survive? Haha. Brank dude here, trying to be a comedian? A reward box giving out water and bread. I thought getting a green axe was bad luck, but now I feel like my luck isn't so terrible. Skill scroll green screenshot? Wait, are you serious? Damn, a skill scroll? I'm so jealous I could cry. Why couldn't it be me? Suddenly, my blue weapon doesn't feel so exciting anymore. Man, you're ruthless. I can't even believe this. Others are getting green skill scrolls or blue weapons, and here I am with a useless white weapon rusty, no less. I'm done. Just end it all. Wow, you guys have terrible luck. Reward boxes giving out white weapons. Might as well quit. Get lost. Lin Youyu watched the complaints flood in, her lips curling into a faint smile. Looks like my luck's amazing again. She thought back to the pile of items she had pulled from her box. Compared to the endless complaints in the chat, her fortune did seem almost unfairly good. But on second thought, she didn't really care. Good luck was part of her skill set. If someone else wanted it, they could try being lucky too. After resting briefly at the new camp, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu set out once more, heading north toward the redwood forest. From 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., they weaved through the forest, battling for 2.5 hours. Their efforts paid off. Gu Shaoshang finally reached level 12. With his level increase, his damage amplification talent also advanced to crank. Damage amplification C. Each time you use a skill, your damage increases by 40, and skill costs are reduced by 40. Gu Shaoshang carefully read the talent description, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The upgrade to crank not only boosted the damage increase, but also added a new effect: reduced skill costs. A 40 reduction right off the bat? That was a significant improvement. Is this like a nerfed version of infinite firepower? Gu Shaoshang mused as he looked at the talent. Around 5 p.m., Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu finally made it back to their new campsite just before nightfall. They quickly lit a bonfire in the cave, and the warm orange glow soon illuminated the 300 square meter shelter. Lin Youyu eagerly took out the magical tent she had obtained from the reward box earlier in the day. She carefully placed the box on the ground and gently pressed the brass latch on the front. With a soft click, the lid of the box popped open, and she instinctively stepped back a few paces. What unfolded before their eyes was nothing short of astonishing. A blue and yellow tent fabric, along with slender support poles, floated into the air under the influence of some mysterious force and began assembling itself midair. Wow, it's flying. Lin Youyu clasped her hands together, her gaze fixed on the mesmerizing scene. In no time, the blue and yellow tent was fully set up at the rear of the cave, backed against the rocky wall, with the roaring bonfire not far in front of it. Gu Shaoshang was sitting by the fire, roasting chunks of meat roughly the size of fists on a thin metal rod. The rod, which was actually a discarded and overlooked weapon, turned out to be an excellent skewer. Far better than flammable wooden sticks, though it had the downside of becoming quite hot to handle. Brother Gu, look! Lin Youyu called out excitedly, grabbing Gu Shaoshang's hand and pulling him toward the tent. As they lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, both of them froze in astonishment. The interior of the tent was mind-blowing. From the outside, the tent appeared to be about 20 square meters, but inside, it expanded to an incredible 60 square meters. Even more surprising, the ceiling reached a height of 6 meters, towering above the height of the cave ceiling. The interior was cleverly divided into several sections by fabric partitions. The outermost area resembled a living room, complete with simple furniture, far exceeding their expectations. After all, none of them had anticipated that the tent would come furnished. The living room outside was roughly 20 square meters in size, equipped with practical tables and chairs, and even an empty bookshelf, just waiting for someone to fill its shelves. Walking through the living room, there was a bedroom on either side, and between the two bedrooms, a recessed area had been cleverly designed into a bathroom. In the center of the bathroom, a spacious bathtub stood quietly, ready to offer weary travelers a moment of relaxation. Wow, there's even a bathtub. Lin Youyu's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of surprise and delight. In a place like the battlefield of the myriad races, where survival alone was a challenge, having the luxury of soaking in a comfortable bath was nothing short of indulgence. For the past couple of days, she had been wanting to take a bath, but had refrained due to limited resources. Although each level up brought a purification effect, healing injuries and cleansing the body more thoroughly than a simple bath hit wasn't quite the same. For many, bathing wasn't just about cleanliness, it fulfilled a psychological need. Even if the body objectively felt clean, going too long without a bath left one feeling uncomfortable until that refreshing sensation of being newly bathed was restored. Fortunately, neither Lin Youyu nor Gu Shaoshang were particularly fastidious. Even when Gu Shaoshang's face was covered in blood, he would only give it a quick rinse, never feeling the need to scrub repeatedly to feel clean. If the bathroom was the first pleasant surprise, then the two bedrooms were the second. The bedrooms were similar in size and layout. A bed, a magical lamp hanging overhead, and a small desk with a chair placed opposite the door. Though the furnishings were simple, Having such a private space in the harsh environment of the battlefield of the myriad races was enough to ease their tense nerves, allowing a faint sense of warmth and comfort to seep in. I like this room, Lin Youyu said as she sat at the small desk, looking around with satisfaction. Before bed, I can sit here and write something. Brother Gu, what do you think about me keeping a journal? I could record everything we experience on the battlefield of the myriad races. Sure, Gu Shaoshang replied without much opinion. Keeping a journal wasn't something he would bother with himself, but since Lin Youyu had the idea, he had no objections. Then he'll go check the trading market to see if anyone's selling paper and pens. The trading market was full of surprises, offering all sorts of bizarre items. There was almost nothing you couldn't find, only things you hadn't thought of yet. Some people were even selling censored photos, though it was unclear where they had gotten cameras. Could they have been found in treasure chests? Were treasure chests really capable of producing such items? Lin Youyu quickly found paper and pens at the market, trading them for just two 500-gram pieces of giant rabbit meat. On the battlefield of the myriad races, items like paper and pens weren't very practical, often considered less useful than an ordinary rock. The seller was likely an unlucky soul who had obtained these items from a treasure chest or reward box. Judging by their willingness to trade for two pieces of raw giant rabbit meat, it seemed their situation wasn't much better either. It was late at night. Inside the cave, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu sat around a campfire, enjoying freshly roasted meat from a ferocious beast. The golden brown meat had a slightly charred surface, emitting an irresistible aroma. The texture and flavor of this beast's meat far surpassed that of ordinary wild animals. Once roasted, its taste rivaled that of premium steak. Even without any seasoning, the natural flavor alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Lin Youyu devoured two fist-sized pieces of roasted meat in one go, something she would have never imagined herself doing before. She then gulped down half a bottle of water, letting out a satisfied burp. However, compared to her, Gu Shaoshang's appetite was even more astonishing. He consumed 6 pieces of the same size before finally feeling content. After the feast, Lin Youyu pulled out a bag of lollipops from her bag. She handed one to Gu Shaoshang and unwrapped another for herself, placing it in her mouth. The firelight flickered on the walls of the cave, casting a warm, reddish glow on their faces. Suddenly, the howls of wild beasts echoed from outside the cave, some sounding alarmingly close. In the distance, there were faint roars and explosion-like noises, though they seemed far away and indistinct. Lin Youyu was visibly frightened by the sounds, instinctively scooting closer to Gu Shaoshang. Don't worry, I'm here, Gu Shaoshang reassured her gently, holding her hand. With you here, I'm not afraid. Lin Youyu nodded with a smile, though she still unconsciously leaned closer to him. To distract herself, Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel. The survival count for Blue Star Region 621 displayed 9, 980, 03, 410, 000. Compared to earlier in the day, over 2,000 people had already perished. What was even more alarming was that the number was plummeting at an astonishing rate, hundreds, even thousands, dying every second. Good age. Lin Youyu suddenly looked up at Gu Shaoshang, her voice trembling with fear. So many people have died. The survival count keeps dropping. Compared to before, when only a few thousand died each day, now the deaths in a single second are almost as much as an entire day before. How many have died so far? Gu Shaoshang's expression turned grave. While he wasn't particularly concerned about the lives of strangers, the implications behind these numbers could not be ignored. Gu Shaoshang had already suspected that once the newbie protection period ended, the survival difficulty in the battlefield of 10,000 races would escalate. Was the so-called newbie protection period really as simple as just providing a safe zone? At this moment, Lin Youyu's words confirmed his concerns. Staring intently at the fluctuating numbers on the panel, she said gravely, "Thousands of people have already died. How long has it been since nightfall? And so many are already dead." Gu Shaoshang frowned in thought. By the time dawn comes, most of this area will likely be desolate. Keep monitoring the channel, especially the situations of others. Let me know immediately if anything unusual happens, Gu Shaoshang instructed. Their current location, thanks to Lin Youyu's extraordinary luck, was at the very edge of this Landa relatively safe zone. Such geographic positions often turned out to be either perilous traps or peaceful havens. Fortunately, they seemed to have encountered the latter. However, this also meant that relying solely on their situation here would provide an incomplete picture of the entire region's status. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement and focused her attention on the rapidly scrolling regional chat channel. Thanks to the channel's special functionality, the message flow slowed down appropriately, allowing her to clearly capture each piece of information. The importance of this feature was self-evident. In a small region with millions of users, the absence of such a mechanism would make it impossible to extract meaningful information from the flood of messages. The chat channel was flooded with cries for help and despair. "Help! There are monsters breaking down the shelter door. Damn it! My initial hero has fallen, but he managed to take down that frenzied beast before dying. Something invisible is chasing me. Help! This isn't right. I left the safe zone at night a few days ago, but it was nowhere near this terrifying. The number of beasts has skyrocketed. This must be the normal difficulty after the newbie protection period. Regional death toll has exceeded 10,000, and my initial hero is barely holding on. I chose a hollow tree as my shelter, and now I'm surrounded by flying beasts. I can't move. Among the chaos, even some deranged comments emerged in the channel. Haha, die? Everyone just die. This is hell. This is hell. Amidst the chaos, a few out-of-place remarks could still be seen. Are all your shelters that bad? It's been calm and peaceful on my end. How can you say something so heartless at a time like this? In the regional chat channel, cries of despair and anguish screams echoed endlessly. This is true hell, someone shouted in their final moments. The channel fell into a deathly silence, but beyond this quiet, countless people continued their desperate struggles in the darkness. Deep within the cave, the crackling of firewood echoed as the flames danced. The firelight illuminated Lin Youyu's solemn face as she detailed the horrors outside to Gu Shaoshang. After listening, Gu Shaoshang furrowed his brows. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. The beginner's protection period not only provided safe zones, but also came with a controlled balance of beasts and ferocious creatures in the regions inhabited by Blue Star humans. Though we're temporarily safe, this situation is likely a rarity in the entire region, Gu Shaoshang remarked. Even those fortunate enough to draw a grade heroes could face their last night on the battlefield if they chose the wrong shelter location. Brother Gu, are we going to be okay here? Lin Youyu asked anxiously. Gu Shaoshang shook his head slightly. Don't worry. This place is relatively safe. The most we might encounter here are packs of wild beasts. Even if they find this spot, I'm confident I can hold them off. Wild beasts have limited destructive power, unlike ferocious creatures that can shatter stones with ease. This cave only has one entrance, and the terrain works in our favor. He was fully confident in his ability to fend off any number of wild beasts. However, if ferocious creatures appeared, evacuation would become a consideration. At night, ferocious creatures' strength surged dramatically. Even a level 10 crocodile lion beast, which could be taken on 2 at a time during the day, would be a tough, unknown fight at night. Fortunately, the location they had chosen was ideal. Not only were there no ferocious creatures nearby, but the small waterfall outside also effectively masked the cave's scent, preventing the crazed beasts from being drawn to them. That night, the Blue Star humans suffered heavy casualties. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, the wild beasts and ferocious creatures that had gone berserk during the night scattered. Those who survived the terrifying night in their shelters finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped them all night abruptly eased, causing many to nearly collapse from exhaustion. Along the southernmost coastline of Region 621, towering cliffs stretched skyward, and lush greenery extended endlessly into the horizon. Inside the small cave hidden behind the waterfall, the magical lamp continued to emit a soft, warm glow. After a peaceful night's sleep, Lin Youyu stretched her limbs and sat up on the bed. Outside the cave, an eerie silence prevailed, with barely a sound to be heard. Her first action was to check the survival count on the regional chat channel. The number flashed before her eyes. Blue Planet Area 621 regional channel survivors. 5, 520, 31410, 000, 000. Lin Youyu gasped sharply, instinctively covering her mouth. In just one night, over 4 million lives had been lost, and this was only the data for their region. She quickly performed a simple mental calculation. If the death toll in other regions was similar, then nearly 4 billion people across the blue planet perished overnight. This number accounted for almost half of the planet's total population. Even if the situation varied among regions and the death toll was reduced to around 2 billion or slightly less, it was still an unprecedented catastrophic figure. Lin Youyu immediately opened the regional chat channel, where messages were scrolling rapidly. Clearly, many survivors were already awake or perhaps had stayed up all night. The chat was filled with a chaotic flurry of messages. Unbelievable. I actually survived. Last night was a nightmare. Thank goodness I found a hidden shelter. Did anyone else notice? Over 4 million people gone in one night. Stop crying and start focusing on getting stronger. The conversation soon shifted to a critical topic, the common traits of the deceased. Survivors observed that the vast majority of the casualties were those whose initial hero levels were E or F, with talents generally below D level. Some shared the final words of relatives who had asked them to take care of loved ones, while others recounted the tragic fate of weaker acquaintances. It's like a brutal survival experiment, someone commented in the channel. The weak are eliminated, and the strong endure. So, does that make us the strong ones? This question was met with a moment of silence in the channel. Is that really the case? Lin Youyu stared at the content in the chat channel, her heart sinking. If things were truly as these people claimed, then it was far too cruel. Did it mean that those who drew low-level talents and low-level heroes had no chance of survival at all? Lin Youyu found this hard to believe. Her instinct told her it couldn't be so absolute. She continued scrolling through the information on the screen. My starting hero is only E-class. All I can say is, those above are just lucky, but good luck won't stay with you forever. Hey everyone, I'm Lu Yuan. My starting hero is an A-class elemental grand mage, and my talent is also a class. I'm planning to form an alliance for mutual defense and offense. I sincerely invite all those with talents and starting heroes above class to join. If you're interested, feel free to message me privately. Lu Yuan? Could it be Lu Yuan, one of the top 10 most outstanding young talents in Longhua? The eldest son of the Lu group? My talent is class, and my starting hero is class. I've already messaged you privately, please check. Count me in. I've figured it out, there's no way to survive in this hellhole alone. Only by banding together can we last longer. Add me to the group. Even though my talent is a class, my starting hero is only class. Is that not enough? Class. That's what you call a big shot's complaint. What about us with worse luck, who didn't draw good talents or heroes? Can't we get a chance? I promise he'll be obedient. Look at the person above, judging by their profile picture, they seem to be a beauty. So what if they're a beauty? This is a battlefield of myriad races, people are going to die. At a time like this, there are still people letting their small heads dictate their big decisions? Wow. So it's true that the same gender can be the fiercest rivals. Have you ever thought about this? This place is called the battlefield of myriad races, which means there must be many other races besides humans, right? So what? Races need to reproduce. We can't just rely on the few of us here. We have to think about the future. That's why I think it's absolutely necessary to protect women with superior genes. I can't believe I even have to say this, but do you think you're one of those women with superior genes who deserves protection? Isn't that true? I'm not advocating for my own benefit, I'm speaking up for all my fellow women. Oh, come on. You don't represent all of us women. Why not? I think this sister is right. You men used to call us goddesses, didn't you? Now you can't even do the bare minimum of protecting your so-called goddesses? Lin Youyu silently closed the regional chat channel. There was no point in reading any further. As expected, humans, no matter the time or place, could never seem to avoid internal conflicts. Even in a life-or-death situation like this, people still found reasons to argue. Lin Youyu couldn't find the words to respond. However, she did notice that those who had previously talked about forming an alliance had gone silent afterward. They were probably already privately discussing the specifics. After all, forming an alliance wasn't something that could be done with just a few words. Especially for people like them, figuring out how to physically gather together was the biggest challenge. If they couldn't even meet, then the so-called alliance would be nothing but a joke. Is it really true that sticking together is the only way to survive? Lin Youyu clutched her small blanket tightly, lost in deep thought. Outside the tent, the first light of dawn began to pierce the sky, and the glint of Gu Shaoshang's sword flashed silver streaks through the air. He was fully immersed in practicing basic sword techniques, hoping to glean some skill from his efforts. He wasn't aiming for advanced skills of purple or orange ranka, would have been satisfied with even the simplest white-grade skill. Yet, after practicing for a long time, his swordsmanship remained ordinary, and he felt no special insight. Looks like I'm not some genius with unparalleled talent, Gu Shaoshang sighed softly, sheathing his dark scabbard sword. Just as he was about to conclude his morning training, the flap of the tent was gently lifted, revealing Lin You's slightly melancholic face. Brother Gu, Lin Youyu greeted him in a low, somber voice. What's wrong? Are you feeling upset? Gu Shaoshang immediately noticed her unusual demeanor. Lin Youyu shook her head, her expression heavy. Brother Gu, over 4 million people in our area died last night. Everyone's talking about it in the chat channels, saying this is the 10,000 races battlefield eliminating the weak. But I can't help feeling, shouldn't the battlefield at least give them a sliver of hope for survival? Gu Shaoshang's only reaction to the number was a brief flicker of surprise in his eyes. To him, survival of the fittest was simply the natural order only. The 10,000 races battlefield made it far more explicit. Maybe the opportunity was already there, Gu Shaoshang said calmly. They just didn't seize it. He understood that Lin You's concern likely stemmed from her worry about her parents, who were now far away in another region. The regions of the 10,000 races battlefield were divided completely at random, scattering the 10 billion people of Blue Star into 1,000 zones. Their current region was composed of a highly diverse population. Although East Asians were the majority, Dragon Country citizens only made up 40, followed by a significant number from India. Even here, the divisions between people of different nations were evident. When browsing the chat channels, Lin Youyu herself instinctively paid more attention to information related to her own country. Brother Gu, a lot of people are forming groups now. They're saying lone wolves can't survive on the 10,000 races battlefield. Is that really true? Lin Youyu asked uneasily. For most people, it is, Gu Shaoshang replied, meeting her gaze directly. But true strength doesn't rely on numbers. Herds of cattle and sheep stick together for protection, but predators always hunt alone. While the 10,000 races battlefield is built on the concept of tribes and groups, the status of any tribe will always be determined by the strongest individuals at its peak. Gu Shaoshang didn't oppose the idea of teaming up for mutual benefit, but only in situations where one was too weak to survive alone. When someone was strong enough, why bother dragging along a group of burdensome liabilities? You're absolutely right, Brother Gu. Lin Youyu suddenly broke into a smile, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. I was overthinking it earlier, always unconsciously putting myself in others' shoes. But I'm not like them at all. Indeed, she was fundamentally different from ordinary people. Not to mention having the overpowered Gu Shaoshang by her side. She herself possessed the SSR level talent of immortal body, granting her 100 resurrection opportunities daily, enough to allow for endless trial and error. This was a stark contrast to others, for whom death meant a permanent farewell. On the battlefield of myriad races, there was also a fatal issue with teaming up experience point distribution. Unlike in games where there were party systems, here, whoever landed the final blow claimed all the experience points. When going solo, it was straightforward, as one only needed to consider the split between themselves and their summoned hero. But in a group, uneven distribution was inevitable. While the problem might not be apparent in the short term, those who gained less experience would inevitably harbor resentment, and such seeds of discord would eventually erupt. Moreover, it brought with it countless interpersonal complications. Gu Shaoshang believed it was far more practical to spend his energy hunting more fierce beasts than to waste it navigating these trivial entanglements. At 7 a.m., the two entered the northern redwood forest once again. Gu Shaoshang had set a goal for himself to reach level 14 today, and if all went well, perhaps even touch level 15. They hadn't gone far when they stumbled upon two crocodilian beasts in the midst of mating. Lin Yoyu's eyes widened, her gaze filled with curiosity as she observed this rare scene, a look of sudden understanding dawning on her face. Gu Shaoshang, however, had no interest in watching. He swiftly cast a buff on himself, boosting his health by 50 to reach 285 points. Silently circling to the side, he seized the perfect moment and unleashed a sharp double slash at the vulnerable underbelly of the male crocodilian beast. With a sickening squelch, a cross-shaped wound appeared, and blood spurted out violently. The once absorbed crocodilian beast let out a piercing wail of agony. Gu Shaoshang showed no mercy, his blade slicing upward, causing a mass of dark, slimy entrails to spill out. The severely injured male crocodile lion beast collapsed instantly, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Your mate is dead. Why don't you join him? Gu Shaoshang flicked his blade, and a crimson droplet of blood traced an arc through the air. With a cold sneer, he raised his sword and struck down at the female crocodile lion beast, which had just staggered to its feet. The battle was over in a flash. In less than a minute, the female crocodile lion beast, now without its partner, fell under Gu Shaoshang's sword. Sheathing his weapon, Gu Shaoshang stood motionless, evaluating his spoils with a hint of disappointment. What a pity. The male was level 11, but the female was only level 10. The experience points are pretty underwhelming. Brother Gu, must you be so ruthless? Lin Youyu approached with a mockingly wise air, patting Gu Shaoshang on the arm. He then turned to harvest materials from the crocodile lion beast's carcass. This sudden remark left Gu Shaoshang momentarily stunned before he realized the jest, shaking his head with a wry smile. The two spent the entire morning hunting fierce beasts on the outskirts of the redwood forest. This area seemed to be dominated by the crocodile lion beasts, as no other predator dared venture close. It was a testament to the territorial instincts of these creatures, though territories were never permanent. If a stronger group coveted the land, the weaker ones would either retreat or become prey. The territory of the crocodile lion beasts was vast. From yesterday to today, Gu Shaoshang had traveled far, yet he still hadn't left their domain. By 9:30 in the morning, he had slain another level 12 crocodile lion beast, earning 100 experience points. In comparison, a level 11 beast only provided 80 points, and a level 10 gave a measly 60 points. With the addition of these 100 experience points, a golden glow enveloped Gu Shaoshang's body had leveled up to 13. Excitedly, he opened his talent panel to examine the changes, particularly in his Enhanced Damage talent. The upgraded Enhanced Damage B showed a significant boost. Skill damage increased by 80, while mana consumption decreased by 60. This meant his double slash skill now dealt a staggering 252 damage, up from 140, while its mana cost dropped from 10 points to just 4. Even with his slow mana regeneration rate, he could fully recover in just 4 minutes. One more level and I'll reach grade A, Gu Shaoshang thought, eagerly anticipating further enhancements to his talents, especially the potential great effects at level 15. However, reaching level 14 required 1,000 experience points. With good luck, he would need to hunt down 10 level 13 crocodile lion beasts. With bad luck, it might take even more effort. I just hope I don't run into any more level 10s, he muttered to himself. Only 40 experience points, it's just not worth it. From 9:30 in the morning until noon, Gu Shaoshang managed to hunt down 7 crocodile lion beasts over the course of 2.5 hours. With each swing of his sword, he killed the beasts one by one, earning a total of 440 experience points. Among them, only one was level 13, while 3 were level 10. This made him shake his head and sigh at his average luck. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu once again showcased her good fortune. Behind a sturdy tree, she discovered a bronze treasure chest faintly glowing. When she cautiously opened it, she found not only a heap of practical survival supplies, but also several pieces of green-tier equipment. The most striking item was a long sword emitting a faint blue glow. "This sword is too long," Lin Youyu remarked as she held the weapon, which was over 1.6 meters long, taller than her by a significant margin. She tried swinging it a few times, the blade tracing elegant arcs through the air, but it clearly felt unwieldy in her hands. "Brother Gu, this sword is for you," Lin Youyu said, handing the long sword to Gu Shaoshang. Gu Shaoshang took the sword without hesitation and fed it to his black scabbard sword. As a faint light shimmered, the quality of his black scabbard sword was upgraded to blue. Unnamed long sword. Quality, blue. Strength 5. Agility 3. Special feature. Attacks inflict a bleeding effect of 3 damage per second for 30 seconds. With the upgrade to blue quality, the total stat increase of the black scabbard sword reached 8 points, which was the standard for blue tier equipment. More importantly, it gained a special feature, bleeding. Although the bleeding effect only dealt 3 damage per second, over 30 seconds, it accumulated to 90 additional damage. This significantly enhanced Gu Shaoshang's efficiency in defeating monsters. Gu Shaoshang was now much stronger compared to when he was level 12. On one hand, it was thanks to the black scabbard sword, now upgraded to blue quality. On the other hand, his grade, damage amplification, talent reduced resource consumption. Each use of his 2-stage slash now consumed only 4 mana points, meaning he could perform it 42 times with a full mana bar. Even when facing a level 13 crocodile lion beast, he only needed 10 2-stage slashes to take it down, consuming 40 mana points, which could fully regenerate in just 40 minutes. His combat efficiency had undoubtedly improved significantly. At noon, the two of them stopped to rest under the shade of a tree. Gu Shaoshang leaned against the tree trunk, while Lin Youyu ate her dry rations and browsed through the regional chat channel. "Brother Gu," Lin Youyu suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I see some people have actually managed to group up. How do you think they did it?" It was indeed a thought-provoking question. In the past few days, they hadn't encountered a single human from Blue Star. Yet some people had just talked about forming alliances in the morning and had already met up by noon. After thinking for a moment, Gu Shaoshang replied, "It's probably a talent. Maybe one of them has a spatial teleportation ability. But it's unlikely to be something that can be used easily. It might require certain conditions to lock onto a specific person or location." "That kind of talent sounds amazing," Lin Youyu said in surprise, her eyes wide open. If a spatial teleportation ability could be used freely in battle, it would be incredible for survival. "Hard to say. It depends on the specifics." Gu Shaoshang shook his head. "If it takes a long time to activate, using it in battle would be no different from courting death." Meanwhile, deep within the desert of Zone 621, a cluster of dilapidated structures stood amidst the desolation. Some of the buildings remained relatively intact, providing just enough shelter from the elements. A shimmering blue magical barrier arched over the entire area like a dome, completely isolating it from the outside world. Outside the barrier, hundreds of ferocious beasts, resembling scorpions but larger than tigers, prowled restlessly. Their greedy gazes fixated on the humans within the barrier, their sharp claws occasionally raking against the magical shield, producing a piercing screech. If Gu Shaoshang were to witness such a concentration of beasts, he would undoubtedly salivate with envy. Slaying them all would yield an unimaginable boost in levels. Inside the barrier, an orc clad in a magical cloak held aloft a staff as tall as himself, sweat beading on his forehead as he focused intently on maintaining the barrier's operation. Not far away, a man of about 30 with an extraordinary demeanor, Lu Qingjiwan, held his hands in a specific gesture, chanting under his breath. Minutes later, a golden magic circle formed beneath Lu Qingyuan's feet. With a flash of dazzling golden light, a figure suddenly materialized at the center of the circle. "Phew, that was exhausting," Lu Qingyuan muttered as he relaxed from his tense state, rubbing his forehead uncomfortably. He then briefly explained the situation to the newcomer, who still appeared somewhat disoriented after being teleported. "Lu, is everyone else here?" the newcomer asked curiously. As someone who had chosen to join Lu Qingyuan's alliance, this individual, possessing upgrade talent and upgrade starting hero, was indeed quite fortunate. "Yes, they're all outside. You can go take a look," Lu Qingyuan replied. At this point, his alliance had grown to over 100 members, meaning at least 100 humans from Blue Star with dual grade or higher abilities had become his allies. For Lu Qingyuan, a leader with dual grade talents but abilities unsuited for combat, this was a source of great relief. His situation was far from secure. One only needed to glance at the menacing beasts outside the barrier to understand. Without the fortuitous presence of his starting hero, who happened to possess a barrier spell with a hypnotic effect. His remains would likely have been devoured long ago. All right, I'll go check it out. The man nodded and headed toward the outside of the building. Near the blue magical barrier outside, a crowd had already gathered members who had joined Lu Qingyuan's alliance to find safety in numbers. They observed the beasts outside through the protective shield. Wow, so many beasts. If we could kill them all, imagine how much experience we'd gain. One person exclaimed excitedly. Kill them all? Are you kidding me? Another scoffed. Look at their levels, not a single one is below level 15. I even saw one at level 27. What are you planning to use to kill them? I finally understand why Lu Qingyuan is so eager to form this alliance. He brought us here to save his own skin. All right, stop complaining. We're already here, so there's no point regretting it now, a third person interjected. Look on the bright side, at least Lu Qingyuan does have some solid survival tactics. That orc mage of his seems incredibly powerful. And a great hair, of course, they're strong, someone chimed in. Their starting stats are a 4050 combo, and they gain 6 points to all attributes with each level up. They're leagues ahead of our Kraid starting heroes. Stop envying them. We're all in the same boat now, so let's focus on figuring out how to deal with these beasts, said a calmer member, pointing toward the newcomer who had just stepped outside. Look, another newbie got tricked into joining us. The man who had just stepped out of the building found himself under the intense scrutiny of countless pairs of eyes fixed on him. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Yu. I'm 27 years old. And Zhang Yu had barely begun introducing himself when someone rudely cut him off. Enough. No need for unnecessary details. Just tell us your talent and your hero's level. The person snapped, their brows furrowed in irritation, their tone heavy with impatience. Zhang Yu frowned slightly, glancing at the tense faces around him. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Why was the atmosphere here so different from what he had imagined? Indeed, it was nothing like he had expected. Many of these people had arrived here full of excitement, only to discover they'd been deceived. Their mood had soured, understandably so. Worse still, they were now stuck. Before coming, they had handed over their personal belongings to Lu Qingyuan, who used them as resources to transport them from far-flung places to this location. Return? That wasn't an option. Lu Qingyuan didn't have the ability to send them back. At best, he could initiate a random teleportation, but who knew where that would lead? If they ended up in a high-level beast horde, it would be like walking to their deaths. Naturally, this group of frustrated individuals expressed their anger freely. Zhang Yu, unaware of the full situation, couldn't yet share their frustration. But if he knew, he'd likely be just as furious. Since early morning, people had been arriving one after another through Lu Qingyuan's efforts. At first, the numbers were small, and everyone felt uneasy. However, as time passed and more people appeared, the group quickly grew to over 100. Suddenly, the beasts lurking beyond the magical barrier didn't seem as terrifying. After all, these were experienced fighters from the 10,000 races battlefield, with their strength significantly improved. Some had even surpassed level 15, and it wasn't just one or two, there were dozens. Only the elites of their respective regions had made it this far. Finally, by a little past 1 p.m., the last person arrived. Lu Qingyuan, whose mana had been depleted several times over, was finally able to take a break. Phew, it's finally done. With this many people here now, we should be able to handle it, right? Lu Qingyuan muttered to himself, though a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of the beasts outside. It was his own greed that had drawn so many beasts in the first place. If not for the strength of his initial hero, he would have paid for his avarice with his life long ago. Fortunately, his quick thinking had allowed him to devise a solution based on the events of the previous night. Now that everyone had arrived, it was time to see if they were up to the challenge. I should probably go talk to them. They're probably cursing me right now. Lu Qingyuan chuckled to himself. He knew full well that he had deceived these people by not explaining the situation beforehand. But what choice did he have? If he had been honest, how many of them would have agreed to come? Better them than him. Lu Qingyuan had no qualms about letting others take the fall to save his own skin. Besides, things were already shaping up to be far better than he had initially expected. Right now, over 100 of them have gathered together, and it's quite possible they might wipe out the ferocious beasts outside. Around 2 p.m., Gu Shaoshang swung his blade and took down a crocodile-lion beast, its blood splattering across the grass. He wiped the sweat off his forehead before opening his personal interface to check his experience progress. Level 13. Experience 780-1000. Just 220 more points to go. Reaching level 14 is a sure thing, but level 15 is probably out of reach, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. Getting to level 14 today was no problem at all, but hitting level 15 felt like an impossible task. At that moment, Lin Youyu came running over, her face lit up with excitement. Brother Gu, come quickly. We found something. Gu Shaoshang followed her, curiosity written all over his face, as she pulled him through a dense thicket of bushes. The moment they emerged, the view ahead opened up dramatically. A vast expanse of deep blue ocean stretched endlessly into the horizon. Below them, a sloping grassy hill extended down hundreds of meters, gradually transitioning into a golden beach. The sandy shoreline seemed to go on forever, disappearing into the distance on the right. To the left, several kilometers away, there was a sloping hill rising upward. Below it lay a wide, flat expanse of sandy terrain, forming a massive shaped curve. The top of the hill was covered in lush, green grass, looking strikingly similar to the area they had come from. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but wonder if they had gone in the opposite direction earlier. Would they have ended up at this very beach? However, what had caught Lin Youyu's attention wasn't just the breathtaking coastal view. What truly compelled her to drag Gu Shaoshang over was the sight of the ferocious beasts sprawled across the beach, resting. Gu Shaoshang scanned the area, and what he saw were strange creatures scattered all over the beach. Their skin was a bluish-brown color, and sharp dorsal fins jutted out from their backs. These beasts looked like fish but had 4 limbs adapted for walking on land, each equipped with razor-sharp claws. Their skin was smooth and glistened coldly under the sunlight. They were even larger than the crocodile-lion beasts, each one appearing exceptionally fierce and menacing. "These are leopardfish," Lin Youyu whispered, lowering her voice. "Leopardfish." Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow in confusion, his expression skeptical. Lin Youyu immediately picked up on his misunderstanding and quickly clarified. "Not that kind of fish. I mean leopard, as in the big cat. Just like the crocodile-lion beasts we encountered earlier, these seem to be some kind of hybrid creatures." She pointed at the creatures on the beach and continued. "The crocodile-lion beasts were like a mix between crocodiles and lions, and these leopardfish seem to be a cross between fish and leopards. They're bizarre and terrifying." Flipping open the survival manual in her hand, Lin Youyu read aloud from the illustrated guide. "Leopardfish are ferocious beasts ranging from level 10 to level 20 in strength, comparable to the crocodile-lion beasts we faced earlier. Despite their somewhat comical name, leopardfish were no laughing matter. Their strength was formidable, and what made them even more dangerous was their tendency to move in large groups. They often gathered in clusters and liked to rest on beaches. What lay before them now was a spectacular sight, a massive congregation of leopardfish, grouped together in astonishing numbers. Gu Shaoshang's eyes swept over the beach, and he quickly estimated the numbers. Just within the visible area, there were at least several thousand leopardfish. A spark of excitement flickered in his gaze. If they could manage to take down all of these beasts, not only would he and Lin Youyu easily reach level 20, but they might even push past to level 22. At the edge of the redwood forest, on the seaside, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu crouched in a dense thicket, carefully observing the group of leopardfish beasts on the beach. These massive creatures were social animals, yet each one maintained a distance of over 10 meters from the others, loosely scattered across the expansive sandy shore. "Charging them head-on is definitely suicide," Gu Shaoshang analyzed with narrowed eyes. "But if we can lure them over one by one, even if 2 or 3 come at the same time, I can handle it. Let me be the bait, brother Gu." Lin Youyu's eyes lit up. "I'm faster than you, and I still have 16 in used attribute points. If I put them all into agility, I can run at 9.9 meters per second. These creatures definitely won't catch me." Gu Shaoshang pondered for a moment and found the suggestion quite feasible. Even without adding points, Lin You's current speed of 8.3 meters per second was already much faster than his 7.3 meters per second. Although these leopardfish beasts were agile in water, they likely couldn't move too quickly on land. More importantly, Lin Youyu had the undying talent, allowing her to resurrect 100 times a day, giving her plenty of room for trial and error. "All right," Gu Shaoshang nodded. "But don't rush to use the points yet. Try luring them with your current speed first. If it doesn't work, you can add the points later." Lin Youyu agreed cheerfully. She had long wanted to contribute during battles instead of always hiding in the distance. Apart from gathering materials from corpses after a fight, this was the first time she could play an active role in combat. With their roles decided, Lin Youyu stepped out of the thicket under Gu Shaoshang's encouraging gaze. She bent down to pick up a few stones, clutching them in her hand, and cautiously approached the beach. Due to the wide area, she had to venture deeper onto the shore to attract the leopardfish beast's attention. When she was about 100 meters away from the nearest leopardfish beast, Lin Youyu came to a stop. This area seemed devoid of natural predators, and all the leopardfish beasts were lazily sprawled on the sand, basking in the sun. They appeared drowsy, so much so that her approach didn't even stir their awareness. With a sharp crack, a small pebble flew from a distance, striking the head of a leopardfish beast that was resting. The massive creature lay sprawled on the beach, its size imposing even in a reclining position, nearly 2 meters tall and over 5 meters long. From afar, it presented a striking visual impact. It had been enjoying a peaceful sunbath, eyes closed, when it suddenly felt something hit its head. Startled, it opened its small eyes, revealing cold, dark golden vertical pupils. Its piercing gaze swept its surroundings. In less than a second, the leopardfish beast locked its eyes on a figure about 100 meters away. A human? Its not-so-bright mind barely recognized the figure as a human, appearing small and frail. The beast slowly rose from the sand, its enormous, menacing form fully revealed. Lin Youyu, watching this unfold, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Crack! She threw another pebble, once again hitting the leopardfish beast squarely on the forehead. A flash of surprise flickered in the beast's small eyes, but it quickly turned into a chilling, murderous glare. Roar! Feeling provoked, the leopardfish beast let out a thunderous roar and charged toward Lin Youyu. She immediately turned and bolted toward the edge of the nearby forest. The other leopardfish beasts resting on the beach briefly opened their eyes at the commotion, then quickly lost interest and closed them again. To them, it was just a scrawny prey, barely worth a bite. Besides, they weren't hungry at the moment and had no desire to compete with their enraged kin for such a meager snack. Brother Gu, the big fat fish is coming. Lin Youyu's short legs moved furiously, propelling her into the underbrush ahead. Thud! The massive creature was right on her heels, its pitch-black claws swiping at her back. At the critical moment, a figure dashed in from the side, placing himself between Lin Youyu and the leopardfish beast, taking the blow in her stead. Gu Shaoshang felt a tremendous force slam into his arms, sending him skidding backward 2 or 3 meters before he could stabilize himself. Roar! The enormous leopardfish beast tore through the underbrush, its gaping maw aimed at Gu Shaoshang in a ferocious attack. This was no ordinary beast, it was a level 13 predator. Double slash. Gu Shaoshang had been prepared. In an instant, his blade flashed, unleashing a precise double slash. The sharp, black-sheathed sword traced a perfect cross-shaped arc in the air. Howl! A deafening wail echoed. The leopardfish beast, which had been moments away from biting Gu Shaoshang in half, now stumbled back, its face bloodied and full of terror. Even beasts know fear, huh? Gu Shaoshang sneered, darting forward to pursue the retreating creature, slashing relentlessly. On land, the leopardfish beast was at a disadvantage, its movement speed capped at about 8 meters per second, barely faster than Gu Shaoshang. Worse still, the wounds on its face sent waves of searing pain, preventing it from running at full speed. Before long, Gu Shaoshang caught up. Double slash X5. The black-sheathed sword in his hand moved with incredible precision, creating a near-impenetrable flurry of strikes. The frequency of his attacks far exceeded what his skill stats suggested, averaging 2 double slashes per second as they rained down on the leopardfish beast. In no time, the leopardfish beast let out a piercing wail before collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from its wounds, pooling into a large puddle on the ground. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly as the creature's blood emitted an unbearable, peculiar stench. A system notification promptly popped up. You have killed a level 13 leopardfish beast. Gained 100 experience points. This was the same amount of experience as defeating a crocodile lion beast of the same level. However, Gu Shaoshang preferred hunting leopardfish beasts for a simple reason. Their bodies were entirely composed of soft flesh, unlike the crocodile lion beasts, which were covered in hard scales. There was no need to specifically aim for weak points in their defense. Any strike could deal effective damage. While the leopardfish beast was an incredibly dangerous opponent in water, it became clumsy and sluggish on land. Gu Shaoshang had exploited this weakness. This strategy might not be considered honorable, but the battlefield was all about practicality. Brother Gu, this big fat fish smells awful. Lin Youyu ran over and began skillfully using her gathering skill to dismantle the leopardfish beast's carcass. The extracted fish meat still carried that nauseating stench, causing her to wrinkle her nose in disgust. If it stinks, then just leave it, Gu Shaoshang said. No worries, I can sell it to someone else. Lin Youyu gave a sly smile. There are plenty of people who can't even afford a proper meal, they won't care about the smell of the meat. She quickly listed the 25 pieces of fish meat she had gathered on the trading market, each 5-kilogram piece priced at 500 units of wood. In this region, wood was the least valuable resource, even cheaper than stone, as chopping down a single tree could yield a dozen or more units of wood, while mining stone was significantly more labor-intensive. Surprisingly, the foul-smelling fish meat sold out almost instantly after being listed. Even though the trade description clearly stated that the leopardfish meat would retain some of its stench even after being cooked, buyers scrambled to purchase it. What's selling so well? Gu Shaoshang asked as he flicked blood droplets off his sword. All the fish meat just sold out. Lin Youyu replied excitedly. That many people bought it. Gu Shaoshang was astonished. They must be truly desperate. What they didn't know was that most of the buyers were trapped in harsh environments. In those places, the creatures available for hunting were either giant insects or highly venomous beasts, and the foraged food was often toxic or consisted of disgusting bug remnants. By comparison, a piece of smelly fish meat was a rare and precious delicacy. It was utterly inedible. By comparison, the meat of the leopard fish, though carrying a slightly unpleasant odor, at least looked normal. What was even more reassuring was that this odor significantly diminished during the roasting process, making it almost unnoticeable if one wasn't paying close attention. Lin Yuyu's pricing strategy proved exceptionally effective. The ultra-low price, exchangeable for the lowest grade timber, caused the leopard fish meat to sell out immediately upon listing. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was buzzing with activity. Many players were lamenting their missed opportunity, with some even privately messaging Lin Youyu, expressing willingness to pay extra for a chance to buy. However, Lin Youyu was far too occupied to check the 999 private message notifications at that moment. Armed with the experience of her first successful venture, subsequent hunts became much smoother. Lin Youyu took the lead in luring the creatures, drawing one leopard fish beast after another to the forest's edge, where Gu Shaoshang would finish them off. Initially, Lin Youyu was extremely cautious, wary of attracting too many beasts at once and being overwhelmed. However, she soon realized these creatures were far easier to deal with than anticipated. The leopard fish beasts turned out to be surprisingly sluggish. Even more absurdly, they seemed to possess the infamous 3-second memory of fish. Watching their companions being led away and never returning didn't deter them in the slightest. They would still fall for the same trick moments later. After 3 such rounds, Gu Shaoshang broke through his level cap once again. Originally needing just 220 more experience points to level up, he managed to climb to level 14 by hunting 3 level 13 leopard fish beasts. The biggest surprise from this level up was the enhancement of his damage amplification talent. The skill damage boost surged dramatically from 80 to 200. While the 80 reduction in skill consumption remained unchanged, this was already a monumental leap forward. Closing his character panel, Gu Shaoshang fixed his gaze on the group of leopard fish beasts lounging on the distant beach, his eyes gleaming with determination. To him, these creatures were nothing more than walking bundles of experience points. If not for the limitation of his health pool, he wouldn't even need Lin Youyu to lure the monsters. With his SSR-rated ultimate lifesteal talent, he could have easily launched a frontal assault. Unfortunately, the constraints of his grade aptitude meant he only gained a measly 1 point of all attribute increase per level. Even at level 14, aside from his strength barely reaching 25 points thanks to equipment bonuses, his other stats were pitifully low. His constitution, in particular, was only 21 points, capping his health at a mere 210 points. In stark contrast, Lin Youyu, despite being only level 9 and not having spent her 16 free attribute points, boasted base stats of 33 across the board. Her health cap exceeded his by a whopping 120 points. In terms of raw stats, Gu Shaoshang's condition could indeed be described as trash. It was no wonder that players who drew grade starting heroes were so dissatisfied. Fortunately, there's always a way out, Gu Shaoshang muttered as he glanced at his attribute panel, a slight frown on his face. Although his aptitude was shockingly poor, his innate talent was exceptionally powerful. Yet, the lingering question of whether his aptitude could be improved constantly gnawed at him. His current base stats felt like an invisible shackle, severely limiting his rate of growth and strength. Even with an SSR level talent, a significant gap in attributes would still leave him vulnerable to being crushed in real combat. Even the synergy of multiple SSR level talents could only narrow the gap slightly. Unless, he could acquire over 10 SSR level talents, though that would likely only be possible after reaching level 100. Never mind, let's focus on getting to level 15 first. Gu Shaoshang shook his head, pushing those worries aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was to concentrate on his immediate goal. From level 14 to level 15 required 1,100 experience points, just 100 more than the previous level, not too daunting. Looking out at the vibrant wilderness teeming with life, he saw thousands of fierce beasts, each a potential source of experience points. Lin Youyu skipped ahead, leading the way with her short legs moving quickly as she lured leopardfish beasts toward the forest's edge. Before long, under Gu Shaoshang's precise strikes, a dozen leopardfish beasts were brought down one after another. Each provided anywhere from dozens to over 100 experience points. Bit by bit, his experience bar finally surpassed the 100-point threshold. A faint golden light enveloped Gu Shaoshang, signaling his impending level up. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu efficiently harvested the leopardfish beasts' corpses, listing the leopardfish meat on the trading market, which drew a wave of cheers. She glanced at the scattered wood on the ground, regretting that she didn't have any construction blueprints available. At that moment, Gu Shaoshang completed his level up, and his updated attribute panel appeared. Unnamed swordsman. Aptitude, level. Level, 15 experience, 01200. Health, 190,190. Mana, 100,190. Strength, 26. Constitution, 19.3. Agility, 25. Spirit, 19. Physical defense, 19.3. Elemental resistance, 19. Attack speed, 1.200.05 second. Max movement speed, 70.5 meters second. Critical damage, 150. Talents. Ultimate Lifesteal SSR, restores 80 of maximum health with each successful attack, and passively regenerates 10 of maximum health per second. Damage Amplification S, increases damage dealt by basic attacks by 100 and skill damage by 300, reduces skill mana consumption by 90. Endless Talent, Increases talent level by 1 with each level up and grants a new talent every 10 levels. Skills. Double slash white LV.2. Consumes 10 mana to deliver 2 rapid strikes, each dealing 70 of attack power as physical damage. Vitality of the Dragon purple LV.1. Consumes 100 mana to grant the target a Vitality of the Dragon buff, temporarily increasing maximum health by 50 for 30 minutes. With his level now at 15, the damage amplification talent had advanced to S-level, resulting in a significant transformation. Unlike before, when it only enhanced skill damage, the improvement was now far more comprehensive. Gu Shaoshang's talent had undergone an astonishing enhancement. Each attack now dealt 100 more damage. This essentially meant his attack power had doubled. He stood still, carefully analyzing this transformation. In terms of base stats, his strength totaled 26 points. The damage multiplier for his level 2 double slash was 140, which translated to 36.4 points of damage. Of course, actual damage would depend on the target's physical defense. On the battlefield of all races, there was no concept of minimum guaranteed damage. If the target's physical defense exceeded twice the attack damage, the attack would fail to break through. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. The talent description mentioned, each attack deals 100 more damage. Could this 100 apply at the final calculation stage? If so, the order of calculation would be critical, starting with the base attack of 26 points, enhanced by the level 2 double slash to 140, resulting in 36.4 points. Then, the talent effect would boost it by 300, reaching 145.6 points. Finally, the damage would double, culminating in an astonishing 291.2 points. That kind of damage could one-shot even me. Without the Blood Dragon buff, Gu Shaoshang muttered to himself. And this is just because my base stats are so low. If it were in Steer or a Tyre hero, even a high-level beast could be easily obliterated. He turned to Lin Youyu nearby. Xiaoyu, go lure in a leopard shark beast. I need to test this talent. Got it, Brother Gu. Lin Youyu responded, and quickly brought over a level 14 leopard shark beast. Brother Gu incoming. Lin Youyu darted out of the bushes and swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Gu Shaoshang leapt into the air necessary, as the leopard shark beast stood an imposing 3 to 4 meters tall. His double slash struck precisely at the beast's face, the two intersecting attacks tearing through its hide, blood splattering everywhere. The leopard shark beast let out a piercing wail, staggering backward. Beneath the shredded flesh on its face, a web of fractured bone was visible. As expected, Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up. This damage far exceeds the standard 300 skill multiplier. My hypothesis was correct. The final damage doubling applies to all attacks. He pressed the attack with another double slash. With a dull thud, the massive leopard shark beast collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath its body. A system notification promptly appeared, experience 80. 2 double slashes were all it took to slay a level 14 leopard shark beast. The efficiency was more than doubled compared to before. Even better, the double slash now only consumed 1 mana point per use, with both attacks costing a total of just 2 points recoverable within 2 minutes. Around 5 p.m., Gu Shaoshang returned to the Water Curtain Cave shelter with an excited Lin Youyu in tow. As soon as they arrived at the camp, Lin Youyu hurried to an open area and took out a large batch of timber he had exchanged for at the trading market. Skillfully, he stacked the wood into a small mountain, arranged so neatly it seemed as though it had been meticulously calculated. Items from the trading market could only be temporarily stored for 12 hours before they were lost. This morning, Lin Youyu had earned a considerable amount by selling leopard fish meat, acquiring over several thousand units of timber. This massive pile was more than enough to ensure they wouldn't have to worry about wood supplies for days to come. Sitting by the campfire, Gu Shaoshang roasted some meat while watching Lin Youyu busy himself. Once Lin Youyu was done, he sat down and opened the regional chat channel. He first glanced at the number of survivors, which had only decreased by a few dozen compared to the morning. To her, having only a few dozen casualties during the day was already a relatively ideal outcome. Today marked the 4th day since humans from Blue Star had arrived on the battlefield of 10,000 races. The regional survivor count stood at 5,520,234. At this moment, everyone had returned to their respective shelters to rest, and the once quiet chat channel suddenly became lively. Haha, I teamed up with my hero today and took down 13 fierce beasts. I finally reached level 10. It wasn't easy. Jealous. So, you're a level 10 pro now? Level 10 is impressive? What about me, a level 15 player? Am I a super pro? Have you noticed that the number of deaths suddenly dropped today? I saw that the regional survivor count only decreased by a few dozen. Simple. Most of the weaker ones were eliminated last night. I've allied with a few nearby people, and the 4 of us working together have greatly increased our survival chances. You guys actually found other people? I wandered around all day and didn't see a single soul. That's just luck. Maybe there's no one near your drop zone, or you just missed them. Try looking for signs of human activity near places suitable for building a shelter. By the way, What happened to those who talked about forming an elite alliance earlier? How's that going? Lu Qingyuan. The elite alliance is still recruiting top-tier players with dual level or higher heroes. We currently have 139 members and boast a strong alliance. Today alone, we've slain thousands of fierce beasts. The average member level is above 17. If interested, PM me. Whoa, thousands of fierce beasts? For real? With 139 members, isn't that practically invincible? Invincible might be a stretch, but their safety is definitely high. Unless they encounter an exceptionally strong beast, they're unlikely to face any real danger. I wish I could join too. But my initial hero is only D level, so I don't meet the requirements. D level is weak? My initial hero is a level, and am still alive. Wait, an a level hero is still alive? What's that supposed to mean? My talent is a level, so why wouldn't I survive? Wow, show off. The entire chat channel was filled with lively discussions and playful banter, and the atmosphere suddenly grew a bit heated. Lin Youyu withdrew his gaze and silently took a bite of the dry rations in his hand, feeling a tinge of emotion in his heart. So, the leader is actually an A-grade talent. But why is their initial hero so underwhelming? Maybe all their luck was spent on their talent. Honestly, I'm curious, are there any S-grade talents or S-grade initial heroes in our region? There should be, right? My guess is that there are probably some cunning folks hiding in the shadows. Come on, you big shots, stop hiding. This isn't Blue Star. No one's going to harm you here. People will only admire and look up to you. Lu Qingyuan, there are definitely S-grade talents. But how many is the question? If anyone doesn't want to make it public, you can always message me privately. We can discuss potential collaboration. After all, there's strength in numbers. Death Desert, still within that cluster of dilapidated buildings. Inside one of the relatively intact structures, over 100 people had gathered. Some heroes with healing abilities were busily casting their skills, quickly tending to the injured comrades. Lu Qingyuan and a few others with dual A-grade talents were seated around a campfire, speaking in hushed tones about their next plan. During the day, they had relied on their numbers to finally wipe out the ferocious beasts surrounding the area. However, the victory came at a cost. Initially, Lu Qingyuan's group had 153 members, but after the intense battles of the day, only 139 remained. Even though the weakest among them were dual-grade elites, and there were quite a few dual-grade and dual A-grade talents, the cleanup operation still came with a heavy price. More than a dozen were killed or injured, and many others lost their initial heroes. You really think those S-grade folks will reach out to you? Asked Fiora, a tall, red-haired woman, with a cold glance at Lu Qingyuan. She was of mixed Asian European descent, with her pale skin and vibrant red hair inherited from her father. Despite her mixed heritage, she had grown up in the Dragon Kingdom with her mother and had long considered herself a part of the Dragon Kingdom. In the multiverse battlefield, Fiora mainly interacted with fellow Blue Star humans from the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Qingyuan glanced at her and shook his head slightly. I can't be certain, but what if they do? The companions around them remained silent, their expressions somber. Although they had successfully cleared the surrounding beasts earlier and received corresponding rewards, the day's battles had been anything but easy. The 6 of them had obtained the largest gains and were generally at higher levels, yet their circumstances were far from ideal. Among them, the highest level had reached 21, breaking through the level 20 barrier. However, the progress of their initial heroes was far from satisfactory. A-grade heroes inherently required more experience to level up 300 points at the start, with an additional 300 points required for each subsequent level. This made their heroes' growth painfully slow. While others' initial heroes had already surpassed level 10, with some even reaching level 15, their own initial heroes were stuck at level 7, struggling for every bit of experience. Even so, A-grade heroes, despite their low levels, remained powerful. The strongest among them, the level 21 hero, couldn't easily take down a level 7 A-grade hero. Moreover, while their talents were all A-grade, the base attributes and skills of their heroes varied significantly. A-grade heroes started with 3 powerful skills, whereas their own heroes had almost nothing. Their initial equipment was also rudimentary, offering minimal support. Fiora spoke again, her tone dripping with disdain. Do you honestly think we, with what we have, can negotiate with those S-grade individuals? Lu Qingyuan didn't respond immediately. He paused, seemingly lost in thought. He understood well that even if S-grade talents existed, they wouldn't necessarily approach them. After all, those with S-grade talents carried immense expectations and wouldn't easily reveal their identities. The group remained silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. By now, night had fallen, and the glow of the campfire illuminated their weary faces. Though they still retained some strength, the life and death battles of the day had left everyone acutely aware tomorrow's challenges might be even harsher. Lu Qingyuan finally turned to Fiora and said, maybe they don't want to come forward, but we need to be prepared. The sooner we act, the better chance we have to take the initiative. However, their current gloomy mood wasn't due to their novice status, but rather because a large number of ferocious beasts had already gathered outside the cluster of buildings where they were hiding. The number seemed even greater than before. This increasing threat weighed heavily on their hearts, filling them with regret for having reached out to that swindler, Lu Qingyuan, in the first place. Yet, regret was futile now. Instead of dwelling on complaints and internal conflicts, it was more practical to focus on figuring out how to survive. It was this shared resolve that kept them calm enough to sit together without erupting into a life-or-death confrontation with Lu Qingyuan. Time passed quietly, and the sky outside gradually darkened. In the towering mountains, the roars of the beasts echoed incessantly, shaking the heavens. The humans of Blue Star, huddled in their respective shelters, clutched their knees tightly, shivering and praying to make it through this unsettling night in one piece. As night passed and dawn arrived, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows of the shelters. Some of the Blue Star humans, who had fallen into a restless sleep out of sheer fear, began to wake up. They opened their bloodshot eyes, their gazes blank as they stared outside. Their exhaustion stemmed not from physical fatigue, but from an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair deep within. Inside the water curtain cave shelter, Lin Youyu had slept soundly until morning. As she stretched, her slender arms appeared smooth and flawless under the glow of the magical light, like white jade without a single blemish. Remarkably, her skin truly had no imperfections, and she looked so exquisite that she seemed like a character straight out of a two-dimensional world. In fact, Lin Youyu's body had once borne minor flaws, such as a scar from childhood mischief. But after she advanced to level 2, that scar had mysteriously vanished, a change she only noticed later. Even more astonishing was that ever since entering the battlefield of myriad races, her skin's condition had been improving day by day, never deteriorating or regressing. It was the kind of miraculous transformation countless women dreamed of if only this place weren't so deadly. After getting up, Lin Youyu dressed and stepped out of her room to wash up. Among her few luxury items were a toothbrush and toothpaste she had traded for at the market yesterday. The toothpaste had cost her some leopard fish meat, which others might have dismissed as insignificant or even looked down upon when opening the trade. But to Lin Youyu, these were essential for her daily life. "Good morning, Brother Gu." After finishing her morning routine, Lin Youyu greeted Gu Shaoshang, who was already up and about, and walked over to sit beside him. "Did you sleep well last night?" she asked with a smile. "Pretty well. It was quiet last night," Gu Shaoshang replied with a casual nod. In truth, he was a light sleeper, and even the slightest disturbance would wake him instantly. Since arriving at the battlefield of myriad races, Gu Shaoshang noticed that his sleep had improved significantly. Even though the occasional howls of wolves echoed outside, he could still sleep soundly. Compared to the previous days of chaos, last night was particularly quiet. "Brother Gu." Today, Lin Youyu was about to speak when a loud voice suddenly interrupted her, resonating clearly in the ears of all Blue Star humans. "Attention, all Blue Star humans. The regional speed competition is about to begin." The voice echoed in everyone's minds. "For the next 7 days, all hunting activities conducted by you and your summoned heroes will earn points. At the end of the 7 days, the top 1,000 ranked participants in the current region will receive rewards." The system then detailed the rewards. The first place would receive a legendary champion chest and the legendary title first of the regional speed competition. Second to 5th place would get diamond leader chests and the golden title above thousands. 6th to 10th place would earn gold progress chests and the purple title promising talent. 11th to 100th place would receive 2 silver chests, while 101st to 1000th place would get 1 silver chest. The regional speed competition will officially begin in 5 seconds. As the announcement ended, Blue Star humans scattered across 1,000 different regions erupted into excitement, with various chat channels buzzing with discussions about the competition. Gu Shaoshang noticed Lin Youyu's expression suddenly tense up and immediately realized she had received some kind of notification. As a summoned hero in this otherworldly battlefield, he couldn't hear the announcements from the battlefield of myriad races. This sense of being left out left him feeling quite dissatisfied. "Was there another announcement?" he asked. Lin Youyu nodded and relayed the details of the regional speed competition to him. "Regional speed competition?" Gu Shaoshang furrowed his brows, quickly recognizing it as another selection mechanism of the battlefield of myriad races designed to identify the elite. Clearly, this place adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong became stronger, and those outside the top 1,000 were left with nothing, merely serving as stepping stones for others. However, with his and Lin Youyu's abilities, making it into the top 1,000 would be effortless. Gu Shaoshang's target was far more ambitious, aimed for first place. The allure of the legendary champion chest and the legendary title was simply too great. "Brother Gu, the competition has started," Lin Youyu reminded him. Simultaneously, Gu Shaoshang noticed a flashing golden light in the top right corner of his vision. When he focused his thoughts on it, he immediately understood it was the real-time updated regional speed leaderboard. "Well, this is designed to keep everyone under constant pressure, isn't it?" Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. Inside the water curtain cave shelter, Gu Shaoshang opened the regional speed leaderboard and glanced at it. The leaderboard was still completely empty. He casually closed it, turned to Lin Youyu, and the two of them rose in unison, striding quickly through the small waterfall at the cave entrance, heading west at full speed. Brother Gu, what rank are we aiming for? Lin Youyu asked as they ran. First place, of course. Gu Shaoshang replied firmly. Hehe, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Their reconnaissance the previous day had given them a thorough understanding of the terrain. Not far to the west lay a large slope, and at the base of the slope was a massive crescent-shaped beach, teeming with prey leopardfish beasts. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the edge of the crescent-shaped beach. Gu Shaoshang carefully surveyed the surroundings and quickly selected an ideal spot. It was about 100 meters from the beach, with a small dirt mound in between serving as a natural barrier, effectively preventing the leopardfish beasts on the beach from spotting them. This distance also minimized the risk of the prey's dying cries attracting other leopardfish beasts. Even if a few were drawn over, his abilities were more than sufficient to handle them. In the event of an overwhelming number, the leopardfish beast's slow movement on land would make retreating an easy option. Brother Gu, are we luring two monsters at once this time? Lin Youyu asked. Yes, it's more efficient that way, Gu Shaoshang replied. All right, but please be careful. Do you want me to help hold one off? Lin Youyu asked with some concern, as they had previously dealt with the beasts one at a time, and taking on two simultaneously clearly posed greater risks. Don't worry, I'm not reckless with my life, Gu Shaoshang said confidently. He was well aware of his capabilities to double-slash attacks were enough to take down a level 14 leopardfish beast, and even a level 15 one would only require an additional strike. Facing two level 15 leopardfish beasts simultaneously would only cost him 6 mana points in total. Though these beasts weren't stationary targets, their aggressive nature often made them charge blindly, making them easier for him to strike with precision. By now, the speed leaderboard had filled with 1,000 names in just half an hour, with the last rank participant already earning 3 points. According to the rules, killing a beast between levels 10 and 20 awarded only 1 point, with an additional point granted for every 5 levels higher. This meant that in such a short time, at least 1,000 individuals had each slain 3 beasts, and the actual number of participants was likely even greater. Only the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard were eligible to have their scores recorded. Gu Shaoshang's gaze carefully scanned the top 10 names on the list. At the top was Yu Linglong with 68 points, followed by Zhou Cheng with 52 points. Wang Xie, Xie Tianhao, and Zhang Yuanqi occupied the 3rd to 5th positions with 48, 47, and 47 points, respectively. The 6th to 10th spots were taken by Fiora 38 points, Shun Xiong 36 points, Zhou Yanan 36 points, Augusta Klein 36 points, and Shahrukh Khan 35 points. There really are quite a few dark horses, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. Other than the names Lin Youyu had mentioned before, the top 5 were completely unfamiliar to him. This confirmed Lin Youyu's earlier speculation. There were indeed players in this area deliberately hiding their talents and initial heroes. What was even more puzzling was that Lu Qingyuan, who was unusually active in the chat channel, didn't appear until well outside the top 20. In reality, Lu Qingyuan's enthusiasm was merely a survival tactic. Those deceived by him, having no other options, chose silence and tacitly accepted his actions, hoping more people would fall into the same trap. To them, the more people involved, the higher the chance of overcoming their current predicament. There was a reason for Lu Qingyuan's low ranking. Despite having a great talent, his abilities leaned more towards support rather than offense. His placement within the top 50 was largely due to the abundance of fierce beasts in his area and the strength of his initial hero. Without these advantages, he would struggle to make it into the top 100. As the regional speed competition intensified, ambitious players began to reveal their true potential. On the outskirts of the Chaped Beach, Gu Shaoshang slew his 10th leopardfish beast with a single strike. As the level 15 beast fell, he advanced to level 16, finally breaking into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. But this was far from enough. His and Lin Youyu's goal was nothing short of first place. Brother Gu, more incoming. Lin Youyu's voice called out as 2 massive level 15 leopardfish beasts charged toward them like runaway tanks. Gu Shaoshang quickly put the leaderboard away and unleashed a dual-slash attack. The intersecting sword light flashed, blood sprayed into the air, and one of the beasts collapsed, its momentum carrying it several meters forward. The second leopardfish beast followed closely, landing a heavy claw strike on Gu Shaoshang's left arm. Blood spurted instantly, but without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang countered with 2 lightning-fast sword strikes. The beast let out a final, agonized roar before collapsing, its blood quickly soaking the ground around it. Experience points 80, a total of 160 points earned. Gu Shaoshang lightly flicked the blood-stained black-sheathed longsword, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the 2 freshly slain leopardfish beast corpses on the ground. Damage amplification SR. Each of your attacks deals 200 increased damage. Skills deal 500 increased damage, and skill energy costs are reduced by 99. He had just reached level 16, and his talent, damage amplification, upgraded to SR grade with the level up. A 200 final damage boost, 500 skill damage boost, combined with a 99 energy cost reduction. This was an unbeatable combination. Gu Shaoshang smirked mischievously and said coldly, "This is my infinite firepower talent. Don't believe it." Such a description, who would dare to believe it? An F-grade hero capable of instantly killing 2 level 15 beasts? It sounded like a joke, utterly absurd. Even if someone told this as a joke, it probably wouldn't be funny. And yet, it was the truth. He glanced down at the fallen leopardfish beasts and said in the same tone, "Let's continue. This time, let's try luring 3 of them over." Lin Youyu nodded, quickly turning around and dashing toward the group of beasts on the beach. At the edge of the Death Desert, a fierce battle was unfolding around the ruins of a dilapidated structure. Groups of adventurers clashed with thousands of ferocious beasts, the battlefield filled with roars and the deafening clamor of steel striking steel. "Charge! Take down these beasts," a voice roared angrily. "Those damn scorpions are poisonous. Who can detoxify? Hurry up and heal me. Watch out. There's a big one coming this way. Everyone nearby, focus fire on it. Take it down first." Haha, another point scored. Feels like I'm about to level up. Are there any level 20 or higher beasts around? These low-level ones barely give any experience anymore. Over here, there's a level 23 two-headed snake. Leave it to me. Take this punch from your grandpa. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, hundreds of adventurers and an equal number of hero units fought desperately to scatter the beast horde in front of them. Most of the desert beasts had poison attributes, so support units were always needed close by to prevent anyone from succumbing to poison unknowingly. If someone became reckless, they might not even realize they were poisoned until it was too late. In the crowd, Lu Qingyuan followed closely behind his beastman Archmage, occasionally hurling fireballs to finish off the weakened beasts. Yes, he was stealing kills. "Damn it, Lu Qingyuan. You stole my kill again. You bastard," an adventurer shouted furiously. "Lu the scammer, enough is enough. How many times are you going to do this? Show some restraint." Despite the complaints surrounding him, Lu Qingyuan showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, he became even more brazen. Laughing heartily, he replied, "Haha, forgive me, forgive me. We're all clearing out these beasts. Does it really matter who gets the kill? It's just a couple of points. Don't take it to heart. Brother Zhang, I'm helping you out here. I can't believe you'd misunderstand me like this. It truly breaks my heart." Those around him cursed inwardly. This shameless guy, has he completely let himself go? Ever since he scammed someone, he's become more and more audacious. He's so shameless, it's almost impressive. In truth, Lu Qingyuan didn't want to act this way, but what choice did he have? He was a double-A-grade big shot, and whatever he started, he had to see through to the end. Among the 6 double-A-ranked members of the Elite Alliance, he was the only one who had fallen far behind on the regional speed leaderboard, ranking outside the top 20. This fact was unbearable for him. To improve his standing, he had to give it his all, striving to earn as many points as possible. Defeating 1 or 2 opponents was nothing. Even 4 or 5 didn't faze him. His goal was clear, make it into the top 20 at the very least. Otherwise, how could he hold his head high in the regional chat channel? If someone asked why the leader of the Elite Alliance couldn't even break into the top 20 of the regional speed race, what could he say? Claim he didn't care? That would be too humiliating to admit. Meanwhile, Fiora, who also had a double attire talent, became the center of attention with her far superior performance. Her talent was Fire Mastery, a seemingly ordinary name that concealed extraordinary power. This ability amplified the damage and range of any fire-based skill by 200. Previously, Fiora had lucked out by drawing a blue-grade skill scroll from a reward box, gaining a skill called Explosive Fireball. This skill was the advanced version of Lu Qingyuan's Fireball spell. While Fireball was a green-grade skill, Explosive Fireball was blue-grade, boasting significantly higher damage and a wider range. The skill already had devastating area effect potential, but combined with Fiora's talent, its explosive damage was truly unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, Fiora single-handedly held off an entire flank of attacks. She worked seamlessly with her A-grade starting hero, and even when dozens of savage beasts charged at her, they posed no threat. Instead, one after another, the beasts were obliterated by her explosive fireballs. Not far away, Lu Qingyuan watched this scene, his eyes practically burning with envy. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. They both had a grade talent, so why was his only suited for support? But then he reconsidered. If it weren't for his unique A-grade talent of spatial teleportation, he wouldn't have been able to handle the relentless onslaught of poisonous beasts. Even talents like Fiora's, which purely amplified offensive power, would stand no chance against thousands of beasts, some even higher level than herself. An hour later, Gu Shaoshang leveled up amidst a radiant golden glow, reaching level 17. At the same time, his SR-grade damage amplification talent had evolved to the pinnacle SSR grade. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Shaoshang immediately opened his character panel, his gaze locking onto his second SSR-grade talent. Infinite Firepower SSR increases damage dealt by basic attacks by 400, enhances skill damage by 800, reduces skill costs by 99.9, grants each attack an effect that absorbs 10 of your maximum mana, and eliminates skill casting delays. Hiss. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but gasp in shock as he read the full extent of the talent's effects. His face was filled with disbelief and awe. Upon reaching SSR level, the original damage-enhancing talent transformed into a true infinite firepower talent. The new talent's effects were shockingly powerful. Not only did it significantly boost attack power, but it also offered an incredible 99.9 reduction in skill cost. This meant that for Gu Shaoshang, a skill that originally consumed 1,000 mana points now required only 1 point to cast. Even more astonishing was the 10 mana leech effect added to every attack. Although his maximum mana at level 17 was only 210 points, each attack would restore 21 mana points. Combined with the massive reduction in skill costs, this 21 mana recovery was effectively equivalent to 21,000 points. As for the final effect that removed skill cast delays, while Gu Shaoshang found it relatively modest, it was still a welcome addition. This talent is absurdly overpowered. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but laugh out loud, thoroughly satisfied with the final result of the talent. Big brother Gu, you've leveled up again. Lin Youyu ran over excitedly, her pink eyes gleaming with delight. She understood very well what reaching level 17 meant. For Gu Shaoshang, it signified that his second talent had also reached SSR level. Lin Youyu immediately opened Gu Shaoshang's character panel. When she saw the explosive effects of the infinite firepower talent, she gasped in disbelief. Hiss. This talent is way too exaggerated. Is this even balanced? Anything that exists is balanced, Gu Shaoshang replied with a smile. Besides, as long as it's not someone else's, it's fine. Right? Big brother Gu is absolutely correct. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement before asking. Big brother Gu, how many monsters should we lure over this time? No need. It's not necessary anymore, Gu Shaoshang said with a wave of his hand. From here on, I'll handle this personally. With a light leap, he landed on a high slope ahead, overlooking the beach below, which was dotted with countless leopard ray beasts. This area was teeming with over 1,000 of these creatures, including many high-level monsters around level 20. Previously, Gu Shaoshang could use his double slash to instantly kill leopard ray beasts below level 15, but against higher-level enemies, a second skill activation was often required to finish them off. When surrounded by multiple leopard ray beasts, he would even find himself in perilous situations. But now, things were different. With the infinite firepower talent enhancing him, his attack power had reached an entirely new level. His base strength of 28 points allowed him to deal 39.2 damage with his double slash. However, under the amplification of the infinite firepower talent, that damage skyrocketed to 1,764 points, a staggering 63 times his original strength. A single strike could take down even a level 20 leopardfish beast. The sword in Gu Shaoshang's hand traced a fierce arc, not only delivering lethal damage, but also draining his opponent's mana. This special effect allowed him to unleash his double slash skill endlessly. Against these leopardfish beasts, which were at most level 20, there was no need to cautiously lure them out. Charging straight in was the way to go. At the edge of the crescent-shaped beach, Gu Shaoshang came to a halt with Lin Youyu by his side. Youyu, stay here, he said without turning his head. Okay, good luck, brother Gu. Lin Youyu called out, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched him walk away. In her heart, even though brother Gu only had frank hero potential, he was an invincible force in the world. Gu Shaoshang wasn't worried about Lin Yuyu's safety. After all, she had 100 resurrection chances every day, making her far safer than him. Once I clear out this area of beasts, I should have enough to level up to 20, he calculated silently. The sea breeze carried a salty tang as it swept through. Gu Shaoshang's footsteps quickened, turning into a sprint. His sword flashed, accompanied by the anguished cries of beasts, and blood spattered across the sand. A brutal slaughter had begun. The enraged leopardfish beasts swarmed toward him, but Gu Shaoshang didn't retreat. Instead, he charged directly into the fray. Every strike of his sword claimed a life, and the beasts fell one after another. His experience points skyrocketed, while Lin You's score on the regional leaderboard climbed rapidly. In just 30 seconds, golden light enveloped Gu Shaoshang as his level jumped to 18. Youyu, change the experience split to 802080 for you. 20 for me, he shouted. After reaching level 18, the level 13 leopardfish beasts only gave 1 experience point, and level 12 ones gave none at all. Since lower-level beasts made up the majority, giving all the experience to him would only lead to waste. Got it, brother Gu. Lin Youyu quickly adjusted the distribution ratio. Moments later, she too was surrounded by the glow of a level up. Level 11. Wow, this leveling speed is insane, she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as her experience points continued to soar. Although the 2080 split slowed Gu Shaoshang's leveling slightly, he still reached level 19 within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin You's score skyrocketed as the leopardfish beast fell, propelling her into the top 100 of the regional leaderboard and drawing the attention of other humans from Blue Star. Isn't this Lin Youyu the same person who used to sell leopard fish meat? Yeah, that's her. I even messaged her privately once, but she didn't reply. I can't believe this girl is actually a pro. Are all pros this low-key? She's only made it into the top 100, and she's already a big shot? What do you mean only? Which rank is she exactly? She must be in the top 10, right? With that kind of confidence. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 in our region is a true expert. If not a pro, then what? Lin Youyu, what level is your starting hero? And what about your talents? Someone suddenly pointed out. Have you guys noticed something? Lin Yuyu's rank was over 900 not long ago, basically gatekeeper level on the leaderboard. But in just a few minutes, she's jumped into the top 100. Whoa, that's insane. Did she find some area with a bunch of low-level beasts grouped together? That's got to be it. How else could she rack up points so fast? But honestly, every pro at the top of the leaderboard is doing the same thing, right? Finding loads of low-level beasts and being able to take them down quickly and efficiently, that's a skill in itself. I'm so in awe. Why can't I be a pro? Don't be jealous. As long as you survive, everyone has a chance to become a pro. That's just something people say to make themselves feel better. Don't start believing your own lies. At this moment, Lin Youyu was on the outskirts of the beach, hopping around like a kid, her excitement evident as she shouted, "Brother Gu is amazing. That sword move was so cool. Another level up." In just a few minutes, Lin You's level had skyrocketed from 10 to 18. She glanced at her progress bar and realized she was about to hit level 19. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang had already reached level 19 and was pushing hard toward level 20. However, after about 10 more minutes, Gu Shaoshang had to stop, not because he was tired. On the contrary, he was brimming with energy and adrenaline. The reason he stopped was that he had completely cleared the beach of every single leopard fish beast. At the same time, Lin You's points on the regional leaderboard had surged to an impressive 1,377, putting her at rank 59. Clearly, their team wasn't the only one who had discovered a swarm of low-level beasts. Other players were also making gains. At first, everyone's points were increasing at a steady pace, but now, every second seemed to bring a new personal best. The players in the top 10 of the regional leaderboard had already surpassed 3,000 points. For Lin Youyu and Gu Shaoshang to make it into the top 100, they were already among the best of the best. Lin the Pro's rank is climbing so fast again, someone exclaimed. She's at 83 now. 77. It's insane, the rank is still going up. Gu Shaoshang surveyed the area. The beach was completely cleared of leopard fish beasts. He turned and waved toward Lin Youyu in the distance. "Xiaoyu, keep up with me." Lin Youyu took one last reluctant look at the piles of beast corpses littering the ground before quickly sprinting after Gu Shaoshang. The two of them headed toward another stretch of beach. This new beach was teeming with even more leopard fish beasts, but the distance between them was greater. After clearing one section, they would need to run a bit further to reach the next area. This approach, while slightly more time-consuming, quickly led Gu Shaoshang to come up with a brilliant plan, having Lin Youyu continue to lure the beasts. As an 18th level player, Lin Youyu's speed had reached 11.9 meters per second, far surpassing the speed of the leopardfish beasts on land. Even a 20th level leopardfish beast could only trail behind her, eating her dust. Gu Shaoshang instructed Lin Youyu to run ahead to the next area and draw the leopardfish beasts there towards him. This significantly boosted their efficiency. The only concern was whether Gu Shaoshang could withstand the onslaught of attacks. However, for Gu Shaoshang, this was hardly a challenge. With 2 SSR-level talents, even if his base stats weren't particularly strong, he could effortlessly deal with waves of leopardfish beasts. As long as his attacks were timely, he could take them down with ease. Half an hour later, Lin Youyu had already leveled up to 19. At the same time, her name successfully climbed into the top 50 of the regional speed leaderboard. "Brother Gu, I've adjusted my experience allocation to 55 now," Lin Youyu said after reaching level 19, proactively tweaking her experience distribution to a 55 to 45 ratio. Both she and Gu Shaoshang were now at level 19. Although Gu Shaoshang's experience bar was nearly full while she had just leveled up, the current leopardfish beasts were too low-level to provide much experience. A level 14 leopardfish beast only granted 1 experience point, and level 13 ones offered none at all. Aside from speed leaderboard points, defeating these beasts held little value. "Got it. I'm almost about to level up. I'll adjust it after I do," Gu Shaoshang replied, his tone focused. At that moment, he was surrounded by a massive swarm of leopardfish beasts, furious creatures attacking him from every direction. Each leopardfish beast was massive in size, and just 4 or 5 of them were enough to occupy the area around him. Those on the outer edges, unable to get through, began ramming into the ones in front, causing some to topple over. Before they could recover, Gu Shaoshang dispatched them with a single strike. After about 10 more minutes and a pleasant notification chime, Gu Shaoshang finally leveled up to 20. However, he had no time to check the new talents he had gained. The surrounding leopardfish beasts still hadn't been dealt with, and he couldn't afford to lose focus. Each attack from these high-level beasts could cost him a tenth or more of his health. If he missed an attack and got hit consecutively, he could be killed instantly. While he could easily eliminate the beasts in one strike, the risk remained significant. Fortunately, most of the beasts in this area were still level 15 or below, which made up the majority of their numbers. Another half hour later, Lin Youyu also reached level 20. As the last few leopardfish beasts fell, Gu Shaoshang halted his movements and called out to her. Let's take a break. All right, Brother Gu, you rest for a bit. I'll go handle these beast corpses, Lin Youyu replied with a smile, then cheerfully headed off to clean up the leopardfish beasts scattered across the beach. Gu Shaoshang walked to the side and found a relatively clean spot to sit down. He opened his character panel, and his gaze immediately locked onto the talent abilities section. Listed there were Ultimate Life Steal, Infinite Firepower, and a new talent he had never seen before, Born to Run. A speed-type talent? Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the specific attributes of this new talent. Born to Run E. Your speed is naturally superior to others. You gain an additional 1 point of agility with every level up. This unexpected discovery put Gu Shaoshang in a good mood. While the Ultimate Lifesteal talent greatly enhanced his survivability, the low base attributes brought by his great aptitude had always been a headache for him. At the same level 20, Lin Youyu's maximum health was 770 points excluding equipment, while his was a pitiful 240 points, a staggering difference of 530 points. Worse yet, this gap would only widen as their levels increased. Even though he could recover 80 of his health with each attack, his low health cap remained a critical weakness. Against enemies with extremely high attack power, being one-shot would render even the strongest lifesteal ability useless. Fortunately, a skill scroll Lin Youyu had given him earlier contained a health-boosting skill, which provided some degree of safety, though it was far from enough. The newly acquired speed-type talent, while unable to directly increase his health, could help him evade deadly attacks. Speed meant that some attacks might not even land on him, which was undoubtedly another form of survivability. Another grade talent, one tier higher than my aptitude, Gu Shaoshang thought with delight, his gaze subconsciously drifting toward Lin Youyu, who was not far away, busy handling the corpses of fierce beasts. Could this be the luck of being near someone with insane luck? The only regret was that the grade talent didn't grant additional attribute points to make up for his current level deficit. If it did, he could have gained an extra 19 agility points right away. Still, that wasn't a big deal. The talent level would eventually improve with time. As he watched Lin Youyu finish dealing with the surrounding beast corpses and turned to head back to clean up the earlier ones, Gu Shaoshang quickly called out to her. Xiaoyu, that's enough for now. Huh? We're leaving them. Lin Youyu looked visibly disappointed. Gu Shaoshang chuckled softly and reached out to ruffle her silky pink hair. All right, it's just some worthless beast materials, Lin Youyu muttered, her mind already envisioning the future market trends. Just wait and see. After this event, materials from low-level beasts like these will definitely see a massive drop in value. She shook her head lightly and continued her analysis. Prices are only meaningful if there's demand in the market. Once the market is saturated, these things will instantly become trash. Beast meat was indeed valuable in the early stages, when weaker players couldn't hunt on their own and had to trade other materials for it. However, this phase was supposed to last about a week. The start of the regional speed competition completely disrupted the balance. Expert players, who previously ignored low-level beasts, began hunting them in large numbers. Even if only a fraction of them collected the carcasses, it was enough to flood the trading market with low-level beast meat. Meat from leopard fish, which doesn't even taste good, will be completely unwanted by then. Lin Youyu frowned. Forget about trading it for 100 units of wood. No one will even trade 1 unit for it. The logic wasn't complicated. Lin Youyu had just failed to adjust her mindset at first. After Gu Shaoshang's reminder, she immediately came to her senses. Then I need to sell them off right away. She quickly opened the trading market and adjusted the price of the leopard fish meat she had listed earlier. Sure enough, the market was already flooded with beast meat, with the cheapest selling for just 10 units of wood per kilogram. As for the leopard fish meat, which had a mediocre taste and even an odd smell, its value was even lower. None of the portions Lin Youyu had previously listed had been sold. Without hesitation, she dropped the price to 1 unit of wood per kilogram and listed a massive 20,000 kilograms, divided into 20,000 portions. If everything sold, she could at least exchange it for 20,000 units of wood. While she didn't need it immediately, wood was a stable currency that would remain useful at any stage of the game. All right, Brother Gu, let's keep going. Lin Youyu clapped her hands, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile as she raised her arm and shouted, "Let's go." She quickly caught up with Gu Shaoshang, and together they headed toward another group of leopard fish beasts. The slaughter began once more. For the next half a day, the two of them rampaged through the leopard fish beast population on the beach. Luckily, the number of leopard fish beasts near the shore was vast. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for Gu Shaoshang to kill alone. During this time, both of them leveled up twice. While beasts below level 15 no longer provided much experience once they hit level 20, higher level beasts at levels 18, 19, and 20 still gave them substantial experience points. As for those lower level beasts under level 15, hey, we're still earning points for the competition. After all, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu were aiming for first place in the regional speed competition. Upon reaching level 22, Gu Shaoshang's Born to Run talent advanced to grade C, and the system information was updated accordingly. Born to Run C. Your innate speed surpasses others, granting you an additional 4 agility points with each level up. Gu Shaoshang's agility attribute, which should have been 27, had now reached 30. He quickly calculated in his mind. At grade E, the talent granted 1 extra agility point between levels 20 and 21. At grade D, it provided 2 points between levels 21 and 22. If he leveled up again, his agility would reach an astonishing 35 points, far surpassing his other attributes. And this was without accounting for the incomplete attribute distribution in the early stages of leveling. Once the talent reaches grade A, it should make up for the attributes missing from earlier levels, right? Gu Shaoshang speculated silently. As night began to fall, the scores on the leaderboard of the regional speed race gradually stabilized. With darkness approaching, the participants chose to pause their efforts and wait out the night. After all, while the competition was important, it paled in comparison to the value of their lives. Back at the Water Curtain Cave shelter, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu returned just before nightfall. After lighting a campfire, Gu Shaoshang suggested Lin Youyu take a bath first while he stayed outside to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal was once again roasted meat. The hamburgers from before were long gone, leaving them to rely on roasted meat to fill their stomachs. Gu Shaoshang skewered chunks of meat, each about the size of a baby's fist, onto iron sticks 5 pieces per skewer. He prepared 15 skewers in total, 10 for himself and 5 for Lin Youyu. If she couldn't finish hers, he was more than happy to help, given his hearty appetite. The skewers were neatly arranged around the campfire, and Gu Shaoshang watched them intently. Once one side turned golden brown and sizzled with oil, he carefully flipped them over to let the other side cook evenly. He then took out the seasoning box Lin Youyu had purchased from the trading market on their way back. The box had been quite expensive, costing more than 200 kilograms of beast meat. Of course, that was based on the current value of beast meat, which had depreciated even faster than Gu Shaoshang had anticipated. Lin Youyu had also bought some higher quality beast meat with better flavor, since the leopard fish meat they had wasn't particularly appetizing. Gu Shaoshang was now roasting the affordable yet tasty meat she had brought back. He sprinkled some barbecue seasoning onto the skewers, and the aroma immediately filled the air. The mouth-watering scent made Gu Shaoshang's stomach growl, and his mouth began to water. If only we had a few bottles of chilled drinks right now, it'd be perfect, he thought to himself. Just as the meat was nearly done, Lin Youyu, freshly bathed, emerged from the tent, drawn by the delicious smell. "It smells amazing," she exclaimed. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled as she stared at the skewers of roasted meat sizzling with oil by the campfire, her stomach growling in protest. The aroma of the meat, perfectly cooked to a golden brown, filled the air as the oil slowly dripped from the skewers. "It's almost ready," Gu Shaoshang said, standing up. "Keep an eye on it. I'm going to take a quick shower." With that, he turned and walked into the tent. Men always seemed to shower at lightning speed. In just over 10 minutes, Gu Shaoshang emerged, drying his still dripping hair. To his surprise, the 15 enticing skewers of roasted meat remained untouched. "Why haven't you started eating?" Lin Youyu swallowed hard, for what felt like the 100th time in the past 10 minutes. "Brother Gu, I wanted to wait and eat with you." If not for her extraordinary self-control, she might have already given in to temptation. "There's no need for that," Gu Shaoshang said with a smile as he sat down. "Next time, just go ahead and eat if you're hungry." "Here, Brother Gu." Lin Youyu handed him a skewer, then eagerly grabbed one for herself. She took a big bite, and the rich, juicy flavor exploded in her mouth, filling her taste buds with pure delight. This is amazing," she exclaimed, almost moved to tears by the deliciousness. "Is it really that good?" Gu Shaoshang asked, half amused, as he took a bite himself. Not bad at all." Though Gu Shaoshang's grilling skills were average, the quality of the meat was exceptional, far superior to even the finest A5 grade beef. Its natural flavor shone through, despite the simple preparation. The two of them sat around the campfire, savoring the meal while chatting about the day's events. They had spent most of the day hunting fierce beasts, and this fulfilling lifestyle was starting to make Gu Shaoshang fall in love with the battlefield of myriad races. If given the choice, he would likely stay without hesitation. "Oh, by the way," Lin Youyu suddenly looked up. "Brother Gu, do you know what rank we're at now?" Gu Shaoshang shook his head. He had been too busy hunting to check the leaderboard. "We're ranked 17th," Lin Youyu announced excitedly. "Only 17th." Gu Shaoshang found the rank a bit underwhelming. It likely meant that others had also discovered similar packs of low-level beasts, like the leopardfish creatures they encountered. While each kill didn't yield high points, the sheer number of beasts made up for it. Yep. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement. The competition for the top 10 is way fiercer than I imagined. She recalled the brief thrill she felt upon seeing their ranking, but it quickly faded. After all, Brother Gu had helped her earn thousands of points today, and 17th place felt a bit low. So many points, and we're only 17th? What kind of overachievers are ahead of us? First place, Yu Linglong, with 7,968 points. Second place, Wang Xia, with 7,752 points. Third place, Zhou Cheng, with 7,718 points. Fourth place, Angela Dale, with 7,701 points. Fifth place, Zhang Yuanqi, with 7,677 points. Sixth place, Xie Tianhao, with 7,638 points. Seventh place, Shen Xiong, with 7,636 points. Eighth place, Zhou Yanan, with 7,633 points. Ninth place, Augusta Klein, with 7,622 points. And 10th place, Shah Rukh Khan, with 7,618 points. Gu Shaoshang slid his finger across the screen, opening the regional leaderboard and quickly scanning through the top 10 names. Compared to the morning, the rankings remained largely unchanged. Yu Linglong firmly held the top spot, leading the second place by over 200 points, an impressive advantage. Meanwhile, the scores of the remaining 9 competitors were extremely close, with some separated by just 1 or 2 points, making position shifts highly likely at any time. It's only the first day, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. There are still 6 days left. The outcome is far from decided. His attention was drawn to the name Angela Dale, which stood out prominently. That morning, this competitor hadn't even made it into the top 20, yet now she had surged to 4th place. Gu Shaoshang knew that aside from 1st place, the rewards for 2nd through 5th place were identical, essentially making no difference. The real dividing line lay between 5th and 6th place. Currently, 5th place Zhang Yuanqi was only a few dozen points ahead of 6th place Xie Tianhao. Not long ago, Xie Tianhao had been in 4th place but had now dropped 2 spots. Although the gap was small, if it widened a little each day, by the 7th day, it could become significant. Gu Shaoshang continued scrolling down the leaderboard and noticed that Fiola, who had been in 6th place, had now fallen to 19th, while Lu Qingyuan had been pushed out of the top 30 and dropped to 42nd place. At this rate, by the 7th day, it seemed unlikely they would even remain in the top 100 and would only receive consolation prizes. The competition is truly fierce, Gu Shaoshang sighed softly, closing the leaderboard interface. At the same time, in the regional chat channel, over 5 million humans from Blue Star were fervently discussing the first day's results of the speed competition. The main topic of discussion was undoubtedly the distant frontrunner, Yu Linglong, a name no one had heard of before the competition. This is insane. Weren't the ferocious beasts supposed to be hard to deal with? How are people scoring 6 or 7,000 points? How on earth are these pros convincing the beasts to just hand over their lives? This is incredible. Has anyone heard of this Yu Linglong before? She must be a female pro, right? Ladies, what do you think? Messages flooded the chat channel like a tidal wave, and the mysterious name Yu Linglong became the center of everyone's attention. This time, we're going to show those arrogant men what we're made of. 2 out of the top 3 spots on the speed leaderboard are ours. Guess you guys aren't so great after all. Seriously? This is the modern age. Why are we still pitting men against women? And by the way, this isn't Blue Planet anymore. Yu Linglong, boss. Please notice me. Yu Linglong, look over here. The screen was flooded with millions of comments scrolling by at lightning speed. Almost every single one was tagging the same name, Yu Linglong. Even Lin Youyu felt the itch to join in, almost copying and pasting a few tags herself. And then, Yu Linglong finally appeared. Stop tagging me already. I barely have time to rest, and I'm really exhausted. If you have questions, ask them quickly. Once I'm done answering, I'm going back to rest. Whoa, the number 1 on the leaderboard just showed up in person. Boss, I have to ask, what level was your initial hero? Is your talent SSR level? SSR? There's no such thing as SSR. Exactly. If SSR existed, the gap would have been massive by now. Unless the top 10 players all had SSRs, it's impossible. Where would you even get so many SSRs? I heard even Zhou Cheng, who's ranked 2nd, only has S-level talent. High above the ground, on the edge of a sheer cliff that towered 500 or 600 meters, stood a hidden cave nestled into the rocky face. The cave was spacious inside, its walls illuminated by the flickering light of 2 campfires. Shadows danced along the walls, revealing the silhouettes of several figures. Zhou Cheng sat by one of the fires, chewing on dried fruit. He had been enjoying the drama as a spectator, but now, to his dismay, had been dragged into the spotlight. He glanced helplessly at his friend sitting beside him. Weren't we supposed to keep a low profile? His friend grinned innocently, throwing an arm around Zhou Cheng's shoulders. Relax, man. Things have already escalated this far. How are we supposed to stay low-key now? Don't tell me you're seriously thinking of giving up on competing with Yu Linglong for first place. You know the rewards for first place are in a league of their own. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes and shoved his friend's arm off. Even if I want to compete, that doesn't mean you should go around spilling the details of my talent level. What do you mean, spilling? I didn't leak anything. His friend laughed carelessly. All I said was that your talent is level, and so is your initial hero. I didn't reveal any specifics. Nearby, a tall, imposing figure stood with a straight posture. His golden eyes gleamed with a rebellious edge. He was Zhou Cheng's initial heroine's level 4-winged archangel from the angelic race. Zhou Cheng's lips twitched. Oh, thank you so much, then. Despite his sarcastic tone, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride deep down. Who doesn't like showing off once in a while? He was no exception. Still, his rational side knew that flaunting his talent and initial hero would only attract unnecessary trouble. His friend had always advised him to keep a low profile to avoid drawing unwanted attention, and Zhou Cheng had reluctantly gone along with it. But now, it seemed that staying under the radar was no longer an option. Besides, giving up on the regional speed competition's rewards just to stay low-key? That would be foolish. Zhou Cheng wasn't about to make that kind of mistake. Hey, his friend leaned in with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Do you think Yu Linglong's talent might be SR level? How would I know? Zhou Cheng frowned, pausing to consider. His tone was uncertain. Probably the same as mine's level. Deep down, though, Zhou Cheng didn't want to believe that Yu Linglong's talent was higher than his. If she really had an SR level talent, his confidence in securing first place might start to waver. Hopefully, that's not the case. Brother Gu, what level do you think Yu Linglong's talent is? Deep in the cave, Lin Youyu asked curiously as she glanced over at Gu Shaoshang while quietly observing the screen. She couldn't help but wonder Yu Linglong had consistently held the top spot on the speed leaderboard. Could she have an SR level talent? And it must definitely be one focused on combat. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. Hard to say, but I think her starting hero must be very powerful. He wasn't entirely sure about Yu Linglong's personal strength, but given her ability to dominate the regional speed leaderboard, raw talent alone couldn't account for it. She must have a formidable starting hero backing her, or perhaps her talent and hero choice were perfectly synergized. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement, and then said with a smile, exactly. Her starting hero must be strong too. But no matter how powerful she is, she's still no match for you, Brother Gu. She laughed, playfully looking at Gu Shaoshang with a twinkle in her eyes. Gu Shaoshang chuckled at her teasing and reached out to ruffle her hair. Though his expression was warm, he didn't consider himself as remarkable as she made him out to be. Even with 2 SSR-level talents already under his belt and the potential for more in the future, Gu Shaoshang never let it inflate his ego. After all, he understood that in the vast battlefield of myriad races, humanity from Blue Star was merely a fledgling force. Even if I'm stronger than the average Blue Star human, I'm still just a slightly bigger ant, he sighed softly. You and I both know that the true terrors are the powerhouses in the battlefield of the myriad races. Our current strength is only the beginning. The road ahead is the real challenge. Arrogance has no place here. We must tread carefully and stay low-key. He paused before adding, let's start with a small goal reaching level 100. While the two conversed, a message from Yu Linglong broke the silence in the regional chat channel. All right, I know what you're all curious about, so let me answer. Yu Linglong's tone was calm and composed. Regarding my talent, yes, you're right, it's level. As for what exactly it is, that's not something I'm willing to disclose. The chat channel erupted in a frenzy. Of course, level talent. Someone previously mentioned that Zhou Cheng, the big shot, also has level talent. Looks like level is the standard for top players. Look at this level talent players crying in the corner. So, am I just not worthy? One message joked, with an undertone of light-hearted resignation. Yu Linglong smiled faintly as she typed her next message. Back in the day, when everything was rosy, people called me little sweetheart. Now with new faces around, they're calling me Madam Cow? Go ahead, laugh, laugh. But you people without even a level talent, do you think you're qualified to mock someone like me with just a level talent? Life's tough enough as it is. Can't we at least joke around to entertain ourselves? She hit enter again. So why are you all in such a rush to mock me? The real big shots don't care, but you're the ones getting worked up. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, what the heck? Did you just blow up? Yu Linglong chuckled as she typed. Yeah, I'm used to it. I instinctively blocked it out. Then, with a touch of humor, she added, haha, a perfect autoblock. It's all about predicting your predictions. The regional channel fell silent for a moment, leaving only the sound of her playful, provocative laughter lingering behind. Off topic, someone suddenly shouted on the forum. Yu Linglong, you still haven't told us what rank your hero has. The question immediately sparked a flurry of responses. Yu Linglong, your hero's rank? Which one are you talking about? Someone curiously asked. The forum erupted in excitement. Wait a second, does that mean you have more than one hero? Exactly, that's what it means, someone confirmed. Whoa, a multi-hero pro. Expressions of amazement flooded in. Several well-known players showed up. Lu Qingyuan was the first to ask. Miss Yulinglong, could you share where your hero summoning tokens come from? Same question. Zhou Cheng quickly chimed in. Augusta politely joined the conversation. Miss Yulinglong, it would be greatly appreciated if you could let us know. At that moment, the focus of everyone's attention, Yulinglong, was standing atop a snow-capped mountain over 3,000 meters above sea level. From afar, it appeared to be an ordinary snowy expanse, but hidden within was a secretan invisible barrier enveloped the summit's central area, covering about 500 square meters. Inside the barrier, the temperature was a constant 20 degrees Celsius. A two-story wooden building stood there, and in front of it was a barbecue grill, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding white snow. Yulinglong was dressed in light blue cloth armor, with a sword sheathed in a dazzling blue scabbard stuck into the ground beside her. Behind her stood a group of heroes, both male and female, human and beast alike. She turned to look at the only seated hero, her initial hero, Carl, the S-ranked orc blademaster, and asked, Carl, do you think I should tell them? Standing over 2 meters tall, Carl didn't have the bulky physique typical of most orcs. As the one and only blade master of the orc race, he possessed an extraordinary SR rank, far surpassing the strength 4-winged archangel. Even at level 10, his strength far exceeded that of Yulinglong, who was level 24 with strength talent. In truth, Yulinglong was no match for him. Carl responded calmly, that's up to you, but I think they might not believe it. Aside from Carl, the S-ranked orc blade master, Yulinglong also had 4 other hero units under her command. However, these 4 were relatively ordinary. Among them, 3 were branked, and 1 was a ranked. Such qualifications would be considered top tier by other humans on Blue Star, an unattainable level of power. Yet for Yulinglong, these 4 could only serve as minor assistants under the command of the orc blade master Carl. At this moment, the scene by the campfire was strikingly vivid. Yulinglong and Carl sat leisurely by the fire, their faces illuminated by its glow, while the 4 heroes stood rigidly behind them, not even qualified to sit down. Whatever. Whether they believe it or not. What does it have to do with me? Yulinglong shook her head indifferently, her expression cold. Her slender fingers glided quickly over the communication device, sending out a message. Then, she withdrew her attention from the chat channel, no longer caring about their reactions. In Yulinglong's eyes, the strength of others was simply not on the same level as her own. Even Zhou Cheng, who ranked just below her on the speed leaderboard, was nothing more than a distant, hopeless pursuer in her view. These people were not worth her time or effort. I'm going to rest now. Carl, you should rest early too, Yulinglong said in an indifferent tone as she stood up and headed toward the 2-story wooden house behind her. As for arrangements for the 4 heroes, naturally, that was Carl's responsibility. She didn't need to bother with such trivial matters. After all, they were merely 3 branked and 1 a ranked hero, far from deserving her personal attention. Back in the regional chat channel, the messages that had been scrolling rapidly suddenly froze, as if the system had glitched. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, at the message Yulinglong had just sent. My main hero is an S-ranked orc blade master. As for the other heroes, they're just 3 branked and 1 a ranked, nothing worth mentioning. Oh, and I found the hero summoning tokens in a cave. Don't you guys have them? That simple statement sent the majority of people into mental overload. An S-ranked hero, an orc blade master? On top of that, 3 branked heroes and 1 a ranked hero? And the 4 hero summoning tokens were just found in a cave. What the? Are you kidding me? Many people felt their mental composure shatter, especially those who had been smugly proud of their ranked heroes, thinking themselves to be big shots. Now, as they looked at their own initial heroes, a strong wave of disdain surged within them. Look at her, she doesn't even bother to introduce her a ranked hero, clearly looking down on them. And here they were, treating their heroes like treasures and thinking they were impressive. So, in the end, the clown? You've got to be kidding, right? Yulinglong, are you serious? Found them in a cave? That's just absurd, haha. This is hilarious. Yulinglong doesn't even bother introducing the other 4 heroes. So our ranked heroes are that unimpressive now. One player, staring at their cranked hero and then at Yulinglong's message, felt a pang in their chest and burst into tears. Wait, she's not joking? She really found them in a cave? That's insane luck. Come on, Yulinglong's main hero is S-ranked. Do we even need to talk about luck? An orc blade master, it just sounds ridiculously powerful. Zhou Cheng, upon reading the message, felt his face turn ashen. No way, why? My strength hero is a 4-winged archangel from the angelic race, and her hero is an orc? How is that S-ranked? Inside the cave, the campfire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Lin Youyu was intently scrolling through the regional chat channel, watching messages stream by in rapid succession. Yulinglong is definitely the pride of our great cosmic nation, someone exclaimed excitedly in the channel. Immediately, a flurry of responses followed, from mocking remarks like, whose dog got loose, to envious comments like, an S-ranked hero is so enviable, to heated debates about whether God could also be considered a hero unit. The entire channel erupted into a cacophony of voices, with arguments and agreements flying back and forth. Lin Youyu turned to Gu Shaoshang, who was quietly staring into the flames, and eagerly shared. Brother Gu, Yulinglong's main hero is an S-ranked Orc Blade Master, and she also has 3 ranked heroes and 1 ranked hero. Gu Shaoshang nodded calmly. To him, this was far from surprising news. After all, Lin Youyu possessed an SS-ranked talent, and he himself was about to acquire his 3rd SS-ranked talent, an S-ranked Orc Blade Master. Even as the current leader in the speed competition, was hardly worth being impressed by. That's not all. Lin Youyu continued. She said she found her 4 hero summoning tokens in a cave. Do you think that's true? This piece of information made Gu Shaoshang raise an eyebrow slightly. Found them in a cave? That's quite the stroke of luck. There's no reason for her to lie about something like that. As night deepened, the discussions in the regional chat channel gradually subsided. One by one, players logged off to rest, and the lively atmosphere gave way to quiet. The following morning, Gu Shaoshang woke up earlier than usual. Lately, his sleep duration had noticeably shortened. Just 5 or 6 hours were enough to keep him energized. After a quick wash, he stepped out of the tent and walked to the mouth of the cave. The points rankings on the competition leaderboard were constantly shifting, reflecting the fierce competition underway. However, the top 10 rankings remained unchanged, which Gu Shaoshang paid little attention to. Although Lin Youyu was currently ranked 17th, Gu Shaoshang had already made up his mind. Today, he would help Lin Youyu break into the top 10, or even the top 5. Ultimately, the goal was clear: would see Lin Youyu claim the #1 spot. After having a simple breakfast, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu left the shelter in the water curtain cave and headed west. As they traversed the vast wilderness, the thunderous sound of waves crashing against the cliffs echoed around them. Before long, they arrived at the crescent-shaped beach they had visited the day before. Yesterday, the beach had been littered with the corpses of thousands of leopardfish beasts. But today, aside from the bloodstained sand, there was hardly any trace of the bodies. Even bones were scarce. Looks like there was a party here last night, Gu Shaoshang remarked with a half-joking tone as he scanned the now empty beach. The carcasses must have been devoured by other fierce beasts. Their teeth must be something else, barely any bones left, let alone the meat. But weren't the flesh and blood of those leopardfish beasts supposed to be foul-smelling? Lin Youyu asked, wrinkling her nose. Do you think the taste perception of these beasts is different from ours? Maybe what smells bad to us is actually appetizing to them. You know, that's entirely possible, Gu Shaoshang nodded in agreement. Different species have different senses of taste. Even humans and ordinary animals experience flavors differently, let alone these fierce creatures from another world. As they descended the slope, their footsteps made a soft crunching sound on the sand. They moved quickly, aware that the top 10 competitors on the leaderboard were already increasing their points. Everyone was pushing hard for a better ranking. First place was fighting to maintain their lead. Second place was striving to take the top spot, and those outside the top 5 were desperate to break into the upper ranks for better rewards. By the time they reached the area they had explored the previous day, Lin You's ranking on the leaderboard had dropped by 1 spot, placing her at 18th. However, she didn't seem concerned, as she knew her points would soon see a significant boost. Are you sure you want to explore the surrounding area? Gu Shaoshang stopped and turned to Lin Youyu. She had already mentioned her decision on the way here. Staying by his side wouldn't be much help. Simply following Gu Shaoshang to hunt beasts wasn't efficient enough compared to his pace. Instead, she thought it might be better to search the nearby area for other groups of fierce beasts. After all, they had already wiped out nearly half of the leopardfish beasts here, and it didn't seem like they would last much longer. Once they were all gone, they'd face the awkward situation of having no more beasts to hunt. Yes, don't worry, Brother Gu. I have 100 chances to revive every day. They'll be fine, Lin Youyu replied with a cheerful smile. Seeing her determination, Gu Shaoshang didn't try to dissuade her further. While she could have chosen to rely on him entirely, the young girl had her own ideas and wanted to contribute rather than depend on him completely. All right, just be careful out there and don't wander too far, Gu Shaoshang reminded her. Lin Youyu nodded, waved goodbye, and ran off toward the depths of the redwood forest. Before long, her figure disappeared from sight. With Lin Youyu off exploring other areas to find more groups of fierce beasts, Gu Shaoshang wasn't about to sit idle. His gaze locked onto a group of leopardfish beasts lounging in the sun ahead. Their numbers seemed larger than yesterday, though he couldn't be sure if it was just his imagination. Regardless, Gu Shaoshang charged forward without hesitation. The black-sheathed long sword at his waist flashed as it was drawn, slicing through the air like a streak of light. Swish, roar, flash, flash, flash. The sharp gleam of swords poured down like a torrential rain, and the anguished howls of the leopardfish beasts echoed one after another. On this blood-soaked battlefield, Lin Youyu's ranking points on the leaderboard began to skyrocket. For someone like Gu Shaoshang, who was at level 22, only leopardfish beasts above level 17 could provide him with valuable experience points. Unfortunately, only a handful of the beasts in this group reached that level. so the experience gain was pitifully small, but it was still better than nothing. The regional chat channel was buzzing with activity. Players with weaker abilities, who struggled to break into the top 1,000 rankings, were closely monitoring the leaderboard updates. The movements in the top 100, especially the top 50, were the main focus of their attention. When Lin Youyu's ranking shot up from 18th to 14th place in just half an hour, the chat was immediately ablaze with discussion. Lin Youyu is finally stepping up her game. I thought she was going to drop out of the top 20. Turns out she just wasn't taking it seriously yet. Judging by her avatar, she's just a teenage girl, maybe she overslept? Lin Youyu looks so adorable and melting here. The conversation soon shifted to comparing Lin Youyu's appearance to that of Yu Linglong. Some admired Yu Linglong's mature, commanding aura, while others preferred Lin Youyu's youthful and cute style. Of course, there were also greedy players who chimed in with, "Why not both?" prompting a wave of playful banter. A rational player reminded everyone, "Let's not get too carried away, this is still the battlefield of 10,000 races. Danger is everywhere." Speaking of the battlefield of 10,000 races, where are all the other species besides US blue star humans? Someone asked. This is probably just the beginner's area, another player speculated. The real battlefield of 10,000 races is further ahead. Time quickly approached noon. Gu Shaoshang stood amidst the carcasses of countless ferocious beasts, shaking the blood droplets off his sword. In the distance, a pack of crocodile-lion beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, emerged from the forest, eager to feast on the unexpected bounty. Gu Shaoshang paid no attention to these ravenous scavengers. Instead, he opened his status panel to check his level finally, level 23. Opening his character panel, Gu Shaoshang was immediately amazed by the dramatic increase in his agility stats. No wonder he felt as light as a feather the moment he leveled up, as if he could leap into the air with just a step. It turned out that the level talent Born to Run had compensated for the previously missing attribute bonus in advance. 207 points in agility. Gu Shaoshang murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the glowing numbers on the panel. This meant his maximum movement speed had reached an astonishing 25.7 meters per second, allowing him to cover 100 meters in less than 4 seconds. Such speed would provide a significant advantage in combat, greatly enhancing his hunting efficiency. He couldn't help but reflect, thinking that if he had gained this speed earlier, he wouldn't have had to spend the entire day hunting those leopardfish beasts from morning until afternoon, without even having time for lunch. However, the current results were undeniably satisfying. Not only had his level risen to 23, but Lin You's racing points had also reached an unprecedented 13,788. With a sense of anticipation, he opened the regional racing leaderboard to check the rankings. Sure enough, at the very top of the list, he saw Lin Youyu's name clearly displayed. First place, Lin Youyu 13,788 points. Second place, Yu Linglong 10,311 points. Third place, Wang Xia 9,755 points. The point gap made it clear that while other players were also working hard to hunt fierce beasts and earn points, finding large groups of low-level beasts like these was no easy task. This gave Gu Shaoshang a distinct competitive edge. Yesterday, managing to score over 7,000 points in a single day meant that most of the surrounding beasts had been cleared out. Today, however, the speed at which everyone was earning points had noticeably slowed. Even Yu Linglong, with the assistance of an S-ranked hero, the Orc Sword Master, had only managed to increase her points by just over 2,000. However, what no one could have anticipated was the stunning turnaround by Lin Youyu, who had been ranked 17th yesterday. Today, she pulled off an incredible comeback. Her name shot straight from the 17th spot on the leaderboard to first place, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Gu Shaoshang glanced at the leaderboard, a faint smile curling his lips. Xiaoyu must be thrilled when she finds out, right? It was only then that he realized Lin Youyu had been gone since heading out this morning and still hadn't returned. Although he had no idea how far she had gone, Gu Shaoshang wasn't worried about her safety. Lin Youyu possessed an SS-ranked ability, Immortality. On this island, which seemed to be a beginner's area, there was no one and no beast capable of posing a true threat to her life. Most importantly, their lives were linked. If anything serious had happened to her, he wouldn't be standing here unharmed. Still, her prolonged absence piqued his curiosity. Where exactly had she gone? Had she discovered a new group of beasts? After all, the leopardfish beasts in this area had already been wiped out by him. Without a new source of prey, their hold on the top position could be at risk at any moment. About an hour ago, the regional chat channel had erupted in a frenzy. Whoa, she made it to the top. She really made it. There's a new first place. Yu Linglong, bad news. Someone's taken your spot. That pink-haired loli is absolutely terrifying. Lin Youyu is insanely strong. She jumped straight from the teens to first place. Now this is real strength. Who else? I ask you, who else can do this? Let's all shout her name together. Lin Youyu. Lin Youyu won. It's Lin Youyu, the boss herself. Sisters, the top 3 spots on the regional leaderboard are all women now. The chat channel for Region 621 was instantly ablaze with excitement. with countless people cheering wildly. Although this achievement had no direct impact on most of them, it was akin to how people on Blue Star would feel proud of their idol's accomplishments. They felt as though they were witnessing Lin Youyu ascend to the pinnacle with their own eyes. At that moment, the person feeling the worst had to be Yulinglong. When she finally noticed the changes on the leaderboard and saw her position taken by an unfamiliar name, her face was filled with confusion. Lin Youyu? Who is that? Where did she even come from? Yulinglong's expression darkened instantly. Watching her first place ranking on the leaderboard being snatched away, she let out a cold snort. Oomph, just a lucky amateur. It was only the second day, and someone who temporarily climbed to the top through sheer luck wasn't enough to make her feel threatened. A trace of disdain flashed in Yulinglong's eyes. In her mind, she was the only one worthy of holding the #1 spot in this region. Lin Youyu? Some nobody from a backwater place, how dare she? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, behind a massive redwood tree, Lin Youyu was cautiously peeking out, observing a strange clearing ahead. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the leaderboard and suddenly caught sight of her name at the very top. Huh? In first place now? The girl, who had already experienced death nearly a dozen times, was only mildly surprised before regaining her composure. With Brother Gus' help, achieving first place had always been part of her plan. As for Yulinglong, she was merely a warm-up act in this story. Before long, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to the bizarre stone forest in front of her. The area stretched vast and wide, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands of square meters. The expanse was littered with rocks of various shapes and sizes, without a single blade of grass in sight, as if it were some kind of deliberate artistic arrangement. Even stranger, there were no surrounding geological conditions that could explain the formation of such a massive stone field. Not long ago, Lin Youyu had been chased here by a level 24 feline beast. In the moment she was about to meet her demise, she vaguely heard some strange sounds that definitely didn't come from the beast pursuing her. When she chose to revive nearby and retraced her steps using the mini-map, the beast was nowhere to be found. Near the spot where she had died last, a large pool of blood stood out starkly. Based on her experience of dying over a dozen times, this blood couldn't have been her sheer body, and blood always disappeared upon revival. So, could this blood belong to the beast? But if that were the case, how did it get injured? After observing from outside the chaotic stone forest for a while, Lin Youyu still couldn't figure it out. So, she decided to go in and see for herself. Having experienced multiple deaths and resurrections, she was no longer afraid of the end of life. She vividly remembered the bone-chilling fear of her first death, but now, death felt like nothing more than a brief rest. Anyway, I still have enough resurrection chances for today, she shrugged, straightened her back, and walked confidently into the eerie stone forest. The surroundings were filled with jagged rocks, and the bizarre shapes of the massive stones left her dazzled. Before long, the familiar feeling of being lost crept up on her. Which direction did I come from? She turned around, scanning her surroundings, only to realize that all the stones looked exactly the same. Just as she pulled out her survival manual to check the mini-map, a faint tremor came from the ground, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Those massive stones around her began to sprout limbs and stood up. So these are all ferocious beasts. Lin Youyu suddenly understood. This explained why the beast that had been chasing her earlier vanished here, leaving only a pool of blood. She quickly opened the creature index in her survival manual. Fossil beast. Level 1525. Characteristics. Resides in warm regions. Enjoys sunlight. Behavior. Camouflages as rocks to ambush prey. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed these fossil beasts came in various forms. Some walked on 4 legs, others stood upright on 2, and there were even spherical ones rolling along the ground. However, all of them were above level 20. It seemed the entire stone forest was their territory. Rather than feeling afraid, Lin Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, her thrill didn't last long. An enormous rocky fist, larger than her entire body, came crashing down toward her. The level 25 giant fossil beast raised its fist again, only to find that its prey had vanished. Moments later, the stone forest returned to its eerie silence. The scattered stones appeared ordinary but concealed deadly dangers. Meanwhile, at a safe location where she had resurrected, Lin Youyu eagerly checked her minimap, already planning to share this significant discovery with Brother Gu, so he could come and deal with this troublesome gang of rocks. On the outskirts of the sequoia forest, Gu Shaoshang swung his sword with precision, bringing down the massive body of a crocodile-lion beast with a thunderous crash. He frowned as he stared at the unchanging experience points on the system interface. Glancing at the leaderboard, where his points had only increased by a mere 10 or so in half an hour, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Too slow, way too slow, he muttered to himself. The exhilarating feeling of rapid leveling and skyrocketing points he once experienced was now a stark contrast to this sluggish pace, where it took several minutes, or even longer, just to find a single ferocious beast. It was an adjustment he found difficult to make. Gu Shaoshang opened the regional leaderboard to check the standings. The second-ranked Yu Linglong had just surpassed 10,000 points earlier, but now, after over half an hour, her points had climbed past 11,000, a gain of more than 700 points. In comparison, his own score had only increased by a pitiful dozen points. Isn't there a large group of ferocious beasts anywhere around here? Gu Shaoshang scanned his surroundings. He had searched the area thoroughly, but aside from the occasional crocodile-lion beast attacking him, there were no other types of ferocious beasts, let alone large groups of them. He hadn't even encountered more than 3 beasts at a time. This area is almost too safe, he thought, pondering how to address this issue. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. Brother Gu. Gu Shaoshang turned toward the sound and saw a flash of bright pink darting through the green forest, heading swiftly in his direction. Brother Gu. Lin Youyu, dressed in her white and black striped tiger hide battle armor, called out as she ran closer. Phew, Brother Gu, I finally found you. She stopped in front of him, bending over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Why were you in such a rush? Gu Shaoshang asked, noting her disheveled appearance. It was obvious she'd been sprinting all the way and had likely been chased by the forest's ferocious beasts along the way. It's nothing. I'll be fine after a quick rest, Lin Youyu replied with a cheeky grin. After catching her breath, she suddenly grabbed Gu Shaoshang's arm and tugged him forward. Brother Gu, come with me. I found a huge group of ferocious beasts over there. There are so many of them. Her urgency was evident, but her speed was limited to 13.5 meters per second at best. Navigating through the forest, dodging bushes and obstacles, slowed her progress even further. We need to hurry. It's already getting late, Lin Youyu said anxiously. It had taken her over half an hour just to find Gu Shaoshang, and now it would take just as long to get back to the spot she mentioned. It was already mid-afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, and by the time they arrived, it would be past 3. Factoring in the time needed to return, there wouldn't be much left for hunting. Is it far? Gu Shaoshang asked. Pretty far. It took me over half an hour to get here. Lin Youyu nodded. In that case, let me carry you. You can point the way, Gu Shaoshang suggested after a brief moment of thought. Oh right. Lin Youyu smacked her forehead and laughed at herself. I was so flustered that I forgot Brother Gu is much faster than me now. I'll leave it to you then, she said with a playful smile. Gu Shaoshang turned around and crouched down, allowing her to climb onto his back. He then firmly supported her legs with his hands to ensure she wouldn't fall during their run. Hold on tight. Let's go, move out. Gu Shaoshang had just given the reminder when Lin Youyu wrapped one arm around his neck and excitedly pumped her tiny fist in the air. Whoosh. Gu Shaoshang shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, moving so fast that Lin Youyu was caught off guard and leaned back sharply. She quickly tightened her grip around his neck with both hands. Traveling at a speed of 25.7 meters per second, his movement through the towering redwood forest was astonishing. The trees were spaced 20 to 30 meters apart, but Gu Shaoshang could cover that distance in a single second, giving Lin Youyu cling to his back the thrilling illusion that they were about to crash into the massive trees ahead. The sensation was as exhilarating as a roller coaster ride. 10 minutes later, Gu Shaoshang came to a halt in front of a chaotic stone forest. Wow, Brother Gu, you're so fast, Lin Youyu exclaimed as she jumped off his back. Her feet touched the ground, but she still felt a bit lightheaded and unsteady. Is this the place? Gu Shaoshang asked, scanning their surroundings. Yes. Lin Youyu pointed toward the stone forest ahead and innocently asked, Brother Gu, can you guess where the fierce beasts are hiding? Gu Shaoshang glanced around, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. If I'm not mistaken, these stones themselves are the fierce beasts, aren't they? Whoa, Brother Gu, how did you figure that out? Lin Youyu's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't noticed a thing earlier and only realized it when the fossil beasts began to move on their own. Gu Shaoshang explained, it's not that your observation skills are lacking. I already knew there was a group of fierce beasts here. Since they're not visible, the answer had to be these stones. They range from level 15 to level 25, Lin Youyu answered when Gu Shaoshang inquired about the beast's levels. Gu Shaoshang nodded in satisfaction, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes. For someone at level 23, this was the perfect hunting ground for experience points. Defeating beasts level 19 and above would yield 20 times the experience of level 18 beasts. With the fossil beasts reaching up to level 25, they were far superior to the leopardfish beasts he had recently hunted. You wait here. I'll test their strength, Gu Shaoshang instructed. He then activated the Vitality like a dragon buff, instantly boosting his health to 450 points. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a sharp slash that struck one of the fossil beasts with immense force. The attack was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Dozens of fossil beasts around them awakened, their massive forms rising with a thunderous rumble. The largest among them towered up to 20 meters high, casting an overwhelming shadow as they loomed toward him. Bang! A figure was sent flying through the air, then landed a solid kick on the body of a fossil beast, using the momentum to propel himself back toward the first fossil beast he had attacked. Gu Shaoshang's sharp eyes gleamed as his weapon cut through the air with a chilling flash. Executing a two-stage slash, he quickly glanced at his health bar, 205 points remaining. That previous hit had taken a whopping 245 points off his health, nearly draining half of it in an instant. This wasn't an accident, it was intentional. Gu Shaoshang wanted to test the attack power of these fossil beasts. The results were clear. While they couldn't kill him in one hit, a single strike was enough to deplete nearly half his health bar. I can handle this. Gu Shaoshang nodded to himself, keeping his weapon in constant motion. As the two-stage slash landed, his health, which had just dropped to 205 points, instantly replenished and even overflowed. With his current strength stat of 34 points, combined with the boost from his talent, unlimited firepower, this single move delivered damage equivalent to a staggering 2,142 strength points, a 63-fold increase. As his sword descended, even the formidable defenses of the level 21 fossil beast before him couldn't withstand it. Shards of stone exploded from its body, and the massive creature staggered backward under the impact. These fossil beasts were the epitome of high-defense monsters, with immense durability that would make their health bars incredibly thick if they had any. However, their attack power, while above average for beasts of their level, wasn't particularly outstanding. As for their speed and agility, they were abysmally poor, ranking at the very bottom. Gu Shaoshang's highest stat was agility, reaching an impressive 207 points, which made him several times faster and more agile than these lumbering stone creatures. Other than the hit he had deliberately taken earlier, the clumsy beasts hadn't been able to touch this nimble human again. Moments later, the dozen or so fossil beasts that had initially surrounded Gu Shaoshang all collapsed one after another, breaking apart into scattered chunks of stone. These creatures truly seemed to be made entirely of rock, as even in death, they revealed no traces of flesh or organic matter. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu, who had been observing from the sidelines, cautiously approached one of the fallen fossil beasts and used her gathering skill on it. She hadn't expected much after all. It was just a pile of rocks, and there might not be anything worth collecting. To her surprise, she actually struck gold. First, she harvested stone materials, with each fossil beast providing between 50 and 100 units, far easier than mining raw rock. On the trading market, these stones were much more valuable than wood. Even more astonishingly, she found metal ores. From this single fossil beast, Lin Youyu gathered 12 units of iron ore, roughly the size of basketballs, and 7 units of copper ore. Thankfully, her backpack didn't factor in weight. Otherwise, with her petite frame, there was no way she could carry so much ore in stone. Realizing the fossil beast's corpses contained such valuable resources, Lin You's enthusiasm skyrocketed. Soon, a humorous scene unfolded. As soon as Gu Shaoshang struck down a fossil beast, Lin Youyu would rush in right after to harvest its remains. Not bad. It's actually quite harmonious. But these fossil beasts are truly unfortunate. An hour later, as a level 19 fossil beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, Gu Shaoshang was enveloped in a golden, lithe leveled up. Over the course of that hour, he had slain approximately 160 fossil beasts. On average, each beast gave him 17.5 experience points. After all, he was splitting the experience evenly with Lin Youyu. Without her, he would have received 25 experience points per beast. However, a fair distribution was the most just approach. Considering Lin Youyu was one level lower than Gu Shaoshang, there were times when Gu Shaoshang gained no experience from killing level 17 fossil beasts, while Lin Youyu still earned experience. Level 18 fossil beasts only provided 1 point of experience, but Lin Youyu could still gain 20 points from them. After splitting evenly, she received 10 points, while Gu Shaoshang only got 1. Fortunately, most of the fossil beasts in this group were of a decent level. There were barely any level 15 or 16 beasts, and the ones that offered little to no experience were becoming scarce. These lower-level fossil beasts only contributed to their score. Neither Gu Shaoshang nor Lin Youyu gained much, if any, experience from them. Speaking of scores, Lin Yuyu's points on the regional leaderboard increased by over 200 during this hour. Although she had killed even more fossil beasts than that, each level 20 beast awarded 2 points, ensuring her firm hold on the top spot. Gu Shaoshang deftly dodged the attacks of 2 fossil beasts, his movements so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. His speed had improved by leaps and bounds compared to before his level up. He opened his character panel, his fingers quickly scanning through the chaos of battle. The changes in his attributes and talents after leveling up were strikingly noticeable. Born to kite. Gu Shaoshang's gaze fixed on this description, and a hint of astonishment flickered in his heart. His speed was naturally superior to others, and with every level up, he received an additional 16 points of agility. Talent. Grade A. Agility bonus doubled with each level up. Gu Shaoshang's heart skipped a beat. He had initially thought that reaching grade A would only compensate for previously missing attributes, but he hadn't expected his talent to be upgraded in advance. This time, after reaching grade A, the bonus did indeed double, though it didn't bring any other unexpected changes. Gu Shaoshang exhaled in amazement. Though his talent was a bit unconventional and unpredictable, he was still thrilled. With a 16-point agility bonus per level, and now at level 24, he had received a staggering total of 368 agility points. He quickly glanced at his stats. His agility was now at 3975, a total of 402. His attack speed had increased to 5.02 strikes per second. 5 strikes per second. This was a whole new level of combat efficiency. His movement speed also broke through previous limits, reaching 45.2 meters per second. He could cover 100 meters in just over 2 seconds, with a top speed exceeding 162 kilometers per hour. That's faster than the maximum speed of many cars. Hey, Brother Gu, wait for me. On the vast, endless plain, the golden hues of the setting sun blanketed the earth. Two figures, one tall and one small, strolled leisurely through the golden expanse. Suddenly, the smaller figure spun around and darted toward a patch of wild grass, disappearing into the towering foliage. Moments later, Lin Youyu emerged from the grass, her face brimming with excitement. She was struggling to drag a bronze-colored treasure chest, its metallic sheen catching the fading sunlight. Though panting heavily, her joy was unmistakable as she waved her arms high and shouted, "Brother Gu, look, I found another treasure chest." Gu Shaoshang merely smiled faintly at her exclamation, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. To be honest, if it weren't for the limited number of treasure chests in each area, he might genuinely believe Lin Youyu had an innate talent for finding treasures, as if it were second nature to her. "Let's open it later when we get back," Gu Shaoshang said calmly. "All right, he'll put it away for now." Lin Youyu nodded and quickly stashed the bronze chest into a compartment of her backpack. Once done, she cheerfully ran back to Gu Shaoshang's side, grabbing his hand and tugging him forward with a childlike, innocent smile lighting up her face. Within the shelter of the water curtain cave, night had fallen, and the world outside was cloaked in darkness. As day receded and night took hold, an ancient, primal atmosphere enveloped the land. Inside the cave, a campfire crackled softly, its flickering flames casting a warm and bright glow throughout the space. In front of the fire, the bronze treasure chest had already been opened. Lin Youyu, clad in a striking black and white tiger-striped battle armor, was carefully pulling items out of the chest and placing them neatly on the ground. A stack of bottled water was arranged in neat rows. Beside them sat 8 steaming hamburgers, their rich aroma filling the air, stacked squarely together. Not far away lay a pair of fur-lined boots, thick and warm in appearance. "Found it!" Lin Youyu suddenly turned around, her face lighting up with delight. She carefully opened her palm to reveal 2 small stones resting quietly in her hand, 2 skill upgrade stones. One glowed with a green sheen, intricately crafted, while the other was white and slightly rough in texture. "Here, Brother Gu, take these," Lin Youyu said with a grin, placing the stones into Gu Shaoshang's hand. "One is enough," Gu Shaoshang replied. Among his 2 skills, the Waitire double slash was already at level 2 and could reach its maximum level of 3 with just 1 skill upgrade stone. As for his other skill, Blood Like a Dragon, which was of purple tier, the green tier stone couldn't enhance it due to the vast difference in quality. "It's fine. Just hold on to them, Brother Gu. You might find new skills later," Lin Youyu said cheerfully, pushing his hand back. "You might not need them now, but who knows about the future?" After all, these stones were of no use to her, given that she didn't even have a single skill. "That's it, there's nothing else," Lin Youyu declared after emptying the bronze chest completely. Aside from the 2 skill upgrade stones and the green tier boots, the rest were just food and water. She pushed the empty chest aside, glanced down at her dust-covered hands, and frowned. "Ugh, so dirty," she muttered in disgust. Then, turning to Gu Shaoshang, she announced, "Brother Gu, I'm going to take a bath now. I feel super gross and uncomfortable." Gu Shaoshang nodded and said, "All right, go ahead and wash up." Taking advantage of Lin Youyu's absence as she went to take a bath, Gu Shaoshang immediately took out the freshly acquired skill upgrade stone. As the glow of the stone dissipated, 2-stage slash was upgraded directly from level 2 to level 3, reaching its maximum level. The system panel updated accordingly. 2-stage slash white LV.max. Mana cost, 10 points. Effect, execute 2 consecutive attacks at an extremely fast speed, each dealing 90 of the user's physical attack power as damage. Although it was only a white grade skill, the combined 180 physical damage from the 2 strikes was already quite impressive. What made it even more astonishing was that, when this skill was amplified by Gu Shaoshang's talent bonus, the damage would be magnified to an outrageous 81 times the original, reaching a staggering 8,100. Such devastating output was enough to overwhelm even the defensively renowned fossil beasts. Those high-level creatures composed of rock and metallic minerals could endure no more than 3 or 4 hits before collapsing, while lower-level ones would be instantly killed with just 1 or 2 uses of 2-stage slash. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, a wooden tub was filled with crystal-clear mountain spring water. Lin Youyu soaked in the water, her slender fingers gently cleansing her jade-like skin. Although she had just leveled up today and wasn't physically dirty, she maintained her daily bathing habit. For her, it was more of a psychological need. She simply couldn't feel comfortable without a bath. Relaxing in the warm water, Lin Youyu opened the regional leaderboard. Seeing her name still firmly in the top spot, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Feeling curious about how others were discussing her, she opened the regional chat channel. However, the flood of 9,999 private message notifications startled her so much that she quickly turned off the private chat feature. Staring at the overwhelming notification sounds, she couldn't help but grumble about the game's lack of user-friendly design. Why wasn't there an option to completely disable private messages? Soon enough, though, she stumbled upon something amusing in the chat channel. Reading a message from Yu Linglong, Lin Youyu burst into laughter. This was the same woman who had been so arrogant the night before, acting as if the top spot was hers by right. Now, she must be fuming. To be humiliated so thoroughly in just one day, anyone would be upset by that. Blue Star Region 6, 21 channel remaining survivors. 5, 251, 44, 910, 000, 000. As night fell, the chat window in the regional channel scrolled rapidly. Over the past 2 days, the death toll had stabilized somewhat, with fewer than 300,000 casualties, leaving 5.2 million survivors actively communicating online. With no other forms of entertainment, people flocked to the chat channel to pass the time. Guys, I can't believe ITI made it into the top 1,000. One message instantly sparked a heated discussion. Whoa, someone's excited. The speed race still has 5 days left, though. Congrats. What level is your starting hero to get into the top 1,000? No way. Lu Fugue, you made it onto the leaderboard. The person called Lu Fugue quickly clarified. Ahem, Fugue is just my nickname. My real name is Lu Dalong. As for my starting hero, it's just a crank. Crank can make the leaderboard? Your talent must be pretty good, right? Well, it's decent only Brank. Everyone suddenly understood. A BC combo? No wonder you made it. Not many in our region can reach that level. The topic quickly shifted to the leaderboard champion. Speaking of impressive players, Lin Youyu is terrifying, completely dominating the top spot. Suddenly, someone with the ID Yu Linglong interjected coldly. Humph, it's just luck. By tomorrow, she won't be there anymore. Whoa, it's the real Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong? Wait, when did I ever die? Yu Linglong stood atop a snowy peak, committing the offending message to memory. Don't let me run into you. The chat channel remained lively. Is the boss planning to reclaim first place tomorrow? Just watch. By tomorrow, she won't be in that spot anymore. People need to know their place. The appearance of Zhou Qing stirred up another wave of excitement, with various groups inviting him to join their ranks. Lu Qingyuan even publicly extended an open invitation. Yu Linglong, glaring at the scrolling messages, suddenly tagged Lin Youyu. Lin Youyu, I know you can see this. First place belongs to Mayo, can't take it. Though she believed Lin Youyu was just a lucky player, the fact that her top spot had been taken was hard to swallow. What's mine is Menino, one can take it. Yu Linglong's cold eyes scanned the chat history until she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, how dare she? Whoa, are they about to clash? Is Lin Youyu not going to respond? The crowd was abuzz with chatter, commenting that Lin Youyu didn't seem as commanding as Yu Linglong. However, as soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately realized that using commanding to describe an underage girl might not be entirely appropriate. Lin Youyu, I'm already an adult. A voice suddenly interrupted the chat channel. Holy crap, it's the real Lin Youyu. No, calm down, man. I've never been dead, alright. Lin Youyu replied helplessly. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Miss Lin, would you like to join our alliance? We can help you find more low-level beasts, giving you the best opportunities to showcase your skills. No thanks. Lin Youyu decisively declined. Lu Qingyuan could only say, alright, but if you change your mind, Miss Lin, you're always welcome to join. The channel then shifted to discussing the topic of lone wolves. Someone wondered why top players preferred to go solo, and another explained, dude, you don't get it. A lone wolf like us means a dead end, but for a top player, it's about dominating for eternity. Dominating for eternity? Seriously? You've been reading too many novels. The conversation quickly moved on to Lin You's response to Yu Linglong's earlier remarks. Lin Youyu bluntly said, if she likes being number one so much, she can have it provided she has the ability. The question is, does she? Making a noisy fuss in the chat channel isn't exactly a skill. This statement caused an uproar, and Yu Linglong was furious. Lin Youyu, say that again if you dare. Say what? I'm just stating facts. Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me? Lin Youyu remained calm and composed. Their exchange escalated, and Yu Linglong snapped. Pick a fight with you? Huh, do you even deserve it? Lin Youyu continued to provoke. Oh, absolutely not. How could I possibly compare to you? Yu Linglong the Great. Infuriated by the mocking tone, Yu Linglong issued a challenge. You jerk. Do you dare to compete with me? Nope, I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly dare to compete with you, the almighty Yu Linglong? So scary. Lin Yuyu's sarcastic tone reached its peak. Shut up. Just shut up already. Oh my. A true top player indeed now, even controlling when I can speak. So impressive. The onlookers were left speechless, amazed at Lin Yuyu's mastery of sarcasm. Faced with her relentless taunts, Yu Linglong was momentarily at a loss for words and disappeared from the channel. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu was soaking in a bathtub, watching the messages scroll by in the chat channel with a satisfied smile. Clearly, she had won this verbal battle. Humming a little tune, she stood up and carefully dried the water droplets off her body with a towel. Inside the cave, the flickering firelight reflected off the black-sheathed long sword in Gu Shaoshang's hand. He was carefully polishing the blade with a pristine white cloth when the sound of the tent flap being lifted caught his attention. Brother Gu, guess what? Lin Youyu, freshly bathed, bounced over to the fire and sat down, her face beaming with triumph. She couldn't wait to share her victory in roasting Yu Linglong in the chat channel. So, you managed to get under her skin? Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Youyu, who was animatedly recounting her tale. He was secretly surprised by this girl's sharp tongue. Looks like she's just a sheltered rich girl with a fragile ego, he mused to himself. Exactly. Lin Youyu grinned from ear to ear, practically wagging an imaginary tail in delight. I just threw out a few lines I used to use in online arguments, and she couldn't handle it. She ran off in frustration. Watching her smug expression, Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but smile faintly. In the vast expanse of the multiracial battlefield, even on this beginner's island, the odds of two groups crossing paths were slimmer than winning the lottery. Besides, even if they did meet, their strength made it nothing to worry about. Gu Shaoshang calculated internally. With 2 SSR-level talents and 1 A-level talent in his arsenal, he only needed to level up 3 more times to unlock a 3rd SSR-level talent. He was confident he could hold his own against an SR-level Orc Sword Saint. Moreover, Lin Youyu wasn't someone to underestimate either. Her SSR-level Immortality talent rendered her nearly invincible, and her level 23 capabilities ensured she could fight to the end. Meanwhile, atop the snowy mountain peak, Yu Linglong was venting her rage. Massive boulders, each weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds, were hurled into the distant darkness, accompanied by thunderous crashes. Those wretched fools. If I ever run into them, they'll make sure to smash that foul mouth of theirs, she roared furiously into the void. Behind her, for unnamed heroes cowered, unwilling to step forward. Only the Orc Sword Saint Carl remained calm, sitting by the fire and enjoying his roasted meat. Still seething, Yu Linglong returned to the fire and sat down, only to grow even angrier at Carl's indifferent demeanor. Carl, your master has been humiliated, and you don't have a single word to say? Carl glanced at her sideways and replied coolly. What do you want me to say? This matter isn't worth discussing. All you need to do is reclaim the top spot tomorrow. By then, everyone will naturally know who the real clown is. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Yu Linglong's pink hair drifted gently in the evening breeze, her eyes blazing with fury. Of course, it's Lin Youyu, that pink-haired brat. How could I be the clown? She turned to face the 4 heroes behind her, her sharp gaze cutting through each of them like a blade. Tomorrow, you must find me more ferocious beasts. Your performance today was pathetic, and I am far from satisfied. The 4 heroes, all with at least a level aptitude, now stood like chastised children, heads lowered, not daring to utter a word. I'm going to bed. Yu Linglong spat through gritted teeth as she stormed toward the 2-story building, disappearing behind its doors moments later. As soon as she left, the 4 heroes finally exhaled in relief, turning as one to the Orc swordsman, Carl. Boss, why is the master suddenly so angry? One of them asked. Ever since they had been summoned to this otherworldly realm, they had never seen their master so enraged. Nothing much, just some petty quarrel between women, Carl replied, his expression indifferent. As an orc, he found such childish disputes utterly meaningless. Yu Linglong's fiery reaction only made him feel a twinge of disappointment in her as their master. The next morning at 7 a.m., in the chaotic stone forest, Gu Shaoshang led Lin Youyu into the area littered with jagged rocks. The fossil beasts in the vicinity recognized the slayer from the previous day and roared in fury, charging toward them. Stay behind me, Gu Shaoshang said calmly, drawing his black-sheathed longsword as he shielded Lin Youyu. Go, Gu Gu! You can do it! Lin Youyu cheered from behind, her small fists pumping in encouragement. Whoosh! Like a shadow, Gu Shaoshang darted forward instead of retreating, charging directly into the horde of fossil beasts. With a flash of his sword, a fully powered 2-stage slash erupted, and the crisscrossing sword light cleaved through a level 19 fossil beast, shattering it into a cloud of debris. A massive beast-like fossil creature roared and slammed its front limbs down with tremendous force, but Gu Shaoshang had already sidestepped, swiftly dispatching a lesser fossil beast with another precise strike. The battle gradually moved away from their starting point, with Lin Youyu following closely behind. She busied herself using her gathering ability on the fallen fossil beasts, collecting stone materials and metal ores. In just half an hour, over 200 fossil beasts had fallen to Gu Shaoshang's blade, his efficiency noticeably surpassing the previous day's performance. Meanwhile, many people had woken early to monitor the changes on the regional leaderboard, paying close attention to the fierce competition among the top 10. Whoa, these pros wake up this early? They're already grinding for points. Lin Youyu is insane. Her score just skyrocketed by another 2 or 300 points. Yu Linglong isn't far behind either. Her score jumped by the same amount. These two are seriously going head-to-head. Totally. This is going to be a good show. Haha. Well, we'll just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. At least we get to feel a little involved. If you ask me, the battlefield of 10,000 races should add a participation prize or something. Let a small fry at least get a taste. Haha. Why don't you go negotiate with the masterminds behind the battlefield? Negotiate? Yeah, right. Not a chance. In the chat channel, a few participants who had made no progress in the regional speed race began idly chatting and complaining early in the morning. These individuals only dared to hunt solitary beasts, retreating immediately when faced with a pack of ferocious creatures. If they truly had the skills, they wouldn't be wasting time venting in the chat channel. The privilege of chasing down and hunting entire beast packs belonged to top players like Gu Shaoshang. However, their behavior did provide a realistic portrayal of the majority of participants in the myriad races battlefield. Throughout the morning, the competition for the top spot on the regional speed leaderboard remained intense. Yu Linglong and Gu Shaoshang's scores climbed steadily, almost in perfect sync. Yet, the gap between the two never noticeably narrowed. Yu Linglong and her 4 heroic companions were working tirelessly to locate beast packs, but their efficiency was still limited. In the snowy mountain region, while beasts were densely distributed, high-level beasts were also abundant. Yu Linglong's Orc Sword Master, Carl, was limited by his level and had to avoid these high-level creatures, which cost them significant time. Unless they could find large groups of lower-level beasts, improving efficiency was nearly impossible. By the end of the morning, Gu Shaoshang had reached level 25, and his born-to-run talent was upgraded to strength. Your speed naturally surpasses others. With every level up, you gain an additional 32 points in agility. Any previously missed bonuses will also be retroactively granted. This talent, apart from gaining compensatory attributes at rank, didn't seem to change significantly unlike his other 2 talents. However, Gu Shaoshang firmly believed that when this talent eventually advanced to SSR rank, it would bring about a dramatic transformation. At this point, Gu Shaoshang's agility had reached an impressive 803 points, allowing him to attack 9.03 times per second, with a movement speed of an astonishing 85.3 meters per second equivalent to a speed of 307 kilometers per hour. Such speed would be rare even among modern consumer vehicles. When someone could move at such a terrifying velocity, the battlefield became a spectacle. In the blink of an eye, a shadow streaked past, and over a dozen fossil beasts collapsed lifelessly. Even Lin Youyu, who had been following closely behind, couldn't catch a glimpse of Gu Shaoshang's figure. One moment, they seemed to be in one spot, and the next, they were everywhere. Lin Youyu blinked in astonishment. All she could see were afterimages filling her vision. Gu Shaoshang moved so fast that her eyes couldn't even track his movements. All she could do was dash across the battlefield, activating her collection ability as she went, quickly processing the fallen fossil beasts and extracting the last remnants of their value. 3 hours passed, and the situation changed. Even though Gu Shaoshang had reached level 25, the fossil beasts below level 20 could no longer provide any experience points for him. Yet, despite this limitation, his efficient hunting spree over the past 3 hours allowed him to push his level up to 26. With this level up, his talent tier broke through once again, leaping directly to SR rank. The effects of his abilities doubled immediately. His already impressive speed saw another explosive increase. What was once a velocity of 307 kilometers per hour skyrocketed to an astonishing 607 kilometers per hour. This was far beyond the capabilities of any ground vehicle. It was a speed that only aircraft could achieve. Whether on Blue Star or Earth, such speed should never have been possible for a human. He was no longer just a man. He was a true superhuman. However, a new problem arose. Gu Shaoshang's killing spree was so relentless that he didn't realize when to stop. He had completely wiped out every fossil beast in the rocky forest. Once again, they were faced with the awkward situation of having no more beasts to hunt. Brother Gu, you're way too fast. Lin Youyu complained breathlessly, her legs moving as quickly as they could as she darted between the fossil beast corpses. Her collection speed couldn't keep up with Gu Shaoshang's slaughter, leaving her with a mountain of bodies still waiting to be processed by the time he had exterminated the entire population of fossil beasts. Take your time, I'll rest for a bit, Gu Shaoshang said as he sat down on a rock, clearly a bit tired himself. He decided to take the opportunity to catch his breath. As she continued collecting, Lin Youyu joked to herself, "Ugh, who can relate? Before I transmigrated, I was already working like a horse on Blue Star. And now, after ending up in the battlefield of 10,000 races, I'm still working like a horse. What was the point of transmigrating, huh? Despite her complaints, she quickly completed her task, processing all the fossil beast corpses and reaping a sizable harvest. By midday, during their lunch break, Lin Youyu opened the regional leaderboard to take a look. She saw that her name was still at the very top. Haha, I'm still number one, she exclaimed with a proud grin. How many points does Yu Linglong have now? Gu Shaoshang asked casually, taking a bite of his burger. Over 17,000 points, Lin Youyu replied. That guy's luck is incredibly managed to find 4 hero summoning tokens. If I had those, I could send other heroes to help you hunt down more beasts, Brother Gu. Speaking of hero summoning tokens, Lin Youyu couldn't help but feel envious of Yu Linglong. Both were considered lucky individuals, but she had never come across a hero summoning token herself, only occasionally stumbling upon treasure chests. However, this wasn't because Yu Linglong was inherently luckier than her, it was due to the differences in their environments. Lin Yu's region happened to be the safest area on this novice island, and safety often came at the cost of scarce resources. Treasure chests and wild hero summoning tokens were extremely rare here. If not for her decent luck, even finding a single black iron chest in this area would have been nearly impossible. Gu Shaoshang opened the regional leaderboard and quickly scanned the rankings of the top 10. First, Lin Youyu, 18,933 points. Second, Yu Linglong, 17,752 points. Third, Wang Xie, 13,718 points. Fourth, Zhou Cheng, 11,701 points. Fifth, Zhang Yuanqi, 11,677 points. Sixth, Angela Dale, 10,638 points. Seventh, Xie Tianhao, 10,336 points. Eighth, Zhou Yanan, 10,133 points. Ninth, Augusta Klein, 10,022 points. 10th, Shen Xiong, 10,008 points. Lin Youyu held the top spot with an overwhelming lead, thanks to his recent feat of wiping out an entire fossil beast tribe. With nearly 19,000 points, he was over 1,000 points ahead of Yu Linglong in second place. Yu Linglong, a fortunate player with 5 heroes under her command, used her numerical advantage to stay closely behind. The most significant change in rankings was Asen, who had dropped from 10th to 13th place. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqi had fought his way back into the top 5, engaging in fierce competition with Angela Dale. Their rivalry was as intense as the one between Lin Youyu and Yu Linglong. Although only one rank separated 5th and 6th place, the rewards for those spots were worlds apart. As for Wang Xie in 3rd place, this mysterious figure had never revealed themselves, but had consistently remained in the top 3 for days. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Unlike other competitors who loved to brag in the chat channels, Wang Xie was unusually low-key. Even Lin Youyu admitted he had never seen them speak in the chat. Yu Linglong, in particular, had been conspicuously absent from the chat channel ever since Lin Youyu had confronted her the night before. She was likely holding a grudge. If she failed to take first place in the end, she might not show up for quite some time. But none of this concerned Gu Shaoshang. He didn't know Yu Linglong, and certainly wouldn't give up the top position for her sake. Of course, if she truly had the ability to surpass him, he would accept it graciously and simply reclaim the title next time. He was always fair and open-minded, never harboring resentment over a temporary loss. That said, it was nearly impossible. The first place in this regional race was already as good as his. With a lead of over 1,000 points, as long as he maintained his advantage, victory was inevitable. Just as Gu Shaoshang was analyzing the situation, Lin Youyu, who had been collecting fossil beast corpses, suddenly came running over in a hurry. Big Brother Gu, I've got something amazing to show you. Lin Youyu clasped her hands behind her back, a sly smile playing on her lips. She darted up to Gu Shaoshang with the agility of a little fox. What is it? Gu Shaoshang asked curiously. Take a guess. Lin Youyu said with a mischievous grin. If you guess right, there's a reward. Gu Shaoshang smiled and pondered for a moment. Let me guess you found something good in the treasure chest? Gyuj, you're amazing. You got it in one go. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled. But can you guess exactly what it is? It's definitely not equipment, Gu Shaoshang said thoughtfully. For you to be this excited, it must be something that's really useful to us right now. I'd say it's probably something that can help us locate more fierce beasts, am I right? Gyuj, did you peek? Lin Youyu blinked in surprise before revealing her hands from behind her back. In her grasp was none other than the survival manual. I didn't peek. I just made a logical deduction, Gu Shaoshang replied with a light chuckle. I was hoping to make you guess a few more times. Lin Youyu pouted, clearly not satisfied. But soon, her eyes lit up. She nimbly hopped onto a nearby rock, sat cross-legged, and opened the map page of the manual. The original map was mostly shrouded in darkness, with only a small corner showing the area they had already explored. This explored section appeared tiny compared to the full map, which also featured a zoom function. When zoomed out to the maximum, the explored area was barely visible. Now, However, the map was zoomed in significantly, clearly marking their location as 2 green dots. Even more exciting was a newly revealed area beyond a patch of fog of war. Huge, look here. Lin Youyu pointed to the newly revealed section. Upon closer inspection, it showed a swampy forest, marked with bold text. Ironclad crocodile lair, danger level 2030. It directly marks the specific location of a beast lair, Gu Shaoshang said in mild astonishment. Exactly, Lin Youyu explained enthusiastically. I found a fragment of a map in the treasure chest, and when I merged it with the manual, this marker appeared. Gu Shaoshang's eyes gleamed as he carefully examined the area. The name, Ironclad Crocodile, suggested a beast with formidable defensive capabilities, but that wasn't something he was overly concerned about. What he truly feared were high damage, explosive enemies capable of delivering lethal blows in an instant. No matter how strong their defense, how could it stand against his infinite firepower-enhanced attacks? What's the distance? Gu Shaoshang asked. About 20 kilometers, not far, Lin Youyu replied. Let's go right now. Gu Shaoshang leapt lightly off the rock, casually brushing the dust off his pants. Wait a moment, brother Gu. Lin Youyu hurriedly pulled a blue-quality leather armor from her backpack and handed it to Gu Shaoshang. Here, take this armor. This piece of equipment, with its higher level, was an upgrade from the white swordsman robe Gu Shaoshang was currently wearing. It could be used to enhance his gear. Gu Shaoshang took the leather armor without a word and immediately fused it with his white swordsman robe. A system notification popped up. Unnamed swordsman robe quality upgrade. Constitution 5. Strength 3. Attribute. Max HP increased by 10. The upgraded swordsman robe now had a total attribute boost of 8 points. But more importantly, it unlocked a rare percentage-based attribute. While the 10 increase might not seem significant, now only adding 36 points to Gu Shaoshang's current 360 HP's value would become much more apparent in the future when his health grew into the thousands or even tens of thousands. HP. 396,396. Glancing at the updated stats on his character panel, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself, a mere 3-digit HP is hardly worthy of someone with dual SSR talents. He silently hoped that after reaching level 30, he could unlock a new talent to boost his health, though such things were ultimately up to fate. The journey from the rocky forest to the swamp forest was far from easy. The 20 kilometers Lin Youyu had mentioned earlier referred to the straight-line distance, but navigating through this primeval forest required constant detours. After covering about 10 kilometers, they were blocked by a sheer cliff over 300 meters high, forcing them to take a significant detour. It took them nearly 2 hours to find a path down from the top of the cliff, after circling a large area. Thud! Gu Shaoshang landed steadily on the ground and gently set down Lin Youyu, whom he had been carrying in a princess hold the entire way. Looking back, there was no sign of any patently untouched wilderness. Just moments ago, they had been forced to jump down a steep slope over 10 meters high. Lin Youyu carefully compared their surroundings with the survival manual in her hands and confirmed, this is it. They had finally arrived at their destination, the swamp forest marked on the map. The terrain ahead finally leveled out. Stretching before them was an open plain, and about 400 to 500 meters away lay a dense red mangrove swamp. Murky water lapped at the mangrove roots, while flocks of waterbirds frolicked on the surface, painting a picture of natural harmony. The iron-armored crocodile's lair is a bit further in that direction. Lin Youyu pointed to the right. They were currently in the central area of the mangrove swamp, but their target was located in the eastern region, requiring them to press on. Then let's move. Gu Shaoshang immediately took the lead, while Lin Youyu closed his survival manual and quickly followed. The two trekked eastward for about 1 or 2 kilometers before they finally reached the marked location of the iron-armored crocodile's habitat on the map. The ground here was a barren mix of dirt and gravel, with almost no signs of grass growing, in stark contrast to the lush greenery behind them. This desolate area was home to their target, the formidable iron-armored crocodiles. The iron-armored crocodile bore a resemblance to ordinary crocodiles, looking much like a saltwater crocodile, but with a significantly larger build, akin to the prehistoric Deinosuchus. Adult males typically exceeded 12 meters in length, while females measured around 10 meters. Their bodies were jet black, with spiked, armored scales covering their backs, a feature that inspired their name. At the moment, many iron-armored crocodiles were resting along the edge of the mangrove swamp. Some were swimming in the murky waters, occasionally slapping their tails at each other in what appeared to be a mix of playful combat and some form of interaction. Gu Shaoshang curiously remarked about their diet. They can't possibly be herbivores, can they? But his assumption was immediately proven wrong. Saw several iron-armored crocodiles eating grass. To be precise, they only consumed a specific type of grass, but in the process, they uprooted other surrounding plants, which explained the barren appearance of their habitat. Wait, they actually eat grass. However, Gu Shaoshang quickly realized he had jumped to conclusions too soon. He observed several crocodiles in the swamp hunting a group of giant fish. These fish resembled oversized arapaima, but were bulkier, typically over 3 meters long, with some reaching 4 or 5 meters. When they leapt out of the water, they looked like aquatic monsters. These fish were clearly the primary food source for the iron-armored crocodiles. As for why these carnivorous crocodiles also consumed grass, Gu Shaoshang speculated that the specific grass might have some unique benefits for them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such behavior. Look at all those massive crocodiles. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled as he stared at the crocodiles on the shore. He showed no fear of their menacing appearance, instead pondering out loud. Brother Gu, why don't we try eating crocodile meat tonight? Sure, Gu Shaoshang agreed with a nod. He had tasted crocodile meat before, which had a texture similar to chicken but was finer and carried a unique flavor. That was a long time ago, and it was just ordinary crocodile meat. These, however, were otherworldly beasts. Surely their meat would be even more exquisite. In the mangrove swamp, on a wide clearing, hundreds of armored crocodiles were lazily basking in the sunlight. Their jet-black scales glinted with a cold sheen under the sun, completely oblivious to the two pairs of murderous eyes locked onto them. Gu Shaoshang instructed Lin Youyu to stand guard on the perimeter, ready to handle any unexpected situations. Meanwhile, he silently infiltrated the territory of these armored crocodiles. As soon as he got close, a few nearby crocodiles sensed the presence of this unwelcome intruder. As the overlords of this mangrove swamp, these armored crocodiles had always ruled with arrogance. They had a habit of biting anything they encountered, just to sample its taste. To them, this two-legged creature trespassing into their domain was a fresh delicacy they had never tried before. A few of the crocodiles lazily swayed their long tails as they crawled toward Gu Shaoshang, clearly regarding him as just another meal delivered to their doorstep. Gu Shaoshang quickly assessed the levels of the approaching crocodiles, 1 at level 27 and 3 at level 25. His eyes lit up. Taking down these 4 would net him 350 experience points, a far better deal than hunting those low-level fossil beasts he had encountered earlier. To him, these armored crocodiles were nothing more than walking packets of experience. In the next instant, Gu Shaoshang moved like a flash of lightning. Covering 168.6 meters per second at breakneck speed, he left the sluggish crocodiles with no time to react. For consecutive double slashes struck within a quarter of a second, and the crisscrossing sword light landed heavily on their scales. A sharp crack echoed as hardened spikes shattered, and thick scales were marred with jagged cracks. Before the crocodiles' agonized roars could fully erupt, another wave of sword light silenced their final resistance. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. Experience points 110. Experience points 80. Experience points 80. Experience points 80. Without sparing a glance at the corpses on the ground, Gu Shaoshang was already dashing toward his next targets. These armored crocodiles, known for their formidable defense, were as fragile as newborns before his overwhelming damage. Those above level 24 required 2 strikes to defeat, while anything below level 24 could be taken out in a single blow. In no time, several more armored crocodiles fell to his blade. A golden light suddenly enveloped Gu Shaoshang's body. Had leveled up. The ease of this rapid progression made these crocodiles his unexpected benefactors, though they certainly wouldn't see it that way. Gu Shaoshang's level advanced to 27, but what thrilled him most was that his SSR-grade talent, Born to Run, had finally evolved to SSR-grade, reaching its peak. Bang! With a swift slash, Gu Shaoshang sent a sneaky, iron-armored crocodile flying, his movements light and agile as he leaped out of the encirclement. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly summoned his character panel to check his stats. The virtual interface unfolded before him, displaying the astonishing transformation he had undergone. Nameless Swordsman. Level: F class, level 27. Health: 602,400. Mana: 407,310 6010. Base attributes: Strength: 310,310. Constitution: 32.8. Agility: 31.6. Spirit: 5,232.5. Combat attributes: Physical defense: 31. Elemental resistance: 31.6. Attack speed: 31. Movement speed: 53.320.05 seconds. Max movement speed: 528.20.5 metersec. Critical damage: 150. The most striking features were his 3 SSR level talents. Ultimate Lifesteal restores 80 of maximum health with each successful attack, while passively regenerating 10 of maximum health per second. Infinite Firepower increases normal attack damage by 400 and skill damage by 800, reduces skill costs by 99.9, absorbs 10 of maximum mana per attack, and eliminates skill casting delays. Godspeed grants 200 additional agility points per level, with agility converting into 30 physical attack power. As Gu Shaoshang stared at his staggering agility stat of 5,237, he finally understood the reason behind his explosive power increase. This translated to an additional 1,571.1 points in strength. Combined with the infinite firepower talent, his attack power had skyrocketed to 81 times its original value. His strength had surged from a mere 39 points to an overwhelming 1,611.1 points. A simple two-hit slash would now deal a terrifying 130,000 damage. This wasn't just a mere upgrade, it was a complete transformation. Even the iron-armored crocodiles, known for their tough defenses, were nothing more than paper tigers against this devastating power. With such destructive might, ordinary iron-armored crocodiles or even their ancestors would have no choice but to bow before him. Invincible, Gu Shaoshang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. A single strike dealing 130,000 damage. What an astonishing figure. He quickly calculated in his mind. Even level 40 or 50 fierce beasts would struggle to last long in his presence. Right in front of him, a level 30 armored crocodile was charging straight at him, practically offering itself up. Gu Shaoshang's figure flickered, and a silver streak flashed as his long sword swept through the air. Splat! The armored crocodile's head split cleanly in two. This was just a casual basic attack, yet it dealt over 8,000 damage, a devastating blow, reducing the level 30 creature to nothing more than a trivial obstacle. In the next instant, the entire swamp seemed to transform into Gu Shaoshang's personal stage. His figure darted across the battlefield at a staggering speed of 528.7 meters per second, comparable to 1.5 Mach. In a single second, he could appear in dozens of different positions. If not for the attack speed cap of 53 strikes per second, the numbers would be even more absurd. A storm of blood and chaos erupted among the armored crocodile herd. In the blink of an eye, 53 fierce beasts fell. Even though Gu Shaoshang was already at level 27, these creatures, ranging from level 20 to 25, still provided him with substantial experience points. A level 22 armored crocodile alone contributed 1 point of experience, while higher level ones brought in over 10 points each. Within just 2 seconds, Gu Shaoshang broke through to level 28. Another 2 seconds, and he reached level 29, just a step away from level 30. Lin Youyu, who was standing on the perimeter keeping watch, was utterly stunned, her face flushed with excitement. She wished she could record Gu Shaoshang's godlike performance and share it in the regional chat channel. Unfortunately, the battlefield of 10,000 races didn't support video functions. At most, the chat could only send item information. A flash of golden light passed over her, and Lin Youyu leveled up several times during this frenzy, reaching level 28. She eagerly checked her attribute panel. Though her progress was significant, it paled in comparison to Gu Shaoshang's astounding growth. It was like comparing a firefly to the brilliance of the moon. Lin Youyu's attribute panel displayed. Level 28, experience points 02800, health points 11401140, mana points 10901090, and all basic attributes at 109 points, with an additional 3 to constitution and 5 to agility. Additionally, there were 54 unallocated free attribute points. She gazed at Gu Shaoshang, who seemed to have dozens of clones in front of her, and fell into deep thought. How should she allocate these attribute points? Should she invest in agility to increase speed? But even if she put all the points into agility, it wouldn't match the boost Gu Dage gained from leveling up. Should she instead invest in constitution to enhance defense and health points? As she hesitated, a golden light suddenly enveloped her. She leveled up. Level 29. This meant that Gu Dage had already reached level 30. Lin Youyu immediately summoned Gu Shaoshang's character panel, eager to check out the newly acquired talent. Skipping over the first 3 familiar talents, her gaze locked onto the 4th, newly appeared talent. Blood Bowl E increases maximum health to 4,000 of constitution. As expected, every time Gu Dage reached a level ending in 0, he would gain a new talent. This talent, which boosts maximum health, complemented his ultimate lifesteal talent perfectly. Recalling the information she had seen in the chat channel, Lin Youyu knew that the Blood Bowl talent had even more powerful advanced versions. The grade Big Blood Bowl could raise maximum health to 80 times constitution, while the grade Super Blood Bowl was the pinnacle of this series. Beyond that, the grade and a grade talents had similar effects but belonged to different talent series. However, Gu Shaoshang's Blood Bowl talent was destined to be extraordinary. Just like his previous 3 talents, it would only be renamed upon reaching SSR grade. This meant that his Blood Bowl talent was likely to become the sole SR grade Blood Bowl talent in the entire battlefield of myriad races. Of course, by the time he reached level 37, this talent would evolve into an entirely new SSR grade talent. The storm of sword energy roared outward. In Gu Shaoshang's hands, his long sword transformed into streaks of razor-sharp sword light, slashing 59 times in a single second. The sword energy instantly enveloped a radius of 100 meters. In a split second, the bodies of 59 ironclad crocodiles simultaneously burst apart, spraying blood as they collapsed to the ground. The system notification promptly chimed, rewarding him with hundreds of experience points. In a flash, Gu Shaoshang landed steadily on the ground. Checking the system panel, he noticed the new talent he had unlocked upon reaching level 30 Blood Bowl. This was the talent he had been eagerly anticipating, one that significantly boosted his health bar. Though only a few days had passed, the experiences of these brief days felt far more profound than the entirety of his previous years of life. In that case, let's turn the world upside down with carnage. Before the words even fully left his lips, Gu Shaoshang bolted toward another group of ironclad crocodiles like a streak of lightning. At this moment, he resembled a relentless harvesting machine, cutting down the ironclad crocodiles wherever his sword light passed. Even at level 30, the ironclad crocodiles above level 25 still provided a substantial amount of experience points. Before long, the system chimed again level 31. His agility attribute surged by 201 points, while other attributes only increased by 1 point each. At the same time, his Blood Bowl talent advanced to grade D, raising his maximum health to 8,000 of his Constitution attribute. His health instantly doubled, skyrocketing to 3,608 points. This breakthrough exhilarated Gu Shaoshang. Before acquiring the Blood Bowl talent, he had always been wary of powerful beasts with explosive damage, as his fragile health bar could be wiped out in an instant. But now, with a 4-digit health pool, he no longer feared being instantly killed unless he encountered beasts that were 40 or 50 levels higher than him. A few minutes later, Gu Shaoshang leveled up once more, reaching level 32. Although leveling up became slower after reaching level 30, his speed was still astonishing compared to the average person. At this point, his health had climbed to 7,392 points, and with just one more level, he could break through the 10,000 point threshold. However, progressing further would not be easy. After reaching level 32, defeating level 27 ironclad crocodiles only yielded 1 experience point, while only those at level 28 or higher provided significant rewards. Among the 60 or so ironclad crocodiles he could kill per second, only 1 or 2 were above level 28. The rest were mostly level 25 or 26, or even lower. After eliminating all the ironclad crocodiles on the shore, Gu Shaoshang had no choice but to dive into the water to deal with those lurking beneath the surface. This undoubtedly slowed his efficiency, but even so, it only reduced his leveling speed by about 20 to 30 minutes. Compared to others, his speed was still astonishingly fast. 20 minutes later, Gu Shaoshang's sword flashed once again, and a large group of ironclad crocodiles fell lifelessly. With the influx of this batch of experience points, his level finally broke through to level 33. A system notification immediately appeared before him. Blood Bowl B, your maximum health is now 32,000 of your Constitution attribute. Additionally, each of your attacks will deal bonus damage equal to 1 of your maximum health. The Blood Bowl talent had advanced to grade B, and upon reaching this level, it underwent a qualitative transformation, gaining the attribute of adding 1 of maximum health as bonus damage to attacks. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up. If he had 10 billion health points, a single sword strike could deal an additional 100 million damage. This attribute was a perfect match for the Blood Bowl talent. At the same time, Gu Shaoshang's health also increased with the talent upgrade, finally surpassing the 5-digit threshold, reaching 15,136 points. This meant that each of his attacks now carried an additional 151 points of bonus damage. The only downside was that this bonus damage did not benefit from the infinite power talent's amplification. But that was hardly a problem. As long as his health continued to climb, even just 1 would eventually become an astronomical figure. Moreover, 1 was only the value at grade B. When it advanced to grade A or even grade S, this percentage would undoubtedly grow even higher. While Gu Shaoshang was racking up points on the speed leaderboard by slaying dozens of fierce beasts every second, on the other side, countless players monitoring the leaderboard had noticed a shocking phenomenon. Lin Youyu, the player in first place, was gaining points at an incredible rate, increasing by dozens or even hundreds every second. In just half an hour, Lin Youyu's score had skyrocketed to an astonishing 20,000. In comparison, the second-place player, Yu Linglong, who had been closely trailing Lin Youyu, was now clearly falling behind. Her score had just barely surpassed 18,000 and was struggling to reach 19,000. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu's score showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to grow at a breathtaking rate of dozens or even hundreds of points per second. The gap between the two, which had initially been just over 1,200 points, had now widened to over 2,000 points and was rapidly approaching a 3,000 point difference. What the heck? What is Lin Youyu doing to gain points so fast? Good heavens! Someone stop this madness. They're earning more points in a second than I can in days. How are we supposed to live like this? Over 21,000 points already. This is insane. Unstoppable. Who dares to say Lin Youyu's first place is just luck? This is pure skill. Unbelievable. If only I had half of Lin Youyu's ability. Half. I'd settle for just 1/10. 1/10. I'd be happy with 1/20th. I. I'd take just 1/30th and would gladly serve Lin Youyu without complaint. Enough already. Do we really need to compete, even here in the battlefield of the 10,000 races? And you, the one offering to serve Lin Youyu, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I just want to say it out loud. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, who was tirelessly hunting fierce beasts, couldn't resist her curiosity and opened the regional speed leaderboard for a quick glance. The result. What the hell? Why is the gap getting even bigger? Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the ever-growing point difference. The entire afternoon, everyone on the novice island witnessed what it truly meant to rack up points. The score counter skyrocketed, increasing by dozens or even hundreds of points per second. This insane surge continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. People's reactions shifted from initial amazement to confusion. Why hasn't it stopped yet? And finally to complete numbness. On the other side of the island, Yu Linglong was feeling just as numb. She had planned to prove herself, reclaim the top spot, and then tag Lin Youyu in the chat channel. But now, she could only slump to the ground, staring in disbelief at the nearly unreachable 7-digit score. I'm done. Completely done. There's no way to compete with that. Yu Linglong shook her head in utter disbelief. It's only the third day of the regional speed competition, and I've already lost my chance at first place? Is she cheating, or something? She yelled furiously, her voice echoing in the air. The 4A and Branked heroes standing nearby exchanged awkward glances, none daring to say a word. The only exception was the orc sword master Carl, who had just sheathed his weapon and still looked eager for a fight, as if he wanted to challenge the opponent himself. Was Lin Youyu cheating? Of course not. The real cheater was someone else entirely. On their way back, Lin Youyu and Gu Shaoshang were chatting and laughing, both in extraordinarily high spirits. Their luck today had been off the charts. The explosive increase in competition points was already common knowledge, but what people didn't know was that both of them had also leveled up significantly. To top it off, Lin Youyu had stumbled upon 5 treasure chests in the mangrove swampies, 3 bronze chests and 2 iron ones. These 5 chests were now tied together with tree bark by Gu Shaoshang, who carried them effortlessly with one hand. For him, this weight was barely noticeable. The two hurried back to the cliffside area on the edge of the novice island before nightfall. They passed through a small waterfall and entered the relatively safe shelter of the water curtain cave. Given Gu Shaoshang's current strength, he could easily continue hunting the island's ferocious beasts at night. He was now capable of one-shotting beasts over level 60, his power having skyrocketed. But even so, he didn't dare venture into the forest to hunt at night. The reason was simple. Ferocious beasts roamed unpredictably at night. The area they were currently in was so safe during the day that not even a shadow of a beast could be seen. But at night, powerful beasts would wander through the area. These high-level creatures, which normally stayed within their territories, would leave their domains and roam the island freely after dark. You could never predict what level of beast you might encounter next to a low-level minion in the teens, or a terrifying level 99 monster. As such, don't leave the shelter at night had become an unspoken rule for everyone. Even Yu Linglong, still reeling from her defeat that afternoon, didn't entertain the thought of hunting beasts at night to catch up in points. That wasn't bravery or determination, it was pure recklessness. Inside the water curtain cave, Lin Youyu stepped forward and lit the campfire. The flames instantly illuminated the entire cavern. Gu Shaoshang gently placed the 5 treasure chests on the ground. Just as he was about to inspect them, Lin Youyu pulled out a large bundle wrapped in a giant leaf from her backpack. When the bundle was unwrapped, fresh armored crocodile meat came into view, its dark red flesh still glistening with traces of blood. With swift and efficient movements, Gu Shaoshang rinsed the crocodile meat with bottled water, then skillfully cut it into evenly sized chunks and skewered them onto iron sticks. Before long, 16 large crocodile meat skewers were neatly lined up next to the campfire, slowly roasting. These hearty skewers were substantial, just 2 were enough to fill an average person's stomach, making them perfect for the 2 of them to share. While waiting for the meat to cook, the 2 began inspecting the contents of the 5 treasure chests. Lin Youyu was the first to open 2 black iron chests, which were packed with everyday supplies: bottled water, bread, and even an entire box of fresh milk, which would pair nicely with the bread for breakfast. After organizing these supplies neatly to one side, Lin Youyu opened a bronze chest. This time, the rewards were more substantial. In addition to the usual supplies, there were 2 pieces of green quality equipment and a rare blueprint of blue quality blueprint for a mid-level blacksmith workshop. Do we have enough materials? Gu Shaoshang asked, noticing that Lin Youyu had eagerly learned the blueprint without hesitation. Yes, we do. Lin Youyu replied with a smile. When you defeated those fossil beasts earlier, I collected plenty of metal ore, which will be perfect for this. She explained that building the blacksmith workshop mainly required metal ores, along with the more easily obtainable wood and stone. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, not all people from Blue Star chose to take the risk of hunting ferocious beasts. Some preferred to spend their days gathering wood or stone. Though progress was slow, it allowed them to sustain their livelihoods. Once they accumulated enough materials, they would trade in the marketplace for green quality equipment to arm their initial heroes, only then daring to challenge level 10 beasts. These individuals didn't concern themselves with the fact that other elites were already capable of taking down level 20 or 30 beasts effortlessly. They only sought to survive longer. In this ruthless world, many who dreamed of skyrocketing to power fell along the path of pursuing strength. Admittedly, some succeeded, but such cases were rare. When deciding whether to follow in others' footsteps, one must not only look at the examples of success, but also heed the lessons of those who failed. After Lin Youyu poured a pile of materials onto the crafting table, the progress bar of the intermediate blacksmith's workshop began to move slowly. It'll take 15 minutes to complete, she turned and said to Gu Shaoshang. Gu Shaoshang nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting to the ground. A white, semi-transparent outline had already appeared there, surrounded by countless tiny hammers rhythmically tapping away, producing faint clinking sounds. Carry on, he said succinctly. Got it. Lin Youyu responded with a smile, and quickly walked toward another bronze treasure chest. As the chest opened, dazzling white light mixed with streaks of green, and 2 flashes of blue burst forth. The first thing that caught her eye was a pile of everyday supplies, food, drinks, and a medical kit containing items like iodine, gauze, and anti-inflammatory medicine. Lin Youyu efficiently sorted these items, arranging them neatly with the previous supplies. Next, she pulled out 2 green-quality weapons. These aren't very useful. We can trade them for something else later, she said casually, setting the weapons aside. Then, she retrieved a green skill crystal, her eyes lighting up with surprise. After all these treasure chests, this is the first time I've gotten a skill crystal. The last one was from a reward box. Looks like the drop rate for these is really low. Brother Gu, this is for you. She handed the crystal to Gu Shaoshang, only to see him shake his head and decline. It wasn't out of politeness, but because the skill displayed on the crystal green quality healing spell was utterly useless to someone with an ultimate life-leeching ability like his. That makes sense, Lin Youyu realized. I'll check the trading market to see if I can exchange it for another skill. If not, I'll just use it myself. While the healing spell wasn't particularly useful to her either, it was better than nothing. Of course, finding another skill crystal of the same quality would be ideal. Finally, she picked up the 2 blue quality items. One of them was a blueprint labeled Staff of Mutual Destruction Blueprint, with a blue rarity tag. This name, is it serious? Lin Youyu examined the blueprint with interest before decisively choosing to learn it. As a blue light merged into her body, she immediately began reviewing the materials required to craft this peculiar staff. Materials required for crafting the self-destructive blue staff: premium wood, 0.30, contaminated ruby, 0.5, blood of a bloodthirsty wyvern, 0.3. Note: crafting requires at least an intermediate-level blacksmith workshop. Lin Youyu stared at the list of materials on the blueprint, her brows furrowed in confusion. What even are these things? She muttered, tapping the parchment lightly with her fingertips, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Apart from the premium wood, which she could barely figure out how to obtain, the other 2 materials were completely foreign to her. Contaminated ruby? Blood of a bloodthirsty wyvern. Just the name, bloodthirsty wyvern, suggested it was some kind of ferocious beast, but despite exploring this area for so long, she hadn't even seen a glimpse of one. Gu Shaoshang noticed the change in Lin You's expression and immediately guessed her dilemma. Having trouble gathering materials? Yeah, these are all things I've never even heard of, Lin Youyu replied, pouting slightly as she let go of the blueprint, allowing it to roll back into its original shape. Honestly, this stupid staff might not even be worth it. Take your time, Gu Shaoshang said calmly, trying to reassure her. Since it's a blue-quality piece of equipment, it's normal for the materials to be a bit harder to find. Hearing this, Lin Youyu nodded lightly and stopped dwelling on it. She closed the heavy survival manual in her hands and picked up a small bow resting nearby. The bow emitted a faint blue glow, looking both compact and exquisitely crafted. Auto-charging traditional mini bow, quality, blue. Strength 8. Generates 1 strength 2 energy arrow every 3 seconds, up to a maximum stack of 99 arrows. Wow! Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up with excitement, her joy evident. This bow doesn't even need arrows. She examined the weapon carefully. Though the bow seemed small, it fit her size perfectly, with just the right weight and an excellent grip. Let me see, Gu Shaoshang said, extending his hand. Lin Youyu handed the bow to him. Gu Shaoshang took the bow, quickly scanning its surface before nodding in approval. Not bad. It suits you well. The energy arrow regeneration rate of 1 every 3 seconds isn't particularly fast, but since it can pre-stack up to 99 arrows, you won't have to worry about running out during a fight. He pointed to the glowing runes on the bow and continued. Plus, the energy arrows it generates come with a Strength 2 attribute. Combined with the bow's built-in Strength 8 bonus, that's a total of 10 strength points. For a blue quality weapon, this is quite a gem, right? That's what I thought too. Lin Youyu eagerly took the bow back from Gu Shaoshang, her fingers running along the bowstring with a sense of delight. She stood up, walked to the entrance of the cave, and drew the bowstring, aiming into the distance. Whoosh! A blue energy arrow shot out the instant she released the string, tracing a graceful arc before vanishing across the waterfall on the other side of the cave. This is so fun. Lin Yuyu's face lit up with a pure, childlike smile, like a little girl who had just received her favorite toy. She fired a few more arrows in quick succession, each accompanied by a subtle flash of blue light, as the bow automatically replenished the energy arrows. After playing around for a while, she suddenly remembered the unopened bronze treasure chest. Carefully setting the bow aside, she quickly walked back to the depths of the cave and grabbed the slightly weathered bronze chest. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lid with force. As the chest opened, a dazzling white light burst forth, accompanied by a few streaks of vibrant green and one particularly striking blue glow. When the light finally faded, the items inside the chest were clearly visible. Only one blue item this time, Lin Youyu said, her tone tinged with disappointment as her lips curled into a slight pout. It's all right. Who knows? It might turn out to be another hidden gem, Gu Shaoshang said with a reassuring smile. For him, an extra piece of blue quality equipment wasn't a big deal, so he didn't show any sign of disappointment. But Lin Youyu, on the other hand, stared at the lone blue item in the chest, her face clearly betraying a mix of dissatisfaction and mild frustration. Inside the cave, the flickering firelight danced, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire space. Shadows played across the walls, creating a mottled pattern. In the corner, the contents of 5 freshly opened treasure chests had been neatly piled together, forming a small mountain of supplies. Lin Youyu was retrieving the last batch of items from the final bronze chest. First, she pulled out 3 pieces of green-grade equipment. Among them, 2 pieces of jewelry immediately caught the eye in uncommon sight in standard loot. Magic Ring, Spirit 3, and Muscleman's Ring, Constitution 3. Although one was called a ring and the other a band, they were essentially the same. Lin Youyu smiled and handed the 2 rings to Gu Shaoshang. Brother Gu, these rings are for you. You're the main force of our team. I'm just here to support. Gu Shaoshang accepted the rings without hesitation and slipped them on. All right, I'll wear them for now, he said in his deep, emotionless voice. With a slight movement of his fingers, the rings were on. As soon as they were equipped, his constitution and spirit stats increased by 3 points each, and he immediately felt a surge of strength and mental clarity. The Muscleman's Ring, in particular, had a humorous name but delivered surprisingly impressive results. This is pretty effective, Gu Shaoshang remarked in a low voice, his expression showing satisfaction. Aside from the rare jewelry, the bronze chest also contained a basic weapon of green quality. Lin Youyu picked it up, gave it a brief glance, and casually tossed it onto the trading market, hoping to exchange it for something more useful. Additionally, the chest yielded 2 green-grade skill upgrade stones. Since Gu Shaoshang had no use for them, Lin Youyu stowed them away for later. Finally, the most eye-catching item appeared: a blue-grade necklace. The necklace was silver-white with a delicate leaf-shaped pendant. Blessing Necklace, blue-grade, Spirit 8. Attribute I. Automatically restores 50 HP per second. Attribute 2. Enter stealth mode after standing still for 5 seconds. Stealth is removed upon moving or attacking. Lin Youyu and Gu Shaoshang exchanged a glance, both with a hint of amazement in their eyes. The Spirit 8 alone was already impressive, but what made this necklace truly exceptional were its 2 attributes. Typically, blue-grade equipment only came with 1 attribute, yet this necklace had 2. One provided automatic health regeneration, and the other granted stealth. This was an incredibly powerful piece of equipment, especially for Lin Youyu, felt custom-made for her. She and Gu Shaoshang often hunted in packs of fierce beasts, and her greatest concern was being attacked by surrounding creatures, while Gu Shaoshang focused on combat. Earlier that day, Lin Youyu had faced such situations multiple times, forced to flee whenever a beast got too close, as she couldn't hope to fight back. But now, with this necklace, she could simply stand still for 5 seconds to vanish into stealth, completely avoiding sudden threats. This ability felt like it was designed specifically to ease her worries. This necklace is absolutely perfect, Lin Youyu murmured in admiration. This way, those ferocious beasts would naturally only target Gu Shaoshang, completely ignoring Lin Youyu, who was in stealth mode nearby. The necklace not only provided an invisibility effect, but also had a health regeneration attribute that was extremely useful for Lin Youyu. Although she had 100 resurrection chances per day, avoiding death was, of course, preferable. After all, the feeling of dying was truly unpleasant. In the past, she had no choice but to endure it, but now, with the health regeneration gear, her survivability had greatly improved. Combined with the invisibility effect, she had practically become a master of survival. Gu Shaoshang no longer had to worry about Lin Youyu being in danger while he slaughtered the beasts. Brother Gu, then I'll wear this necklace, okay? Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile radiant. Sure, Want me to help you put it on? Gu Shaoshang asked with a gentle smile. Yes, please. Lin Youyu nodded eagerly, handing him the necklace before turning around. She gently lifted her soft pink hair with one hand, revealing her fair and delicate neck. Gu Shaoshang deftly fastened the necklace around her neck, his fingers skillfully securing the clasp at the back. All set. Lin Youyu let her hair fall back down, turned to face him, and lightly tugged at her collar to show off her new necklace. How does it look? Not bad. Gu Shaoshang nodded in approval. I think it looks great too, Lin Youyu said with a smile. Then, sneaking a glance at Gu Shaoshang, she lowered her voice and teased. Brother Gu, you were so skilled at putting on the necklace just now. Have you done this for other girls before? Gu Shaoshang gave her a sidelong glance and reached out to tousle her signature pink hair. You're overthinking it. It's such a simple task, anyone with hands can do it. Yeah, right. Liar. Lin Youyu pouted, her face full of disbelief. Inside the cave, the campfire continued to crackle softly, its glow illuminating their faces. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu sat by the fire, holding freshly grilled skewers in their hands, the aroma mouth-watering. It'd be perfect if we had some soda right now. Lin Youyu complained, taking a sip of bottled water before glaring at it disdainfully. How can you eat barbecue without soda? Such a shame. We've opened so many treasure chests, even found milk, but no soda. Not even in the trading market. I wonder if no one has found any, or if they have, but just didn't put it up for sale. Gu Shaoshang finished his last skewer, feeling about 80% full. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and opened the regional speedrun leaderboard. Looks like we've secured first place in advance, he remarked, glancing at the second-place contestant, Yu Linglong, whose score lagged by nearly 100,000 points. It was virtually impossible for her to catch up. Of course, first place is ours, Lin Youyu said proudly, her grin wide. On the leaderboard, her staggering score of 124,766 points shattered the hopes of anyone daring to compete for the top spot, effectively breaking their resolve. Naturally, aside from Yu Linglong in second place, no one else had seriously considered challenging them for first. So, the only one likely feeling defeated was poor Yu Linglong. What a pity. As the saying goes, why must there be Zhuge Liang when there's Zhou Yu? After dinner in the cave, Lin Youyu eagerly headed to the newly completed intermediate blacksmith's workshop. The so-called blacksmith's workshop was essentially a compact workspace, occupying only about 4 or 5 square meters. Its core area featured a sturdy wooden workbench and an iron anvil, both neatly arranged. Carefully, he took out the survival manual and placed it on a specially designed rack beside him, flipping to the marked page. The design of this blacksmith's workshop was highly practical. Simply inputting the required materials, various weapons and equipment could be crafted according to the specifications on the blueprints. Unfortunately, there was currently only one blueprint available for use in the blacksmith's workshop, and they hadn't yet gathered the necessary materials to craft it. For now, this plan had to be shelved. Lin Youyu couldn't help but think about the tiger hide armor he had obtained earlier. It was also blue-grade equipment, yet it didn't require a blacksmith's workshop to create. That was likely because tiger hide armor was a leather-based protective gear, while a blacksmith's workshop, as the name suggests, was meant for forging metal weapons or armor. But then again, why didn't the tiger hide armor require a tailor's workshop either? From this perspective, the mutual destruction staff, which required the blacksmith's workshop, was likely not an ordinary piece of blue-grade equipment. At the very least, it must be a small masterpiece, or possibly even a top-tier item. Late at night, in the bedroom of the magical tent, Gu Shaoshang lay alone on the bed, his hands resting behind his head as he stared blankly at the magical lamp on the ceiling, which emitted a soft glow. However, his focus wasn't on the lamp but on the virtual character panel in front of him. This afternoon's hunt had caused his level to skyrocket, eventually stopping at level 35. At this level, continuing to hunt ironclad crocodiles would yield negligible experience points. After all, the highest level for ironclad crocodiles was only level 30. For Gu Shaoshang, who was now level 35, killing a level 30 ironclad crocodile would only grant him a measly 1 experience point, while those at level 29 or below wouldn't provide any experience at all. Reaching level 35 was entirely due to the sheer number of creatures he hunted today. Otherwise, even level 35 would have been out of reach. With his level reaching 35, his original grade, Blood Bowl talent, had been upgraded to Scrade. The benefits of this upgrade were substantial. Not only did it grant him an astonishing 128,000 boost to his constitution, but each of his attacks also dealt additional damage equivalent to 3 of his maximum health. Initially, Gu Shaoshang misunderstood this extra damage effect. He had thought it was similar to the Swift Strike talent, but upon closer analysis, he realized the fundamental difference. The Swift Strike talent converted 30 of agility into physical attack power, whereas the Blood Bowl talent directly added extra damage equivalent to 3 of his maximum health. The former was physical attack power, which had to be calculated against an opponent's defense. The latter was direct damage that completely ignored defense, akin to true damage. Whether it was entirely equivalent to true damage depended on whether it could bypass special attributes that reduced damage. If it could ignore even those, then it truly would be pure true damage. However, even if it wasn't true damage, it was at least an incredibly powerful effect that bypassed defense. For targets with exceptionally strong defensive capabilities, Gu Shaoshang is practically their natural nemesis. The key is that his health points are extraordinarily high. At level 35, Gu Shaoshang's maximum health has already reached an astounding 67,584 points. This means his level Blood Bowl talent adds a fixed 2,027 points of damage to each attack, a type of damage that completely bypasses defense mechanisms. This ability is already absurdly powerful, and this is just the level 35 manifestation of this level Blood Bowl talent. Once he reaches level 37 and the talent upgrades to SSR level, the effect is bound to skyrocket. Even Gu Shaoshang himself can't predict the extent of its power, but SSR-level talents have never been known to disappoint. Moreover, Gu Shaoshang possesses multiple SSR-level talents that synergize with one another. If a high compatibility combination emerges, its effects could even surpass other SSR talents of the same type. In addition to his incredible health, Gu Shaoshang's attack speed and movement speed have also skyrocketed with his level. Currently, his attack speed has reached 69.9 times per second, roughly equivalent to 70 attacks per second. His maximum movement speed has soared to 689.5 meters per second. To put that into perspective, on Blue Star or Earth, the speed of sound under standard atmospheric pressure is 340 meters per second. While the exact sound propagation speed in the multiverse battlefield is unclear, Gu Shaoshang has yet to produce a sonic boom, suggesting sound might travel faster here on Blue Star. His current speed would already be more than twice the speed of sound. Such astonishing speed, combined with nearly 70 attacks per second, has exponentially increased Gu Shaoshang's efficiency in slaying beasts. This is precisely why Lin Youyu now has hundreds of thousands of points. Otherwise, even if the ferocious beasts lined up for slaughter, it would be impossible to eliminate so many in such a short time. Hopefully, we can find higher-level beasts tomorrow, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself before closing his character panel. He shut his eyes and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, at 6:30 a.m., Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu, having just finished breakfast, left the water curtain cave shelter together and headed straight for the mangrove swamp they'd visited the day before. The journey took some time due to the distance, but thanks to Gu Shaoshang's incredible speed, even carrying Lin Youyu, who weighed less than 100 pounds, felt effortless and didn't slow him down at all. Around 7 a.m., with a loud bang, the flat ground suddenly cracked into a web of fissures as Gu Shaoshang landed heavily, as if descending from the heavens. "We're here," Gu Shaoshang said to Lin Youyu, who was huddled in his arms with her head buried. "Ugh, brother Gu, you ran way too fast. I could barely keep my eyes open." Lin Youyu finally lifted her head, rubbing her cold, slightly numb cheeks with her small hands. "I'll run slower next time," Gu Shaoshang replied after a moment of thought, realizing there was no need to rush since their points had already secured first place in this regional speed competition. Lin Youyu climbed down from Gu Shaoshang's back, tugging at her stuck pants as she curiously surveyed their surroundings. "Brother Gu, have you noticed there are way fewer crocodiles here today than yesterday? Did you already kill most of them?" "Probably," Gu Shaoshang nodded. "Today, we can venture deeper. This mangrove swamp is vast, and there should be more than just iron-armored crocodiles living here." The expanse of the mangrove swamp was unexpectedly vast. Gu Shaoshang led Lin Youyu forward, cutting down every iron-armored crocodile that came their way with swift precision. Although this method of advancing while fighting was slower than traveling at full speed, Gu Shaoshang's every strike cleared a large area in an instant. The continuous fall of the iron-armored crocodiles ensured their progress wasn't significantly hindered. Even so, the two moved intermittently, and it wasn't until around 9 a.m. that they noticed a change in the surrounding ecosystem. In addition to the iron-armored crocodiles, a new type of ferocious beast appeared in their line of sight. These creatures resembled Komodo dragons, but were much larger, with some individuals reaching up to 4 meters in length. Gu Shaoshang quickly identified them as iron-armored lizards, beasts of a similar level to the iron-armored crocodiles, ranging between levels 20 and 30. However, their numbers were far fewer, making them less valuable to hunt. Lin Youyu wrinkled her nose, clearly uninterested in these tongue-flicking lizards and unwilling to entertain the idea of tasting their meat. After passing through the territory of the iron-armored lizards, the two traversed a waterway inhabited only by ordinary fish. Finally, a new kind of ferocious beast came into view. Bronze-armored crocodiles, level 30-40. Description: a crocodilian beast that thrives in swampy regions. It is the superior variant of the iron-armored crocodile, equipped with a powerful bronze armor defense, and known to aggressively attack any creature it encounters. The survival manual's bestiary entry automatically surfaced in their minds. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up. This was precisely the target he had been searching for. These beasts were all at least level 30, and, like the iron-armored crocodiles, were known to live in groups. Spotting one meant there were likely many more in the vicinity. Let's stop here, Gu Shaoshang decided decisively. All right, they'll head over there, Lin Youyu replied, nodding as she skipped over to a nearby rock and sat down. Within just 5 seconds, Lin You's figure vanished completely from sight, as if erased. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but admire her equipment. The invisibility effect from her high-grade gear was truly extraordinary. With Lin Youyu safely hidden, Gu Shaoshang could fully focus on the bronze-armored crocodile pack ahead. The group nearest to him had already noticed the two-legged intruder. Ferocious beasts, by nature, possessed a strong territorial instinct. Unless there was an overwhelming disparity in strength, any trespasser would inevitably face an attack. The sound of splashing water grew louder as the massive bronze-armored crocodiles emerged from the swamp and climbed onto the shore. Compared to the 10-meter-long iron-armored crocodiles, these beasts averaged a length of 15 meters, resembling prehistoric giants as they began to surround Gu Shaoshang. Far from being intimidated, Gu Shaoshang's lips curled into a faint smile. Good, very good, he thought, inwardly thrilled. The group before him consisted of at least 30 bronze-armored crocodiles, each over level 33. What did this mean? Even the lowest-level bronze-armored crocodile would grant Gu Shaoshang no less than 60 experience points. Over 30 copper-armored crocodiles together provided over 2,000 experience points. Yet, Gu Shaoshang only needed a mere 3,200 points to reach level 36. Just this wave of kills almost pushed him to the next level. The more, the better. Bring it on. Gu Shaoshang burst into laughter, his body darting forward like a gust of wind. With a flash of his sword, a storm of strikes rained down. These copper-armored crocodiles, relying on their thick defense, had no concept of evasion. Even if they wanted to escape, their sluggish speed left them no chance. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The copper-armored crocodiles collapsed one after another, not even managing a groan. The trembling sword flicked off the blood droplets as Gu Shaoshang glanced at his rising experience bar, his face alight with joy. Onward. With a swift turn, he rushed toward another group of copper-armored crocodiles in the distance. At a speed of 600 meters per second, he practically teleported to their midst. Kill! 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 He roared, his sword dancing once more. Moments later, he finally leveled up to 36. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu, sitting on a rock, watched as a golden light enveloped her, a satisfied smile on her lips. Although she wasn't leveling up as fast as Gu Shaoshang, she had successfully reached level 33. After leveling up, she found herself in a delightful dilemma: how should she improve her skills? Recently, as everyone's strength increased, the trade market had seen an influx of new items, especially skills. Lin Youyu had noticed many people selling skills in the market. Unfortunately, most of these transactions required skill-for-skill exchanges and didn't accept other items. If only she could trade the underused equipment she and Brother Gu didn't need for skills, that would be ideal. Last night, she had listed a green skill crystal on the market. Although several people had messaged her privately, none of the exchange terms were satisfactory, and the skill crystal remained unsold. Why isn't anyone willing to trade for a skill of the same level? Lin Youyu muttered to herself as she instinctively opened the trade market. As expected, there were even more comments under her skill crystal listing. Some asked if she would accept 3 white skill crystals in exchange, others inquired about trading for equipment, and someone even suggested using building materials for the trade. What caught Lin Youyu's attention the most was one particular comment. Lin Youyu, I've sent you a private message. Check if the skill I offered works for you. Fiora. Lin Youyu's eyes lit up as she immediately thought of this person. Fiora had once ranked in the top 10 of the speed leaderboard. Although her ranking had since dropped, she still remained in the top 50. Lin Youyu distinctly remembered Fiora reaching out to her about a trade before. She quickly checked her private messages, scrolling through the countless notifications. Thankfully, she could search for names directly. Got it. Lin Youyu swiftly typed Fiora into the search bar, and the interface was much cleaner in an instant. She opened one of the private messages to confirm the sender's identity. Not this Fiora. She kept searching. After all, multiple people shared the same name, and in the same region, there were indeed a few named Fiora. Finally, Lin Youyu located the Fiora who intended to trade with her. Opening the chat box, she saw that Fiora had already sent her a message. Leveled up again. Lin Youyu murmured in mild surprise. It turned out that Fiora had reached level 34 while sending her the message. As she took a closer look at the details, she noticed that not far away, Gu Shaoshang had already leveled up to 37. His near-matching speed left her quietly impressed. After reaching level 37, Gu Shaoshang slowed his pace and opened the character panel to examine the changes in talents brought about by his 2 recent upgrades. What caught his attention and made his pupils contract slightly was the fact that his original Blood Bull talent had disappeared, replaced by a gleaming SSR quality Blood God talent. The effects of the Blood God talent were nothing short of astonishing. Firstly, The conversion rate between constitution attributes and health points had reached an incredible 1 million. This caused Gu Shaoshang's health to skyrocket directly to 550,000 points, a figure that was exceptionally rare even among SSR heroes of the same level. Even more impressive were the 3 powerful special effects that came with the Blood God talent. The first effect allowed each attack to deal additional damage equivalent to 10 of his maximum health. With Gu Shaoshang's current health of 550,000, every attack could deal an extra 55,000 points of damage. This level of damage was so immense that even a level 40 copper-armored crocodile would struggle to withstand it. The second effect granted complete immunity to any effects that prevented health regeneration. This meant that carefully devised healing suppression traps from enemies would be rendered utterly ineffective, making their proud strategies meaningless in front of Gu Shaoshang. The third and most breathtaking effect ensured that his health could never be fully depleted by a single attack. Additionally, when his health dropped below 1, it would trigger a 5-second invincibility state. This life-saving effect had a cooldown of only 60 minutes, essentially granting him a revival opportunity every hour. The combination of these 3 effects transformed Gu Shaoshang, who was originally just an fire hero, into an almost invincible powerhouse. Enemies would not only have to contend with his staggering health pool, but also endure the massive bonus damage imbued in his attacks, all while dreading his hourly invincibility. This dramatic boost in combat power was practically a death sentence for any opponent daring to confront him. The SSR-level talent, Blood God, stands out as one of the most versatile talents Gu Shaoshang has ever encountered. Every single effect of it is highly practical, with no aspect feeling redundant or useless. At this moment, deep within the mangrove swamp, dozens of copper-armored crocodiles, each as massive as prehistoric beasts, had Gu Shaoshang surrounded, their ferocious eyes fixed on him. These gigantic creatures bared their razor-sharp teeth, their jaws wide open, ready to strike. However, what was truly astonishing was that despite the overwhelming assault, Gu Shaoshang's health bar remained consistently high. Even when there was the occasional decrease, it would instantly regenerate to its full state. Seriously? You guys are just too weak, Gu Shaoshang muttered, his tone filled with disappointment. He had intentionally lured this group of copper-armored crocodiles to test whether his invincibility buff could render him completely immovable, similar to a super armor effect. But reality turned out to be underwhelming. What a bunch of useless crocodiles. Supposedly fearsome beasts at level 30 to 40, yet you can't even take off 10 of my health. What a waste of effort. Before he even finished speaking, a dazzling sword light swept across the area, instantly annihilating the 100-plus copper-armored crocodiles around him. Not sparing them a second glance, Gu Shaoshang charged straight toward another group of copper-armored crocodiles in the distance. Since the invincibility test had failed, he decided to continue grinding levels. His goal was to hit level 40 as quickly as possible to unlock his next talent. Meanwhile, on a massive boulder at the edge of the swamp, Lin Youyu had just finished marveling at her own leveling progress when she received a trade request from Fiora. The latter wanted to exchange a skill crystal with her. Opening the trade request, Lin Youyu saw that it was a green quality skill crystal for learning the flash/slash skill. After a brief moment of thought, she replied, "This is just a basic attack skill. Mine is a highly sought-after healing skill right now. You're going to have to add more to the deal." At that moment, Fiora was locked in a fierce battle with beasts in the desert. Upon seeing Lin Youyu's response, she quickly had her hero hold off the enemies and open the chat channel. Without hesitation, she agreed to the price increase and sent over the details of an additional item, a green quality strength ring. While its attributes were fairly standard, as a piece of jewelry, it held considerable value. Lin Youyu found the trade terms acceptable and immediately updated her listing on the trading market. She then replied, "Deal. I've updated the trade conditions. You can head to the market and finalize it there." Upon receiving the notification, Fiora sprang into action, her fingers swiftly gliding across the trading market interface. It didn't take her long to locate the skill crystal listing she had bookmarked earlier. Her eyes lit up. The trade requirements had indeed been updated. Without hesitation, she placed the flash strike skill crystal and the strength ring into the trade slot and quickly confirmed the transaction. With a faint glow, the 2 items vanished from her inventory, replaced by a skill crystal radiating a green light. Fiora immediately chose to use it. A warm energy coursed through her body, and the healing skill was now hers. Wasting no time, she retrieved 4 green-grade skill upgrade stones and upgraded the newly acquired healing skill to its maximum level. As she stared at the skill panel displaying the maxed-out healing skill, Fiora finally let out a sigh of relief. Across the entire trading market, Lin Youyu was the only one who had listed such a healing-related skill. Although the trade demanded a higher price, survival was her top priority, and she had no choice but to accept the loss. Thinking about her current predicament, Fiora gritted her teeth and muttered angrily, "Luchin, you bastard. What did you take that got me into this mess?" Meanwhile, deep within the mangrove swamp, Lin Youyu was examining the 2 items she had just acquired. She slipped the strength ring onto her finger, and her attribute panel displayed a 3-point increase in strength. She mused to herself. A person can only benefit from up to 3 ring-type accessories at a time, and only 1 necklace. Gu Shaoshang already has 2 rings equipped, and besides, a 3-point strength boost means little to him. If it were a constitution boost, that would be a different story. While 3 points of constitution only grant an ordinary person an additional 30 health points, Gu Shaoshang could gain a staggering 30,000 health points. After securing the ring, Lin Youyu carefully stored the skill crystal, intending to give it to Gu Shaoshang when he returned. It was nearing 11 a.m., and Gu Shaoshang had already reached level 39, with his current experience bar over 1/3 full. At this pace, he would undoubtedly reach level 40 by this afternoon, with a good chance of hitting level 41 as well. However, level 42 seemed unlikely due to the scarcity of high-level copper-scaled crocodiles. Once he reached level 41, only hunting copper-scaled crocodiles at level 37 or above would yield significant experience points. Level 36 ones would only provide 1 point, which was far too little. When Gu Shaoshang returned to the shore, Lin Youyu had already prepared lunch, a feast of fried chicken and grilled beef ribs from a treasure chest she had opened the night before. The ribs looked especially tempting, drizzled with a glossy sauce. One bite released a burst of juices, far surpassing the flavor of Gu Shaoshang's own cooking. "Brother Gu, lunch is ready." "Oh, and Brother Gu, this is for you." Lin Youyu quickly retrieved the skill crystal she had traded with Fiora earlier that morning from her storage space and handed it to Gu Shaoshang. "Someone traded this with you?" Gu Shaoshang asked as he examined the shimmering crystal in his hand. "Yeah, it was Fiora, the one who once ranked in the top 10 on the speed leaderboard," Lin Youyu replied, shaking her left hand slightly. A brass ring engraved with intricate beast patterns on her index finger caught the sunlight, glinting faintly. "She not only gave me the skill crystal, but also threw in this ring as a bonus." "She definitely got the short end of the deal," Gu Shaoshang chuckled softly. "Maybe she was in a hurry," Lin Youyu said, recalling Fiora's slightly anxious expression during the trade. Even if she had raised the price, Fiora likely would have agreed. However, taking advantage of someone in need wasn't her style, and she quickly cast that thought aside. "You really helped her out," Gu Shaoshang remarked as he crushed the skill crystal in his hand. A green light immediately surged into his body. A system notification followed. "Ding. You have acquired a new skill, Flash Strike." Gu Shaoshang promptly opened his skill panel to check. Flash Strike, green, LV.1. Consumes 30 mana to deal 70 physical damage to multiple targets within a 30-meter radius at incredible speed. Attack speed 1. Wait. Lin Youyu interrupted, taking out 2 emerald green skill upgrade stones from her storage space. "I got these from a treasure chest last night." Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang used the upgrade stones on his new skill. It instantly leveled up to 3. Flash Strike, green, LV.3. Consumes 40 mana to deal 90 physical damage to multiple targets within a 50-meter radius at incredible speed. Attack speed 3. This area effect skill filled the gap in Gu Shaoshang's arsenal, which had been lacking group attack capabilities. While the 50-meter range was somewhat limited when dealing with massive beasts, his unique trait of regenerating 10 mana with every attack made the skill essentially spammable. Combined with his unlimited firepower talent, this was a significant enhancement. After finishing their lunch, Gu Shaoshang instructed Lin Youyu to stay put and ventured alone into the depths of the swamp. Soon, he located his target, a group of dozens of bronze-armored crocodiles thrashing and playing in the water, sending up sprays of mist. Leaping gracefully from the branches of a mangrove tree, Gu Shaoshang covered a distance of 300 to 400 meters in a single bound, landing precisely in the center of the crocodile group. Without hesitation, he unleashed Flash Strike. In an instant, dense streaks of sword light engulfed the 50-meter radius around him. The bronze-armored crocodiles were neatly sliced in two before they could even register the pain. His swift and merciful end was Gu Shaoshang's compassion in action. Haha, this guy is such a clown. He actually live-streamed himself being chased by a ferocious beast. Talk about asking for trouble. What if things went horribly wrong? But wait, so this whole area is actually an island? And someone managed to climb the highest mountain here. Hold on, why did his profile picture suddenly turn gray? Huh, everyone's blaming Lu Qingyuan? Oh, turns out he got set up. Deep in the mangrove swamp, Lin Youyu was sitting on a large rock that, from a certain angle, looked like a dog's head. She was swinging her little feet and holding an already opened bottle of milk, occasionally letting out a chuckle, looking especially cheerful. Her gaze was fixed on the regional chat channel, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. From the distance, sporadic roars of bronze-armored crocodiles echoed from within the dense mangroves, causing her to pause and reflect. After a while, Lin Youyu suddenly realized she hadn't finished her milk. She quickly gulped it down in a few sips. A casual glance at her stats revealed that her level had quietly risen to 38, with her total attributes increasing to 149 points. She didn't dwell on it for long, though. After all, her level didn't seem to affect her teamwork with Gu Shaoshang in any significant way. Big Brother Gu must have reached level 40 by now, right? A thought struck her, and she immediately summoned Gu Shaoshang's character panel. The moment the panel appeared, Lin You's attention was drawn to Gu Shaoshang's extremely lopsided four-dimensional attributes. His agility stat had soared to over 7,000, almost 8,000, while the other three attributes lagged far behind in the 40s or 50s. It was absurd. What shocked her even more was his attack speed and movement speed, both of which were off the charts. With a movement speed of over 700 meters per second, he was practically a human fighter jet. By comparison, his double-digit attack speed seemed almost unremarkable. As she scrolled further down, Lin Youyu finally noticed the talent section. Skipping over the 4 SSR-level talents she was already familiar with, her eyes locked onto a new talent she hadn't seen before: reflective damage E. You can reflect 10 of the physical damage you take back to your opponent. So, it's a reflective armor-type talent, she muttered, her expression turning puzzled as she read. But was this talent even useful for Big Brother Gu? She gave it some thought and realized that while it wasn't entirely useless for Gu Shaoshang, it was practically meaningless. For one, his damage output had already far exceeded what was necessary, and with his near-impossible toe-hit speed, there weren't many enemies capable of landing a blow on him. Besides, this talent only reflected physical damage. Was magical damage simply being ignored because there was no need to reflect it? Moreover, this talent seemed to conflict with one of Gu Shaoshang's other abilities. That's right, she was referring to his recently upgraded SSR-level Blood God talent. One of the Blood God talent's features was that it ensured Gu Shaoshang could never have his health bar completely depleted by a single hit. This passage reveals the subtle connection between Gu Shaoshang's two key talents. The Blood God talent ensures that he retains at least 1 point of health no matter the attack, while the Reflect Damage talent rebounds damage based on the actual amount he suffers. However, due to physical defense and damage reduction buffs, the Reflect Damage talent can only reflect up to 10 of Gu Shaoshang's maximum health. This is the limitation of an A-level Reflect Damage talent. As for its upgraded effects, it might alter the calculation method to directly reference the attacker's attack power, but for now, this remains unknown. In the mangrove swamp, the dismembered remains of bronze-armored crocodiles floated on the water, densely covering the entire area. A cluster of bubbles burst from the muddy depths, sending up murky splashes. Gu Shaoshang crouched on the tangled roots of a mangrove tree, staring at the gruesome scene before him, feeling a twinge of nausea for the first time. Over the past 4 days since the regional speed competition began, he had barely paused in his relentless killing spree. Now, having cleared out the bronze-armored crocodiles in this area, he finally decided to take a brief rest. Adjusting his posture to sit down, he hoped to enjoy the scenery of the forest without the sight of corpses, but no matter which direction he looked, his eyes were met with the floating carcasses of the crocodiles, and the overpowering stench of blood lingered in the air. Resigned, Gu Shaoshang tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. The shapes of the clouds were amusing, one moment resembling a drumstick, the next an Oreo. After spacing out for a while, he suddenly remembered to check his character panel. A quick glance revealed that he had already reached level 41 and hadn't even had a chance to review his newly acquired talents. Maybe I should take a day off tomorrow, Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. The continuous high-intensity battles made him feel it was time to give himself a break. After all, he wasn't some kind of born fighting machine. Considering his current lead in points, he figured that even if he rested for the next 3 days, his first-place position would remain unshaken. With that thought, he made up his mind tomorrow would be a day of rest. Reflect Damage D. You can return 15 of the physical damage you receive back to your opponent. Gu Shaoshang's gaze locked onto this new talent displayed on his character panel, his finger lightly tracing over the line of text. With his level now reaching 41, this talent had upgraded from its initial E rank to D rank. A Reflect Armor-type talent, simple and straightforward in effect, he murmured, squinting slightly as he assessed it. A 15 damage reflection might be a decent safeguard for ordinary individuals, but its practicality was limited for someone like him. I'll keep it for now. Who knows? It might surprise me at higher levels, he said softly to himself, closing the panel with a casual swipe. At 4 p.m., sunlight filtered through the branches of the mangrove forest, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Gu Shaoshang scanned his surroundings, his brows furrowing slightly. He had combed through the entire area, yet not even a shadow of a copper-armored crocodile could be found. The species in this region seemed to have been completely wiped out by his earlier hunts. He checked his experience points, 1,077. He still needed 2,823 more to level up. Based on the experience gained from a level 40 copper-armored crocodile, he would need to hunt 36 more to break through his current level. However, level 40 was the maximum for this species, and they were exceedingly rare. To find 36 of them, he might have to eliminate thousands of lower-level copper-armored crocodiles first. Gu Shaoshang opened the regional leaderboard. The top-ranked Lin Youyu hadn't even broken 200,000 points yet, which indirectly confirmed that the copper-armored crocodiles were far scarcer than the iron-armored crocodiles he had encountered previously. Forget it. I'll try my luck again the day after tomorrow, he sighed, his figure flickering as he vanished into the depths of the mangrove forest in the blink of an eye. Moments later, his silhouette reappeared in the distance, landing steadily on a large boulder that, from afar, resembled a dog's head. Brother Gu, Lin Youyu exclaimed in delight, springing to her feet with sparkling eyes. Are we heading back now? Gu Shaoshang nodded with a smile, reaching out to tousle the young girl's hair. The copper-armored crocodiles are all gone. Let's call it a day and head back early. We'll rest tomorrow and come back the day after. Lin Youyu blinked her big eyes at Gu Shaoshang, her small face showing a trace of concern. Brother Gu, are you tired? It's all my fault for not being any help. Her eyes quickly turned red, tears welling up and threatening to spill over. Why are you crying now? Gu Shaoshang said with a helpless chuckle, hastily cupping her face in his hands and gently wiping away her tears with his thumbs. Come on, don't cry. Otherwise, you'll turn into a little kitten. But I'm so useless. I couldn't help at all, Lin Youyu mumbled tearfully, her lips pouting slightly. Gu Shaoshang gave her a warm smile. How could you say that? Xiaoyu has been a huge help. Don't you remember? We were able to discover this mangrove swamp thanks to the fragment of the map you found, Xiaoyu. Otherwise, we might still be wandering aimlessly in that redwood forest. Gu Shaoshang's voice rang out at the edge of the swamp. Lin Youyu looked up at his words, her bright, round eyes sparkling with anticipation on her baby-faced cheeks. Really? Of course. Would I lie to you? Gu Shaoshang replied with a smile. Lin Youyu shook her head firmly, her face full of trust. Brother Gu would never lie. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. There you go, then, Gu Shaoshang said, gently pinching her nose with a soft expression in his eyes. Now stop crying, or you won't look pretty anymore. That's not true. I'll always be super pretty. Lin Youyu pouted in protest, her eyes twinkling playfully. Yes, yes, Lin Youyu is the most beautiful girl in the world, the prettiest little princess. Gu Shaoshang exaggerated, his tone full of teasing. EW. That sounded so fake, Brother Gu. Not sincere at all. Lin Youyu mockingly rubbed her arms, pretending to shiver as if she had goosebumps. They exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter, their voices echoing across the swamp. As the laughter faded, a blush crept onto Lin Youyu's cheeks. She lowered her head, too shy to meet Gu Shaoshang's gaze. Let's go home, Gu Shaoshang said naturally, taking her small hand in his as they started walking toward their shelter. Okay, Lin Youyu replied softly, though her eyes secretly followed Gu Shaoshang's figure ahead of her, the blush on her face growing deeper. Although they had started their return journey earlier than usual, the sky was already darkening by the time they reached the water curtain cave shelter. In truth, the time they arrived wasn't much different from previous days. The reason was simple. Gu Shaoshang had deliberately slowed their pace on the way back, not rushing to get home. He had even stopped along the way to admire the breathtaking sunset over the distant horizon. At dinner, Gu Shaoshang prepared a hearty meal, using the bronze-armored crocodile meat he had hunted earlier in the day. Despite its tough, scaly exterior, the meat inside was surprisingly tender and flavorful. The only shortcoming was Gu Shaoshang's grilling skills, which still had room for improvement. Considering the lack of modern cooking equipment, the results were already commendable. The meat was delicious, though the cooking time could have been more precise. But most importantly, both of them enjoyed the meal immensely, and that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was abuzz with discussions about the day's changes in the leaderboard rankings. Unlike usual, no one was debating the first-place position. The staggering lead, with a score far exceeding everyone else's by a large margin, had made the top spot indisputable. However, the rankings from second to fifth place were full of suspense. In particular, the battle for second place drew significant attention. Even though the rewards for second through fifth place were identical, players were still highly interested in the outcome. What caught everyone's eye was that the gap between second and third place on the leaderboard had suddenly narrowed to an incredibly small margin. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu only noticed this development after dinner. To be precise, it was Lin Youyu who first spotted the change and informed Gu Shaoshang. When Gu Shaoshang opened the leaderboard to check, he discovered that the point difference between second place, Yu Linglong, and third place, Wang Xia, was only 10 points. To think, there had been thousands of points separating them before. On a snow-capped mountain peak, thousands of meters high, a magical barrier acted as an invisible shield, blocking the howling wind and snow outside, making the temperature within the barrier pleasantly mild. The door of a small two-story wooden cabin stood wide open, and several A-ranked heroes stood outside, their expressions tense as they listened to the sounds of smashing and crashing coming from within. Who do you think made the master angry this time? One of the heroes whispered. Could it be that Lin Youyu person? Another speculated. That can't be right. Didn't the master say she wouldn't compete with her for first place? Then who could it be? The four heroes discussed quietly among themselves, careful not to let their voices rise too high for fear that the enraged Yu Linglong inside might hear them. Suddenly, the clamor within came to an abrupt halt. Moments later, Yu Linglong stormed out of the cabin, her face full of anger. Carl, she called out furiously, her gaze locking onto the figure by the campfire. The orc swordsman Carl was sitting by the fire, warming himself. Hearing her, he only lifted his eyes slightly to look at her. Yu Linglong strode over to the fire and plopped down beside it, her tone brimming with frustration. Tomorrow, we must earn at least 10,000 points. I absolutely cannot let that woman Wang Xie surpass me. Carl responded with an expressionless face. As long as you can find enough beasts, not just 10,000 points, I'll take care of 100,000 for you. Yu Linglong cast a cold glance at the 4 A-ranked heroes. Did you hear that? The 4 of you need to find at least 10,000 level 10 beasts tomorrow, or 4 to 5,000 level 20 beasts will do. The 4 heroes, each from different races, exchanged wry smiles. Understood, master. We'll do our best to find them. Not your best, this is non-negotiable. Yu Linglong raised her voice sharply, her eyes flashing with anger. If you fail, don't expect to eat tomorrow. Well, going without food for a day won't kill anyone. One of the heroes muttered under his breath. What did you just say? Yu Linglong stood up abruptly, her fury resembling that of an enraged tiger. Say it louder. Afraid I didn't hear you. The 4 heroes immediately shrank back, their necks retracting like turtles, and dared not utter another complaint. The next day, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu decided to take a break and give themselves a day off. Unlike their usual early starts, they slept in and didn't emerge from their tent until around 9 in the morning. Good morning, Brother Gu. Lin Youyu chirped as she stepped out of the tent. She was wearing a blue floral dress she had found in a treasure chest, paired with white knee-high socks and white leather shoes. Like a lively butterfly, she dashed over to Gu Shaoshang and grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling. Do I look pretty today? Gu Shaoshang smiled at her. You look great, but almost too dazzling. Lin Yu's beauty was already striking, the kind that made people doubt whether she was using beauty filters even when she wasn't. Since arriving on the battlefield of the myriad races and leveling up, her physical attributes had improved significantly, and her mental state and skin quality had also reached new heights. To put it simply, if she was a 95 before, she was now a 99, missing that last point only to keep her from getting too proud. The only issue was that no matter how you looked at her, she still resembled an underage girl, didn't she? Although Lin Youyu was actually an adult, the good news was that from the neck up, he still looked youthful, often referred to as having a baby face. However, from the neck down, Gu Shaoshang could only describe him with 5 words: slender yet well-built. It was truly fascinating how his body absorbed every bit of nutrition without waste. It reminded Gu Shaoshang of the saying, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Lin Youyu might not have grown much taller, but other aspects had certainly developed. Brother Gu, your gaze seems a bit off. Lin Youyu teased with a laugh, pointing at Gu Shaoshang. You're mistaken, Gu Shaoshang replied, quickly averting his gaze in slight embarrassment. He had stared a little too long and was caught red-handed. Lin Youyu chuckled, clearly amused by Gu Shaoshang's awkwardness. Compared to Gu Shaoshang's usual serious demeanor, this flustered side of him was unexpectedly entertaining. Let's go for a walk. We've been here for so long but haven't properly explored the area, Lin Youyu suggested enthusiastically. Before Gu Shaoshang could refuse, Lin Youyu grabbed his hand and pulled him outside. While Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu were enjoying a rare break, the other Blue Star humans on this beginner's island were still diligently using every moment to improve their strength. After all, every bit of power they gained increased their chances of survival. Unlike Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu, who were already beginning to savor life. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains, a region teeming with high-level ferocious beasts, Yu Linglong was hunting on the outskirts under the protection of the orc sword saint, Carl. The beasts in this area were indeed of high level, but most of them were solitary creatures. Yu Linglong, however, was in search of lower-level beasts that moved in large groups. Unfortunately, such targets were scarce in the snowy mountains. In addition, they were frequently pursued by high-level beasts. If it weren't for Carl's formidable strength as an SR-level orc sword saint, their group would have long become snacks for these predators. Master, perhaps we should try searching elsewhere, suggested the kobold chieftain, who had been scouting for a suitable target, but to no avail. The chieftain, with his dog-like head and short stature, looked somewhat deformed, which only added to Yu Linglong's disdain for him. Of course, her dislike also stemmed from his level aptitude. An unattractive appearance combined with low aptitude? It was no wonder Yu Linglong didn't think highly of him. With someone as exceptional as the SR-level Carl by her side, she had little patience for heroes of lower ranks. Even A-level heroes failed to catch her attention. Only S-level heroes could barely meet her standards, though to truly impress her, they would need to be at least SR-level like Carl. After hearing the kobold chieftain's suggestion, Yu Linglong furrowed her delicate brows in thought. After a moment of reluctant deliberation, she nodded. Fine, let's move elsewhere and relocate our base, she decided. The reason for moving was simple. Finding beast groups outside the snowy mountains would require traveling a long distance, which would inevitably take up a lot of time. If they had to keep returning to their current base, they'd end up wasting most of their day just commuting. That would be a complete waste of time, and Yu Linglong couldn't afford to lose any. She couldn't let Wang Xie surpass her. After all, if she, who was once so proud and confident, failed to secure first place or worse, even lost second place, she would become the laughingstock. She couldn't allow herself to become a joke. Since she was planning to move, there were certain things Yulinglong absolutely had to take with her, like the magical barrier device. It was her greatest assurance for being able to live securely in the snowy mountain region. Without it, even with the S-ranked orc swordsman Carl by her side, she would never have dared to boldly claim the mountain peak and occupy such a vast area as her own. Doing so would be no different than turning herself into a living target. But with this magical barrier device, she could perfectly conceal her presence. The device worked similarly to the safe zones during a beginner's protection period, though fundamentally different. Safe zones provided absolute defense, making it impossible for any ferocious beasts to break through. In contrast, the magical barrier device Yulinglong had stumbled upon by chance primarily offered an illusionary effect, while also providing some level of defense. Though it couldn't compare to the security of a safe zone, it was more than sufficient for daily use. Unless she was unlucky enough to have a powerful beast directly invade her mountain, the barrier's illusionary effect would prevent outsiders from detecting anything within. By the seaside, on the beach, Lin Youyu took off her shoes and socks, letting her fair, delicate feet sink into the soft white sand. Like a playful child, she chased the receding waves ahead. "Brother Gu, come over here." Lin Youyu called out to Gu Shaoshang in the distance, smiling as she beckoned him to join her. Gu Shaoshang's gaze swept across the vast ocean, but his thoughts wandered to the potential dangers hidden beneath the blue expanse. How many unknown ferocious beasts lurked in these endless waters? What levels of power could they reach? Judging by the presence of low-level beasts like leopardfish inhabiting the nearshore areas, it seemed unlikely that high-level beasts were active in large numbers close to the coast. And the odds of a sea beast suddenly charging onto the beach to attack them? Even lower. The ocean was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. In the pitch-black depths of the sea, who knew how many terrifying creatures lay in wait? Compared to the beasts on land, those hidden in the vast ocean depths were like elite special forces facing off against raw recruits. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but wonder, what did the beasts in the deep ocean look like? Were they massive fish-like creatures? Dinosaur-like giants akin to Godzilla? Or perhaps mysterious, incomprehensible horrors resembling Cthulhu? "Brother Gu, what are you thinking about?" A small hand waved in front of Gu Shaoshang's eyes, pulling him out of his thoughts. Lin Youyu proudly held up a seashell bigger than her head, showing it off like a treasure. "Brother Gu, look at this huge seashell I found. Isn't it amazing?" Gu Shaoshang snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing it was his day off. Why was he still preoccupied with thoughts of ferocious beasts? He quickly pushed those thoughts aside, looked at the enormous seashell in Lin Youyu's hands, and with a grin, snatched it away. "Hey, Brother Gu, give it back. I found it first." "Nope. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine." "Ugh. Brother Gu, you're so sneaky." "No way, give it back right now." The two of them chased each other across the beach, laughing and playing without a care in the world. Cthulhu, monsters, and all those other worries? They could wait until tomorrow. Today, Gu Shaoshang just wanted to forget everything and enjoy an entire day of fun. Out in the wilderness, the ground trembled violently as a pack of massive feral beasts relentlessly chased after their fleeing prey. Yu Linglong, panting heavily, was running for her life, only to see her kobold chieftain, a dog-headed figure, sprinting ahead of her on his stubby little legs. The sight made her grit her teeth in frustration, wishing she could stop and teach this subordinate, who clearly had no sense of loyalty or hierarchy, a lesson right then and there. "Carl, help me!" Yu Linglong shouted at the top of her lungs. "Fall back. I'll hold them off." Before she could finish her sentence, Carl, the orc sword master, appeared like a savior, stepping in front of her without hesitation. "I knew it. Carl, you're the reliable one." Yu Linglong tossed him a quick compliment before speeding up her escape. She was well aware of her own limitations. At only level 30, even with her Scrade talent, she was no match for a pack of beasts all above level 40. Carl, on the other hand, with his SSR-rated potential, could handle them single-handedly and even slay most of them. Staying to help would only hinder him. "Master, hang in there. We're almost safe." The kobold chieftain, now far ahead, seemed to realize his mistake and tried to win back her favor with a shout. But his attempt did little to quell Yu Linglong's fury. She didn't even bother to glance at him. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted behind her. Carl unleashed a storm of sword energy, engulfing the beasts within a 100-meter radius. The feral roars and anguished cries of the beasts echoed through the air as Yu Linglong felt a surge of experience points flooding in. "Stop!" she yelled, coming to an abrupt halt as a golden glow enveloped her, an unmistakable sign of leveling up. Turning around, she saw that Carl had already gained complete control of the situation, and she let out a sigh of relief. Watching the continuous rise of her experience points, a triumphant grin spread across Yu Linglong's face. "This should finally widen the gap between me and Wang Xie." Eagerly, she opened the regional leaderboard to check only for her expression to freeze in an instant, her confidence utterly shattered. Good news. The points gap is steadily widening. The bad news is, Wang Xie has already surpassed Yu Linglong and is expanding the gap between them at an incredible speed. This can't be happening. Yu Linglong could hardly believe her eyes, the thought echoing in her mind. She was supposed to be the one pulling ahead and widening the gap. So how did things turn out like this? She rubbed her eyes, her big, expressive eyes opening even wider, but nothing changed. The name in second place was indeed Wang Xie now, no longer her, Yu Linglong. From being the first to now falling to second, she even started to wonder if she might drop out of the top 3 altogether. Raising her hand to cover her eyes, she felt dejected, unable to bear looking at the leaderboard any longer. When Carl returned after taking down a group of rampaging beasts, he was greeted by the sight of a despondent Yu Linglong slumped on a rock, looking utterly defeated. Beside her, the kobold chieftain wore an expression of innocent grievance, as though something unspeakable had occurred. What happened to her? Carl frowned, casting a stern look at the kobold chieftain and asking in a serious tone. The kobold chieftain shook his head frantically, a hint of panic flashing across his face. It's not my fault, really. Carl, why are you asking me? Carl immediately understood there was no point relying on the kobold for answers. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he quickly pulled out the regional speedrun leaderboard to check. First place, Lin Youyu, 189,666 points. Second place, Wang Xie, 41,980 points. Third place, Yu Linglong, 40,112 points. Fourth place, Zhou Cheng. Carl stopped reading after glancing at the top 3 rankings. Lin Youyu still held a commanding lead in first place with an untouchable 189,000 points. However, what caught his attention was that the second place, which should have been Yu Linglong's, was now taken by Wang Xie, who had surpassed Yu Linglong by over 1,000 points. And this was even after Carl had just finished taking down hundreds of level 40 beasts to contribute to their score. Without his significant efforts, the gap would have been even wider. Seeing this, Carl immediately understood why Yu Linglong was so upset. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Carl could sense her strong pride and how much she valued her reputation. Now, she had essentially lost face in front of millions of people. The blow to her ego was evident. Am I the real clown here? Carl suddenly recalled something Yu Linglong had said a few days ago. Back then, she had mockingly said it while laughing at someone else. Who would have thought that just a few days later, those words would perfectly describe her own situation? By the sea, Lin Youyu lay sprawled out on the beach, exhausted from playing, gazing up at the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds. The restless unease in his heart finally settled in this moment of tranquility. Beside him, Gu Shaoshang sat quietly, his gaze focused on something. Lin Youyu turned his head to look and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Gu, what are you looking at?" "Open the regional speedrun leaderboard, and you'll see," Gu Shaoshang replied with a faint smile, a trace of amusement in his eyes. Intrigued, Lin Youyu opened the leaderboard and immediately lit up with excitement, laughing out loud. Wow, Yu Linglong really dropped to third place. She gained quite a lot of points today too. Yeah, but Wang Xie gained even more. Gu Shaoshang's lips curled into a faint smile. This Wang Xie, I've never seen her speak in the chat channel. And yet, out of nowhere, she jumped to second place. Lin Youyu frowned. Is she planning to go for first place next? This is just too funny. Lin Youyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. She was trying to compete with me for first earlier, and now she can't even hold on to second place. She must be so frustrated right now. Should I tag her in the chat channel? Lin Youyu's fingers hovered in the air as if weighing this tempting idea, but eventually, she shook her head and gave up. Forget it. She's not even in second place anymore. She's not really my competition. If I keep pestering her, I'll just look petty. Despite her seemingly magnanimous words, the glee on Lin Youyu's face betrayed her true feelings, making her statement far less convincing. After sitting for a while, Lin Youyu suddenly seemed to think of something amusing. She jumped up and ran to the nearby beach, crouching down to start digging in the sand. I'm going to build a sandcastle, she declared as she dug. Gu Shaoshang stayed seated, watching her busy figure with a grin. He thought to himself, with her skills, the castle might just end up looking like a box. Now that would be hilarious. Not long after, "Brother Gu, come quick." Lin Youyu, who had been digging, suddenly turned around and called out excitedly, unable to hide the joy in her voice. Hearing her, Gu Shaoshang immediately got up and walked quickly to her side. "What is it?" he asked curiously. "Look at this." Lin Youyu stepped aside, pointing at her discovery on the ground. Gu Shaoshang looked down, and his expression turned peculiar. Buried in the sand was half of an ancient-looking bronze chest, tilted slightly, but unmistakably a treasure chest, unearthed by Lin Youyu's digging. "This is unbelievable." Gu Shaoshang shook his head in amazement. "Dig it out and see what's inside." With that, he crouched down to help. Together, they managed to fully excavate the bronze chest from the sand. Its surface gleamed with an aged patina, and the lock was intact, clearly untouched. I'm so lucky. Lin Youyu beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Stumbling upon a treasure chest during a casual stroll was indeed extraordinary luck. Open it up, Gu Shaoshang urged. Lin Youyu nodded and carefully unlocked the chest. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lifted the lid. As the chest opened, a dazzling white light burst forth, interspersed with hints of green and blue, glimmering under the sunlight with an enchanting brilliance. Ding! Received. 330 milliliters fizzy drink 30. Received. New Orleans-style beef pizza 8-inch 6. Received. Fine short dagger green 1. Received. Fine trousers green 1. Received. Tailored white shirt green 1. Received. Magic ring green 1. Received. Mermaid's tear blue 1. Received. Archmage's ring blue 1. Received. Map fragment 1. A series of notifications sounded in Lin Youyu's ears, so rapid that her ears began to itch. She scratched her ear absent-mindedly before refocusing on the chest's contents. She thought she had heard something about a map fragment. That was a real treasure. The discovery of the previous map fragment propelled Lin Youyu to secure first place in the regional speed competition and brought an astonishing level increase. At this point, Gu Shaoshang had reached level 41, while Lin Youyu had risen to level 40. These levels were undoubtedly among the top rankings for humanity on Blue Star, and on the Novice Island where they resided, they firmly held the first and second positions. As the bronze treasure chest was opened, a pile of equipment and items came into view. 2 pieces of blue quality gear emitted a faint blue glow, while 4 green quality items were neatly arranged to the side. Beyond these, there was also the pizza and soda that Lin Youyu had been longing for. The two quickly began organizing their spoils. Lin Youyu stored the pizza and soda in her backpack, relieved that she no longer had to drink bland mineral water or milk while eating barbecue. A green quality dagger, pants, and magic ring were listed on the trading market, intended to be exchanged for skill crystals or upgrade stones. One seemingly ordinary white shirt turned out to be a special undergarment item. Since it was clearly unsuitable for Gu Shaoshang, he handed it directly to Lin Youyu. Next came the 2 blue quality items. The first was the Grand Mage's ring, which provided 8 spirit attributes and a passive effect of regenerating 1 mana per second. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang picked up the ring and gently slid it onto Lin Youyu's index finger. As she gazed at the blue gem gleaming on her finger, Lin Youyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret how wonderful it would have been if it were placed on her ring finger instead. The final piece of equipment was a necklace adorned with a blue pendant mermaid's tear. Its attributes were astounding. 2 identical effects, each granting a 10 boost to all attributes, totaling a remarkable 20 increase. For any strong individual, this item was nothing short of a divine artifact, with its potential growing even more impactful in the later stages of the game. Brother Gu, this necklace is practically made for you, Lin Youyu exclaimed excitedly. With such attribute combinations, it was certain to unleash maximum potential in the hands of a powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Youyu regained her composure and noticed the mermaid's tear necklace in Brother Gu's hand. A look of delight flashed in her eyes. Curious, she leaned in to examine the necklace's attributes closely, and upon seeing them, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her, the necklace was merely a decent piece of equipment. After all, her overall stats weren't particularly high, and all her bonuses were still at their initial stages. However, for Gu Shaoshang, it was a completely different story. Setting aside his explosive agility stats, just the 1 to 10,000 health ratio meant that a few extra points in constitution could translate to thousands of additional health points. This piece of equipment seemed tailor-made for him. Brother Gu, let me put it on for you. Lin Youyu reached out to take the necklace, stood up, and carefully helped Gu Shaoshang wear it. Gu Shaoshang didn't bother mentioning that the necklace looked somewhat like a women's design. Its attributes were simply too exceptional for such details to matter. After all, necklaces were typically hidden under clothing, making them invisible to others. Once the necklace was in place, Gu Shaoshang immediately opened his character panel, eager to see the changes. At level 41, his health cap had already reached an astonishing 594,000 points, despite his constitution being only 54.9 of which came from equipment bonuses. Now, with the mermaid's tear equipped, granting 2 to all attributes and a 20 boost to all stats, Gu Shaoshang's constitution soared directly to 67 points. The system rounded down the 0.2 constitution bonus, but even that small fraction equated to an additional 2,000 health points. With 67 points in constitution, Gu Shaoshang's health skyrocketed. His panel now displayed health 737, 000, 737, 000, an increase of over 140,000 points. And this was with his relatively low constitution. If his constitution were as high as his agility, the boost would have been even more staggering. Even so, Gu Shaoshang was more than satisfied. Apart from constitution, his other 3 stats also saw significant improvements. particularly his agility, which was already his strongest attribute. Originally at an impressive 8,051 points, it now surged to 9,663 points, nearly breaking the 10,000 mark. With just 2 more level ups, reaching that milestone would be effortless. Wow. Brother Gu, your stats are insane now. Your agility is almost at 10,000. Lin Youyu exclaimed as she checked Gu Shaoshang's character panel. Seeing the impact of the mermaid's tear on him, she felt genuinely happy for him. Let's take a look at that map fragment, Gu Shaoshang suggested, closing his character panel. Lin Youyu nodded. She had been eagerly anticipating this moment. She picked up the thin map fragment and also retrieved her survival handbook, flipping to the map page. Swish! The map fragment in her hand transformed into a golden light and merged into the handbook. When she looked at the map again, the previously dark war fog covering large areas had cleared in a small section, revealing a newly illuminated region. Judging by its location, it seemed to be some distance away from where they currently were. Gurge Basin. Armored Rhinoceros Lair. Level, 4060. Looks like it's pretty far, Lin Youyu murmured softly. On the map, the illuminated area was about 200 to 300 kilometers away from their current location. This region, known as the Gurge Basin, had an irregular oval shape with its largest diameter exceeding 200 kilometers. It's a bit far, but still within an acceptable range, Gu Shaoshang remarked as his gaze swept over the map. In open terrain, with his current abilities, he could reach the destination in just over 5 minutes at full speed. However, navigating the dense and intricate forest was a completely different story. The tightly packed trees hindered his ability to run at full speed, and certain terrains required taking detours. More importantly, since he was traveling with Lin Youyu, he had to adjust his pace to ensure her comfort. Considering all these factors, it would take them roughly half an hour to reach the Gurge Basin from their current location. This time frame was quite favorable for them. If the destination were several hours away, they would have had to consider relocating entirely. Let's head there tomorrow and check it out, Lin Youyu suggested, looking up at Gu Shaoshang. Sure, Gu Shaoshang agreed with a nod. Compared to the mangrove swamp that would require extensive searching, the Gurge Basin was far more appealing. The map had clearly marked the presence of a herd of armored giant rhinos in the area, with levels ranging from 40 to 60. As long as the herd was large enough, it could help both of them reach level 60. Time flew by, and moments of rest always felt fleeting. Before they knew it, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. The two of them sat at the edge of a seaside cliff for a while, enjoying the beauty of the sunset, before heading back to their water curtain cave shelter to prepare dinner. Tonight's main course was pizza. Lin Youyu devoured 2 8-inch roasted beef pizzas in one go, while Gu Shaoshang polished off the remaining 4. But even that wasn't enough. The two went on to share about 3 to 4 pounds of roasted meat before finally feeling satisfied. If I could eat like this back then, I'd have definitely turned into a chubby girl by now, Lin Youyu exclaimed with a cheerful laugh, gently patting her not-so-noticeable belly. As a foodie, she used to constantly restrain her appetite for fear of gaining weight. But now, with her appetite unleashed and no worries about getting fat, she couldn't be happier. Of course, if there were an even wider variety of food options, like all kinds of desserts, it would be absolutely perfect. She hadn't had a small cake in ages. Gu Shaoshang, on the other hand, felt indifferent about it. As someone with extremely low standards for food, he was content as long as his stomach was full. To him, food's sole purpose was to sustain life, and as long as it wasn't unpleasant to eat, it was good enough. As night fell, the regional chat channel became lively. Players who had been busy exploring during the day logged in, passing the time while sharing their discoveries and experiences. Lin Youyu sat by a warm campfire, enjoying a moment of leisure after dinner while scrolling through the constant stream of messages in the channel. Most of the messages were casual complaints and banter, but occasionally, some intriguing topics popped up. Discovered edible wild fruits absolutely delicious. They're up in the trading market now. Come and try them. Buying green quality or higher equipment. DM me to negotiate. Almost got backstabbed by an old friend, but luckily I reacted in time. Suddenly, a message about terrain sparked a heated discussion. Found an awe-inspiring death desert to the northwest. From the cliff edge, you can see hundreds of meters below, where endless yellow sand stretches as far as the eye can see. This was soon followed by a conversation about the rankings. Wang Xie has overtaken Yu Linglong and claimed second place. The score gap is over 7,000 now. Meanwhile, in the middle of a desolate wilderness, in front of a brand new 2-story building, Yu Linglong sat quietly by her campfire. She didn't participate in the chat, but silently monitored the channel. When she saw the message about the rankings, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She clicked on the profile of the person who made the comment, memorizing their face. If I ever run into you, Yu Linglong thought to herself, you won't have it easy. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, around 6 o'clock, Gu Shaoshang opened his eyes. His gaze lingered on the magical lamp above him for a moment before he slowly got out of bed. Putting on his shoes, he stepped out of the tent to freshen up. Not long after, Lin Youyu emerged from her tent, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Good morning, Brother Gu," she mumbled groggily, greeting him as she shuffled over to wash her face. After finishing her morning routine, the little girl seemed much more awake. She patted her stomach and looked at Gu Shaoshang. "Brother Gu, I'm hungry." Gu Shaoshang picked up an unopened loaf of bread from the makeshift table and handed it to her. "Here, eat this to tide you over for now." Lin Youyu took the bread, grabbed a bottle of milk, and sat down to enjoy her simple breakfast. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang began preparing a proper meal. He cleaned the cookware, poured 2 large bottles of mineral water into a pot, and placed it over the campfire to boil. Once the water was bubbling, he added instant noodles, along with sliced meat and chopped carrots. After the ingredients boiled together, he stirred in some seasonings, creating a pot of noodles hearty enough for 2. By the time they finished eating, it was around 6:40 a.m. The two quickly packed up their essentials and left the shelter of the water curtain cave. "We should head this way," Lin Youyu said, opening the survival guide to the map section and carefully comparing it to their surroundings before pointing in a direction. "Got it. Let me know if we're off course," Gu Shaoshang replied. Turning around, he crouched slightly as Lin Youyu skillfully leaped onto his back. She cheered gleefully. "Let's go." In the blink of an eye, Gu Shaoshang shot forward like an arrow, disappearing into the dense forest. They weaved through the towering treetops, some over 100 meters high, encountering a variety of fierce beasts along the way. Their levels ranged from 10 to 40, but none exceeded level 50, likely because the more dangerous creatures resided deeper within the island. After half an hour and 6 detours, they finally arrived at the marked location, the Gulch Basin. Before them stretched a flat expanse surrounded by mountains. Unlike the dense forest they had traversed, this area featured vast grasslands dotted with lakes of varying sizes. Trees taller than 20 meters were rare, and the occasional waterbird skimmed across the lake surfaces. "Brother Gu, look! Are those the armored rhinoceroses mentioned on the map? They're huge," Lin Youyu exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the distance. Gu Shaoshang followed her gaze and spotted several massive prehistoric beasts by the lakeshore, their enormous forms towering as they bowed their heads to drink. Their size was almost comparable to prehistoric dinosaurs. When one of the colossal figures stood up, its head was at least 10 meters above the ground. The sheer presence of its massive body was so overwhelming that it seemed to make the air heavier, yet its relatively small head gave it an unexpectedly amusing appearance. These armored giant rhinos lived during the ancient era approximately 34 to 23 million years ago. They could reach lengths of 5 to 12 meters, weigh over 20 tons, and have shoulder heights exceeding 5 meters. However, compared to these armored behemoths, ordinary giant rhinos were like small calves. The regular ones seemed diminutive in comparison to these armored giants. The size and strength of these armored giant rhinos were intimidating. Even the smallest one measured over 20 meters in length, had a shoulder height of nearly 7 or 8 meters, and weighed around 50 to 60 tons, possibly even surpassing 100 tons. Every movement of these massive creatures caused the ground to tremble, exuding a heavy, almost oppressive sense of power. Moreover, armored giant rhinos typically moved in family groups, consisting of 5 or 6, or even a dozen individuals. When a group of such colossal creatures, each weighing over 100 tons, passed by, the sheer awe they inspired was indescribable. Gu Shaoshang gently set Lin Youyu down, and the two of them slowly walked into the Gurge Basin, surrounded by mountains, gradually approaching the group of armored giant rhinos. Gu Shaoshang's gaze remained fixed on the enormous beasts, while Lin Youyu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "They're so huge." Her voice carried a hint of astonishment. "Indeed, their size is truly breathtaking," Gu Shaoshang replied calmly. As they got closer, Lin Yu's attention began to shift. She looked at the rhinos and joked, "I wonder if their meat tastes good?" Gu Shaoshang glanced at her and said, "Stay here. We'll go take a look." Lin Youyu nodded obediently and stopped, watching as Gu Shaoshang moved closer to the armored rhinos. Suddenly, her figure vanished into thin air, her presence and aura disappearing entirely. Within 5 seconds, it was as if she had merged with the vast, open land, leaving no trace of her behind. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang had silently approached the massive creatures. Sensing the presence of a stranger, several of the giant rhinos let out low, uneasy growls. Their enormous bodies suddenly rose, their front legs lifted high before slamming back down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. The impact caused the ground to shake violently, as if a small earthquake had just occurred. "Trying to intimidate me?" Gu Shaoshang cast a calm glance at the massive armored rhinoceroses before him. With a flick of the black-sheathed longsword in his hand, the blade flashed like lightning as it was unsheathed. In the blink of an eye double slash, 2 intersecting streaks of sword light sliced through the air with astonishing speed, hurtling toward the beasts. The leading armored rhinoceros let out a deafening roar of rage before its colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to quake violently as it fell. Bang! Bang! 2 dark shapes rolled onto the dirt and grass its severed heads, cleanly split in 2. leaving its massive body lifeless and dismembered. Experience points 140. Each slain armored rhinoceros granted Gu Shaoshang 140 experience points. And yet, the 5 remaining behemoths before him showed no sign of retreating. In fact, the entire Gulch Basin was teeming with countless armored rhinoceroses. This place was nothing short of a monster-slaying paradise. In the next moment, Gu Shaoshang's figure darted forward like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, he had already leaped past the remaining 5 rhinoceroses, his sword tracing dazzling arcs of light in the air. Swish! With a graceful flick of his blade, not a single drop of blood marred its edge. As he sheathed his sword, the 5 massive creatures toppled to the ground in unison, crashing heavily into the earth. Xiaoyu! Gu Shaoshang called out without turning his head. Coming! Lin Youyu's cheerful voice echoed as she jogged over from the distance. To her, the fallen armored rhinoceroses looked like colossal mountains of meat, imposing and awe-inspiring. Circling the carcasses a few times, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly began gathering valuable materials from their remains. Premium hides, high-quality bone powder, and the most abundant resource, their meat. Lin Youyu stuffed the heap of spoils into her inventory. Thankfully, the inventory's capacity wasn't limited by weight. Otherwise, the sheer quantity of meat would have been measured in tons. All done. Lin Youyu clapped her hands and beamed at Gu Shaoshang. All right, let's move on to the next batch, Gu Shaoshang replied calmly with a nod. The two ventured deeper into the perilous Gulch Basin. Meanwhile, the leaderboard in the distance began to shift. Lin Youyu's ranking points fluctuated dramatically. Many had assumed she had given up and stopped competing, but to their surprise, her points were still climbing. Although Wang Xiye was catching up, the gap remained significant, over 10,000 points apart. It seemed certain that Lin Youyu's first-place position was unshakable. The only suspense lay in the rankings from 2nd to 5th. Hey guys, did anyone find any wild treasure chests today? Nope, but my domesticated ones just had offspring. Are you serious? Yesterday, I found a black iron chest under a waterfall and almost got eaten by a swarm of piranhas. Piranhas? Can those things actually kill you? Absolutely. They're over a meter long and super aggressive. I just arrived at the snowy mountains, and the beasts here are insane. I got chased by a pack of snow wolves. They look like huskies, but wouldn't stop hunting me. Luckily, my starting hero can fly. Jealous. My starting hero has wings too, but they're just for show, can't even get off the ground. I think I just ran into Jade Linglong. Could it be real? These lively discussions spread rapidly among players, igniting a buzz across the network. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu continued their journey into the dangerous depths of the Gulch Basin. It's true. I was just climbing a tree to get a better view when I saw a massive plume of dust in the distance, like a dragon rising. Then, out of nowhere, this green-skinned orc wielding a sword charged forward, leaving a trail of beast corpses in his wake, all slain with a single strike. It was absolutely breathtaking. The observer on the tree described the scene excitedly, his voice filled with awe. Wow, an orc's swordmaster, utterly terrifying. Since you ran into such a legend, why not go ask for a photo together? Another voice teased. No way, no way. I wouldn't dare. What if he chops me down? Haha, the observer laughed nervously. Hey, didn't you once say something bad about the mighty Yu Linglong? Someone suddenly questioned. Absolutely not. Never. Don't frame me like that. I could die for such slander, the accused stammered defensively. Huh, look how scared he is. The regional chat channel suddenly became lively. A player named Lu Qingyuan spoke up. Hey guys, are you all doing okay? I think I figured out what's causing all this trouble. FK, you bastard, you still have the nerve to show up? Fiora immediately replied, her tone brimming with anger. Where are you? If you've got guts, share your coordinates. What the hell? Lu Qingyuan, you scumbag. You're still alive. Damn it. You almost got us killed last time, and now you dare to speak again. Lu Qingyuan tried to explain. Guys, calm down. I swear I didn't know what was going on back then. Do you think we believe you? Fiora responded coldly. Fine, I believe you. Now send me your coordinates so I can come find you. Yeah, I believe you too. Quick, send over your location. He'll come as well. Count me in. Let's take down this jerk. Lu Qingyuan stared at the chat channel, confused, and typed. Wow, not even pretending anymore, huh? Somewhere in the vast, sandstorm-filled death desert, Lu Qingyuan held a jade token in his hand, faintly glowing with a golden light. As he glanced at the flood of coordinate requests from his old acquaintances in the chat, he let out a cold chuckle. Fine, if you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do. I was planning to share this with you all, but clearly, you don't deserve it. Lu Qingyuan looked down at the jade token in his hand. He had discovered it earlier in the ruins of a desert structure. Initially, he had kept it simply because of its exquisite craftsmanship, but he hadn't expected it to conceal an extraordinary power, one whose secrets he had accidentally uncovered. Now, just a short distance in front of him, the air began to distort eerily. A scene completely unlike the surrounding barren desert was gradually materializing, shifting from illusion to reality. The source of this strange transformation was the golden glowing jade token in his hand. What a treasure! Lu Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he had no idea what lay within the emerging vision, he was certain it was extraordinary. This also explained why he had been relentlessly pursued by desert beasts in recent days, leading to the collapse of the alliance he had worked so hard to build. Still, it seems all the effort was worth it in the end. Nothing was wasted, Lu Qingyuan muttered to himself. As time ticked by, Lu Qingyuan remained tense, constantly scanning his surroundings to ensure no packs of beasts were approaching. Only when he felt relatively safe did he relax slightly. The anomaly before him had nearly solidified, revealing a passage stretching into the unknown. At the end of the passage was a half-open double-stone door. As the vision grew more vivid, Lu Qingyuan felt an ancient aura wash over him, filling him with an uncontrollable sense of anticipation. What kind of treasure could be hidden in there? Lu Qingyuan wondered, his gaze fixed on the mysterious passage taking shape before him. Reflect damage B. You can return 25 of the physical damage you received back to your attacker. Gu Shaoshang stood beside the massive corpse of the armored rhinoceros, opening the upgraded character panel and locking his gaze on the newly added line of text. They had been in the Gurge Basin for about 10 minutes, and during this brief period, his level had risen by 2, reaching level 43. While the attribute changes brought by leveling up were significant, the most notable enhancement was undoubtedly the new Reflect Damage talent. With upgrade reflectability, he could rebound a quarter of the physical damage inflicted on him back to his aggressor. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly, closed the panel, and pondered silently. This was still just an incremental change, not a qualitative leap. It seemed he would need to reach the next level. If the grade hadn't brought any groundbreaking changes, then upgrading to a grade would likely result in a substantial breakthrough. Perhaps the reflectability would extend beyond physical attacks, or the damage reflection ratio would increase dramatically. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Brother Gu, look. Lin Youyu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Gu Shaoshang turned to see her struggling to carry a giant egg out from behind a patch of tall grass. The egg was almost as tall as she was. Brother Gu, could this be one of those armored rhino eggs? Lin Youyu carefully placed the enormous egg down, curiously tapping on its tough shell. Gu Shaoshang stepped closer to inspect it. It should be. There's no other creature around here capable of laying such a massive egg. He estimated its size about 1.5 meters tall and more than a meter in diameter at its widest point. It was the largest egg he'd ever seen. Since they had found the egg, it was clear that the armored rhinos were oviparous. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother Gu, how about we have boiled egg for dinner tonight? She stared at the egg, already imagining the delicious possibilities. We can try, but with an egg this size, the fire might not be strong enough to cook it through, Gu Shaoshang replied pragmatically. In fact, heating it might even accelerate its hatching, assuming it's already close to hatching. That's it. We'll eat it tonight. Lin Youyu clapped her hands, finalizing their dinner plan. She then carefully stored the future delicacy to ensure it wouldn't get damaged during their upcoming battles. The Gurge Basin was dotted with thousands of lakes, some just a few dozen meters in diameter, while the one before them spanned over 100,000 square meters. The sunlight glistened off the rippling water. Along the lakeshore, herds of armored rhinos gathered to drink, moving in family groups, some with 5 or 6 members, others with over a dozen. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 200 armored rhinos drinking by the lakeside. Having fought his way here, Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up at the sight of this treasure trove. The terrain of the Gurge Basin was flat, devoid of dense vegetation or high ground to obstruct the view. The only drawback was the overwhelming density of water sources. In the Gurge Basin, countless lakes and rivers crisscrossed the vast terrain, stretching for kilometers. Gu Shaoshang stood at a vantage point, surveying the area with a slight frown. Searching for the armored giant rhinos across this expansive 30,000 square kilometer land was proving to be a daunting task. The landscape was dotted with water sources, and these massive creatures were always lingering around them. It was estimated that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 armored giant rhinos in the basin. These enormous creatures didn't stay in one place. Their range often extended beyond the basin, frequently migrating back and forth. During his hunts in this region, Gu Shaoshang's level had risen from 41 to 43, while Lin Youyu had reached level 42. If not for the scattered distribution of the prey, which consumed a significant amount of time in searching, his level might have already surpassed 45, or even approached 46. The sight of a sprawling lake ahead, however, brought a glimmer of excitement to Gu Shaoshang's eyes. Not only was this lake vast, but the surrounding smaller water sources were relatively sparse, naturally drawing armored giant rhinos from miles around to drink. At the moment, no fewer than 100 or 200 of these creatures had gathered by the lakeside, either drinking or wandering about, creating a truly spectacular scene. Xiaoyu, stay here, Gu Shaoshang instructed Lin Youyu before swiftly dashing toward the densest cluster of prey. Brother Gu is busy again. I can't just sit idle either. Lin Youyu found a rock to sit on, but within 5 seconds, she vanished without a sound. She opened the trading market and began browsing through a plethora of items, focusing especially on practical tools like skill crystals and skill upgrade stones. However, the trading market was a mixed bag. Many merchants listed white or even green-grade skill upgrade stones that were actually defective and unusable. These items were often priced low to bait buyers, who would only realize they'd been duped after completing the transaction, leaving them to vent their frustration in the regional chat. Witnessing such scams firsthand gave Lin Youyu a new appreciation for human adaptability. This one's no good, another fake. And this price is ridiculous. For green items for one skill crystal? And they don't even accept weapons? Lin Youyu muttered as she browsed. This one seems reasonable. She decisively traded 2 green items for a skill crystal. Although she wasn't sure of its exact effects, it was a bargain in terms of price. After successfully purchasing a green skill crystal, Lin Youyu chose not to use it immediately, but decided to save it for Gu Shaoshang. She knew well that the same skill could yield vastly different results depending on who wielded it. Prioritizing maximum benefit, she naturally wanted Gu Shaoshang to have it first. Besides, she currently had no need to personally hunt ferocious beasts, so the skill was temporarily unnecessary for her. She continued to browse the trading market's item list intently, hoping to find more practical items at reasonable prices. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang had arrived at the lakeshore and began slaughtering the herd of armored rhinos drinking by the water. These rhinos, ranging from levels 40 to 50, possessed such formidable defenses that even tired heroes of the same level struggled to break through. Yet, in front of Gu Shaoshang, their defenses were as fragile as tofu, shattering with ease in mere moments. Before long, Gu Shaoshang reached level 44. Taking a moment, he opened his character panel to check the changes in his abilities. Reflect damage, you can return 30 of the damage you receive back to the attacker. Noticing that the skill description had changed from physical damage to just damage, a faint smile appeared on Gu Shaoshang's lips. This alteration signified a qualitative leap in his ability. It was no longer limited to physical attacks, but now encompassed all forms of damage, including magical, poisonous, and cursed attacks. Though the reflection percentage had only increased by 5, the practical impact was monumental. He thought to himself that the next significant transformation would likely come at the SSR level. Before his thought concluded, the 2 to 3 dozen remaining armored rhinos around him had already fallen to his blade, none surviving more than a single strike. His experience points surged rapidly, and level 45 was within reach. Without pause, Gu Shaoshang charged toward another group of armored rhinos. Within mere minutes, he reached level 45, upgrading his ability to steer with a reflection percentage of 35. 10 minutes later, with more than half of the armored rhinos around the lake lying defeated, he ascended to level 46, advancing his ability to sortier and increasing the reflection percentage to 40. Gazing at the remaining rhino herd, Gu Shaoshang could already foresee himself breaking through to level 47, where his reflect damage ability would reach the pinnacle of SSR-rated. He was filled with anticipation for the astonishing transformation his skill was about to undergo. Half an hour later, the armored giant rhinos by the lakeside had all been slaughtered by Gu Shaoshang. The surrounding grasslands were littered with the fallen bodies of the enormous beasts. Blood mixed with soil, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of iron. Lin Youyu had long begun collecting materials, amassing a large pile ready to be taken away. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang stood quietly by the lake, his gaze fixed on his character panel, carefully analyzing the changes in the displayed information. Nameless Swordsman, Aptitude, Grade, Level, 47, Experience, 210-4400, Health, 814-000-814-000, Mana, 814-000-814-000, Strength, 670, Constitution, 74, Agility, 74, Spirit, 11,110, Physical Defense, 67, Elemental Resistance, 74, Attack Speed, 67, Maximum Movement Speed, 112.17 seconds, Critical Hit, 1,116.7 metersec, Talent Abilities, 150, Ultimate Life Steal, Infinite Firepower, Godspeed, Blood God, Ultimate Counterstrike. Gu Shaoshang had now reached level 47, with his health surpassing 800,000, only a step away from the million mark. What intrigued him most, however, was the transformation of his talents. His initial Counterstrike talent had evolved into Ultimate Counterstrike upon leveling up, leaving Gu Shaoshang astonished. The effect of Ultimate Counterstrike was, without exaggeration, unparalleled. The original damage reflection rate had surged to 80 after advancing to SSR. But the real breakthrough lay in its new calculation mechanism. It no longer depended on the damage Gu Shaoshang endured, but instead reflected damage based on the attacker's own damage value. If an enemy attacked Gu Shaoshang, the reflected damage would be 80 of the attacker's damage value. This completely removed the influence of Gu Shaoshang's high defense or damage mitigation. Previously, against attacks in the millions or tens of millions, defense would often diminish the attack value, making the reflected damage negligible. But now, the higher the enemy's damage, the more terrifying the reflected damage, such as reflecting 800,000 damage from an enemy's 1 million attack. Moreover, this reflected damage was unaffected by defense values, unless the enemy possessed specific damage reduction attributes. Gu Shaoshang had already tested it. This reflected damage was not influenced by his own defense. Unless the enemy had special resistances, the damage would be calculated directly based on the attacker's own damage value. No matter how strong their defense, they couldn't escape the punishment of counterstrike. After Gu Shaoshang's ultimate counter damage ability was upgraded to SSR level, he not only gained complete immunity to negative effects, but could also reflect these effects back to the caster with double the power. A 20 all attribute debuff, when applied to him, would turn into a 40 counter damage effect against the attacker. This ability alone was equivalent to an SR level talent, and it was just one of the many features of his ultimate counter damage skill. From now on, whether it was poison or curses, these negative statuses would not only be completely ineffective against him, but would also cause the caster to suffer their own consequences. At that moment, Lin Youyu hurried over and handed Gu Shaoshang a green skill crystal and 3 green quality skill upgrade stones. She had obtained them through the trading market while Gu Shaoshang was hunting the armored giant rhinoceros. To acquire these items, she had practically traded away everything she had listed. However, in her opinion, as long as the items were useful to Gu Shaoshang, the trade was worth it. Besides, she had carefully selected each item to ensure they were fair and of equal value. Even if the skill from this crystal isn't useful, these 3 skill upgrade stones will definitely come in handy, Lin Youyu said earnestly. Whether it's useful or not, we'll find out, Gu Shaoshang replied with a nod before crushing the skill crystal in his hand. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Guardian. Guardian Green LV.1. Consumes 30 of the user's health to create a full protection barrier for themselves or a target unit. The barrier's durability equals 70 of the health consumed and lasts for 30 seconds. What skill is it? Lin Youyu asked curiously. A shield skill. Watch, Gu Shaoshang said as he cast Guardian on Lin Youyu with a wave of his hand. In an instant, a red shield in the shape of a barrier appeared around Lin Youyu, slowly rotating. The system displayed the shield's durability at an impressive 170,940 points. Although the shield had no defensive value and would absorb full damage directly, its exceptionally high durability left Lin Youyu wide-eyed in astonishment. That durability is insane. And this is just a green quality skill, she exclaimed. The durability of this shield far exceeds the standard level of its skill tier, but that's because the protective skill consumes the caster's own health points. Gu Shaoshang happens to have an astonishing health pool of over 800,000. Even if the skill only consumes 30 of his health, converting it into 70 shield durability, the resulting value is still staggering. For an average person with only 1 or 2,000 health points, the effect would naturally be worlds apart. With keen interest, Gu Shaoshang took out a skill upgrade stone and leveled up the protective skill to level 2. The updated skill panel appeared. Guardian's Veil LV.2. Cost, 35 of the caster's health. Effect, generates an all-encompassing protective barrier for the caster or a target unit. Shield durability, 80 of the health consumed. Duration, 35 seconds. After the upgrade, the skill's health cost slightly increased to 35, but the shield durability saw a significant boost to 80, effectively doubling. The duration was also extended by 5 seconds. Once Lin You's previous protective barrier dissipated, Gu Shaoshang immediately cast the upgraded skill. A brilliant energy shield instantly enveloped Lin Youyu, with its durability soaring to an impressive 227,920 points, lasting for 35 seconds. If this skill were upgraded to the maximum green tier level of 5, the health cost would rise to 50, while the shield durability would skyrocket to a conversion rate of 110 equivalent to a staggering 447,700 points. That's essentially like giving Lin Youyu more than 40 extra lives, considering her own health pool was a mere 1,860 points. Wow, this shield's health bar is ridiculously thick. Lin Youyu couldn't help but exclaim. A shield value of over 200,000 far surpassed the significance of her mere 100-something defense points. This skill is pretty good, and it suits me well, Gu Shaoshang remarked with satisfaction. For others, the 35 health cost might seem extravagant, and the 35-second duration somewhat short. But for him, with his ultimate lifesteal talent, it was no issue at all. With 10 of his health automatically regenerating every second, he could recover the 35 cost in just 4 seconds. If there were enemies nearby, a single attack could restore 80 of his health, making the 35-second cooldown period a trivial concern. Even a level 5 maxed out Guardian skill, with its 50 resource consumption, was barely a drop in the ocean for Gu Shaoshang. Thanks to his robust health bar, he could easily recover that expenditure with a single lifesteal move. A 35-second cooldown. To him, it was practically non-existent, could easily spam the skill every second if he wished. The 200,000 plus shield might seem impressive, but for Gu Shaoshang at this stage, it was far from sufficient. He didn't even bother activating the dragon's vitality. Buff on himself, his attack power had already far surpassed the limits under the effects of the Blood God and Swift Talent perks. If he added the buff, his maximum health would increase by another 50. This guardian skill seemed tailor-made for him. A mere green grade skill in his hands was more dominant than even a purple grade one. Gu Shaoshang used one of the 3 green skill upgrade stones he had on the newly acquired guardian skill. The other 2 were decisively invested in upgrading his flash strike, pushing it directly to level 5 maxed out. At max level, flash strike's effects were even more astonishing. For just 60 mana points, it could unleash lightning-fast attacks on multiple targets within a 100-meter radius, dealing 110 physical damage. The attack range had doubled compared to level 3, and while the increase in target count and damage was relatively modest, it was more than sufficient for Gu Shaoshang. After all, with his current strength, whether it was 90 or 110 damage, the outcome was always the same: instant annihilation. At that moment, a girl with dripping wet black hair leapt out of the lake. Ugh! Finally, those huge creatures out there are gone, she complained, brushing her short hair away from her face and grumbling about the discomfort of her soaked clothes. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brother Gu, look! There's someone over there." The girl instinctively scanned her surroundings, quickly spotting a man and a woman not far away. In that brief moment of hesitation, a chilling, killing intent enveloped her entire being. In the blink of an eye, a gleaming sword was pressed against the girl's neck. Gu Shaoshang narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as he demanded, "Who are you?" The girl instinctively raised her hands, shouting in panic, "Don't kill me. I'm not a bad person." However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden realization seemed to strike her. She lunged toward Gu Shaoshang's blade. Just as her body was about to touch the sharp edge, the expected scene of blood spilling never occurred. Instead, she passed through the sword like a phantom and disappeared from Gu Shaoshang's view. She quickly ran into the distance, cautiously glancing back at him and Lin Youyu, who was close behind. "Brother Gu, wait for me," Lin Youyu called out as she chased after him, grumbling. Then her gaze shifted to the girl. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, her face youthful and radiant. Her well-proportioned figure, accentuated by her wet clothes clinging to her body, made her even more striking. Lin Youyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, especially toward the girl's long, slender legs. She sighed softly, lowering her eyes to her petite frame and feeling a pang of self-pity. The girl stood about 1.68 meters tall, with short black hair that grazed her shoulders, bright eyes, and a graceful demeanor. She seemed like the perfect embodiment of a dream girl in the eyes of many. Yet, Lin Youyu felt an inexplicable unease, a vague sense of hostility rising within her. "Hey, who are you?" Lin Youyu asked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. At that moment, her first instinct was that something about this girl made her uncomfortable. "Oomph, so what if your legs are long?" she muttered under her breath. The girl froze slightly at the question, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Then, her tone unconsciously softened as she asked, "Are you Lin Youyu?" The words slipped out before she could stop herself. "Huh." Lin Youyu blinked in surprise, then gave an embarrassed smile. "Do you know me? Don't tell me you're one of those fans who call me a pro in the chat channels." The girl shook her head, her gaze flickering nervously to Gu Shaoshang, who stood nearby, his icy eyes fixed on her. After all, the sword he had just wielded had nearly taken her life. How could she not feel afraid? "No, I'm not your fan," the girl replied quietly, quickly changing the subject. "My name is Wang Xie. I've been hiding here all this time. I didn't expect to run into you." Her voice was tense, and under Gu Shaoshang's piercing stare, she seemed even more uneasy. "Wang Xie." Lin Youyu raised her eyebrows in surprise, her gaze dropping to the girl's damp clothes. A thought struck her. "Are you that Wang Xie?" The girl nodded and sent a private message to Lin Youyu through the chat channel, a single word confirming her identity. "Yes." Lin Youyu glanced at her screen, verifying Wang Xie's identity. At that moment, she finally believed the girl standing before her was indeed the rising star who had recently climbed to second place on the regional speed rankings. Meeting her here was the last thing she had expected. Yes, it's really me." Wang Xie nodded hurriedly, her voice tinged with panic. "I really didn't mean to show up here, and am not a bad person." Seeing her nervous demeanor, Gu Shaoshang, who had been maintaining a stern expression, suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Although Lin Youyu appeared to be younger, Wang Xie's innocent personality and flustered reactions made her seem more like a helpless little girl. At that moment, the front of Wang Xie's clothes suddenly moved, and a small, furry head peeked out. Meow, a clear, soft sound accompanied the appearance of a stunning ragdoll cat. Its body was covered in silky white fur, with subtle brown accents on its cheeks and ears. Its large, sapphire-like eyes sparkled with life, and its tiny pink nose twitched gently as it breathed. "Wow, what a beautiful ragdoll." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and her fingers curled slightly, as if she was already imagining the sensation of petting the cat. Sensing Lin Yu's intense gaze, the ragdoll quickly hid behind Wang Xie, leaving only half of its head exposed as it cautiously observed her. "This is my Coco." Wang Xie smiled and bent down to scoop up the cat. Coco immediately nuzzled her hand with its head, closing its eyes in contentment. "Why did you bring your own pet cat here?" Lin Youyu asked curiously. No, Wang Xie quickly explained. "Coco isn't a pet I raised before. Coco is the hero I drew as my starter." Her words landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone present stunned. Even the usually composed Gu Shaoshang showed an expression of disbelief. Lin Youyu quickly checked Coco's information. Although most of the details were hidden, the existence of a hero panel was undeniable. It's true, Gu Shaoshang also examined it and found that all of Coco's stats were marked with question marks, indicating that this seemingly ordinary ragdoll cat had a hero aptitude at least 2 levels higher than his own. "Are you kidding me?" Gu Shaoshang thought to himself, feeling utterly speechless, something he hadn't experienced since discovering his great aptitude. "Great, just great. So I'm actually inferior to a meowing cat, huh?" "That's not true." Lin Youyu quickly comforted him. "Compared to an adorable cat, Brother Gu is still way better." At that moment, Wang Xie let out a sudden gasp, her eyes widening as she stared at Gu Shaoshang, her face filled with disbelief. Her pale complexion and slightly trembling lips made it seem as though she had just witnessed something utterly unimaginable. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly, immediately realizing that she had checked his information. It didn't bother him since, according to the rules of this world, the detailed information of a hero was only accessible to their summoner. Even if someone had a hero of higher aptitude, they could only see his hero aptitude and level attributes, skills, talents, and other details were completely hidden. However, even the limited visible information was enough to leave Wang Xie speechless with shock. She had initially assumed that Gu Shaoshang, like herself, was an ordinary human from Blue Planet. But her hero, Kiki, had informed her through their psychic connection that the man before her was not ordinary at all. He was, like Kiki, a hero summoned from another world. Driven by curiosity, she instinctively checked Gu Shaoshang's information. Unnamed swordsman. Aptitude. F level. HP. 47. Just seeing the level aptitude made Wang Xie take a half step back in astonishment. She vividly recalled the moment when Gu Shaoshang had appeared before her like a phantom, effortlessly placing a sword against her neck. If such an act had been performed by an SR level or S level hero, she wouldn't have been too surprised. But for an F level hero, the lowest of the Loto covers such a distance in an instant without her even reacting? It was inconceivable. "You saw it, didn't you?" Gu Shaoshang spoke softly, his voice carrying an air of calm. His words struck Wang Xie like a thunderclap. Panicking, she stumbled backward and stammered, "Tu didn't mean to." Uft. Lin Youyu, standing nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter, the sound instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. "Sorry, big brother Gu," she said with a look of mock guilt, "but I really couldn't help it." Seeing Lin You's innocent expression, Gu Shaoshang could only sigh helplessly and let it slide. Lin Youyu then turned to Wang Xie, her curiosity piqued. "What's Kiki's hero aptitude?" "Kiki is a clever hero," Wang Xie replied honestly. "Clever? That's pretty decent. Not like Big Brother Gu, who's only Flevel," Lin Youyu quipped. Gu Shaoshang looked at the two of them, speechless, thinking to himself, "Can't you two have a conversation without dragging me into it?" Wang Xie stole a glance at Gu Shaoshang, her thoughts racing. With such incredible skill, is he really just an Flevel hero? Lin Youyu pressed on, her interest unwavering. "Your starting hero is only Clevel, so how did you manage to gain points so quickly? Do you have a super strong talent ability?" Unaware of the hidden intent behind the question, Wang Xie answered without hesitation, "Not really. My talent ability is SR level, but it doesn't contribute much to combat. It's more focused on survival." Gu Shaoshang observed the naive girl standing before him, lost in thought. If this wasn't an act, then her parents must have shielded her so well that she couldn't even recognize Lin Yu's deliberate attempts to extract information. Gu Shaoshang looked at Wang Xie in front of him and couldn't help but wonder to himself, could this girl have never stepped outside before? Sure enough, Wang Xie quickly began talking non-stop, spilling everything about herself, her talents, level, family background, the current situation of her parents, leaving out no details. Her behavior made Gu Shaoshang chuckle quietly. He had initially suspected she might be acting, but now it seemed she was simply too honest. Lin Youyu, observing Wang Xie's candidness, started to feel a bit embarrassed, as if she herself were some scheming villain. Tentatively, she asked, don't you think some things shouldn't be shared so easily with strangers?" "Huh." Wang Xie blinked her wide eyes and said innocently, "But I think you're all good people." Oh no, I really feel like a bad person now," Lin Youyu exclaimed, suddenly overwhelmed by guilt, even though she was the younger one. Wang Xie noticed Lin Youyu had fallen silent and blinked in confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" she asked. "No, she's just overthinking," Gu Shaoshang said calmly from the side. Noticing how Wang Xie quickly averted her gaze when looking at him, he realized she seemed a bit intimidated by him. Once Lin Youyu snapped out of her internal struggle, she immediately grabbed Wang Xie's hand and started chatting enthusiastically. Gu Shaoshang, unhurried, walked over to the lakeside and observed the fish swimming in the water. The lake was teeming with freshwater fish of various sizes, ranging in length from less than half a meter to 3 or 4 meters. Each bore a level marker. They were ferocious beasts, though their levels were generally low. The highest didn't exceed level 20, and defeating them wouldn't yield much experience. Brother Gu, Lin Yuyu's voice called out from behind. Gu Shaoshang turned to see her grinning mischievously, like a sly little fox. Guess how Sister Sia managed to rack up so many points in the past 2 days? The fish in the lake, Gu Shaoshang answered firmly, glancing at Wang Xie. Yes, that's right. Wang Xie nodded timidly, her entire demeanor growing visibly tense as Gu Shaoshang approached. Meanwhile, her cat, Coco, was being tightly held by Lin Youyu, wearing an expression of utter resignation. As expected of Brother Gu, you guessed it right away, Lin Youyu said with a playful smile. Gu Shaoshang thought to himself, this lake might have plenty of fish, but their levels were too low. Killing them wouldn't provide any meaningful experience. For him, leveling up was the top priority, while points for the regional speed competition were secondary. Besides, Lin Youyu was already firmly in first place, and earning more points wouldn't bring any additional rewards. It was completely unnecessary. That's why I said there's no need to worry, Sister Sia. Brother Gu and I won't take over your favorite spot for earning points, Lin Youyu said with a light-hearted smile at Wang Xie. Wang Xie gently shook her head, a soft smile appearing on her face. Her voice was tender and warm as she replied, no, I never thought that. She paused briefly, then added in a playful tone, I was just joking. Lin Youyu's eyes lit up, her smile growing even brighter as she winked at Wang Xie. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Wang Xie quickly shook her head, her expression apologetic. It's okay, really. Ah, come on. Lin Youyu waved her hand dismissively, her gaze shifting to the cat in Wang Xie's arms. I already said, Sister Sia, you don't need to keep apologizing. It's no big deal. Besides, we're friends now, aren't we? She smiled warmly, her words filled with sincerity. At that moment, the cat, Coco, wriggled out of Lin Youyu's arms and leapt gracefully into Wang Xie's embrace. It meowed at Lin Youyu a few times, as if complaining about something. Is Coco scolding me? Lin Youyu tilted her head, looking at the cat with suspicion. It just doesn't like being held by others, Wang Xie explained softly, her gaze full of affection. Got it. So Coco is just like you, Sister Xiaoyu, both introverts. Lin Youyu teased with a playful laugh. Meow. Coco let out a dissatisfied meow, its body giving a small twitch as if in protest. Coco says it's not an introvert, Wang Xie translated gently, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Lin Youyu laughed as she reached out, trying to hold Coco again. Then let me cuddle you a bit more, okay? Realizing it was about to become the target again, Coco wasted no time retreating into Wang Xie's arms, vanishing from Lin Youyu's reach in an instant. Gu Shaoshang, standing nearby, glanced over casually but seemed uninterested in the interaction. Sister Sia, see you next time. Lin Youyu waved goodbye, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Goodbye, little fish, Wang Xie responded softly, watching her leave. Summoning a moment of courage, she turned back and said to Gu Shaoshang, goodbye, Brother Gu. Gu Shaoshang gave a slight nod, his expression remaining impassive. Then he turned and walked away with Lin Youyu. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance by the lakeside, fading into the horizon. Wang Xie murmured to herself, little fish really is a wonderful person. The cat in her arms meowed again, as if agreeing with her. Yes, Coco, you're right. Brother Gu does seem intimidating, but he probably has a good heart, just a little stern. Wang Xie said softly, nodding as though conversing with the cat. A trace of warmth flickered in her eyes. With Coco nestled in her arms, she turned and walked slowly toward the lake. The water rippled gently, and the soft glow of the sunset cast a serene, timeless scene. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu ventured deeper into the lake area, searching for armored giant rhinos. It wasn't long before they spotted a herd of over a dozen gathered together. Lin Youyu stayed back at a safe distance, observing quietly, while Gu Shaoshang drew his sword and stepped forward. In a flash, the blade shimmered, unleashing a dazzling arc of light that sliced through the air, aiming straight at the herd. In an instant, the massive creatures were reduced to fragments by the sword's radiant strike. Their colossal bodies fell like fragile paper models, collapsing in mere moments under Gu Shaoshang's overwhelming power. Blood splattered everywhere, and the oppressive aura of the scene was palpable. You're just in time, little fish, Gu Shaoshang said in his low, indifferent voice, though the clarity of his command was unmistakable. Lin Youyu smiled and quickly ran over, crouching down to collect materials from the remains of the armored rhinos. Her movements were practiced and efficient, carefully placing each piece into her backpack. Her lively demeanor contrasted sharply with Gu Shaoshang's solemn presence, creating a striking interplay of light and shadow, a subtle, yet unmistakable harmony between the two. Once all the materials were collected, Lin Youyu clapped her hands and turned to Gu Shaoshang, saying, "Brother Gu, what do you think of Sister Sia? She's an honest girl, but her parents are way too overprotective of her." Gu Shaoshang pondered for a moment before nodding. "I agree. If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand staying home all the time." Lin Youyu nodded in agreement, her face full of understanding. She continued, "Sister Sia is so pitiful. She hasn't even been to school outside, let alone seen what an amusement park looks like. Don't you think she deserves some sympathy?" Gu Shaoshang smiled faintly and shook his head gently. "I wouldn't say pitiful. It's just that her parents have sheltered her so much since she was young. She's like a golden canary locked in a beautiful cage, never experiencing the outside world." Lin Youyu nodded thoughtfully. "When you put it that way, maybe the emergence of the battlefield of all races is, in a way, a kind of salvation for her." Gu Shaoshang was silent for a moment before saying, "Fortunately, Sister Sia is blessed with good fortune. She awakened an SSR-level talent. It's only because of this talent that she's able to survive in such a dangerous environment." Lin Youyu looked at Gu Shaoshang with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "True. Even though we haven't known each other for long, I already feel that Sister Sia is a wonderful person. Maybe that's just how simple friendships between girls can be." Gu Shaoshang nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Lin Youyu, however, spoke excitedly. "And her talent is just perfect for her. According to her, she can set up multiple teleportation points and travel between them at will. Even more incredible, she can enter a kind of ethereal state where any damage from the physical dimension becomes ineffective against her. It's almost like a semi-invincible mode. But it only lasts for 10 minutes and requires a 10-minute cooldown." Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow. "It's not offensive, but it truly is a flawless survival skill." "Exactly," Lin Youyu continued. "Thanks to this talent, Sister Sia has been able to survive alone on the battlefield of all races, and she's doing quite well. She's got several pieces of blue-tier equipment, and she's already at level 36. That says a lot about her abilities. And her little cat, Coco, may only be a Kraid hero, but it's not just cute." Lin Youyu couldn't help but chuckle. Coco's talent is great, and it even has a few magic skills that can assist Sister Sia at crucial moments. Gu Shaoshang gave her a deep look and nodded. It seems Sister Sia not only has a powerful talent, but can also rely on this magical cat. At that moment, Gu Shaoshang glanced at the time. It was already past 4 p.m., and they had just defeated the last armored giant rhinoceros. A quick glance at his experience bar showed he was now at level 49, with 32804,600 experience points. "Forget it. I'll deal with it tomorrow," he murmured to himself. He wasn't in a rush to level up. In the beginning, he had been eager to increase his level because he was too weak and often felt insecure. But now, his strength was sufficient. Even against SSR-level heroes of the same level, he felt confident in his chances of victory. Leveling up was no longer an urgent matter for him. "There's no need to push yourself too hard over leveling up," Gu Shaoshang said with a faint smile, a calm confidence flashing in his eyes. "Otherwise, you'll end up trapped in your emotions like before. Balance work and rest, and even enjoy the process. After all, no one is born with limitless endurance." "Xiaoyu, we're leaving now," Gu Shaoshang called out to Lin Youyu, who was not far away. "Coming." A small hand waved in the distance. Shortly after, Gu Shaoshang felt a sudden weight on his back. Slim arms tightly wrapped around his neck, accompanied by the sound of a girl's bell-like laughter. "Big brother Gu, carry me back, will you?" Lin Youyu's little head peeked out, her mischievous eyes sparkling as she grinned at Gu Shaoshang. How could Gu Shaoshang refuse such a request? In a gentle voice, he said, "Hold on tight, and don't move around." As soon as the words left his mouth, he supported her legs and dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled past their ears. Lin Youyu lowered her head, resting her cheek lightly against Gu Shaoshang's back, savoring the cool breeze and the comforting warmth. In her heart, she wished this short journey could last a little longer. But time waits for no one. Before she realized it, the half-hour journey had passed. Lost in her thoughts about the future, Lin Youyu suddenly noticed they were already back at the shelter. "Time to get down," Gu Shaoshang said softly, giving her arm a light pat. Reluctantly, Lin Youyu leaned forward and planted a quick kiss on Gu Shaoshang's cheek. "That's your delivery fee," she said with a playful giggle before hopping off his back and skipping toward the tent. Gu Shaoshang touched the spot on his cheek where he'd been ambushed, a faint smile appearing on his face as he shook his head. As night fully descended, the world outside the cave grew pitch black. Gu Shaoshang began preparing dinner. Tonight's meal was roasted armored giant rhino meat. Large chunks of meat, about the size of eggs, were skewered on metal sticks. Each skewer held 6 pieces of meat, alternated with green pepper-like vegetables Lin Youyu had traded for at the market. The skewers were arranged in a circle around the campfire, where the flames slowly roasted them. Gu Shaoshang carefully adjusted the skewers to ensure even cooking, avoiding any burnt spots. He waited patiently until the meat was thoroughly cooked, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. At that point, he sprinkled the skewers with seasonings. The fragrant mix of cumin and chili powder quickly filled the air. The spices were even more expensive than the meat, and Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but sigh at the thought. In the trading market, food items were often priced differently, with various meats being the cheapest. Most prominently, fierce beast meat was in high demand. While wild animal meat was similarly priced, people preferred the richer flavor and higher nutritional value of fierce beast meat. Of course, not all fierce beast meat was tasty. Some cuts were tough and emitted a strange odor, remaining unappetizing even when cooked. Over time, however, people had learned which types of fierce beast meat were delicious and which to avoid altogether. Inside the tent, Lin Youyu had changed into fresh clothes and taken a bath. When she stepped out and saw Gu Shaoshang busy roasting meat, her cheeks turned slightly red. Whether it was the firelight or her own excitement, Gu Shaoshang noticed a faint blush on her face from this angle. "Big brother Gu, let me watch the fire for you. You should go take a bath," she said softly, walking over and gently pushing him toward the tent. "Make sure you keep an eye on it, don't let it burn," Gu Shaoshang reminded her, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. After all, the last time Lin Youyu had offered to watch the fire, he'd come back from his bath to find her handing him a few pieces of bread, declaring it dinner. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered, casting two shadows onto the rocky walls, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Gu Shaoshang held a novel in his hands, his eyes scanning each line with focus, completely immersed in the world of the story. This novel had been purchased by Lin Youyu from the trading market, likely traded by someone who had found it in a treasure chest and exchanged it for practical food supplies. Gu Shaoshang's collection wasn't limited to just this one book. It was a complete set of 13 volumes, enough to keep him entertained through the upcoming nights and free from the grip of boredom. On the other side of the cave, Lin Youyu was intently watching the scrolling messages in the regional chat channel, occasionally exchanging a few words with Wang Xie via private chat. However, Wang Xie was reserved and not particularly talkative, so most of the time, it was Lin Youyu initiating topics to keep the conversation going. In the chat channel, people were enthusiastically sharing their experiences from the day. Someone pointed out that Lin Youyu was firmly in first place on the regional leaderboard with over 220,000 points, leading the pack by a wide margin. Meanwhile, Wang Xie, in second place, had also achieved an impressive score of over 67,000 points, leaving the third-place contender, Yu Linglong, trailing by nearly 20,000 points. Many commented that Yu Linglong had virtually no chance of overtaking the second spot. After all, tomorrow marked the final day of the regional speed competition, and it would be nearly impossible to close such a significant gap in such a short time. Even Yu Linglong herself had begun to accept the reality of securing only third place. She consoled herself with the thought that the rewards for second and third place were the same, so it wasn't worth obsessing over. She had truly done her best, but was unable to close the gap with Wang Xie. Instead, she watched helplessly as the difference grew wider, leaving her feeling utterly hopeless. The discussion in the chat channel continued. "Tomorrow's the last day of the regional speed competition. I wonder what treasures will come out of the silver chests. I'm so envious of those ranked in the top 1,000. Unlike me, I can't even make it into the top 10,000. I strongly suggest they add a participation prize. Otherwise, it feels like we're just here for nothing." "What do you mean no sense of participation? Didn't we all witness the top players showing off their skills?" "Okay, fine. That's your idea of participation? Am I just some insignificant extra here? Why make me realize I'm just a nobody? Everyone, believe me, even nobodies can have their moment to shine. Keep going. Don't give up." "Whoa, someone's hyped up. Why so excited? Honestly, if you think positively, at least we're still alive, right? Our region's survival count is at just under 4.9 million. Everyone here is already in the top 50 since half have been eliminated. Damn it. Back on Blue Star, I was a second-generation rich kid with billions in assets. And now, in this stupid battlefield of all races, not only do I get stuck with a clever talent, but you couldn't even give me a decent starting hero? What's with this a-level hero nonsense?" Same here. Once a top executive at a Fortune 500 company with an 8-figure annual income, now he could only manage to eat bland, occasionally charred meat each day. Such sentiments were not uncommon in the shelter on the multiverse battlefield. Survivors huddled inside, ears attuned to every sound outside, dreading the moment a terrifying monster might burst in and turn them into a midnight snack. In the chat channel, people from all walks of life were fervently discussing the rules of this new world. "Honestly, I think it's pretty fair," someone said. "Back on Blue Planet, it was all about where you were born. Here, it's about talent and your starting hero. Not much of a difference at its core." Indeed, the multiverse battlefield had given everyone a fresh start. A former delivery driver, armed with a level talent and in a level starting hero, experienced dignity for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, those who once worked mundane jobs on Blue Planet continued to struggle for survival here. Suddenly, a striking message popped up in the chat. "I'm 18, 171 centimeters tall, with a supersized food storage. I love yoga, and am looking for a kind-hearted brother to take care of me. Someone quickly replied, I'm double clever. Little sister, I'll protect you. But she immediately rejected him. Minimum requirement is an A-level brother. Others, please don't bother. Curious, Lin Youyu clicked on the girl's profile picture. On the screen was a pure and adorable face. But what stood out most were her long, slender legs. Who'd be dumb enough to burden themselves like that? She muttered under her breath. What burden? Gu Shaoshang, who was engrossed in a novel, looked up and asked. Oh, nothing. Just someone in the chat asking for protection, Lin Youyu replied vaguely. Gu Shaoshang only needed a moment to understand. While he certainly had the ability to protect more people, he wasn't the type to go out of his way and invite trouble for himself. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was already past 10 at night. Outside, the howls of wild beasts echoed, accompanied by the distant, heavy rumbling of massive creatures moving through the darkness, a far livelier scene than during the day. Lin Youyu yawned and rubbed her tired eyes. Brother Gu, aren't you going to sleep? He'll read a little longer, Gu Shaoshang replied, his eyes back on his novel. Fine, then I'll stay up a bit longer too. All right, but let's call it a night by 10:30. As she glanced at Gu Shaoshang, who was completely absorbed in his book, Lin Youyu secretly complained to herself. A beautiful girl sitting right next to him, and he's more interested in a novel? Such a straight-laced guy definitely never had a girlfriend before. Inside the campfire continued to burn quietly, casting a faint glow. Lin Youyu sat by the fire, yawning as her weary eyelids drooped involuntarily. She turned to glance beside her. Gu Shaoshang was still engrossed in his novel, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding environment. Feeling bored, Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel and aimlessly scrolled through the messages on the screen. Half an hour ago, Wang Xie had already gone to bed, leaving no one for her to chat with. As time passed, messages in the channel grew fewer and fewer. Many had already gone to rest. After all, the battles during the day had been exhausting. If they stayed up late, they'd barely have the strength to get up tomorrow. While the battlefield of all races didn't enforce mandatory attendance, letting one's guard down and neglecting to improve their strength would only lead to death. No one wanted to face that outcome. Everyone was fighting desperately just to survive another day. Lin Youyu yawned again, her eyelids heavy and almost shutting. Just then, Lu Qingyuan suddenly sent a message. Everyone, I think I'm about to die. Lin Youyu instantly snapped awake, the fatigue from yawning vanishing without a trace. She stared at the words on the screen, her eyes flickering with surprise. What's going on? About to die? Shortly after, Fiora replied, Lu Qingyuan, where are you? Let me come and send you off. Are you seriously thinking of ending it all? Lu Qingyuan quickly responded, you can't get to where I am right now, and no, I'm not committing suicide. I think I accidentally broke some kind of seal, and whatever was inside is about to come out. I don't have time to run, and there's no way for me to escape. Before I die, I just wanted to warn you all, don't come near the Death Desert. Something big might happen there soon. What the hell? I'm literally in the Death Desert right now. Fiora's anger practically leapt off the screen. Lu Qingyuan, you idiot. What stupid thing did you do this time? I just told you. I accidentally broke some seal, and now I can feel an incredibly terrifying presence about to emerge. Goodbye, everyone. Please don't blame me, didn't do it on purpose. Damn it. I blame you anyway. What do we do now? I think the ground is shaking. Am I imagining things? Dude, trust yourself. That's definitely an earthquake. Anyone else in the Death Desert? Are you feeling the tremors too? It's Lu Qingyuan. That idiot broke some seal, and seems to have unleashed some terrifying monster. Holy crap. I was just about to sleep, and now you're saying some scary monster's been let loose? Thank goodness I'm not in the Death Desert. Fiora's tone grew even more furious. Lu Qingyuan, I swear to you. Practically spitting with rage, she added, stop yelling. Lu Qingyuan's avatar just went gray. He's already dead. Damn it. Got off too easy. That idiot, why is he always causing trouble? Let's figure out how to save ourselves. Hopefully, whatever got released isn't some kind of monster. Lin Youyu stared at the messages, her heart skipping a beat. A sealed monster? Her curiosity was piqued, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She patted Gu Shaoshang's shoulder urgently. Brother Gu, do you remember that guy Lu Qingyuan? Gu Shaoshang paused, thought for a moment, and nodded. Lu Qingyuan? Yeah, what about him? Lin Youyu narrowed her eyes. He's dead. Lin Youyu swiftly scrolled through her communication device, her eyes fixed intently on the constantly updating messages on the screen. Brother Gu, have you heard about this? She looked up and relayed the news she had just seen in the chat channel to Gu Shaoshang. There seems to be some kind of sealed monster over in the Death Desert. Gu Shaoshang frowned slightly, his expression tinged with surprise. Are you sure it's a monster? Could it be something else? I have no idea. Lin Youyu shook her head, pointing to the screen. But a lot of people over in the Death Desert are saying they felt the ground shaking, like an earthquake spreading across the entire area. Gu Shaoshang's gaze sharpened. How big is the Death Desert? He quickly organized the known information in his mind. The island they were currently on, the Novice Island, covered an area of about 1 million square kilometers, and the Death Desert accounted for 1/5 of that, roughly 200,000 square kilometers. For an earthquake to affect such a vast area, How strong must it be? Where was the epicenter? And what exactly was sealed there? A sense of foreboding crept into Gu Shaoshang's heart. Just then, boom! A deafening explosion sounded from outside, shaking the air. The entire cave trembled violently as loose rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Ah! Lin Youyu let out a scream and instinctively lunged toward Gu Shaoshang, clutching his arm tightly. Gu Shaoshang turned his head warily toward the cave entrance, his body tense and ready to face any danger. Thankfully, the tremors subsided after just a few seconds. Lin Youyu's communication device buzzed incessantly as the regional chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. What was that just now? Thunder. Damn it. I just fell asleep. My beauty sleep. Did you all hear that sound? Wait a minute. Did everyone hear that explosion? It's from the Death Desert. That explosion came from over there. This is all Lu Qingyuan's fault. That idiot caused all of this. I'm stuck in a dilemma run or not. Either way, it feels like we're doomed. Holy crap. Guess what I just saw? What? Was it a monster escaping? Screw it. I'm taking my chances. Feels like staying here means certain death. Suddenly, one message caught Lin Youyu's attention. Hold up. It's not a monster. I think I saw a giant dragon engulfed in flames flying out of the desert. A dragon? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It's real. My shelter is built on some abandoned structures in the desert. I was outside observing when I heard that massive explosion from deep within the desert. Right after, that giant flaming dragon appeared. The chat channel erupted in chaos. Holy crap. A dragon. I want to be a dragon rider. Wake up, buddy. A dragon rider? Really? That dragon was probably the one that was sealed. And now that idiot Lu Qingyuan has released it. Who knows what kind of disaster will happen next? I have a bad feeling about this. A lot of people might die soon. A lot of people have already died. Check the survival count, it just dropped by tens of thousands. Wait, what? How did so many people die so suddenly? I think I figured it out. Those people must have been near the sealed location. The beasts in the Death Desert are going berserk right now. I need to find a place to hide. Damn it. I knew that idiot Lu Qingyuan was going to get people killed. Lin Youyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen. Then she abruptly turned to Gu Shaoshang. Brother Gu, a dragon just emerged from the Death Desert. Her voice trembled slightly with shock. Gu Shaoshang's brows furrowed deeply. A dragon? So the seal was holding a dragon. His expression mirrored her astonishment, but his gaze quickly grew serious. Could it be some kind of demon dragon? Lin Youyu finished speaking and turned her attention back to the chat channel. At this moment, everyone in the chat was discussing the topic of the dragon. Is it really a dragon? Could it just be something that looks similar? Guys, I've already started running. All the beasts in the Death Desert have gone crazy and are fleeing. Can you believe it? There's a group of beasts running alongside me right now, and they're not even attacking me. Running here too, but I don't think I'll make it out of the Death Desert. This cursed desert is way too big. Those who got dropped into the Death Desert are so unlucky. My condolences in advance. Forget the condolences. Do you really think this will only affect the Death Desert? I feel like this is just the beginning, and bigger changes are definitely coming. Stop for a second. How many of you have actually seen the dragon? I saw it. I saw a dragon covered in blood-red flames flying across the sky. I saw it too. It looked like the dragon was heading deeper into the Death Desert. Wait, I think I just saw the dragon you're talking about. It's flying in my direction. What do? Nothing much. Just prepare for the worst. No, come on. I don't want to die yet. Quick, find somewhere to hide. Don't actually end up dead. Yeah, hide somewhere. The dragon's huge, and I'm so small it probably won't notice me. Guys, good news, the dragon hasn't left the Death Desert. Okay, and the bad news? The bad news is that all the beasts in the Death Desert are relocating. So, if you're near the desert, you'd better run for your life. Great. I just knew something bad would happen to me. My shelter's pretty close to the desert. Looks like I need to move. Move tomorrow. It's already late, and it probably won't reach you that quickly tonight. Lin Youyu frowned slightly, tapping her fingers on the screen to share the information she had gathered. Someone saw the dragon covered in blood-red flames, flying toward the depths of the Death Desert. Hearing this, Gu Shaoshang furrowed his brows, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Blood-red flames? What kind of good creature burns with blood-red flames? That's definitely not a normal dragon. I'd bet it's a demonic dragon. Lin Youyu leaned forward, her tone urgent. Big brother Gu, all the beasts in the Death Desert were so terrified of the dragon that they're migrating together. It looks like they're heading toward the outskirts of the desert. I see, Gu Shaoshang nodded, a trace of regret appearing on his face. That's really a shame. We're quite far from the Death Desert. Yeah, such a pity. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that if the beasts were heading their way, she and Big Brother Gu could take advantage of this situation to level up significantly. With such an opportunity, they might even reach level 60 or 70 in no time. After all, it was an entire desert full of beasts. Even if they couldn't handle all of them, just a fraction, maybe even just 1% or 1,000th will be enough to benefit greatly. Unfortunately, they were too far from the Death Desert and didn't even know its exact location. They couldn't join the action even if they wanted to. That night, the news of the dragon and the mass migration of beasts from the Death Desert kept many inhabitants of Blue Star awake until dawn. The people already in the Death Desert packed up and fled overnight. The good news was that the dragon's overwhelming presence caused the ferocious beasts in the desert to focus solely on escaping for their lives, completely losing any desire to attack humans. The bad news, however, was that even without deliberate attacks, the chaos of collisions and stampedes led to nearly 200,000 deaths just last night. Including the hundreds of thousands who had already perished, the Death Desert claimed over 300,000 lives in a single night. And this was only the beginning of the catastrophe. A massive surge of beasts poured out of the Death Desert, causing a sharp increase in their numbers in the surrounding areas. Those who failed to escape in time or chose to stay out of misplaced optimism woke up to find themselves surrounded by a sea of beasts. Scorpions, venomous snakes, and lizards were manageable, but the real nightmare was the Death Desert's infamous native species, the subterranean worms, also known as death worms. These burrowing beasts varied widely in strength, with weaker ones being around level 10-20, while the stronger ones could reach as high as level 70-80. As daylight broke, the death toll was expected to rise even further. Inside a cave, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu were enjoying breakfast. In front of them was a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup. The beef came from a ferocious bovine beast, sliced thin and cooked to perfection in a pot. The noodles were instant ones Lin Youyu had purchased from the trading market. After all, eating roasted meat every day gets old. A change in flavor every now and then is refreshing, Lin Youyu said as she pushed the remaining half bowl of noodles in her bowl toward Gu Shaoshang, who had already devoured 3 large bowls. Then, she quickly stood up and walked away. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up briefly before leaving the shelter, heading toward the Gulch Basin, which they hadn't fully cleared the day before. Hop on, Gu Shaoshang said with his back to Lin Youyu, signaling for the young girl to climb on. Big brother Gu, you're really getting used to this, huh? Lin Youyu laughed as she leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms skillfully around his neck. Let's go? Charge. Gu Shaoshang shook his head slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Supporting Lin Youyu's legs with his hands, he pushed off the ground, and in an instant, they shot forward like a gust of wind. At the Gulch Basin, a herd of armored giant rhinos, about a dozen in total, was slowly making its way across the grasslands toward a small grove ahead. The lush vegetation there was their favorite, especially the tender leaves of the basin's unique trees. Only when the leaves were insufficient would they settle for grazing on the grass that blanketed the area like an endless buffet. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, racing toward them at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Sensing the threat, the herd of armored rhinos let out deep, rumbling warning calls, but the approaching figure did not stop. Instead, they accelerated. In the next moment, swish, 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 dozens of sharp sword lights sliced through the air. The massive armored rhinos had no chance to react before their lives were taken in an instant. Swish! The figure landed steadily, and behind them, the colossal beast collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Whoosh! A golden glow rose from the figure's body. Gu Shaoshang's expression brightened, a faint smile playing on his lips as he summoned his character panel. Level 50 new talent unlocked. On the character panel, apart from the other attributes remaining largely unchanged, the most notable difference was the 201-point increase in the agility stat. The other 3 attributes only saw a negligible increase of 1 point each. Gu Shaoshang's gaze shifted to the talent section. At level 50, what would the new talent be like? With some curiosity, he quickly scanned the unfamiliar talent Portable Space E. This talent granted him a portable space of 10 cubic meters, which could be opened or closed at will, allowing him to store items within it. Gu Shaoshang nodded slightly to himself. While space-related talents seemed simple, initially serving only as a storage solution, their potential would undoubtedly become more apparent as levels increased. The effects would gradually become more interesting, much like how his previous talents had evolved. Feeling quite satisfied with this new talent, Gu Shaoshang closed the character panel. Big brother Gu. At that moment, Lin Youyu came running over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. I saw your newly awakened talent. It's a spatial type talent. When it levels up to SSR, it'll definitely become even more powerful. Lin Youyu's tone was filled with anticipation. Gu Shaoshang smiled faintly and shook his head. It's hard to say for now. Maybe by then, it'll just be an infinitely large portable space. He wasn't getting his hopes up too early, lest the actual outcome fell short of expectations, leading to disappointment. That would still be amazing. Lin Youyu laughed. At least an infinitely large portable space would let you store tons of stuff. Then you wouldn't have to clear out your backpack space every time you go out. Gu Shaoshang nodded. Then after a moment of silence, he said, if there's anything you can't carry in the future, you can store it with me. Lin Youyu's smile grew even brighter. With his hands clasped behind his back, he replied smugly, all right, I won't hold back then. Today marked the final day of the regional speed competition. The top 3 spots on the leaderboard were almost set in stone. However, the rankings below them were still full of uncertainty, especially for those separated by just a few dozen or even a few points. A single successful hunt of a fierce beast could allow someone to overtake their opponent. The competition between 6th and 5th place, as well as 11th and 10th place, was particularly intense. The player in 5th place was doing everything they could to maintain their rank, while the 6th-placed competitor aimed for a last-minute comeback to secure better rewards. Similarly, contestants in lower rankings had not given up and were all pushing hard to catch up. Even those ranked beyond the top 1,000 were gritting their teeth and striving to improve, as making it into the top 1,000 would earn them a silver treasure chest as a reward. Although no one had yet discovered where the silver chests were located, every contestant continued to give it their all in pursuit of this goal. The silver treasure chest on the Novice Island has become a mystery. Many believe that only bronze chests exist there, which explains why no one has discovered their whereabouts so far. Meanwhile, the situation around the Death Desert is rapidly deteriorating. A large number of ferocious beasts are pouring out of the desert, wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Players who reacted too slowly or failed to escape in time found themselves instantly surrounded by these rampaging creatures. What's even more surprising is that once these beasts cross the boundary of the Death Desert, it's as if they've broken free from some invisible fear, boldly claiming territories in the nearby areas. Whether or not these desert beasts can adapt to the new environment has become a secondary concern. The real victims are the unlucky players trapped at their doorsteps by these creatures. The regional chat channel was in chaos all morning, flooded with cries for help. Some players were willing to pay for assistance, while others, with an entitled attitude, assumed rescue was a given. Initially, a few people criticized this sense of entitlement, but as the situation grew increasingly dire, everyone became preoccupied with their own survival and had no energy to argue with such individuals. At the same time, Gu Shaoshang had successfully leveled up to 53. His leveling speed had noticeably slowed, primarily due to the scarcity of high-level armored rhinos that could provide significant experience points. Armored rhinos below level 48 no longer yielded any experience for him, and even level 48 ones only granted a meager 1 experience point. Fortunately, the abundance of armored rhinos in the Gulch Basin was sufficient to support his leveling up to 57. With his level now at 53, his portable storage talent had also risen from a grade to grade. Although its usage remained the same, the storage capacity underwent a dramatic upgrade in impressive 10,000 cubic meters of space. Moreover, the shape of the storage could be altered at will, whether it was a perfect sphere, a cube, or an irregular format was entirely under his control. Currently, Gu Shaoshang's portable storage was stocked with numerous items, with the most significant quantity being armored rhino meat. This was because Lin Youyu's backpack grid had a stacking limit of 99 per slot, and she only had 12 backpack slots in total. After reserving 1 slot for the survival manual, she could only store 11 different types of items, meaning any excess had to be carefully prioritized. Gu Shaoshang now possessed a personal storage space, perfectly complementing Lin Youyu's backpack space. His storage space had no restrictions on the type of items it could hold, only on their total volume. This made their resource management significantly more efficient. Bulky items were stored in Lin Youyu's backpack space, while smaller items, even in large quantities, were placed in Gu Shaoshang's personal space. With a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, his space could hold a substantial amount of supplies, especially large quantities of items like armored rhinoceros meat. Around noon, being in the wilderness, the two of them prepared a simple meal by roasting some meat to fill their stomachs. After the meal, Lin Youyu quickly cleaned up the leftovers, while Gu Shaoshang began preparing for the afternoon's hunt. Thanks to their morning efforts, Gu Shaoshang had already reached level 53. For the afternoon, he set a target of advancing to level 56 or 57. Although reaching level 57 might be a stretch, he didn't feel pressured if necessary. He could continue the next day. The Gurg Basin, though vast, couldn't withstand Gu Shaoshang's relentless hunting. In just 2 days, he had wiped out more than half the population of armored rhinoceroses in the area. The remaining beasts might barely be enough to push him to level 57, but reaching level 60 would require finding other groups of fierce beasts. Fortunately, the starter island was teeming with diverse creatures, more than enough to sustain Gu Shaoshang's ongoing slaughter. Gu Shaoshang felt a tinge of regret that the 10,000 races battlefield lacked a level leaderboard, making it impossible to directly compare his level with other participants. However, based on logic, he was confident that his level was among the highest. There were 2 main reasons. First, the sheer number of fierce beasts he had slain was astonishing, as evidenced by Lin Youyu's nearly 300,000 points on the regional leaderboard. Second, Gu Shaoshang's low-grade hero aptitude actually worked to his advantage in terms of leveling Ufferos with higher aptitude, required significantly more experience to level up, which naturally slowed their progress. Of course, this so-called advantage only applied when compared to heroes with higher aptitude. When compared to other grade heroes, There was no comparison to be mad at this stage. Almost all grade heroes had been wiped out. The few who had survived by sheer luck would undoubtedly be at very low levels, as ordinary grade heroes lacked even the ability to take down same-level fierce beasts unknown, let alone level up quickly. In this brutal world, grade heroes didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. True cannon fodder needed to at least have a grade aptitude, and preferably be a grade heroes with grade talents. To put it into perspective, even Lin Youyu, an ordinary human from Blue Planet, had an aptitude equivalent to grade among heroes. A hero who couldn't even match the aptitude of their own summoner. What value could they possibly have? What use are you to anyone then? The questioning voice lingered in the air, but to Gu Shaoshang now, it posed no threat whatsoever. He was no longer the fragile existence that once needed to tread carefully to survive. Now, with 5 SSR level talents under his belt, any hero with SSR level potential could only bow before him. Even more thrilling was the imminent arrival of his 6th SSR level talent. A faint smirk played on Gu Shaoshang's lips as he recalled an old saying from Earth. Money is a man's courage. In the brutal, survival-off-thefitist world of the battlefield of myriad races, this saying was perfectly redefined as power is everything. When you possess overwhelming power, you become the embodiment of truth, and the entire world revolves around you. He couldn't help but think back to the time when he despised this harsh reality, questioning the so-called equality of all. But now, all he wanted to say was, damn, it feels good. By early afternoon, at just past 1 p.m., the last armored giant rhino fell, and Gu Shaoshang effortlessly leveled up to 54. The cost? Merely the lives of 400 to 500 armored giant rhinos, a price he considered negligible. He immediately opened his character panel, his gaze locking onto the final slot in the talent section. The originally level talent had now ascended to a level, achieving a qualitative leap. Portable space A. You possess a portable space with a capacity of 1 million cubic meters, which can be opened or closed at will. Spatial perception is enhanced, allowing for short-distance teleportation. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up. This wasn't just about the 100-fold increase in spatial capacity. The most exciting part was gaining the ability to teleport through space. Swoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished and reappeared 10 meters away. Glancing back at his original position, Gu Shaoshang muttered to himself, the range is a bit short. But that was hardly a concern. As the talent leveled up from A to S, then to SR, and eventually SSR's teleportation range would inevitably grow exponentially. When that time came, this ability would undoubtedly become even more satisfying. The changes in his abilities injected new motivation into Gu Shaoshang. All afternoon, he tirelessly trained and leveled up in the Gulch Basin. When he reached level 55, his talent advanced to grade S, and the range of his spatial teleportation experienced a qualitative leap from the original 10 meters to an impressive 50 meters. Even more astonishing was that upon reaching level 56, his talent broke through to grade SR, and the teleportation range surged to an incredible 300 meters. Such rapid growth was truly remarkable. As the sun set and dusk deepened, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu concluded their day of training and left the Gulch Basin, heading back to the wilderness in the southern part of the Novice Island. Though he hadn't reached level 57 today, he had accumulated over 2,000 experience points at level 56, and was less than 3,000 points away from leveling up. By tomorrow morning, he was certain to break through. Returning to the water curtain cave shelter, Gu Shaoshang held Lin Youyu's hand and effortlessly teleported them inside. Watching him showcase such a convenient ability, a glimmer of envy flashed in Lin Youyu's eyes. Compared to Gu Shaoshang, who gained a new talent every 10 levels with abilities that grew stronger as he leveled up, she couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate, as she only had one innate talent. Once inside the shelter, Lin Youyu asked Gu Shaoshang to retrieve and light a campfire. The warm glow of the flames quickly illuminated the entire cave. Tonight, tired of eating roasted meat, Lin Youyu decided to try something different. Earlier that day in the Gulch Basin, she had discovered a bronze treasure chest. Although it didn't yield any skill crystals or upgrade stones, she did obtain a blueprint for a solar-powered electromagnetic stove of blue quality, as well as a pair of blue quality matching shoes for couples. The equipment, named Shoes of Bond, came in 2 styles, yin and yang. Both had a base attribute of 8 agility, and the special bonus was even more enticing if the 2 wearers stayed within 10 meters of each other. They would both receive a 20 agility boost. While it couldn't compare to Gu Shaoshang's Mermaid's tier, it was still top tier among equipment of the same level. For Gu Shaoshang, who boasted 16,472 points in agility, the bonus effect of these shoes was particularly significant. The additional 20 from the Mermaid's tier already brought the total close to 20,000 points. Now, with another 20 added, it directly breaks the 20,000 mark, reaching 23,060 points. Are these stats even appropriate for a hero at just level 56? Gu Shaoshang's current maximum movement speed has skyrocketed to a stunning 2,311 meters per second. That's over 6 times, nearly 7 times the speed of sound. It's more than double the speed of the fastest fighter jet in his past life. Is this a speed humans can even achieve? It's simply unbelievable. Viewed on the battlefield of myriad races, this seems perfectly normal. In fact, this speed is only enough to show off in the novice ranks. Beyond that, speeds like this, or even faster, are a dime a dozen. Deep within the cave, a black electric stove hummed faintly on a stone table. Atop it, a steaming hot pot bubbled away, one side filled with a fiery, spicy red broth, while the other held a tangy and fragrant sour broth. Bubbles rose and burst continuously, spreading an enticing aroma throughout the cave. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu sat facing each other, their chopsticks darting back and forth between the pot and their plates. The stone table was laden with an array of dishes, the most eye-catching of which was the mountain-like pile of assorted meats. Chunks of beef from ferocious beasts glowed a deep red, mutton from wild creatures displayed fine marbling, and fish meat shimmered with a crystalline translucence. Plate after plate of meat from various beasts was stacked high, supplemented by a few plates of vibrant green vegetables and some golden flatbreads. There wasn't a single dish of offal, not out of preference, but simply because there was none to be found. Gu Shaoshang picked up a large portion of meat with his chopsticks, dropped it into the boiling pot, and kept a close eye on the seconds ticking by. 8 seconds later, he swiftly retrieved the meat, rolled it gently in a dipping sauce, and popped it into his mouth. So good, Lin Youyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Despite her mouth being full, she couldn't stop praising the food. It had been ages since she'd tasted hot pot, and she never expected to find such an authentic taste of home here on the battlefield of myriad races. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and her chopsticks moved even faster. Slow down, no one's stealing it from you. Gu Shaoshang chided her, though his hands betrayed him. In a flash, he scooped up an entire batch of freshly cooked meat from the pot and transferred it to his own plate. That was mine. Lin Youyu puffed up her cheeks in protest. But her objection was futile. Gu Shaoshang had already devoured the meat in one go, wearing a satisfied grin. Don't worry, you can have some of mine, he offered with a smile, though his chopsticks were already reaching for the next plate of raw meat. Gu Dage, you're so sneaky. You can't even cook enough for yourself. Lin Youyu huffed indignantly. She quickly joined the fray, her chopsticks darting through the pot with lightning speed in a fierce battle for the meat. Somehow, sharing the meal made the hot pot taste even better. Their playful competition added a layer of fun to the simple meal. Of course, the enhanced flavor might also have something to do with the solar-powered electric stove, which boasted a 30 increase in food deliciousness attribute. Who could say for sure? After the meal, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu sprawled unceremoniously on a newly made wooden sofa. Though hard and uncomfortable compared to a proper couch, it was still a step up from stone benches. Both were stuffed to the brim, having eaten far more than their usual portions because the food was just too good. Lin Youyu's belly was noticeably round as she lay motionless, resembling a literal dead fish. Gu Shaoshang, slightly better off, leaned back on the sofa, gently rubbing his stomach. Suddenly, Lin Youyu shot upright as if jolted by electricity, her eyes lighting up. Gu Dage, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? She asked mysteriously. Gu Shaoshang turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Start with the good news. Lin Youyu beamed. The good news is, Sister Sia just messaged me saying she found a group of high-level ferocious beasts that might have escaped from the Death Desert. And the bad news? Gu Shaoshang asked, instinctively sitting up straighter. The bad news is, that place is super far from here. We might have to move, Lin Youyu replied, her expression a mix of anticipation and resignation. Moving. When Gu Shaoshang heard this word, a surge of indescribable reluctance welled up in his heart. The water curtain cave shelter, where they had stayed for over a week, had left a deeper impression on him than the past 2 or 3 decades of his life, despite the short time. Each day had been fulfilling and meaningful, with fresh memories strung together like pearls, vividly etched in his mind. It was a stark contrast to his previous monotonous, aimless existence, where time seemed to blur and accelerate. Events from years ago felt like they had happened yesterday, not because time had truly sped up, but because the uneventful days had rendered those memories insignificant, causing his brain to filter them out as irrelevant. How far is it? Gu Shaoshang suddenly asked. What? Lin Youyu was caught off guard by the question. I mean, how far is that place from here? Gu Shaoshang clarified. In a straight line, it's probably over 1,000 kilometers. Lin Youyu replied. 1,000 kilometers, that was no small distance. Even on the earth of Gu Shaoshang's previous life, he had never attempted such a long journey. The main issue is that the route is completely unfamiliar, Lin Youyu added. We can't be sure if we'll encounter any high-level beasts along the way. The risks are significant. Gu Shaoshang nodded, but his mind was already calculating. The dangers were real, but not insurmountable. More importantly, he was on the verge of breaking through to level 57, which would bring his newly acquired talent to its peak. His current SSR-grade spatial ability allowed him to teleport up to 300 meters instantly. However, Once upgraded to SSR grade, it would likely undergo a qualitative transformation. Based on past experiences, the leap from SR to SSR often brought earth-shattering changes, as if gaining an entirely new power. If his teleportation range increased significantly, the need to relocate might even be eliminated. Lin Youyu, too, had grown attached to this sanctuary, but her greater concern was Gu Shaoshang's safety. For her, the 100 daily resurrection opportunities were more than sufficient, but Gu Shaoshang only had one life. The 1,000-kilometer journey was fraught with countless unknown dangers, and the thought of him risking his life was something she could hardly bear. Gu Shaoshang's suggestion made Lin Youyu think carefully before nodding in agreement. Indeed, there was no need to rush the move, as it was a task for tomorrow anyway. Leaning against the stone wall of the cave, she said softly, "We definitely can't move tonight. Let's leave everything for tomorrow." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "And don't forget, midnight tonight is when the regional speed race results are finalized. I still have a first-place reward to claim." Thinking about the legendary champion's chest, Lin Youyu couldn't help rubbing her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Who knows what amazing treasures could be inside that legendary chest? Just the name alone screams high-end. She curled her lips. It's probably leagues better than those lowly bronze chests. The atmosphere in the cave grew more lively as midnight approached. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu moved the sofa closer to the campfire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the cave walls as the two sat side by side, quietly waiting for time to pass. Lin Youyu opened the regional chat channel, her fingers deftly gliding across the glowing screen. She responded to messages where she was tagged while chatting with Wang Xia. Gu Shaoshang, on the other hand, kept things simple, armed with a novel in one hand and a pot of hot tea by his side. He was content to spend the night in peace. The chat channel buzzed with activity as messages scrolled rapidly. "I'm so nervous. I wonder what kind of loot the silver chest will have. Silver chests should be one tier above bronze chests, right? I heard bronze chests can yield blue quality gear and some crafting blueprints. Based on that, silver chests might drop purple quality gear or better stuff, right? Can someone show us a piece of blue quality gear? Just to see what it's like." "That's easy, I have one. Let me show you." "Whoa, you're a pro? Wait, didn't I argue with you a few days ago?" "Haha, relax, I'm no pro. Just got lucky and found a bronze chest." "This is blue gear? Looks kinda average, to be honest." Seeing someone tag her, Lin Youyu replied, "Blue gear can be divided into standard blue gear and top-tier blue gear. It all depends on the equipment's attributes. The gear that guy showed earlier is just standard blue gear with basic attributes." "Whoa, it's Lin Youyu, the legend herself. Congrats in advance on securing first place." "Congrats, boss. Hoping to soak up some of your good luck." "Same here. By the way, Lin Youyu, do you have any top-tier blue gear?" Lin Youyu's lips curved into a slight smile as she replied, "Yes, I do. Let me put it on display for you all. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. Ugh, I was broke back on Earth, and now I'm broke in this multiverse battlefield too. Feels like the universe is out to get me." "Bro, you're overthinking it. The universe probably doesn't even notice you." "Haha, too real, bro." As soon as Lin Youyu listed the gear, the chat channel exploded with excitement. "OMG, is this what top-tier blue gear looks like? It has two attributes." Lin Youyu explained with a smile. "That's why it's called top tier. The extra attribute makes it exceptional. It can make you invisible. That's like having an invisibility skill. And it restores health too? This gear is insane. Another day of being envious of the pros." Lin Youyu humbly replied, "Haha, it's decent. But Brother Gu has an even better piece of equipment than this." "Brother Gu? Wait, are you saying Lin Youyu already has someone special?" Heartbroken again. "I can't believe our legend has a boyfriend. Who is it? Who stole our idol from us?" "Gu, whoever you are. I, Zhang San, will never forgive you." Fiora, unable to hold back, jumped in to retort. "Are you guys dumb? Clearly, the Brother Gu Lin Youyu mentioned is her starting hero. What are you even thinking? Is your brain filled with nonsense? Thank goodness, I still have a chance." "Seriously, dude?" A crisp laugh echoed from the cave. Lin Youyu was holding a communicator, laughing so hard at the chat channel's content that she was nearly doubled over. Gu Shaoshang, who had been engrossed in reading a novel, was drawn to her laughter and turned to look at her. "What's so funny? It's the people in the chat channel. They're hilarious." Lin Youyu giggled as she scooted closer to Gu Shaoshang, eventually leaning directly against him. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. "The sofa's too hard. Being next to you is much more comfortable, Brother Gu." Gu Shaoshang glanced at her and said nothing. Instead, he simply picked her up and placed her on his lap. "Is this better?" he asked with a faint smile. Much, much better." Lin Yuyu's ears instantly turned red, as though they might start steaming at any moment. "All right, don't move around too much. Don't disturb me while I'm reading," Gu Shaoshang said softly. Lin Youyu nodded obediently, curling up in his arms. Every so often, she would sneak a glance at him, only to quickly lower her head again, like a child caught doing something mischievous. It took a while before her heartbeat finally calmed down. Watching Gu Shaoshang engrossed in his book, she couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. This oblivious man. Did he think she was just a cushion? Gu Shaoshang picked up his empty teacup and poured himself another cup of tea. As he did, he noticed Lin Youyu fiddling with the hem of his shirt, but he didn't give it much thought and returned his attention to the increasingly captivating novel. After playing with his shirt for a while, Lin Youyu reopened the chat channel. That's when she noticed two messages from Wang Xie. Xiaoyu, are you guys coming over tomorrow? Xiaoyu, did you fall asleep? She quickly replied, no, I was busy with something and didn't see your messages. Wang Xie responded with a simple, oh. To someone unfamiliar with her, it might have seemed like she was upset, but Lin Youyu knew this was just her way of responding when she didn't know how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, within a magical barrier, a 3-story wooden house stood quietly. Yu Linglong sat idly at an outdoor table, resting her chin in one hand as she kept checking the time. It was only 11 p.m., with nearly an hour left until midnight. I told you, you can take a nap. I'll wake you when it's time, said Carl, the orc swordsman sitting across from her, as he methodically polished his weapon. No way. I have to claim this reward the moment it's available, Yu Linglong stubbornly said. This is the result of my hard work over the past 7 days. It wasn't easy to get. Her tone carried a hint of pride, but she quickly added with a touch of disappointment. Too bad it's not first place. Hearing this, Yu Linglong immediately shot a resentful look at Carl. The topic of first place was like a thorn in her heart, leaving her feeling uneasy. It was because of this competition for first place that she now hesitated to even speak in the chat channel, constantly feeling like a fool. What made it even more frustrating was that not only did she fail to surpass Lin Youyu, but she also couldn't outperform Wang Xie, ultimately settling for third place. However, Yu Linglong was no longer angry about it. She had already vented her frustrations and come to terms with the outcome. She consoled herself, saying, third place is fine. After all, the rewards are the same. Even so, she couldn't help but wonder aloud. I really want to know what's inside the legendary champion treasure chest for first place. Just the name alone sounds so amazing. Time ticked by, and the countdown to midnight grew closer. At this moment, the most excited were undoubtedly the players ranked in the top 1,000 on the speed leaderboard, while others, who didn't make it into the rankings, had either gone to bed or were staying up late, eagerly waiting for the results to be revealed. At exactly midnight, a notification sound echoed in the ears of all Blue Planet humans on the Novice Island. Ding! The regional speed competition has officially ended. The regional leaderboard was immediately locked, and the scores were frozen. The system began distributing rewards in sequence. First, the prizes for ranks 101 to 1,000 were handed out. A silver treasure chest radiating a silvery glow appeared before these 900 players. The winners were ecstatic, with some clutching their chests tightly, and a few even kissed them repeatedly in excitement. Next came the rewards for ranks 11 to 100. Each of these 90 players received 2 silver treasure chests. Many eagerly anticipated opening them, hoping for a top-tier purple-grade item, even though no one had managed to find anything comparable to the exceptional blue-grade gear Lin Youyu had previously shown off. Finally, it was time for the players ranked 6th to 10th. Their rewards were noticeably more prestigious. Each received a golden progress treasure chest along with a purple-grade, promising future title. Compared to the earlier rewards, this tier was clearly a significant leap in value. The system notification sounded, and the 5 winners eagerly checked out the newly acquired purple tier title. The attributes of the title, promising potential, were clearly displayed on their character panels. All stats 10, experience gain 20. Although the percentage bonuses might seem insignificant in the early stages, everyone understood that in the late game, this 10 boost to all stats could easily translate into tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of additional stat points. The 20 experience boost would also significantly accelerate their leveling progress. While they were analyzing the title's attributes, the notification for the second round of rewards echoed. At that moment, Yu Linglong, hiding within a magical barrier, and Wang Xie, concealed in an underground cave, both held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth, and a chest seemingly crafted from diamonds materialized in front of the 4 players. Simultaneously, a golden tier title, above all, descended. Although this title was not visible under normal circumstances, it was clearly displayed in the chat channel and on character panels. The attributes of the golden title immediately captured everyone's attention. All stats 30, experience gain 50, and an additional 10 damage reduction. These enhancements far surpassed those of the purple tier title, especially the 10 damage reduction, which could be a life-saving factor in critical moments. The chat channel quickly became lively. Promising potential. Shun Xiong. Check out the title's effects. Promising potential. Augusta, haha. I love this title. Amazing. Above all. Zhou Cheng. How's the effect of my title? Above all. Zhang Yuanqi, haha. Almost ended up with just a purple title. Glad I wasn't edged out. Promising potential. Angela. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. Zhang Yuanqi replied cheerfully. Alright. Next time I'll give you a chance to defeat me. Other players joined the chatter in the channel, curiously asking about Yu Linglong and Wang Xie's situations. Finally, Yu Linglong couldn't hold back and responded in the chat. Me? Embarrassed? You must be joking. He'll admit defeat this time, but next time, I won't lose. A true legend. The indomitable spirit of a champion, something we should all aspire to. The chatroom was flooded with this message, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere. While everyone was still engrossed in their discussions, a new message suddenly popped up, drawing everyone's attention to it. Already making waves? On the screen, Wang Xie's name appeared highlighted in the chat box. The very figure who had been the center of heated discussions had finally made an appearance in the chat channel. Above all others, Wang Xie. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Xie. Caught live in action, the legendary Wang Xie. By the way, has Wang Xie ever shown up in the chat before? Feels like I've never seen them here. No doubt about it, this is Wang Xie's first appearance. As messages poured in, the chatroom buzzed with excitement, the noise echoing through the entire channel. Amid this lively discussion, another name quietly surfaced: Lin Youyu. Of all the top 10 players on the speedrun leaderboard, Lin Youyu is the least mysterious. You can almost always spot them in the chat channel. You don't get it. That's called being relatable, okay? Lin Youyu, the ultimate people's champion and chatroom enthusiast. Huh. On the other side of the screen, Lin Youyu smirked unapologetically, her mischievous demeanor showing she was well accustomed to the light-hearted banter. Spot on, my friend. Lin Youyu, next time, I won't lose to you. Yu Linglong's comment sparked another wave of laughter. All right, give it your best. I'm rooting for you. Lin Youyu replied nonchalantly, her tone carrying a playful edge. In that moment, the chatroom erupted in even more laughter. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong seemed flustered, her emotions barely contained after Lin Youyu's teasing response. But behind all the commotion, Lin Youyu was nestled in a mountain cave, leaning against Gu Shaoshang, a sly grin on her face. She had just claimed the first-place reward in her regional speedrun competition. The legendary title that came with it filled her eyes with pride and excitement. The first in regional speedrun. That glittering title had practically become her new identity. The buffs from the title were nothing short of astonishing. 100 to all attributes, 200 experience gain, 30 damage reduction, bypassing 30 of damage reduction, and 100 critical hit damage. These boosts elevated her combat power to an entirely new level, as if she were divinely empowered. This is what you'd expect from a legendary title. Lin Yuyu's eyes sparkled with delight. These stats are leagues above those other golden titles. She calculated silently. This was just the title's effect. There was still a legendary champion's treasure chest waiting to be opened. Who knew what rare equipment or skill crystals it might contain? Her anticipation was evident, and she could hardly contain her excitement. To her, the legendary title was merely the tip of the iceberg. The unopened treasure chest held even greater promise, and she couldn't wait to uncover more powerful items. The buffs from the legendary title alone had completely reshaped her combat approach. From the experience boost to damage reduction, and even the ability to bypass damage reduction, each enhancement seamlessly complemented her battle strategy. The increase in critical hit damage, in particular, made her offensive power truly terrifying. Who knows how much legendary gear could be in that champion's chest? Lin Youyu smiled, her gaze resolute. This is a good start. She knew that as long as she kept pushing forward, even greater rewards would be within her reach. I'm really curious, what attributes do the titles of the top players have? A message in the regional chat channel sparked a heated discussion, with text scrolling rapidly across the screen. Same here. Any top players willing to share? The ID Great Potential. Augusta popped up in the chat box. Huh? I can't tell you that. Maybe you can find out for yourselves in the next regional speed race if you earn the title then. Yeah, next time, I'm definitely making it into the top 10, a player declared confidently. Bro, if you don't mind me asking, what was your rank this time? Someone inquired curiously. Not too far back, within the top million. Specifically, 999,703. LOL. The chat channel was instantly flooded with laughter. Within the top million? With that rank, where does your confidence even come from? I placed over 1300th and I wouldn't dare say I'll make top 10 next time. My goal for now is just breaking into the top 1000. 1300th is already impressive. Are you running a double B setup? Yeah, double B. But there are so many players with similar strength. The competition is fierce. Envy you. I'm only running double C. The topic suddenly shifted. By the way, have you opened your chest yet, top players? Care to share what goodies you got? Yeah. I got so distracted by the titles, I almost forgot about the chests. Lin Youyu, hey champ. What did you get from your legendary champion chest? Regional speed race champion. Lin Youyu replied, haven't opened it yet. Waiting for others to open theirs first. You guys go ahead. My silver chest is already open. Just got one guaranteed purple quality gear and the rest were basic materials. Is my luck bad or what? Yeah, buddy, that's rough. My silver chest also gave me one purple gear, but I got two blue ones too. Thought my luck was average. but now it doesn't seem so bad. Me? Me. I got 2 purple gears. Whoa, lucky draw much. 2 purples, and you're calling it luck? I got 3 purple gears. What does that make me? Wait, are you serious? Why would I lie? My name's on the leaderboard. Go check for yourself. Checked it. Rank 87. Those must come from 2 silver chests, right? Yep. Did I say they were from just 1? The regional chat channel was abuzz with excitement as players eagerly discussed the loot pulled from treasure chests by the lucky ones on the leaderboard. Some even listed their purple quality equipment on the trading market, showcasing detailed stats and drawing envy from countless players who hadn't made the leaderboard. Lin Youyu sent a private message to a player named Wang Xia. Sister Xia, have you opened your chest yet? Wang Xia replied. Not yet, but I'm about to. Let me know what you get after you open it. He'll tell you what I get too. Sure thing. Deep inside a shadowy underground cavern, Wang Xia closed the chat channel and turned her attention to the diamond prestige chest glowing faintly before her. Kiki, I'm going to open it now, she said, looking at the small cat perched on the table. Kiki let out a soft meow and nodded at her, as if offering encouragement. Taking a deep breath, her face filled with both anticipation and nervousness, Wang Xia reached out with both hands and lifted the lid of the chest. In an instant, brilliant light burst forth from the chest, illuminating the dim cavern. A series of system notification sounds chimed in her ears, ding, 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 causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Meow. Kiki, still crouched on the table, curiously leaned forward, her bright blue eyes fixated on the dazzling chest, as though she too was eager to see the treasures hidden inside. Coco leaped onto Wang Xia's lap, letting out an excited meow. Her tiny paws gently clutched Wang Xia's clothes, as if eagerly anticipating what she was about to say. Wang Xia squinted her eyes, her smile curving into crescent moons, and said mysteriously, I've got 2 amazing pieces of gear. But, Coco, you can't use them. Meow? What quality are they? Coco asked curiously, her tail swishing as though trying to glean more information. Wang Xia happily replied, they're gold quality gear. And there's even a gold quality blueprint. Her voice was brimming with pride. Meow? Yes, I think I'm amazing too. Meow meow. That's right, and you deserve some credit for it as well. Wang Xia said softly, stroking Coco's tiny head while laughing gently. Then, remembering their previous agreement, she sent her spoils to Lin Youyu. On the other side of the cave, Lin Youyu was preparing to open the legendary champion treasure chest in front of her. Her hands rested steadily on the top of the chest, her eyes shining with anticipation. Brother Gu, are you sure you don't want to join in? She turned to Gu Shaoshang behind her, a relaxed smile on her face. Gu Shaoshang shook his head slightly, declining her offer. No need, go ahead, he said calmly. He was well aware of his own luck and never participated in such activities lightly. As for Lin Youyu's fortune, he knew she was extraordinarily lucky. When it came to opening treasure chests, he always refrained from interfering, fearing he might inadvertently diminish her good fortune. Lin Youyu felt a surge of excitement welling up inside her, but her lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. All right then, I'm opening it now. Her voice was filled with excitement. Go ahead, Gu Shaoshang replied with a gentle nod. Taking a deep breath, Lin Youyu firmly pressed the glowing golden button at the center of the chest. With a crisp click, the lid of the chest began to slowly open amidst a dazzling light. In the brilliance, it seemed as though a grand scene unfolded before their eyes, with the sound of clashing blades and the thunder of warhorses echoing faintly in their ears. However, these illusions vanished in an instant, leaving only the fully opened chest before them. Ding! A series of notification chimes rang in Lin Youyu's ears as radiant treasures flew out of the chest, scattering across the table in an instant. You have obtained Fearless Blade Legendary. You have obtained Fearless Armor Legendary. You have obtained Phantom Ring Legendary. You have obtained Blueprint Shadow of Death Legendary. You have obtained Skill Crystal Gold. You have obtained Skill Crystal Orange. You have obtained Skill Upgrade Stone Gift Box. You have obtained Champion-Specific Reward Second Talent Crystal. 8 shimmering notifications flooded into Lin Youyu's ears almost simultaneously. The light from the chest illuminated the entire cave as if it were daylight. She could hardly believe her eyes. 4 legendary items. 3 pieces of equipment, 1 blueprint, and 2 skill crystals, 1 gold and 1 orange in quality. Most astonishing of all, she also received a champion-specific reward. Wow, for legendary items. I'm unbelievably lucky, Lin Youyu exclaimed, her voice filled with unprecedented excitement and surprise. She realized that the surprises from this chest far exceeded her expectations. After all, according to the rules, the chest's minimum guarantee was 1 legendary item, and getting 2 would already be considered extremely lucky. She never imagined she could open 4 all at once. A dazzling, multicolored crystal suddenly flew into Lin Youyu's hand, its translucent surface reflecting brilliant rays of light. Gu Shaoshang gazed at the beautiful crystal, his brows slightly furrowing. Though he couldn't hear the system notification, Lin Youyu could. The spoils laid out on the table were perfectly clear to him: 3 boxes of varying sizes, several pieces of extraordinary legendary equipment, and a few blueprints. Lin Yoyu's hand trembled slightly, her eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Brother Gu, you'll never guess what this is. Then just tell me, Gu Shaoshang replied, not bothering to guess. This is a second talent crystal, Lin Youyu exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. A second talent crystal? Gu Shaoshang was taken aback. Though he had never seen such an item before and had no idea that such a treasure existed in the battlefield of 10,000 races, the name alone hinted at its purpose. It can awaken a second talent in someone? Lin Youyu nodded vigorously. Exactly. According to the description, it can awaken a second talent ability for the user. However, there's a limitation: the newly awakened talent will always be 1 level lower than the first talent, except for Frank, since that's the lowest rank already. She went on to explain, for people with lower rank talents, its value isn't that high. For instance, if someone with a crank talent uses it, they'd at most awaken a drank talent. But for Lin Youyu, the situation was entirely different. Her first talent was the highest grade, SSR, which meant that using the crystal could potentially awaken an SR grade talent. Then what are you waiting for? Use it and see, Gu Shaoshang urged. But Lin Youyu hesitated. She had originally planned to give the crystal to Gu Shaoshang. After all, it was thanks to his help that they had managed to secure first place in the regional speed competition. If she had been on her own, even with her life-saving talent, winning first place would have been next to impossible. Don't overthink it, Gu Shaoshang said, seeing through her thoughts. For me, gaining an extra talent doesn't make much of a difference. It's like leveling up 10 levels early at most. But for you, this is a treasure that could change your fate. While he was deeply moved by Lin Youyu's willingness to give him such a precious item, he knew that the crystal would be of far greater value if used by her. As Gu Shaoshang mentioned, having 1 extra talent is merely equivalent to leveling up 10 levels in advance. The difference isn't that significant. But what about Lin Youyu? She doesn't possess Gu Shaoshang's extraordinary ability to continuously acquire new talents, let alone upgrade them all to SSR level. Go ahead and use it quickly. Let's see what kind of talent you can awaken, Gu Shaoshang urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hearing this, Lin Youyu nodded firmly, took a deep breath, and then gripped the second talent crystal tightly in her hand. The next moment, crack. The crystal shattered instantly in her palm, transforming into multicolored specks of light that enveloped Lin Youyu entirely. The glowing particles flowed around her like a stream of light, reflecting her expression of surprise and anticipation. Gu Shaoshang stepped back to quietly observe this miraculous scene. The phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before fading away. Lin Youyu eagerly summoned her character interface, her eyes locking onto the talents section. To her delight, the single talent slot now displayed a brand new talent. Lin Youyu. Title: Champion of Regional Speed Race. Legendary level, 55. Experience, 10775500. Health, 45004500. Mana, 4660460. Strength, 4560. Constitution, 450. Agility, 45,020. Spirit, 466. Free attribute points, 108. Physical defense, 450. Elemental resistance, 466. Attack speed, 3.25 seconds 20. Maximum movement speed, 27.5 milliseconds 20. Experience bonus, 200. Critical hit rate, 250. Damage reduction, 30. Ignored damage reduction, 30. Talent abilities. Undying Body, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Undying Body SSR. You have 100 chances to resurrect every day. Go ahead, young lady, and take risks. Bloodthirsty Berserker SR. Permanently increases strength by 1,000. When health drops to thresholds of 50, 30, 10, or 1, damage increases by 100, 200, 300, and 500, respectively, and attacks ignore defense. When health is reduced to 0, you enter a 60-second Bloodthirsty Berserker state. In this state, attack damage increases by 1,000, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits, and all damage dealt becomes true damage. Skills, none. Hero units, none. Swordmaster rank, F. With Lin You's extraordinary luck, awakening an SR-level talent from the second talent crystal wasn't particularly surprising. However, the effects of this talent truly amazed her. The tenfold strength boost alone was already impressive, but that was just the most basic feature of the talent. What truly left Lin Youyu in awe were the additional effects. The escalating damage as health decreases, and especially the 60-second Bloodthirsty Berserker state triggered upon health depletion, made her feel as though this talent was tailor-made for her. Particularly the latter health depletion essentially means death. Yet, this Bloodthirsty Berserker talent allows her to continue fighting for 60 seconds after death, during which her power skyrockets. Tenfold damage increase. Guaranteed critical hits. And to top it off, all attacks deal true damage. If it weren't for the activation condition requiring her health to be completely depleted, this talent would undoubtedly qualify as SSR level. But what a coincidence, Lin Youyu's first talent happens to be one that grants her the ability to resurrect. And not just once, but 100 times a day. In other words, while others can only use the bloodthirsty berserker state once in a lifetime, Lin Youyu can activate it up to 100 times a day. One is a once-in-a-lifetime event, while the other happens 100 times a day. The difference is like night and day. Lin Youyu looked at her attribute panel, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. What was originally designed as a self-sacrificing berserk mode to take down enemies had now become a regular skill she could use at will. This combination directly elevated the SR-level bloodthirsty berserker talent to an SSR-level standard. People often say that when the right talents complement each other, they create an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. This theory was perfectly validated in Lin Youyu's case. Her face radiated uncontainable joy, a sight that Gu Shaoshang, standing nearby, noticed completely. "So how is it?" Gu Shaoshang asked, observing Lin Youyu's excited expression. He had already guessed she must have awakened a rather extraordinary SR-level talent. "Good age." Lin Youyu turned at the sound of his voice, immediately grabbing onto Gu Shaoshang's arm in excitement. "You'll never guess what kind of talent I awakened. It's like it was tailor-made just for me." "Really? Then it must be a pretty incredible talent." Gu Shaoshang smiled warmly, genuinely happy for her. Incredible doesn't even begin to describe it. Lin Youyu's eyes sparkled. "It's super amazing." Seeing her so thrilled, Gu Shaoshang's curiosity was completely piqued. What kind of talent could possibly make Lin Youyu this excited? "Good age, look." Before Gu Shaoshang could even ask, Lin Youyu eagerly shared her character panel information with him. Gu Shaoshang's attention was immediately drawn to the anomaly in her attributes. The first thing he noticed was the disproportionate strength stat 4560 points, an absurdly high value compared to her other attributes. Anyone would spot this irregularity at a glance. Then, his eyes landed on Lin Youyu's bloodthirsty berserker talent. After reading through the detailed description, he instantly understood why Lin Youyu was so ecstatic. "This talent is absolutely perfect for you," Gu Shaoshang said sincerely. One was a powerful state that could only be triggered upon death, and the other was an SSR-level talent, granting 100 resurrection opportunities per day. If this wasn't a perfect match, what was? Night? "I think so too." Lin Youyu beamed with delight, her eyes curving into crescent moons. At that moment, Lin Youyu suddenly remembered her earlier agreement with Wang Xie. She quickly opened the chat channel, and sure enough, Wang Xie had already sent 2 messages. "Xiaoyu, I opened 2 pieces of gold quality equipment from the treasure chest, along with a gold quality equipment blueprint. Unfortunately, it requires way too many materials I've never even heard of, so I can't craft it for now. Oh, and I also got an orange quality skill crystal, but I have no idea what skill it contains. Have you opened your treasure chest yet? Sister Xia has such good luck." Lin Youyu felt genuinely happy for Wang Xie upon seeing that she had obtained 3 gold quality items. She quickly typed back her reply. "Sister Xia, your luck is amazing. I've already opened my treasure chest, and I got 3 legendary level pieces of equipment. I also got a legendary equipment crafting blueprint. But like you, I don't have the materials to make it right now. As for skill crystals, I got 2 1 gold and 1 orange. Plus, I got a skill upgrade stone gift box. Oh, and I also received a special champion's reward. Want to take a guess what it is?" Wang Xie glanced at the message Lin Youyu had sent, and a faint sense of envy stirred in her heart. As someone with a quiet personality who enjoyed solitude, her emotions seldom fluctuated much. However, ever since Kiki came into her life, this little cat had become an indispensable part of her world, far more significant than a mere summoned hero. "Kiki, can you guess what the reward is?" Wang Xie gently poked Kiki's tiny head. "Meow." Kiki let out a lazy sound. "You don't like guessing either, huh?" Wang Xie smiled knowingly. "All right, let's just ask directly." She quickly sent a message to Lin Youyu. "Forget it, I don't like guessing games." Lin Youyu wasted no time revealing the answer. "It's a second talent crystal. Once you use it, you'll gain a second talent." "That's amazing. Haha, isn't it?" "Yeah. Did you already use it, Xiaoyu?" "Of course. I used it right away, and I awakened an SR level talent. It's super powerful." "That's awesome." Lin Youyu turned to look at Gu Shaoshang, who was sitting nearby, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Brother Gu, even Sister Xia is envious of me. You told her about your talent?" Gu Shaoshang asked. "Yep, I think Sister Xia is a really nice person. It should be fine to tell her." Gu Shaoshang had no objections to this. In his view, Lin Youyu was mature enough to handle such matters wisely. Besides, Wang Xie was straightforward and discreet, making her a suitable friend. Most importantly, he trusted Lin Youyu's judgment. She might share some of her little secrets, but she'd never reveal anything about him, not even to her own parents. After finishing her conversation with Wang Xie, Lin Youyu's attention shifted to the loot on the table. 3 pieces of legendary equipment, a weapon, a suit of armor, and a ring. She barely glanced at them before decisively pushing the weapon and armor toward Gu Shaoshang. "Brother Gu, these are for you," she said earnestly. Gu Shaoshang nodded and accepted the two legendary items without hesitation. Gu Shaoshang gazed at the two pieces of equipment before him, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. It was his first time seeing legendary-grade gear in person, and they appeared to be part of the same set: the Fearless Blade and the Fearless Armor. The golden longsword, Fearless Blade, shimmered with dazzling brilliance, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Its counterpart, the Fearless Armor, was entirely jet black, emanating a sense of weight and power. As legendary equipment, both pieces came with the standard 5 legendary attributes. However, the Fearless Armor stood out, boasting 6 legendary attributes, making it an exceptional masterpiece. Yet, Gu Shaoshang didn't rush to equip them. Slowly, he drew the black-sheathed long sword at his waist, gently pressing its blade against the Fearless Blade. In an instant, a strange phenomenon unfolded. The previously unremarkable black-sheathed longsword suddenly burst into a radiant glow, while the legendary Fearless Blade emitted a mournful, piercing cry, as though wailing in agony. The scene was uncanny. A mere blue-quality black-sheathed longsword was devouring a legendary-grade sword of far superior quality. The devouring process was astonishingly smooth, concluding in just 1 minute. The Fearless Blade on the table disintegrated into a pile of dull gray fragments, its essence fully absorbed into the black-sheathed longsword. Gu Shaoshang immediately examined the updated attributes of the sword. Nameless longsword. Quality, legendary. Base attributes. Strength, 700. Agility, 300. Special attributes. 1-5. Critical damage to vital points 100 each. This is insanely powerful. Gu Shaoshang muttered to himself in amazement. 5 100 bonuses to vital point critical damage, totaling a 500 increase in critical damage. This far surpassed the original attributes of the Fearless Blade. With this sword equipped, his critical damage to vital points skyrocketed to 650. In comparison, the additional 700 strength and 300 agility seemed almost negligible. After all, his agility had already surpassed 10,000, and an extra 300 points barely made a difference. More importantly, his SSR-rated talent, Divine Speed, allowed him to convert 30 of his agility into physical attack power. With his agility now exceeding 16,000, coupled with the 20 all-attribute boost from his equipment, that 30 translated to over 6,000 points of additional strength. This doesn't even account for the additional 20 agility bonus, so 700 points really isn't much in comparison. Gu Shaoshang's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the astonishing outcome of the Wushao longsword devouring the Fearless Blade. His anticipation for the upcoming upgrade of the Nameless Swordsman robe grew even stronger. He was well aware that the Fearless Armor was a top-tier legendary armor, boasting 6 legendary attributes. Its effects far outmatched those of the Fearless Blade by a significant margin. After devouring it, will the Nameless Swordsman robe inherit or even surpass the attributes of this Fearless Armor? Gu Shaoshang wondered to himself, then decisively initiated the devouring process. In the next moment, the Fearless Armor on the table was completely enveloped in a dazzling light. At the same time, the simple white robe Gu Shaoshang was wearing began to undergo subtle changes. The originally plain robe gradually transformed into a more ornate design. Much like how the Wushao longsword evolved after devouring the Fearless Blade, the scabbard turned into a dark golden hue, with vivid dragon patterns shimmering across its surface, exuding an air of prestige. A minute later, the devouring process was complete. All that remained of the Fearless Armor on the table was a pile of dull, lifeless fragments, while the Nameless Swordsman robe on Gu Shaoshang had become noticeably more exquisite. The once pure white fabric was now adorned with intricate silver patterns, and a small cape had been added to the design on the right side of the back. The overall impression was that the designer had truly put thought and effort into every detail. However, the cosmetic changes were secondary. What Gu Shaoshang truly cared about were the changes in its attributes. It better not end up being weaker than the original Fearless Armor, he muttered to himself, immediately checking the newly evolved attributes of the Nameless Swordsman robe. Nameless Swordsman robe. Quality, legendary. Constitution, 700. Spirit, 300. Attribute I, damage reduction 30. Attribute 2, damage reduction 30. Attribute 3, damage reduction 30. Attribute 4, damage reduction 30. Attribute V, all attributes 100. Attribute 6, all attributes 100. Wow! Gu Shaoshang's eyes widened in disbelief. These attribute bonuses were even more outrageous than those of the Nameless Longsword. For attributes offering 30 damage reduction each, amounting to a staggering 120 total damage reduction. This meant that unless an attacker had an ability to ignore damage reduction, their attacks would essentially deal no damage to him. And then there were the 2 attributes that added 100 to all stats, resulting in a total of 200 all attribute enhancement. Gu Shaoshang's already absurdly high agility stat now skyrocketed to an entirely new level. Among his peers, which hero could even come close to matching his agility? It was as if he had left everyone else in the dust, giving them no chance to compete. Not bad at all. At that moment, Gu Shaoshang's lips curled into a grin that could rival the recoil of an AK rifle was impossible to suppress. Who could possibly understand the elation he was feeling right now? These equipment attributes, Gu bro, are you sure you're not cheating? Even Lin Youyu couldn't help but tease after seeing the attributes of the two pieces of equipment. It was incredibly rare to encounter such repeated and stacked attributes of the same type. To put things into perspective, the original Fearless Blade only had 2 critical strike 100 attributes. The other 3 attributes were entirely distinct, and their overall effect was nowhere near as powerful as the current sword. Similarly, while the Fearless Armor was slightly better than the Fearless Blade, with 330 damage reduction attributes, it still paled in comparison to the Nameless Swordsman robe. The difference was almost as if they weren't even in the same league. These attributes are so good. It's like they were manually edited with a cheat tool. No wonder Lin Youyu suspected that Gu Shaoshang might have been using hacks. It's impossible to just rely on luck, Gu Shaoshang said with a light chuckle, his gaze falling on the ring in Lin Youyu's hand, which shimmered with an unusual glow. How's the ring's attributes? Definitely not as good as your 2 pieces, brother Gu, but it's still a top-tier item. Lin Youyu replied with a smile, displaying the ring's attributes for Gu Shaoshang to see. The attributes of the Phantom Ring immediately appeared before them. Quality, Legendary. Attribute I, Agility 700, Spirit 300. Attribute 2, Damage Reduction 30. Attribute 3, Ignored Damage Reduction 30. Attribute 4, All Stats 100. Attribute V, when taking fatal damage, leave a phantom at the spot to take the hit while the wearer is randomly teleported to a nearby safe area cooldown, 10 minutes. Attribute 6, can create up to 100 phantom clones dealing 10 of the wearer's damage to attack targets. The wearer can switch places with any phantom at any time cooldown, 10 minutes. Impressive, Gu Shaoshang said as he examined the attributes closely. No wonder it's called the Phantom Ring. Both phantom-related effects are quite powerful, great for survival, and versatile for both offense and defense. The cooldown is a bit long, though. Still, with 6 legendary attributes, it definitely lives up to its reputation as a top-tier item. I think so too, Lin Youyu replied cheerfully, picking up a blueprint for legendary equipment in front of him. The blueprint read, Shadow of Death. Quality, Legendary. Note, requires a legendary crafting station to create. Can't use it yet. It says we need something called a legendary crafting station, Lin Youyu said, shaking his head. Then just hold on to it for now. We'll deal with it later, Gu Shaoshang replied. For the current stage of the Blue Planet's humanity, crafting legendary equipment was still far out of reach. The legendary items they had were merely rewards from event treasure chests. Such high-level gear was intended to be encountered only after leaving the beginner's island, not something prepared for newcomers. But events could be exceptions, especially since only the first-place team in the regional speed competition had a chance to obtain such rewards. Without extraordinary luck like Lin Youyu's, each beginner's island might only have 1 or 2 legendary items at most. Let's check out the skill crystals, Gu Shaoshang suggested. Lin Youyu brought 2 small boxes in front of him and opened them. Inside were 2 skill crystals obtained from the legendary champion chest, one of golden quality, radiating a dazzling golden light as if made of pure gold, and the other of orange quality, with a mesmerizing orange glow flickering within. Skill crystal, Purgatory/gold quality description. Upon use, grants the gold grade skill Purgatory/. Skill crystal, Heaven and Earth coexist orange quality description. Upon use, grants the orange grade skill Heaven and Earth coexist. These 2 skill crystals were actually special crystals that could grant specific skills. Lin Youyu had initially thought she would need to rely on luck to get what she wanted, but now it seemed unnecessary. She turned to Gu Shaoshang, smiled, and handed him the Purgatory/skill crystal, while she kept the Heaven and Earth coexist crystal for herself. Heaven and Earth coexisted sounded like a skill designed for mutual destruction. It was perfect for her. Gu Shaoshang didn't say much. He simply reached out, took the skill crystal, and used it without hesitation. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Purgatory/. Lin Youyu followed suit, using the skill crystal in her hand. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Heaven and Earth coexist. Gu Shaoshang checked his character panel and located the details of his newly acquired skill. Purgatory/gold LV.1. Consumes 1000 mana to unleash a slash that deals physical attack power 500 damage. The maximum range of the slash is Spirit 200 meters. Includes a critical strike effect and increases pain sensitivity by 1000. This skill truly lived up to its gold grade status. Even at level 1, it could deliver 5 times the damage. Gu Shaoshang could imagine that if this skill were maxed out, its damage output would be nothing short of devastating. However, the critical strike effect seemed somewhat redundant for him. After all, his enemies were often defeated in a single blow before they even had a chance to react, rendering the critical strike effect unnecessary. Nevertheless, this skill was undoubtedly a significant boost to his already formidable damage capabilities. The only downside, Gu Shaoshang realized with some regret, was that he didn't currently have a suitable target to test the skill's power on. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu was smiling gleefully as she examined her skill panel. Her face radiated satisfaction and pride. Heaven and Earth Coexist Orange LV.1 consumes 300 mana to activate the Heaven and Earth Coexist state. While active, each attack reduces the user's maximum health by 1 and inflicts additional damage equal to 50 of the user's lost health on the target. Note, the Heaven and Earth Coexist state can be cancelled at any time. Seeing her so delighted, Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but tease her. Your smiling so happily looks like this skill suits you perfectly. Exactly. I knew it would. Lin Youyu replied with a triumphant grin, nodding as she shared the skill details with Gu Shaoshang. As Gu Shaoshang read the skill description, everything clicked. This skill paired perfectly with the second talent Lin Youyu had recently acquired. It was truly a match made in heaven. With this skill, Lin Youyu could keep it active without worrying about being defeated by enemies. As long as she attacked enough times, she could trigger the Bloodthirsty Berserk state when her health was depleted, making Heaven and Earth Coexist and Bloodthirsty Berserk a flawless combination. It's a perfect match. You can keep it running until you drop, Gu Shaoshang remarked with a smile, his gaze carrying a hint of admiration. Lin Youyu continued to nod enthusiastically, clearly already planning how to make the most of her new skill. When she looked up at Gu Shaoshang, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill seemed destined to give her a significant edge in battles ahead. With Lin Youyu's ability to resurrect 100 times a day, combined with her second talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and this new skill, she was undoubtedly an indomitable war god. Gu Shaoshang quickly calculated in his mind, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Currently, Lin Youyu's strength attribute was at 336 points. Earlier, she had allocated all 108 and used free attribute points directly into strength. With the effect of her second talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, her strength attribute would increase tenfold to an astonishing 3,360 points. Adding the 100 all-attribute boosts from both the Phantom Ring and her legendary title, resulting in a total 200 increase, her strength attribute would reach a staggering 10,080 points, breaking the 10,000 point threshold. Once she entered the Bloodthirsty Berserker state, her attack damage would skyrocket by 1,000. Every attack would be a guaranteed critical hit, and all damage would be converted to true damage, ignoring all defenses and damage reduction. With this setup, her single attack damage would reach a terrifying 277,200 points. Although the additional damage from the skill Eternal Bond would cease to take effect once her HP dropped to 0, her damage per second DPS in this state would still reach an incredible 13,097,700 points, breaking the 10 million DPS mark. Gu Shaoshang pondered silently. This kind of explosive damage output could likely only be withstood by himself at this stage. After all, his HP had surged to 24.51 million after his equipment upgrade. While Lin You's DPS was astronomical, it was still not enough to kill him in a single second. On the contrary, with the effect of his ultimate damage reflection, which reflects 80 of damage back to the attacker, Lin Youyu would end up killing herself with her own attacks unless she too had over 10 million HP. However, aside from Gu Shaoshang, Lin You's current damage was enough to one-shot anyone else. Even if her opponents had high damage reduction attributes, it would be useless, as her attacks were all true damage that bypassed all defenses. Inside the cave, the campfire crackled quietly, its glow casting a warm reddish hue on Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu's faces. On the table, what was once a pile of items had dwindled down, leaving only an unopened skill upgrade stone gift box. I wonder how many skill upgrade stones are in there. Lin Youyu muttered curiously, her gaze fixed on the small box. Judging by the size of the box, it probably doesn't hold much, maybe a dozen at most. I just hope the quality is decent. If it's all white or green ones, that would be too much. As the gift box was opened, the skill upgrade stones inside were revealed one by one. To their delight, not a single stone emitted a white or green glow. The lowest quality among them radiated a purple light. 1, 2, 3. Lin Youyu, like an excited child, began counting the skill upgrade stones one by one with her finger. Soon, she finished counting. There were 8 skill upgrade stones in total. Among them, only one was of gold quality, but its value alone surpassed that of the other 7 combined. Of the remaining 7, 2 were of orange quality. The remaining 5 skill upgrade stones were all of purple quality. Although there was only 1 gold quality stone, it was still a decent haul. Lin Youyu nodded in satisfaction and carefully held the gold and 5 purple skill upgrade stones in both hands, gently handing them to Gu Shaoshang. Brother Gu, these are for you, she said softly. For someone like her, with only 1 skill, these upgrade stones were of little use. Only the 2 orange ones would come in handy for her. According to the rules of the battlefield of all races, the maximum skill level was closely tied to its quality. White grade capped at level 3, green at level 5, blue at level 7, purple at level 10, orange at level 15, and gold could reach level 20. As for legendary grade skills, they could reach an astonishing level 30. However, for Lin Youyu and Gu Shaoshang, legendary skills and their corresponding upgrade stones were an unattainable dream. The value of skill upgrade stones increased with their quality, and the number required for upgrades also rose with the skill level. Before level 5, each level required 1 stone. After level 5, it increased to 2 stones per level, and after level 10, it doubled to 4 stones. Although it didn't double again at level 15, reaching level 20 required a whopping 8 stones. Gu Shaoshang immediately began using the upgrade stones. The gold stone was used to enhance his purgatory slash, while the 5 purple stones were applied to chi and blood like a dragon, leaving 1 stone to spare. System notifications promptly appeared. Purgatory slash gold LV.2. Cost 1,500 mana. Effect. Unleashes a slash dealing 600 physical attack damage. Range 250 of mental power in meters. Special effect. Critical strike. Pain sensitivity increased by 2,000. Chi and blood like a dragon purple LV.5. Cost 300 mana. Effect. Grants a buff to the target, increasing maximum HP by 90. Duration 50 minutes. Gu Shaoshang carefully studied the upgraded effects, particularly the critical strike effect of Purgatory Slash, which left him astonished. A 20-fold increase in pain sensitivity. It was as if it was designed to make enemies wish for death. He couldn't help but recall his own experiences with injuries. Even with his long-term endurance training, the excruciating pain was still hard to completely ignore. Fortunately, his recovery ability was extraordinarily strong. Even if his HP dropped to just 1 point, he could quickly regenerate to full health. Once his HP was restored, the pain would naturally vanish. In addition to the significant boost to the critical strike effect, Purgatory Slash's base damage increased by 100, and its attack range extended by 50. As expected of a gold quality skill, each level of enhancement brought remarkable improvements. In contrast, the enhancement of the blood like a dragon skill upon leveling up by 4 ranks seemed much more modest. Each level only increased the maximum health by 10, and even at level 5, it only provided a 40 boost. The effect varied by individual and an average person. It might add tens or hundreds of thousands of health points. But when applied to Gu Shaoshang, whose astonishing base health was 24,510,000, an additional 90 boost was on an entirely different level. Gu Shaoshang raised his hand, his fingertips glowing faintly as he quickly cast the skill on himself. Once the glow faded, he glanced down at his health panel. The numbers displayed were shocking. Health, 46, 569, 00046, 569, 000. Wow. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Shaoshang's eyes. Nearly 50 million already. He turned to Lin Youyu, who stood beside him, and lightly tapped his finger. The same glowing skill enveloped her petite frame. How much did your health increase? Gu Shaoshang asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Youyu looked down at her character panel, her voice brimming with excitement. It went from 6,750 to 12,825. Gu Dage, your skill is amazing. Do you want to see mine? Gu Shaoshang's lips curved into a sly smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lin Youyu instinctively glanced at his panel, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. F4 million plus. Gu Shaoshang nodded with a smile, and then put on a regretful expression, sighing dramatically. Yep, but it's still a long way from breaking 100 million. Gotta keep working hard. Hearing this, Lin Youyu frowned, pouting as she rolled her eyes at him. Gu Dage, you're so infuriating sometimes. Gu Shaoshang burst into hearty laughter. Well, you'd have to beat me first to get even. This left Lin Youyu deep in thought. She studied Gu Shaoshang's character panel carefully, pondering. At this stage, is there anyone who could possibly defeat such an overpowered Gu Dage? After some consideration, she concluded that the answer was probably no. Did Gu Shaoshang have any weaknesses at this point? Perhaps his defense stats were relatively low, sitting at only 3 digits. Compared to his other attributes, this was indeed a weaker area. But did it matter? With nearly 50 million health points, rapid regeneration, invincibility buffs, damage reflection abilities, and incredibly high damage reduction, these factors combined made his low defense stats insignificant. Invincible was still invincible. With such a powerful Gu Dage protecting her, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Youyu's mind. Maybe she didn't need to focus on improving her own strength anymore. But this idea only lingered for a moment before she firmly dismissed it. No way, she resolved silently. I can't keep dragging Gu Dage down. I need to get stronger too. I want to become someone who can help him. I refuse to just be a pretty vase. With newfound determination, Lin Youyu glanced at her heaven and earth as one skill, which had leveled up to rank 3, and a sly smile crept across her face. Strength it was already improving, wasn't it? Heaven and Earth as 1 orange LV.3. Consumes 500 mana points to apply the Heaven and Earth as 1 state. While in this state, each attack will cost 3 of the user's maximum health, while dealing additional damage to the target equal to 70 of the user's lost health. I lose 3 of my health per attack, so I just need 34 attacks to completely deplete my health, Lin Youyu calculated in her mind. And with my current attack speed of 47.25 attacks per second, I can drain my health in less than a second? That's perfect. Lin Youyu counted on her fingers and realized that the upgraded skill, Shared Lifespan, with Heaven and Earth, could drain her health bar in less than a second. Seeing this, a delighted smile spread across her face. For most people, the skill's core value lay in its additional damage, but for her, its true significance was in how effortlessly it allowed her to deplete her own health. If she had to throw herself into harm's way and let ferocious beasts attack her, it would be a different story full of uncertainty and unbearable pain. After all, Lin Youyu was just a girl, and the thought of enduring such excruciating pain just to sacrifice herself gave her a headache. But now, things were different. With the Shared Lifespan skill, she no longer had to face the torment of pain before death. She could simply embrace the end with ease, smiling as she welcomed it. She felt a surge of gratitude toward the skill, her heart brimming with affection for it. Unable to suppress her glee, she let out a chuckle. Even Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but glance at her. What is this silly girl smiling about, he thought with a faint sigh. At that moment, the chat channel was abuzz with another heated discussion. Players who had obtained rare equipment from treasure chests were showing off their rewards, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone's envy was almost palpable, especially for those big shots who had claimed the best rewards and then disappeared from the channel. Even Lin Youyu, who was usually active in the chat, had gone silent. Speculation ran wild about what treasures these top players had acquired and how much stronger they had become. Unfortunately, no one had concrete answers, leaving room for endless imagination. Despite the uncertainty, the discussions remained fervent, tapering off only in the early hours of the morning. The next day, the southern part of the redwood forest was still bathed in bright sunshine, with clear skies and perfect weather. At just past 6 in the morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu were already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Brother Gu, are we meeting up with Sister Sia directly today? Lin Youyu asked while eating. Not yet. I'll need to reach level 57 first, and then we'll head over, Gu Shaoshang replied, shaking his head. Once I hit level 57, my portable space talent will upgrade from SR level to SSR level. Then we can see how its effects change. His tone was calm, as if he no longer had high hopes for this new ability. In truth, after last night's level ups, he was less concerned about the beasts on this beginner's island. Even if the portable space talent didn't meet expectations, it wouldn't affect his plans. Relocating could wait for now. After finishing breakfast, the two packed up their belongings and prepared to set out. Gu Shaoshang reached for Lin Youyu's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the cave. Meanwhile, on the far side of the gold basin, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The ground shook violently, and clouds of dust rose in the distance as dozens of armored giant rhinos fled in a frenzy. Behind them, a lone figure walked unhurriedly. As the herd of massive beasts ran farther away, the figure finally drew a long sword from his waist. Swish! In an instant, a crimson slash swept out like a storm, spanning hundreds of meters. The blood-red arc tore through the air, slicing through the armored rhinos as if their thick hides were made of paper. The beasts were cut cleanly in half, their colossal bodies crashing to the ground with thunderous booms that reverberated across the gold basin, shaking the earth. Simultaneously, a flash of golden light appeared. Gu Shaoshang's level had finally increased. Brother Gu, leave it to me. A swift and fiery figure sliced through the air, pink hair streaming like a banner in the wind. Lin Youyu darted forward, landing gracefully amidst the scattered corpses of armored giant rhinos, her movements as agile as a leopard. With a flick of her wrist, a glow of gathering magic shimmered, and the massive corpse before her instantly transformed into a pile of materials, scattering across the ground. Without so much as a glance, Lin Youyu flashed a carefree smile and swiftly turned her attention to another armored giant rhino's corpse. She darted toward it with practiced ease, leaving the collected materials for Gu Shaoshang to retrieve laterra tacit understanding between them. Currently, all such materials were managed by Gu Shaoshang, stored uniformly in his personal spatial inventory. After all, his SR-grade spatial storage talent boasted a colossal capacity of 10 cubic kilometers, making these materials a mere drop in the ocean. Even if multiplied 1,000-fold or more, it would still fit effortlessly. And that 10 cubic kilometers? That was just the old data. Gu Shaoshang watched Lin Youyu's energetic figure for a moment before summoning his character panel. His gaze fell on the talent section, where his original SR-grade spatial storage ability had vanished, replaced by a brand new SSR-grade talent. Spatial Dominion. Spatial Dominion SSR. You are the master of space, possessing the ability to manipulate it at will. Any spatial-related skill is effortless for you. automatically maxed out without any cost. Effects are amplified tenfold. Your personal spatial inventory expands with the growth of your four-dimensional attributes, with every point adding 1 cubic kilometer to its capacity. Additionally, you can perceive spatial elements around you with crystal clarity, allowing you to traverse space freely within your perception range, which is tied to your mental attributes. As the sovereign of space, all spatial attacks are nullified against you, and the power of space cannot harm you. Gu Shaoshang's first reaction upon seeing this talent was that its description was far too long, but as he read through the detailed explanation, his only thought was, actually, it could be even longer. The original spatial storage talent, even at SSR grade, was limited to providing a personal storage ability, with spatial teleportation as a secondary feature. But after evolving to SSR, everything had changed completely. The personal spatial inventory was now just one of many abilities under this talent and not even the most significant one. Whether it was all spatial skills automatically maxed out, or spatial skills with no cost and tenfold effectiveness, these abilities far surpassed the simple storage function. Even more astonishing was the evolution of the short-range teleportation ability. It had now become a growth-oriented skill directly tied to Gu Shaoshang's mental attributes. With a brief moment of focus, Gu Shaoshang tested his heightened spatial perception. He could clearly sense a spatial node 365 kilometers away. If he wished, he could teleport to that location in the next second without any cost. Now, where was that spot near the borders of the Death Desert again? The distance? Over 1,000 kilometers? It didn't matter exactly how far. With Gu Shaoshang's current mental abilities, he only needed a few instances of spatial teleportation to bring Lin Youyu directly to their destination. Time consumed, less than a second. The spatial manipulation talent not only granted Gu Shaoshang incredible mobility, but also rendered him completely immune to any damage from spatial-type skills. Pure spatial energy had no effect on him at all. Even if the entire surrounding space collapsed, he wouldn't suffer the slightest harm. Of course, this immunity only applied to the collapse itself. Any secondary effects were a different matter. Honestly, any one of these effects alone would be enough to drive countless people mad with envy, let alone having all of them concentrated in a single person. It was no wonder that a talent tied to space itself far exceeded Gu Shaoshang's expectations. How is it? How is it? A small head leaned closer, Lin Youyu's eyes sparkling with anticipation as she kept pestering him with questions. It's pretty good, Gu Shaoshang replied with a faint smile. Really? Let me see. Lin Youyu moved closer out of curiosity, but fell unusually silent for a few seconds after taking a look. What's wrong? Gu Shaoshang asked. Lin Youyu shook her head, indicating it was nothing, then asked, Brother Gu, do you think there are heroes above SSR level on the battlefield of 10,000 races? I don't know. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Gu Shaoshang shook his head. He genuinely couldn't answer that question. After all, his understanding of the battlefield of 10,000 races was as limited as Lin Youyu's complete mystery. I think even if there are, they definitely wouldn't be a match for you, Brother Gu. Lin Youyu said seriously. Look at your talents, any one of them is already ridiculously overpowered. And now, they're all combined in you. It's more outrageous than cheating. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Gu Shaoshang said, exasperated. Also, what do you mean by more outrageous than cheating? It's not like I got an instant ding and became invincible. After reaching level 57, the armored giant rhinos in the Gurge Basin had been nearly wiped out by Gu Shaoshang. Only a few were left, and the efficiency of leveling up here had significantly diminished. Besides, Lin Youyu had already scouted a new leveling area. The only reason they hadn't gone there earlier was the distance. But now, distance was no longer an issue. Brother Gu, you should collect all this stuff on the ground first. Lin Youyu tugged at Gu Shaoshang's sleeve, pointing to the scattered materials around them. With his SSR-level spatial manipulation talent, Gu Shaoshang's personal storage space had expanded astronomically. From its original 10 cubic kilometers, it had now grown to an astonishing 60,374.4 cubic kilometers, more than 6,000 times its previous size. Such an enormous space, which would continue to expand, seemed impossible to ever fill completely. With a single thought, all the materials on the ground vanished instantly. Anything within Gu Shaoshang's sensory range could be stored in his personal space with just a thought. However, when retrieving items, they could only appear in positions near him. The Death Desert, this desolate expanse, feels as though even the air itself is ablaze. In the coolest spots, temperatures have already surpassed 70 degrees Celsius, while some areas reach hundreds or even thousands of degrees. This desert was once teeming with perilous signs of life, but now it resembles a vast, scorching mountain of fire. Until yesterday, the temperatures in the Death Desert were not so extreme. Despite the packs of ferocious beasts roaming the sands, the hidden quicksand, and mine-like traps posing constant threats, there were still survivors struggling to eke out an existence. Some adventurers even considered it a treasure trove, believing it to be an ideal place to enhance their strength. The density of the beasts here was comparable to, or even exceeded that of the snow-capped mountains. Now, however, the desert is devoid of all life. A deathly silence blankets the land, with no trace of living beings. The once dwelling ferocious beasts have long fled. The death desert now offers nothing but searing heat and vast emptiness, with no signs of life remaining. The source of this devastation is widely believed to be a terrifying demon dragon. It is said to dwell deep within this desert, but now, no one dares venture near. Whether it still resides there or not remains a mystery. To the north of the Novice Island lies an expansive plain that connects to the Death Desert. This plain has become a gathering ground for countless beasts. The border between the desert and the plain is lined with towering cliffs, which serve as natural barriers. Only flying beasts can escape over these cliffs, while the rest remain trapped in the plain. Those that failed to escape in time have likely been reduced to ashes by the flames. The plain is vast, with lakes, rivers, swamps, and forests interwoven throughout its complex terrain. Originally, this area was home to relatively low-level beasts, most around level 30, with occasional sightings of groups exceeding level 50. However, following the dramatic changes in the Death Desert, these beasts fled the sands and poured into the plain. The most dominant beasts in the plain are those with strong territorial instincts. They claim the most fertile lands, leaving the more resource-scarce areas for weaker groups to fight over. In the Death Desert, nearly every oasis was occupied by a beast tribe as its territory. Now, the beast tribes from the desert have converged on this new land, and their presence has made the plain more dangerous than ever before. In the understanding of humans on Blue Star, the oases in the desert have long been considered forbidden zones. There were once those who ventured in out of ignorance, but none ever returned. Even when faced with unbearable hunger and thirst, no one dared to take the risk anymore, preferring instead to seek help through chat channels. Fortunately, the opening of the trading market alleviated this predicament. Although the food quality was mediocre, it at least provided sustenance and quenched thirst. Now, however, these beasts, adapted to the harsh desert environment, have unexpectedly ventured into this vast plain. With abundant water sources, countless lakes, and winding rivers, this place is nothing short of paradise for them. Yet, their revelry has brought disaster to the native inhabitants. In just one night, the native beasts of the region were completely wiped out by these fiercer desert creatures, and the entire plain had changed hands. At this moment, behind a patch of grass on the outskirts of the plain, a figure was cautiously observing the scene ahead. "Kiki, are you afraid of snakes?" Wang Xia asked, her face pale as she stared at the desert viper group ahead. As a girl who had been terrified of snakes since childhood, she instinctively felt scared, even though these venomous snakes were not particularly strong. Meow. Kiki let out a soft cry, its tiny paw first pointing at the snake group and then at itself. "You want to deal with them? No way. You can't beat them." Wang Xia whispered in surprise. "Meow meow." Kiki meowed again, as if trying to say it would rely on its owner to save it if needed. "You think they look like spicy sticks? But these are over 10 meters long," Wang Xia said, half laughing and half crying. As the girl and the cat quietly argued, a crisp voice suddenly called out from behind, "Sister Xia." A small hand lightly patted Wang Xia's shoulder, startling her so much that she almost jumped. Thankfully, she quickly remembered the message Lin Youyu had sent earlier, saying she was coming to meet up. Turning around, she saw Lin Youyu grinning cheerfully, with the stoic Gu Shaoshang standing behind her. "Youyu, brother Gu." Wang Xia quickly turned back to confirm that the Viper group hadn't been alerted, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "So Sister Xia is afraid of snakes?" Lin Youyu asked, blinking mischievously like a playful little fox. "Huh? Xiaoyu, aren't you afraid of snakes?" Wang Xia looked at the young girl in front of her with a face full of surprise. "Not at all." Lin Youyu shook her head cheerfully. "They're just snakes. What's there to be afraid of? Right, brother Gu?" "I can vouch for that. Xiaoyu really isn't afraid of snakes," Gu Shaoshang confirmed with a nod. He went on to explain that although they hadn't encountered any large, dangerous snake-like beasts that required deliberate hunting, they had come across plenty of scattered snake-like creatures during their travels. Big ones, small ones, venomous and non-venomous, they had seen them all. Every time, Lin Youyu remained remarkably calm, even enthusiastically suggesting they catch one to roast and eat. However, Gu Shaoshang had politely declined that suggestion while he had no problem handling them barehanded. The thought of eating snakes or eel-like creatures made him feel uneasy. "Wow, Xiaoyu, you're amazing," Wang Xia exclaimed, her admiration for Lin Youyu growing after hearing even Gu Shaoshang say so. "Oh, it's not a big deal," Lin Youyu replied with a shy smile. Then her eyes lit up. "Sister Xia, watch this." She pulled out a massive saber, taller than herself, from her backpack. Holding it single-handedly and dragging it along the ground, she looked like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes. Wang Xia blinked curiously, eager to see how Lin Youyu planned to handle the group of venomous desert snakes. The next second, Lin Youyu let out a battle cry and charged forward. At first, her momentum was impressive, and Wang Xia couldn't help but imagine her cutting through the snakes like a hero. But soon, Get away, get away. Don't bite me. Lin Youyu shouted, flailing the saber wildly as she slashed at the snakes. Under the effects of her heaven and earth as one skill, each strike cost her 3 of her health. After 10 swings, she managed to take down a few level 40 desert venomous snakes, but her own health bar had already dropped by a third. What made matters worse was that Lin Youyu seemed to be enjoying herself. She continued dodging the snake's attacks nimbly while unleashing a frenzy of strikes, not stopping until her health bar hit 0 and she collapsed. Meanwhile, the snake swarm had barely been reduced by a tenth. It's over. Wang Xie gasped as she saw Lin Youyu fall. Forgetting her fear, she was about to rush forward to help, only to be stopped in her tracks by Gu Shaoshang, who placed a firm hand on her shoulder. No need. Just watch, Gu Shaoshang said calmly. But brother Gu, Xiaoyu, Wang Xie stammered nervously. Gu Shaoshang pointed into the distance, signaling Wang Xie to keep watching. Following his gesture, Wang Xie turned her head and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lin Youyu, who had been lying on the ground, was now standing. Around her, a blood-red mist swirled like clouds, and her aura suddenly became extraordinary. Wang Xie's first reaction was, so cool. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious, wishing she could achieve such a state herself. However, her attention quickly shifted to Lin You's combat performance. That sudden surge of energy had exponentially boosted her strength. The desert venomous snakes that would have required several strikes to kill were now falling with a single slash, without any suspense. With just a few charges, the desert venomous snakes were utterly defeated, and the subsequent slaughter was relentless. Lin Youyu killed with ferocity, her face filled with excitement and satisfaction. Although these desert snakes were around level 40 and offered little experience points when killed, she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Compared to the earlier scene where she had stood behind Gu Shaoshang watching him slay beasts before gathering resources herself, this was an entirely different experience. Thud! A snake's head hit the ground. Lin Youyu scanned her surroundings and found that there wasn't a single snake left alive. She smiled in satisfaction, gave her saber a quick shake, and then cheerfully ran toward Gu Shaoshang and Wang Xie. Brother Gu, Sister Xie, how did I do? Wasn't that amazing? Gu Shaoshang studied Lin Youyu with interest. The blood mist around her added a touch of sinister charm and intimidation to her otherwise adorable appearance, making her particularly striking. However, this contrast quickly dissipated the moment she opened her mouth. Xiaoyu, is that a new skill of yours? It's so cool, Wang Xie said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Really? It's not that big of a deal. Lin Youyu smiled shyly, looking slightly embarrassed. She glanced up, her eyes seeming to anticipate more praise. Gu Shaoshang chuckled and nodded. Yes, very impressive. You've got quite the warrior goddess vibe going. Warrior goddess? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and she struck a warrior pose excitedly. Do I really look like a warrior goddess? Not so much now, Gu Shaoshang teased. Humph. Brother Gu, you're lying. I definitely look super cool. Lin Youyu wrinkled her nose and huffed in playful annoyance. But then, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she suddenly grabbed Wang Xie's hand and started running back toward the battlefield. Hey, Xiaoyu, stop. I don't want to go. Wang Xie protested, struggling to resist. It's fine. Sister Xie, trust me. This is a desensitization test. Lin Youyu said with a grin. Really? Of course. Would I lie to you? Come on. They'll leave the gathering work to you, Sister Xie. Not far away, Gu Shaoshang watched the two of them playfully bickering and couldn't help but smile. Their light-hearted interaction brought a sense of ease to his heart. Nevertheless, he knew that their fun had to end eventually. There was still a mission ahead that demanded their focus. Earlier, Wang Xie had discovered this area while wandering alone on the outskirts, hunting lower-level desert beasts. But now, with Gu Shaoshang and the rest of the team, including the cat, they had ventured deep into the heart of the Death Desert. As they pressed further inward, the level of the desert beasts they encountered began to rise. After all, the beasts capable of escaping the Death Desert were generally not low-level. For instance, the level 40 desert venomous snakes they had just faced. If their level had been any lower, they wouldn't have made it out of the Death Desert alive and would have perished long ago. As they delved deeper, they soon found an ideal spot for leveling up. This is the place, Gu Shaoshang said, coming to a halt and addressing the two of them. The area ahead offered a clear and open view, where every movement around could be seen almost effortlessly. In the distance, a wide river meandered through the landscape, with two tribes of desert beasts inhabiting its opposing banks. The desert winds whipped up sandstorms in the air, while the dry, scorching atmosphere made it easy to lose track of time. On the right bank, a group of desert iguanas lounged lazily by the river's edge. These massive beasts, resembling dinosaurs, measured nearly 11 or 12 meters in length. They moved on 4 limbs, their enormous bodies still retaining the form of lizards, though their size was intimidating. Their eyes fixed on the horizon, they vigilantly scanned their surroundings for any movement. On the opposite bank, the desert ghost bugs presented a stark contrast. Their bodies, covered in hard, armored shells, were about 2 to 3 meters long, with dozens of tiny legs that wriggled deftly across the sandy ground. These creatures lacked eyes, but their heads were adorned with fur-like sensory organs. These organs could detect nearby scents and subtle vibrations, allowing the ghost bugs to lunge at prey unerringly despite their blindness. They often concealed themselves beneath the sand, emerging suddenly to catch their targets off guard. Their erratic speed made them particularly fearsome. Though they had left the inhospitable, deathly desert, this group of ghost bugs seemed to have gradually adapted to surface activity, albeit moving sluggishly enough to elicit a shake of the head. At this moment, Gu Shaoshang turned to Lin Youyu and Wang Xie, asking, "Three kinds of beasts, which one will you choose?" Lin Youyu tilted her head toward Wang Xie and smiled. "Xie, are you afraid of bugs?" Wang Xie nodded immediately, her expression hesitant. "I am afraid of bugs." Lin Youyu smiled faintly and said decisively, "Then let's go with the desert iguanas." She didn't push Wang Xie into any desensitization training, but instead chose the less intimidating desert iguanas as their target. Gu Shaoshang shrugged, a smile on his face. "All right, the iguanas are yours. I'll take care of the rest." His tone was light, clearly unbothered by the desert iguanas or ghost bugs. In truth, to Gu Shaoshang, these beasts were nothing more than tasks to complete, and clearing them out was effortless. Only the desert wind wolves posed a slightly greater challenge, as they moved in packs and scattered in all directions, making them more time-consuming to hunt down. But even so, dealing with them was just another routine matter for him. "Let's get started. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can wrap this up," Gu Shaoshang said before vanishing in a flash, reappearing on the far side of the river as if teleporting. Lin Youyu gently took Wang Xie's hand and said softly, "Come on, Xie, let's go too." Lin Youyu quickly called out to Wang Xie. The two, along with their cat companion, charged directly toward the group of desert iguanas. "Xie, do you think you and Kiki can handle these big lizards?" Lin Youyu asked halfway there, a slight frown on his face betraying a hint of concern in his voice. Wang Xie nodded confidently, her eyes resolute. "No problem at all. Did you forget about the gear I just got from that treasure chest? Good. Then Xie, you take the left, and I'll take the right." "Got it." The two quickly split up, flanking the desert iguanas in a pincer attack with seamless coordination. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang had already teleported to the other side of the river. His unnamed long sword was unsheathed, its blade glowing with a blood-red light. "Infernal slash," he muttered under his breath. The crimson slash swept through like the scythe of death, clearing a large swath of the area in an instant. The desert ghost insects were no match for Gu Shaoshang's onslaught. Any that came into contact with the sword's energy were obliterated, and those struck directly by the blade were shattered into fragments. Infernal slash! Infernal slash! Infernal slash! Gu Shaoshang moved as though he were in an empty field, his sword weaving arcs of blood-red light. Each strike took down hundreds of desert ghost insects. The fallen insects piled up like small mountains, their numbers quickly surpassing 1,000. With its wide attack range, the infernal slash was devastatingly effective against these small, clustered creatures, making them little more than walking experience points. As the swarm continued to fall, Gu Shaoshang's experience bar surged upward. Although the desert ghost insects had a maximum level of 55, their sheer numbers made up for it. Most were level 53, 54, or even 55. For Gu Shaoshang, now at level 57, killing a level 55 desert ghost insect yielded 60 experience points. Level 54 and 53 ones provided 40 and 20 points, respectively. After several rounds of attacks, his level skyrocketed to 59, nearly reaching 60 before slowing down. At level 59, the experience from level 55 ghost insects dropped to 20 points, while level 54 ones provided only 1 point, and anything below level 54 yielded nothing. Even so, the remaining swarm was more than enough for him to push toward level 60. Infernal slash! Gu Shaoshang swung his sword once more. Another blood-red slash swept across the battlefield, instantly turning hundreds more desert ghost insects into experience points. On the other side of the river, Wang Xie, armed with a magic staff adorned with small white wings, was skillfully maneuvering against the desert iguanas. Kiki perched atop her head, occasionally letting out soft meows as a blue glow emanated from its body, bestowing various buffs upon its owner. "Flood the Golden Mountain!" Wang Xie cried out, waving her staff. The river's waters surged as if alive, rushing toward the desert iguanas. She quickly followed up with an ice spell, freezing the water-drenched iguanas solid. "Ice thorns!" she shouted. Suddenly, countless icy spikes burst outward from within the frozen iguanas, piercing their bodies like reverse-growing porcupine quills. At least 5 or 6 desert iguanas were killed on the spot, while the rest were left critically wounded, barely clinging to life. Wang Xie quickly unleashed a series of magical skills, wiping out all the desert iguanas before her. The substantial consumption of mana seemed insignificant to her, whether due to her deep reserves or incredible recovery speed. This explosive, Magic-heavy combat style had clearly become her trademark. Overhead, Kiki suddenly let out a meow. Haha, I agree, that was pretty impressive. Wang Xia laughed in response, instinctively turning her gaze toward the other side of the river. What she saw left her completely stunned. Gu Shaoshang swung his sword, sending out streaks of crimson slashes that obliterated the dense swarm of desert ghost insects on the opposite bank in just 3 minutes. Wang Xia's delicate face twisted in shock, leaving her utterly speechless. Kiki was equally astonished. The little cat rubbed its eyes with its paws and looked again, only to see the same scene. It began to question its very existence. Is he really just an F-class hero? Before the words even finished, Gu Shaoshang suddenly appeared beside Wang Xia, nodded slightly at her, and vanished again in the blink of an eye. Wang Xia finally snapped out of her daze, hurriedly closed her gaping mouth, and turned to ask, Kiki, did I just imagine that? Meow, Kiki cried out urgently. You saw it too? Oh my gosh, that's insane. The other side of the river was completely swarming with desert ghost insects, and he cleared them all in 3 minutes. Wang Xia pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Is that even humanly possible? Could it be that Brother Gu is actually some kind of monster in human disguise? Kiki immediately refuted her, insisting that Brother Gu didn't carry the scent of a monster. Wang Xia couldn't help but laugh, and tried to explain that the monster she referred to might not be what Kiki was imagining. But there was no time to dwell on it now, as a new wave of desert iguanas was already rushing toward them. Skill activation. Gu Shaoshang used spatial teleportation, instantly appearing on a distant grassland. The first thing he did was summon his character panel, his eyes fixed on the information displayed. His level had successfully risen to 60, with all attributes seeing an increase, albeit a modest one. Apart from the agility attribute, the other attributes each increased by only 1 point. The primary boost came from the bonuses provided by his legendary equipment, especially the staggering 220 all-attribute enhancement. This ensured that his other 3 attributes didn't appear too underwhelming, at least not reduced to pitiful 2-digit numbers. In contrast, his agility attribute stood out brilliantly. It was the only attribute to reach 5 digits, and it started with a 5, just a step away from breaking into 6 digits. Gu Shaoshang estimated that the day of that breakthrough wouldn't be far off. However, aside from the changes in his attributes, what Gu Shaoshang cared about most was the new talent he had unlocked. Upon reaching level 60, he gained a new talent, somewhat similar to his previous Godspeed talent, which also directly enhanced his base stats. This time, the talent was Innate Strength, which boosted his strength attribute. However, the talent was only rated a level, and its effect was still minimal, not even compensating for the strength points gained from his previous 59 level ups. Yet, Gu Shaoshang wasn't worried. He knew, just like with the Godspeed talent, that its effects might not be apparent at lower levels, but as his level increased, its potential would naturally become more evident. Closing the panel, Gu Shaoshang's gaze fell on a pack of desert wind wolves not far away. A Wuwei pack of dozens of desert wind wolves suddenly noticed Gu Shaoshang's presence. The lead wolf let out a sharp howl, rallying the pack as they charged toward him. The desert wind wolves ranged from level 60 to 65, with the lead wolf typically being level 65. The rest of the wolves wouldn't exceed level 64. If a new level 65 wolf emerged within the pack, it had only 2 options: challenge the current lead wolf for dominance or leave the pack to either act alone or form a new group. For Gu Shaoshang, who had just reached level 60, this pack of desert wind wolves was an excellent source of experience. Each wolf could provide at least 100 experience points, and with the pack numbering around 70 or 80, they could collectively yield roughly 8,000 experience points, enough for him to level up again. However, Gu Shaoshang didn't feel the slightest tension as the wolves charged. Just as they neared, a terrifying crimson slash suddenly flashed in his hand, like thunder tearing through the air. The air trembled as the crimson slash swept toward the entire wolf pack at lightning speed. The desert wind wolves had no time to react. Whether it was the lead wolf or the others, all were instantly annihilated by the crimson slash. Their health bars emptied in a violent collision, and every member of the pack fell simultaneously, without even a chance to draw a final breath. Whoosh! A flash of golden light streaked through the air. Gu Shaoshang had broken through again, advancing to the next level. The bloody scene before him no longer fazed him. The scattered corpses around him had no effect on his composure. Without hesitation, Gu Shaoshang summoned his character panel, his gaze landing on the talent section to check the changes brought by the upgrade. Innate Strength. Each level grants an additional 2 to Strength. This outcome was entirely expected. Seeing the changes after his talent upgraded to D rank, Gu Shaoshang's face remained impassive. He had encountered similar situations before. He had possessed a comparable talent previously, so naturally, the progression of both talents followed a similar pattern. What intrigued him, however, was the question of what kind of special transformation the Innate Strength skill would undergo when it eventually reached SSR rank. In contrast, Gu Shaoshang was more familiar with his other talent, Godspeed. This talent not only boosted his agility stat, but also possessed a unique feature. It converted 30 of his agility into physical attack power. As his agility value continued to soar, the converted attack power grew exponentially. At this point, Gu Shaoshang's agility had surpassed 50,000, providing an additional 16,000 points of physical attack power. Compared to the attack power derived from his strength stat, the boost from agility was significantly superior. The desert wind wolves scattered across the grasslands were sparsely distributed, with groups appearing only every few hundred meters or even a kilometer apart. Gu Shaoshang roamed this vast expanse for quite some time, expending considerable effort during the search. While finding the wolves was a slow process, once located, the task became straightforward. With a single infernal slash would obliterate them in an instant. The wolf packs turned to ash in the blink of an eye as his experience points surged and his level rose once more. Gu Shaoshang repeated this cycle effortlessly, steadily climbing the ranks. Although the desert wind wolves were not abundant, their numbers were sufficient to push him to level 65 without a doubt. As for whether he could advance to level 66 or 67, that would depend on luck. But even if he didn't, Gu Shaoshang was unfazed. After all, the grasslands weren't inhabited solely by desert wind wolves. Other dangers lurked around every corner. After dispatching another wave of desert wind wolves, Gu Shaoshang prepared to continue his hunt for the next pack. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a faint glimmer in the grass ahead. His curiosity piqued. He approached and gently parted the grass with his sword. What he saw made him pause. Bronze treasure chest, emitting a faint glow. What's this? Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow, a thought flashing through his mind. Could his luck have turned around? Had spending so much time with Lin Youyu, the lucky one, somehow rubbed off on him? He picked up the chest and casually tossed it into his storage space. Should I open it? He hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding against it. Better save it for Lin Youyu to open during our midday break, he thought with a faint smile, exuding a relaxed indifference. Finding the treasure chest was lucky enough. Opening it now and risking bad luck wasn't worth it. Time passed quietly, and soon it was midday break. Gu Shaoshang wandered the grasslands, but found no further trace of the desert wind wolves. It seemed the packs had been thoroughly wiped out by his earlier efforts. Though slightly resigned, he wasn't particularly concerned. He had already reached level 66, and with just one more step to level 67, achieving it today seemed entirely feasible. At that moment, a new notification popped up on his system panel. Innate Strength S reach level now grants an additional 64 to Strength. The notification for upgrading the innate Great Strength talent to SR level flashed before Gu Shaoshang's eyes. With each level up granting an additional 64 points to Strength attributes, combined with the previously adjusted points, his base strength had soared to an impressive 4,231 points. Following his agility attributes, this was the second stat to experience a significant surge, which greatly lifted his spirits. Looking at his attribute panel, Gu Shaoshang silently anticipated upgrading the talent to SSR level in the afternoon. At that point, the additional strength per level might reach 200 points, matching his swift talent. As for the additional effects, whether it would boost damage or enhance defense, was filled with excitement and curiosity. By the riverside, the trio and a cat found a clean spot for a picnic. They spread out a cloth and neatly arranged various delicacies and drinks in the center. While biting into an egg sandwich, Gu Shaoshang asked about the morning's progress. Those big lizards were almost wiped out by Sister Sia and me, Lin Youyu said excitedly. Her first time truly engaging in combat with fierce beasts gave her the thrill of one-shot kills. This exhilarating feeling of battle captivated her, especially now that she could finally fight on her own instead of just watching Gu Shaoshang in action. I did pretty well too. I've already reached level 53, Wang Xia said with a smile, biting into her bread. She had never experienced such a rapid leveling up pace before, thanks to the additional 200 experience boost she had. Although this boost only applied to herself and not to Gu Shaoshang as her summoner, it was more than enough to be satisfied with. Gu Shaoshang was now at level 66, and at this rate, he might reach level 70 by the afternoon, unlocking a new talent in the process. After lunch, the three of them took a rare moment to relax. Gu Shaoshang leaned against a tree trunk, engrossed in reading his unfinished novel, while Lin Youyu and Wang Xia sat nearby, chatting about topics that only girls would understand. As for the specific time, I'm not sure, but there should be more events like this, Wang Xia replied thoughtfully. An event like this is unlikely to be held just once, though the exact timing is hard to predict. It would be great to have another event like the regional racing competition soon, Lin Youyu said with shining eyes, full of anticipation. Standing next to her, Wang Xia nodded vigorously, her gaze reflecting the same eagerness. As beneficiaries of the last event, it was no surprise they hoped for more similar opportunities. It wasn't just about improving their skills, it was about increasing their chances of survival on this perilous battlefield of myriad races. Although life seemed relatively calm now, this was just a beginner's island. Aside from the threats posed by ferocious beasts, The environment was relatively safe, without too many lethal natural hazards. However, beyond the beginner's island, these beasts were not the real danger, they were merely prey for other races. The true threat came from the other races. This place was called the battlefield of myriad races for a reason, rather than the human-beast battlefield. The conflicts between races were the ultimate challenge. The current peace was only temporary. Once the battlefield deemed them to have passed the beginner phase, they would face a true arena of life and death. That would be the authentic battlefield of myriad races, unlike this sheltered haven where survival only required evading beasts. Of course, failing to endure even on the beginner's island signified that a race was unworthy of stepping into the real battlefield, let alone competing with the myriad races of the heavens. After a brief discussion, Lin Youyu and Wang Xie decided to open the regional chat channel, hoping to gather some useful information. As soon as they entered, the conversations flooded their view. It's noon. Has everyone had lunch yet? Lunch? We're barely holding on to our lives, and you're thinking about food? Damn it. Are these beasts from the desert out of their minds? Their aggression is insane. My arm. It's tragic. Our team, which we struggled to form, lost 3 members just this morning. Now it's just me and one other guy left. Have you noticed the survival count? It's dropped below 3 million. The exact number is 2,941,000, meaning over 7 million people have died on this island in just a few weeks. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. I was worthless on Blue Star, and I'm still worthless here. Maybe it's for the best. Don't give up, everyone. Didn't we promise to leave the beginner's island alive together? The real battlefield of myriad races is still waiting for us. It's all because of that bastard Lose Something. The casualties over the past 2 days are all his fault. He's a traitor to humanity. His name is Lu Qingyuan. Remember that name. If anyone manages to leave this beginner's island alive, make sure to tell the others this bastard is a traitor to humanity. A sinner beyond redemption. Fiora, I knew from the start this guy was no good, but he's even worse than I imagined. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone fell silent, listening intently. Fiora, you're still alive? That's incredible. Fiora barely made it out, thanks to the rewards from the regional speed race earlier. The voice was choked with emotion, but tried to stay composed. Hey, you powerful players, help us out. Why aren't you doing anything? A furious voice called out, filled with frustration and helplessness. Stop yelling, it won't help. Those people have cold blood and stone hearts. Begging them is as good as praying to the heavens. Another voice cut in coldly with a hint of sarcasm. Weren't there so many of you fawning over these so-called pros earlier? Where are they now? Have they helped you or given you anything? Get real. A voice shot back angrily. All you do is complain. Instead of relying on others, why don't you figure it out yourself? Easy for you to say when you're not in our situation, someone retorted furiously. What kind of setup do you have? And what about us? I'm running a dual C build, and I'm still doing fine. Want to talk setups? What about yours? Wait, dual C, and you're doing fine? How's that even possible? Another asked curiously. It's simple, stay away from trouble. If things look bad, just run. Don't hesitate. The person replied nonchalantly. Haha, guess we were just too greedy. Earlier, I was thinking about taking advantage of the desert beasts escaping from Death Desert to clear out the local ones and make some gains. Almost got myself killed instead, someone suddenly laughed. Angela Dale, I'm near the plains bordering Death Desert right now. There are tons of desert beasts here. If you're under level 40 and your talent or starting hero isn't at least grade, don't come. It's a death sentence. Fiora, Angela, are you here too? Another voice asked in surprise. Ahem, actually, I'm nearby as well, Zhou Qing interrupted. Same here. After all, this place has the most beasts. No need to go looking for them, it's great for leveling up. Zhang Yuanqi chimed in. Zhang Yuanqi, want to meet up? Angela Dale messaged. No, we're not that close. Zhang Yuanqi quickly declined. Haha, Zhang, are you scared? Shun Xiong teased. I'm here too, by the way, and I'm with Sister Shiyu. Lin Youyu's message popped up shortly after. What the heck? Why are all you pros gathering there? No wonder you're the top players. The place we avoid like the plague is your paradise for leveling up. Lin Youyu, I'm nearby too. Want to see who levels up faster? Yu Linglong's message followed. Hey, little fish, Yu Linglong just tagged you. Wang Xie said, looking at the notification and turning to Lin Youyu. Yeah, I saw it. Lin Youyu nodded and quickly typed a reply. Yu Linglong, what level are you now? Lin Youyu sent his message. Yu Linglong had once been in the top 3 and had an SR grade starting hero, the Orc Blade Master, helping her hunt beasts. She was probably already above level 60. Wang Xie analyzed as she glanced at Lin Youyu's message. Who isn't level 60 by now? Lin Youyu chuckled. Wang Xie glanced at her own, level 59. Ugh, sorry, I'm holding us back, she muttered self-deprecatingly, lowering her head with a hint of embarrassment. Finally, Yu Linglong replied. Lin Youyu, just reached level 65 this morning. What about you? Level 65? Sorry, but I'm currently 1 level ahead, 66. Lin Youyu replied with a cheerful tone. Yu Linglong didn't respond right away, and soon a string of ellipses appeared on the screen. Haha, she's definitely fuming again. Lin Youyu laughed out loud. Turning to Wang Xie, he teased, see? Yu Linglong's upset again, so adorable. Wang Xie couldn't help but laugh as well, her mood lightening a little. How on earth is his level higher than mine? Yu Linglong muttered to herself as she leaned against the lakeshore, taking a break while glancing at the chat channel. Lin Youyu had just sent her a message, and her eye twitched slightly. Losing to him during the regional speed race had already left her feeling unsettled, and now even his level surpassed hers? What's more, it was just barely exactly one level above hers. Not more, not less. How could it be such a coincidence? Yu Linglong didn't suspect that Lin Youyu might be lying about his level to deceive her. Judging by her own principles, she figured it wasn't something she herself would ever do. After all, she considered herself a person of status, and stooping to such a lowly lie would be utterly disgraceful. Carl, I'm leveling up to 70 this afternoon, she suddenly declared to Carl, the orc sword master standing beside her, her tone resolute. Carl glanced at her helplessly, his inner thoughts filled with disbelief. Level 70? Do you think leveling up is a joke? You can't just casually hit level 70. Seeing Carl's expression, Yu Linglong realized her demand might be a bit unrealistic. She quickly adjusted her goal. Fine, if 70 is out of the question, then at least level 68. Level 68 is doable. Level 70, though, is pushing it. Carl nodded after a moment of thought. But you'll need to adjust your experience point allocation if you want to hit that target. Got it, I'll adjust it now, Yu Linglong agreed, opening up her settings to reconfigure the experience distribution ratio. She set it to 6:3:1, with 60 allocated to herself. The original 40 simply wasn't enough since she needed to surpass Lin Youyu. The 30 was for Carl, as his SR grade Orc Sword Master status required significantly more experience to level up. His starting experience requirement was already 500 points, and each level up demanded an additional 500 points. In other words, Carl now needed over 20,000 points just to level up, even though his current level was only slightly above 40. The remaining 10 can go to the other heroes, Yu Linglong said nonchalantly. To her, these supporting heroes were little more than errand runners, and allocating even 10 to them was already generous. All right, I've rested enough. Is everyone ready to start? Around 1 p.m., Gu Shaoshang closed the novel he had been reading, preparing to dive into his next objective, reaching level 70. Time was ticking, and if they delayed any further, it might be impossible to achieve the goal before nightfall. Of course, Gu Shaoshang's strength was already extraordinary. Even if the hunt extended into the night, he could easily take down fierce beasts. He even suspected that the legendary dragon deep within the Desert of Death might not be able to defeat him. However, the specifics of battling that dragon remained unclear. After all, he had yet to face it directly. Gu Shaoshang was certainly not foolish enough to venture deep into the Death Desert to seek out that fearsome demon dragon. Aside from the dragon, the other fierce beasts on this novice island posed no significant threat to his life. Even so, he had no intention of working overtime at night. Overtime? Not a chance. His evenings were reserved for relaxation, reading novels, sipping soda, and getting a good night's sleep. As for working late, Gu Shaoshang wasn't some beast of burden. He needed his rest too. Lin Youyu stood up and casually pulled out a greatsword from her backpack, a blade longer than her own height. Resting the hilt on her shoulder, she looked every bit like a warrior straight out of an action anime. With a faint smile, she said, "Let's go." Gu Shaoshang nodded, quickly tidying up the gear scattered on the ground and tossing everything into his personal storage space. He couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly convenient it was. The entire afternoon, Gu Shaoshang wandered aimlessly across the plains bordering the Death Desert. He wasn't deliberately hunting any specific beasts, but simply strolling around. The good news? The number of desert predators on this plain was impressive. Just wandering around, he encountered hordes of them, no need to worry about running out of enemies. The bad news? There wasn't any only good news. That afternoon, Gu Shaoshang witnessed an astonishing array of biodiversity with his own eyes. Here, there were beasts shaped like snakes, but with limbs as nimble as arthropods. There were also massive creatures resembling oversized fat grubs, their bodies covered in tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus. The strange and varied appearances of these creatures were dazzling, each one presenting a unique threat. Yet, reassuringly, none of them seemed capable of posing a serious danger to Gu Shaoshang's life. As he journeyed on, Gu Shaoshang's strength grew significantly. Through his battles with these beasts, his level skyrocketed, eventually reaching level 70. With it came even greater innate abilities. Divine Strength SSR. Each time you level up, gain an additional 200 points in strength. Plus, your strength attribute boosts your physical defense by 30. Gu Shaoshang grinned in satisfaction as he examined the new ability on his status panel. When he reached level 67, his innate strength ability had also upgraded to SSR tier. The effects of this ability were similar to his Godspeed talent. It granted an additional 200 points to strength and agility respectively, with 30 of those points converting into physical attack power and defense. The naming of these talents had a certain consistency: first, Godspeed, now divine strength. Gu Shaoshang even began to wonder if his next abilities would be something like divine body or divine mind. Sure enough, upon reaching level 70, he unlocked a new talent, boundless energy. Each time you level up, gain an additional 1 point in spirit. Gu Shaoshang was momentarily stunned. It seemed his earlier speculation wasn't entirely off. Abilities like divine body or divine mind might really manifest in the future. While this new talent didn't seem particularly powerful at first glance, Gu Shaoshang understood its significance. It meant that in terms of base stat growth, 3 of his attributes were now progressing at a rate surpassing even SSR grade levels. In the early stages, heroes with grade potential gained 1 point in all stats per level, while SSR grade heroes gained 15 points per level. Now, 2 of Gu Shaoshang's attributes were increasing by 201 points per level. It wouldn't be long before his third attribute reached the same standard. At that point, only his constitution would lag slightly behind the others. When it comes to physical attributes, Gu Shaoshang's greatest advantage undoubtedly lies in his astonishing health points. At level 70, his base health reaches over 24 million, which is far beyond the standard level. Even more shocking is that, once he activates the skill, Qi and Blood like a dragon, this number skyrockets by 90, soaring to over 47 million. And this is achieved despite his physique attribute not being particularly outstanding. If his physical attributes were further enhanced, reaching health points in the tens or hundreds of billions wouldn't be out of the question. In comparison, even the top-tier hero on the Novice Island, Jade Linglong's SR-grade Orc Swordmaster, falls far behind in terms of health. Let's do the math. With an SR-grade hero's maximum initial attribute of 90 points and an all-attribute growth of 8 points per level, their physique attribute at level 70 would only reach 642 points. Even factoring in equipment bonuses, they would barely reach 1,000 physique points, resulting in a total health of just over 2 million. Equipment disparity plays a significant role here. As of now, only Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu on the entire Novice Island possess legendary grade equipment. This tier of equipment provides a total attribute bonus of 1,000 points, whereas ordinary gold grade equipment only offers 200 points, of 5-fold difference. But the most critical factor is the difference in talents. Without appropriate talent bonuses, even an SR grade hero's health would only hover around 10,000 points. This explains why Gu Shaoshang's numbers are so extraordinary thanks to the stacking effects of multiple SSR grade talents. Perhaps even the Myriad Races battlefield didn't anticipate such an outcome. However, this advantage is mostly limited to the human population of Blue Star. Across the broader Myriad Races battlefield, certain races with innate physical superiority might even make Gu Shaoshang seem insignificant by comparison. This could be why the Myriad Races battlefield turns a blind eye to his overpowered attributes. After all, there are entire races that are overpowered, making Gu Shaoshang's individual strength seem less remarkable in comparison. Compared to that overwhelmingly powerful race where the entire group exceeds the norm, this is nothing but an insignificant existence. As for whether this seems unfair, what does fairness even mean? In any world, absolute fairness does not exist. The so-called fairness is, at best, relative. Even in worlds like Earth and Blue Star, there are disparities between the rich and the poor. Some are born with everything, while others don't even receive basic love and care from their parents. Is that fair? Clearly not. But so what if it's unfair? Are you going to curse the heavens? It's pointless. The world is just like that. The battlefield of the Myriad Races merely magnifies this unfairness and lays it bare for countless races across the universes to see. What can those races born weak do? They can only fight. Fight with everything they've got, using every possible method. So what if they're born weak? Humans can overcome even the heavens. If you don't fight, how will you know you can't succeed? Moreover, the battlefield of the Myriad Races does give them a chance. Whether it's through hero selection or talent awakening, these are the hopes for those inherently weaker races to turn the tide. A single SSR level talent can be enough to bridge the massive power gap between races. Besides, the battlefield of the Myriad Races doesn't throw them straight into the actual battlefield at the start. It gives them some time to develop. This time is their opportunity. Opportunities are everywhere, right? Just depends on whether you can seize them. Of course, those who successfully rise against the odds are always the minority. Miracles are called miracles precisely because they are exceedingly rare. If everyone could create miracles, would they still be called miracles? They would simply be the norm. As evening approached, the clouds in the sky, illuminated by the setting sun, transformed into a breathtaking painting. Time quietly ticked toward 5 p.m. That's enough for today, Lin Youyu thought. With one final slash, she brought down the last ferocious beast before her. At the same time, her 60-second bloodthirsty berserk state dissipated, and she collapsed in exhaustion only to be caught by a pair of warm hands. The next moment Lin Youyu opened her eyes again, her once stilled heartbeat resuming its rhythm. "Brother Gu, you're back," Lin Youyu called out with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Gu Shaoshang steadied her as she leaned on him, then released his hold and said, "Next time, remember to sit down before the state ends." "I forgot just now." Lin Youyu stuck out her tongue playfully, grinning mischievously. Seeing her carefree expression, Gu Shaoshang knew she hadn't taken his words seriously. With a mock look of exasperation, he reached out and flicked her forehead. "If I catch you doing that again, I'll spank you." "Umph. I'm not scared." Lin Youyu huffed, pulling a face at him before turning and running off toward Wang Xia. "Sister Xia, want to come over to my place tonight?" Lin Youyu asked eagerly, holding Wang Xia's hand with an expectant look. "Maybe not tonight. How about another time?" Wang Xia responded, feeling a twinge of guilt as she saw Lin You's hopeful expression. However, she preferred to spend her evenings alone. Going to Lin You's place would make her feel out of her comfort zone, so she decisively declined. "All right then." Lin Youyu didn't push further, understanding Wang Xia's social anxiety. She smiled and said, "Let's hang out together tomorrow?" "Sure, see you tomorrow." Wang Xia nodded, her face softening into a gentle smile. The night was deep, and the only light in the cave came from the flickering flames of the campfire, casting long shadows on the walls. Gu Shaoshang sat on a simple wooden couch, engrossed in reading a novel. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu, dissatisfied with the uncomfortable couch, climbed onto his lap. She curled up snugly in Gu Shaoshang's warm embrace, occasionally sneaking a glance up at him, only to quickly look away like a guilty little kitten, afraid of being caught. She thought her little gestures were seamless, unaware that Gu Shaoshang had noticed everything but chose to silently indulge her playful antics. At that moment, the game's chat channel suddenly became lively. A player excitedly announced they had reached level 30, sparking a flurry of discussions about levels. Some boasted about their level 44 achievements, while others lamented their slower progress at level 21. The players jokingly compared the gap in levels to the income difference between ordinary people and billionaires, filling the chat with a cheerful atmosphere. The conversation soon shifted to high-level players. When someone asked if anyone had reached level 80, others quickly pointed out that even a top player like Lin Youyu had only reached level 66 that afternoon, while her rival, Yu Linglong, was at level 65. Zhou Cheng then chimed in, announcing he had caught up to Lin Yu's level, politely declining an invitation from another player to join his team. Angela Dale also shared her own progress at level 62, though she expressed some confusion about how others were leveling up so quickly. As the discussion grew more animated, Lin Youyu suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Her presence immediately caught the attention of Yu Linglong, making Lin Youyu suspect that her rival had been secretly watching her all along. "What's this? Arguing with Yu Linglong again?" Gu Shaoshang turned to her with a smirk. Lin Youyu grinned triumphantly. "Not at all. She just wants to compare levels. We already did that at noon, and she was one level below me. Well, then she's bound to lose." Gu Shaoshang chuckled, knowing Lin Yu's current level had already surpassed his own. It was all thanks to her 200 experience bonus, which, despite requiring slightly more experience per level, still gave her a significant edge. "Let's hope she doesn't get too frustrated," Lin Youyu said with a sly smile as she began typing a message in the chat. Just then, the usually mysterious Wang Xia made a rare appearance, praising, "Xiaoyu's level is really impressive." Her sudden entrance caused a wave of astonishment in the channel. Ever since meeting Lin Youyu in person, the chat channel had suddenly become lively. The arrival of Wang Xia instantly sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. "Wang Xia, hello? Over here, over here. Do you have a boyfriend? If you do, would you mind having one more?" A stream of eager messages scrolled rapidly through the channel. "Get lost. You bunch of shameless guys, stay away from us sisters." "Xia, are you lurking as well?" Lin Youyu asked. "Finished eating and have nothing else to do," Wang Xia replied casually. "Join the chat with us." Just then, Yu Linglong suddenly sent out a string of question marks. Lin Youyu instantly noticed her. "Yu Linglong, you're not level 70 yet, are you?" Sitting in front of her computer, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. She quickly replied, "I'm level 69. This was the result of her and Carl's hard work all afternoon. She felt a sense of pride. Surely she could catch up to Lin Youyu now, right? Carl stood nearby, watching his master's beaming smile, and sighed inwardly. How could she be so obsessed with such a trivial competition? Suddenly, Yu Linglong jumped out of her chair. "This is impossible. What's wrong?" Carl asked. Yu Linglong froze for a moment, her expression shifting rapidly before she let out a heavy sigh and collapsed back into her chair. "She's already level 72. Yu Linglong said helplessly. The chat channel instantly erupted. "Level 72? That's insane. I'm barely level 30, and Lin Youyu is already level 72. That's got to be the highest level in the entire game, right? Not just probably, definitely the highest. I'm really curious, how does Lin Youyu level up so fast? Is there some secret method?" Someone chimed in with a reminder. "Did you all forget about the experience boost?" Someone mentioned before that title attributes can include experience bonuses, and Lin Youyu is the first place winner of the regional speedrun competition. She has a legendary title. Yu Linglong immediately picked up on this. "Lin Youyu, can you share how much your experience boost is?" Lin Youyu replied nonchalantly. "Yu Linglong, Not much, just about 200. 200? Just. Yu Linglong clenched her fists, a spark of determination flashing in her eyes. Got it. I'm not giving up so easily. As expected. It's all because of the experience bonus. Yu Linglong stared at the message Lin Youyu had sent in the chat channel and finally felt a sense of relief. This result at least proved that she hadn't lost to her opponent in terms of raw strength. The real gap lay in the experience bonus. Hers was 50, while theirs reached an astonishing 200. That fourfold difference was enough to determine the outcome. The chat channel was bustling with activity after nightfall, with messages flying back and forth. But this lively atmosphere was fleeting. By midnight, the channel would fall silent. Apart from a few persistent night owls still clacking away at their keyboards, most people would already be fast asleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun rose again, that the channel would return to its lively state. At dawn, Gu Shaoshang was busy cooking a large pot of rice. He was using a solar-powered rice cooker he had found in a bronze treasure chest the previous day. The high-tech device looked no different from an ordinary rice cooker, except for its unique energy source. It could be used 10 times on a full charge and then needed to be recharged under sunlight to function again. After testing it out, Gu Shaoshang was quite satisfied with the cooker. The aroma of the rice wafting from the pot was especially enticing, though he wasn't sure if it was thanks to the quality of the rice or the special features of the cooker. He poured steaming minced meat and eggplant sauce, along with scrambled eggs and tomatoes, over the fragrant white rice. To complete the meal, he added a tender, sauce-covered braised pork trotter. A nutritious breakfast was ready. Breakfast is ready, Gu Shaoshang called out toward the tent. Coming. A voice responded, but it was another 5 or 6 minutes before Lin Youyu finally emerged from the tent, her hair a tousled mess. Stayed up late again. Gu Shaoshang glanced at her disheveled appearance and didn't need to ask further to know the reason. I accidentally chatted too long with Sister Sia, Lin Youyu admitted sheepishly, sticking her tongue out. She obediently scooted over to sit beside Gu Shaoshang, handing him a large spoon with both hands while looking at him with a pitiful expression. Watch the time next time, Gu Shaoshang said as he took the spoon, his tone calm. Though the two of them had never set any rules about their schedules, Gu Shaoshang was used to waking up at dawn to wash up and prepare breakfast. Lin Youyu, on the other hand, had always been a habitual late riser. Previously, her early bedtime kept her schedule somewhat normal, but now she seemed to have found new excuses to stay up late. Although Gu Shaoshang didn't scold her, Lin Youyu still ate with a guilty look on her face, occasionally sneaking glances at him, which left Gu Shaoshang both amused and exasperated. Focus on eating, Gu Shaoshang said, pressing a hand on her head to stop her from looking around. Okay, Lin Youyu replied softly. But as soon as Gu Shaoshang withdrew his hand, she couldn't resist sneaking another look at him. Brother Gu, you're not mad, are you? She asked cautiously. Do I seem like the kind of person who gets mad over trivial things? Gu Shaoshang put down his spoon, wiped his mouth, and stared directly at the girl in front of him. Lin Youyu hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting around before she broke into a mischievous grin and nodded. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You do. Do your head. Gu Shaoshang lightly tapped her on the forehead, his action gentle yet authoritative. Ow, that hurts. Lin Youyu immediately covered her head, her brows furrowing as she put on a pitiful expression. Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow, his face clearly saying, I don't buy it. He knew perfectly well he hadn't used any force. This girl was just pretending to act pitiful again. Seeing that her act wasn't working, Lin Youyu reluctantly put down her hand and focused on eating her meal. After a few bites, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her chopsticks moved faster as if she'd stumbled upon a treasure. In no time, she had polished off a big bowl of rice. That hit the spot. Lin Youyu patted her small belly contentedly, her face glowing with happiness. Nothing beats a good meal with rice and side dishes, she remarked in a mockingly mature tone. At that moment, Gu Shaoshang had already pushed 2 empty bowls in front of her, his gaze leaving no room for negotiation. Go wash the dishes. Yes, sir. Lin Youyu sprang to her feet, saluted with exaggerated precision, and then burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter crisp and cheerful. Since Lin Youyu was a complete disaster in the kitchen, even something as simple as cooking rice was beyond her. The division of labor between them had long been established. Gu Shaoshang took on the responsibility of cooking, while Lin Youyu handled other chores like washing dishes and wiping the table. Gu Shaoshang sat nearby, quietly reading a novel he'd pulled from his pocket. Occasionally, he glanced at Lin Youyu as she bustled around. Only when she had finished tidying up did he close his book and put it away. Let's go. You made plans with Wang Xia. Gu Shaoshang got up and extended his hand to her. Yeah, but Sister Xia might be a little late. Lin Youyu nodded, her small hand naturally slipping into Gu Shaoshang's, warm and trusting. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the cave without a trace. When they reappeared, they were over 300 kilometers away. After several more teleportations, Gu Shaoshang brought Lin Youyu back to the spot they had been at the previous day. From the first teleport to their destination, the entire process took less than a second. And this was with Gu Shaoshang's mental abilities not yet at their peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed multiple jumps. It could have been done in one. Lin Youyu had been right. Wang Xie was indeed late today. Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu arrived around 7:40 a.m., but Wang Xie didn't show up until nearly 9 o'clock. During this time, Gu Shaoshang had already leveled up twice, reaching level 72. Sorry, I overslept. Wang Xie apologized, her voice tinged with slight panic. Last night, she and Lin Youyu had stayed up late chatting, and before they knew it, it was way past bedtime. Being someone who needed a full 8 hours of sleep to function, she had only just woken up and hadn't even had time for breakfast. Gu Shaoshang glanced at her, silently bemused. So much for the so-called social anxiety. Had Lin Youyu cured her of it already? Sister Xie, here you go. Lin Youyu, noticing Wang Xie's embarrassment, handed her a piece of bread with a warm smile and a look of genuine concern. Thank you. Wang Xie accepted it and sneaked a cautious glance at Gu Shaoshang. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she let out a small sigh of relief. To be honest, she didn't know why she always felt a bit intimidated by Gu Shaoshang. Even though she and Lin Youyu had become close friends, she still felt a lingering unease whenever she saw him. It reminded her of the time when she was a child and had a particularly strict tutor. There was always that nagging feeling that he might scold her at any moment. Gu Shaoshang was oblivious to the myriad of thoughts running through Wang Xie's mind, but he could clearly sense her fear of him. The terror in her eyes was unmistakable. Was he really that frightening? He couldn't help but question himself. Every time he looked in the mirror, Gu Shaoshang failed to see anything intimidating about himself. Honestly, he thought he looked quite handsome, not any less appealing than certain Yin or certain Zhu. So why did this girl tremble like a quail in his presence? Gu Shaoshang couldn't wrap his head around it, but he didn't dwell on it either. After all, if something didn't make sense to him, he preferred to simply let it go. If he couldn't figure it out, then it wasn't worth the trouble to think about. With Wang Xie joining them, Lin Youyu finally gained a new companion. After all, Gu Shaoshang's pace was just too fast for Lin Youyu to keep up. With those short little legs, how could he possibly outrun Gu Shaoshang? Boom! A vast forest was reduced to ruins under a scarlet slash. The ferocious beasts within the forest were obliterated, turning into clusters of experience points, serving as nourishment for Gu Shaoshang's progression. As the last beast fell, a golden glow enveloped Gu Shaoshang, bringing with it a surge of elevation. He had leveled up again. Level 76, just one step away from reaching level 77, the threshold for unlocking his new maxed-out talent. Opening his character panel, Gu Shaoshang's gaze landed on his newly upgraded SSR level talent. Boundless Energy SSR. With every level gained, an additional 64 points were added to his mental attributes. Although the talent's description seemed rather mundane, its effects were extraordinarily powerful. At level 76, this talent alone had already granted him an additional 4,800 points to his mental attributes. With a 220 attribute boost, this translated to a massive increase of 15,360 points in mental energy. Was this not impressive? It was overwhelmingly powerful. After all, the sheer dominance of raw stats was the ultimate form of strength. As for other mechanics, they were merely decorative enhancements at best. By evening, the fiery hues of the setting sun painted the entire sky red. Deep within the plains, in a marshy area, a colossal sandworm collapsed, its dark green blood falling like torrential rain. The creature's body stretched over 30 to 40 meters in length, with an unknown portion still buried beneath the swamp. Sandworms, iconic inhabitants of the deadly desert, had no absolute level cap. Sometimes, you might encounter an exceptionally formidable sandworm that could crush you to pieces with a single roll. Other times, you might come across a baby sandworm at level 10, only 3 or 4 meters long, practically negligible. By observing a sandworm's size, one could roughly estimate its level. The sandworm before them was clearly no ordinary creature. It was massive, with a visible body length of 30 to 40 meters and a total length potentially exceeding 60 to 70 meters. Such a sandworm would undoubtedly be at least level 80. Sure enough, when Gu Shaoshang struck it down with a single slash, its level was revealed to be a staggering 83. Just this one kill had earned Gu Shaoshang 160 experience points. Staring at the massive creature before him, he calculated in his mind if he could encounter a few more sandworms like this, leveling up to 78 today wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, sandworms were solitary creatures, especially high-level ones like this. It was almost guaranteed that no second sandworm would appear within several miles. Brother Gu, we're heading back home. Lin Yuyu's voice called out from the distance. Gu Shaoshang grabbed one of the sandworm's antennae with his right hand. His muscles tensed instantly, and with a powerful swing of his arm, the colossal black mass whistled through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away. The tremendous impact created a deep crater in the earth. It wasn't surprising despite being an insect. This sandworm weighed at least 100 tons. The sudden, thunderous noise startled both Lin Youyu and Wang Xie. Wow, what kind of beast is this? It's enormous. Lin Youyu stared wide-eyed at the massive creature in front of him. Wang Xie didn't have as exaggerated a reaction, but the shock in her eyes was unmistakable. In Gu Shaoshang's arms, Kiki suddenly let out a soft meow. Kiki says this is a type of ferocious beast called a sandworm, Wang Xie translated. Huh, this is a worm. Lin Youyu was even more astonished. Oh boy, since when could worms grow this big? Did it take steroids or something? The bodybuilding world's about to get some bad news. Gu Shaoshang's figure landed lightly on the sandworm's corpse, standing atop its massive head. Brother Gu, did you kill this giant bug? Lin Youyu quickly asked. I ran into it in that swamp over there, Gu Shaoshang replied, leaping down from the sandworm's head with a faint smile on his face. It even tried to ambush me, but unfortunately for it, it made way too much noise. Thinking back to the scene earlier, he couldn't help but chuckle. For a creature of this size to believe it could move stealthily through a swamp, as if it were in the desert, it was almost laughable. So, Brother Gu, did you throw it over here because you want me to harvest its body? Yes, see if you can gather any useful materials from it. There won't be sandworm meat, right? Because I absolutely refuse to eat bugs. Lin Youyu made a disgusted face. Don't worry, no one's asking you to eat bugs. Gu Shaoshang replied with a laugh. Upon closer inspection, the sandworm's appearance was truly hideous and terrifying. Its head was covered with dozens of pitch-black antennae, and its gaping maw was lined with rings of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes, each larger than an adult's head, numbered in the dozens, and just looking at them was enough to send chills down one's spine. Gu Shaoshang certainly had no appetite to eat something like this. As long as it's not edible. Lin Youyu sighed in relief and immediately used his gathering ability on the massive sandworm corpse in front of him. In the next second, the enormous body of the sandworm vanished as if refreshed, leaving behind a huge pile of materials harvested from it. The quantity was so vast that it filled a large, empty space in front of the three of them. Wow, that's a lot. Lin Youyu couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Shaoshang waved his hand, storing the materials batch by batch into his personal space, sparing the hassle of counting them. Once items entered his personal space, Gu Shaoshang could instantly know their quantity and details. With his movements, the materials gathered from the giant sandworm disappeared one after another. Wang Xie, standing nearby, had seen Gu Shaoshang do this before, but she still couldn't help glancing a few more times. A question surfaced in her mind. Is Brother Gu really in Frank Hero? This question had crossed her mind more than once. Yet, whether it was her or Coco, the information they detected about Gu Shaoshang consistently showed he was in Frank Hero. However, nothing about his performance aligned with what one would expect of Frank abilities. Was he not even trying to pretend? Brother Gu, what kind of things did you gather from that big worm just now? Lin Youyu asked curiously. The largest quantity is sand, Gu Shaoshang replied. But it's not ordinary sand. It's a special type called glazed sand, likely a crafting material. He speculated. There were 3,700 units of glazed sand, each a cubic meter in size and shaped like a perfect cube. What else? Lin Youyu asked eagerly. There are also sandworm antennae, 18 of them, Gu Shaoshang said, pulling one out from his personal space to show her. This is one of the antennae from the giant sandworm's head. The gathered version is much smaller than the original, about a meter long. It looks like an elephant tusk, but it's straight, entirely jet black, and gleams with a dark sheen. Ugh, it's so ugly. Lin Youyu commented after taking a look. Gu Shaoshang casually returned the antenna to his personal space and continued. Besides that, there's sandworm hide 600 pieces and sandworm eyeballs 8 of them. Do you want to see? Lin Youyu shook her head furiously, like a rattling drum. No way. I definitely don't want to see those. That's about it, Gu Shaoshang concluded. No sandworm meat. Lin Youyu asked curiously. What? Do you actually want to eat worms? Gu Shaoshang teased with a laugh. Lin Youyu quickly shook her head and explained. No, I wouldn't eat it. It's Sister Xie who wants to eat it. Wang Xie was utterly baffled. She had been quietly standing on the side the entire time. How did it suddenly become her wanting to eat worms? No, I don't want to eat that at all. She hurriedly clarified, worried that Gu Shaoshang might misunderstand and actually think she liked eating worms. Sister Xie, I was just joking, Lin Youyu said with a laugh. As dusk fell, Wang Xie bid farewell to Gu Shaoshang and Lin Youyu. They agreed to meet again the next day and each headed home. Back at the water curtain cave shelter, Gu Shaoshang collapsed onto the sofa as soon as he walked in, utterly exhausted. Nearby, Lin Youyu had already lit a campfire and hurried into the tent to take a shower. Being someone who cherished cleanliness, a shower was always her first priority upon returning to camp. Gu Shaoshang, on the other hand, had no such urgent needs. After resting briefly, he summoned his character panel and focused on the talent section. Divine Mind SSR gains 200 points to mental attributes with each upgrade. Additionally, mental attributes increase physical defense by 30. Today he had finally reached level 77, and his talent, Energetic, had evolved into SSR level Divine Mind. Gu Shaoshang wasn't surprised, as he had anticipated that Divine Mind would bring additional attribute bonuses. What did catch him off guard, however, was that this talent enhanced his physical defense. With this boost, his physical defense had nearly doubled, increasing by a staggering 60. Despite having the weakest physique among his four main attributes, his physical defense had become exceptionally strong, now a significant advantage. Even so, Gu Shaoshang felt a twinge of regret. While Divine Mind had enhanced his defense, he hadn't managed to break through to level 80. His experience bar currently displayed 235 points, with 7,400 points required for the next level. Though the number didn't seem insurmountable, the beasts that offered substantial experience had grown increasingly scarce. Monsters over level 70 were usually found occupying their own territories, making it impossible to rely on large groups of beasts to farm experience, as he had before. This issue had already become apparent to him earlier in the afternoon. The beasts he encountered were either too low-level or too few in number to provide sufficient experience. Lin Youyu, despite her 200 experience bonus, had only managed to climb from level 72 to 76 today, falling behind Gu Shaoshang. The reason was simple. The dwindling number of beasts made leveling up much harder. Fortunately, Gu Shaoshang's high mobility allowed him to use spatial teleportation to quickly move between areas in search of enemies. Thanks to this, he had managed to gain 7 levels in a single day. Without it, reaching level 77 today might have been impossible. Rubbing his temples, Gu Shaoshang stood up and began preparing dinner. Tonight's menu would feature a grand seafood feast. Earlier in the afternoon, Lin Youyu had opened 2 bronze treasure chests, yielding some excellent items, including plenty of seafood, more than enough for a lavish dinner. Gu Shaoshang planned to make an ultra-deluxe seafood platter paired with a generous serving of stir-fried beef rice, sure to satisfy their appetites. Preparing the seafood platter wasn't overly complicated. The key was finding a suitable container. Scanning the area, Gu Shaoshang realized there wasn't one readily available, so he decided to make one himself. Though the result looked a bit rough, it was functional. At last, the container for the seafood platter was complete. "Brother Gu, I'm done washing up. It's your turn now." Lin Youyu emerged from the tent while drying her damp hair with a towel. As soon as she lifted the tent flap, an irresistible aroma wafted into her nose. Instinctively, she took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up as she followed the scent with quick, eager steps. "Brother Gu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" she asked, slipping her head under Gu Shaoshang's arm with an expectant smile on her face. Without pausing his work, Gu Shaoshang replied, "Seafood platter and beef fried rice. Go take a seat. It'll be ready in just a moment." He gently pushed her head back with one hand while continuing to cook with the other. "Then I must send a few pictures to Sister Cia later," Lin Youyu said excitedly, already planning how to show off their delicious dinner. Before long, Gu Shaoshang finished preparing the meal. At the center of the table was a generous seafood platter, surrounded by a large dish of beef fried rice packed with colorful vegetables. The portions, though fit for 10, were just right for the two of them. "Wait a second, let me take some pictures first." Lin Youyu quickly stopped Gu Shaoshang from picking up his chopsticks. She opened the group chat channel and snapped several photos of the sumptuous meal laid out before them. "Everyone, dinner's ready. Have you eaten yet?" she posted in the public chat, attaching 3 pictures of their feast. Then, she sent a private message to Wang Xia, adding one more photo of herself making a peace sign, with Gu Shaoshang's exasperated expression captured in the background. "Sister Xia, have you eaten yet? Brother Gu and I are just about to dig in. Look at all this amazing food." She attached 4 photos and clapped her hands in satisfaction. "All done." Just then, a series of notification sounds came from the open chat channel. Lin Youyu checked the replies while enjoying her meal. "Am I some kind of masochist? Why are you showing me this? I'm full already, not envious at all, really. Wait, is that a lobster thicker than my arm? An abalone the size of my hand? A king crab with a head as big as a melon? What kind of god-tier dinner is this? Oh my god, Lord, why did you let me see this? Great, now as I munch on this bread, it tastes like seafood in my head." Yu Linglong chimed in. "Humph, so boring." Not surprised, Lin Youyu, the legend, even eats like royalty. "I'm so jealous. By the way, if there are leftovers, can you sell them to me? I'll pay top dollar. I just had 2 servings of overcooked steak, and I absolutely do not want to eat anymore." Really, who would have thought that Lin Youyu, besides being beautiful, kind, and strong, is also a culinary genius? "Is there anything she can't do?" Angela Dale commented. "I wish I could have seafood, but all I've got is this tough steak. Can someone help me grill it? Why does mine always turn out so hard and chewy?" "They'll do it. I used to be a Western chef with over 10 years of experience in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Grilling meat is my specialty." Me. Angela, look at me. I don't even need payment, just remember me, and you'll be happy." Wow, are people really competing for this now? You guys are too much. The chat room was buzzing with people sharing photos of their dinners. Lin Youyu elegantly peeled the golden, tempting king crab legs in front of him while scrolling through the group's dinner posts. Someone had shared instant noodles with sausages, while another boasted about their newly bought marinated eggs. Just as he was enjoying these down-to-earth dinner selections, a message from Wang Xia popped up. "These were all made by Brother Gu, right? I also made something myself. Let me show you." She followed up with 3 pictures. Lin Youyu clicked on them and was instantly amazed. Every dish was plated with exquisite care, looking vibrant and delicious, far beyond the level of ordinary home-cooked meals. Jie can cook. Lin Youyu exclaimed in surprise. Sure, making instant noodles or dumplings could count as cooking, but creating dishes that were both visually appealing and delicious was on a completely different level. What shocked him the most was that the elegant and refined Wang Xia actually cooked herself, completely overturning his impression of this wealthy young lady. Jie, you're incredible. Did you really make all these? Ugh, I admit defeat. Even though Wang Xia's dinner couldn't compare to the seafood feast in front of him, as someone who couldn't even stir-fry without burning the pan, Lin Youyu was thoroughly impressed. Yeah, I used to enjoy learning how to cook when I had free time at home. It's not that great, really, Wang Xia replied modestly. Recalling his last disastrous attempt at cooking, Lin Youyu couldn't help but feel defeated. Don't even mention it. If you saw my so-called masterpieces, you'd know what a true cooking disaster looks like. Jie, your dishes are already amazing. Meanwhile, Gu Shaoshang remained focused on enjoying the meal without saying much. Before long, the enormous seafood platter, spanning nearly a meter, and a large 10-person serving of beef fried rice were completely devoured by the two of them. After the satisfying meal, Gu Shaoshang sat down with a drink to relax, while Lin Yu got up to clear the table, carefully washing the dishes and placing them in a storage box to keep them dust-free. By the time the chores were done, it was already 8:30 p.m. Lin Youyu bounced over to Gu Shaoshang and, out of nowhere, started playfully hitting his chest with small, light punches. The sudden action left Gu Shaoshang utterly confused. What was going on? But after throwing her punches, Lin Youyu casually nestled into his arms as if nothing had happened. Seeing the bewildered look on Gu Shaoshang's face, she couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. After some playful banter, the two of them settled down quietly again. Gu Shaoshang focused on the novel in his hands, while Lin Youyu comfortably rested her head on his lap. She alternated between chatting remotely with Wang Xia and browsing through the lively discussions in the chat channel. In this multiracial battlefield, where entertainment was scarce and survival itself was a blessing, this was how everyone managed to amuse themselves. The clock silently struck midnight. Lin Youyu glanced at the time displayed in the chat channel and suddenly realized it was already 12 a.m. The chat channel remained as lively as ever, with an overwhelming flood of messages, a stark contrast to the early days when everyone adhered to a bedtime of 8 or 9 o'clock. Maybe they just aren't tired enough during the day, Gu Shaoshang remarked with a light chuckle. Yeah, that could be it. Lin Youyu nodded in agreement. Brother Gu, are you going to rest soon? In a bit. There are only 30 or 40 pages left in this book. He'll finish it before sleeping, Gu Shaoshang replied. Then he'll wait and sleep later too, Lin Youyu said with a bright smile. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. The Hero's Altar event is about to begin. All humans from Blue Star, please take note. In 24 hours, the Hero's Altar event will commence and last for 10 days. During the event, 2 Heroes' Altars will randomly appear in each region every day. Find the altars, defeat the Guardians, and successfully claim an altar to earn generous rewards. The notification repeated 3 times, loud enough to wake even those who were fast asleep. Simultaneously, a Hero's Altar leaderboard covering all beginner islands appeared, though it was currently blank. Brother Gu, there's a new event starting. Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up as she excitedly tugged at Gu Shaoshang. Yes, I heard it too, Gu Shaoshang confirmed with a nod. The announcement was audible even to the summoned heroes from other worlds. The chat channel instantly exploded with activity. Did you hear that? It sounds like a new event is starting. Yeah, I heard it too. The leaderboard spanning across all beginner islands sparked everyone's imagination. Would being at the top come with extra rewards? If so, the competition ahead would undoubtedly be fierce. I was sound asleep, but I got rudely woken up. The chat channel instantly exploded. Messages started flying in like rapid-fire bullets. Same here. I had just fallen asleep cuddling with my girlfriend, and now I'm wide awake again. Wake up, man. You don't even have a girlfriend. Then what's this? A photo was immediately sent. Holy crap. An elf girl. Unbelievable. A gorgeous elf hero. Get your filthy hands off her. Let me take over. The conversation quickly returned to the main topic. Zhang Yuanqi was the first to ask. Only 2 hero altars per day? Isn't that a bit too few? Yeah, just 2 a day? Who's that supposed to benefit? Totally unfair. This doesn't even involve us weaker players. At least the last regional race gave us a sense of participation. Now we don't even get that. Yu Linglong directly tagged Lin Youyu. How about we see who claims the first hero altar first? Lin Youyu didn't back down. Sure thing, but I'm definitely going to beat you. We'll see who wins. Don't celebrate too early. Yu Linglong fired back. Zhou Qing cautiously asked. Can I join in? Get lost. Yu Linglong shot him down without hesitation. Zhou Cheng could only reply with a pitiful emoji. Zhang Yuanqi couldn't help but laugh. Haha, dude, are you here just to entertain us? You're asking for it. Angela Dale seized the opportunity to start forming a team. I want to give it a shot too, but I feel like I can't take on those 2 big shots. Anyone want to team up with me? Responses came quickly. Xie Tianhao and Fiora both expressed interest in joining, but Angela seemed uninterested in Xie Tianhao and teamed up with Fiora instead. The atmosphere in the chat channel grew more complicated. Someone sighed. If even the pros are teaming up, what can we small fries do? Just sit back and watch. Better level up while we still can. I have a feeling we won't be on this beginner's island much longer. No way. I just got comfortable here. Don't make us move again. Small fries adapt to the environment, while the pros change the environment themselves. That's the difference. Ouch, that hit me right in the feels. Lin Youyu glanced at the chat for a moment before turning her attention to Gu Shaoshang. She clenched her fists tightly. Brother Gu, we absolutely have to claim the first hero altar. There's no way I'm losing to that woman, Yu Linglong. Gu Shaoshang chuckled softly. Don't worry. As long as the hero altar doesn't appear completely unnoticed, we'll definitely be the first to find it. With Gu Shaoshang's spatial manipulation ability, as long as the altar's arrival caused even the slightest disturbance, he could instantly teleport them to it, ensuring they wouldn't lose out to anyone. At dawn the next morning, as the first light touched the sky, Gu Shaoshang was already awake. Despite staying up late the previous night due to the new activity, his ever-improving physical condition meant that even a lack of rest for a day or two wouldn't affect him much. He was full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. After a quick morning wash, Gu Shaoshang changed out of his sleepwear, dressed neatly, and stepped out of the tent, fully equipped. The clock showed 6:11 a.m., about an hour before Lin Youyu's usual wake-up time. Instead of preparing breakfast immediately, he first lit the campfire outside. Then, in a flash, he teleported to a flat rock above the waterfall outside the cave. There, he sat quietly, taking in the sunrise over the battlefield of myriad races. The late sunrise in this place made glimpses of morning light at 6 a.m. a common occurrence. After spending half an hour by the waterfall, he returned to the camp to begin preparing breakfast. Recalling the delicious beef fried rice from the previous evening, Gu Shaoshang decided to make it again, this time adding lobster to enhance the flavor. Just as he was serving a large pot of fragrant fried rice, Lin Youyu emerged from the tent, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Morning, Brother Gu, she greeted, still a bit drowsy. You're up? Go wash your face, then come eat breakfast, Gu Shaoshang replied. Okay. Lin Youyu nodded groggily and turned back to the tent. A moment later, a refreshed Lin Youyu came running out energetically. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the steaming fried rice on the table. I'm starving. I feel like I could eat this whole platter by myself. Finish this bowl first before making big claims, Gu Shaoshang said, handing her a bowl filled to the brim. Thank you, Brother Gu, she said sweetly before digging in. As the food warmed her stomach, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. Delicious, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After finishing her first bowl, she eagerly helped herself to another. The large platter, enough to serve 17 or 18 people, was eventually devoured by the two of them. Lin Youyu managed to eat about a third, with the rest going to Gu Shaoshang. After the meal, Gu Shaoshang opened a can of Sprite and gulped down more than half of it, feeling pleasantly full. I want some too. Lin Youyu reached out eagerly. Gu Shaoshang tossed her a new can without hesitation. She popped it open and took several long gulps before sighing contentedly. Ah, refreshing. Why does life on the battlefield of myriad races feel more carefree than back on Blue Planet? At home, I wouldn't have dared to eat like this. I'd have turned into a little ball for sure. Hearing this, Gu Shaoshang chuckled. If a normal person ate like that, they'd surely end up as round as a ball. The plains on the edge of the Death Desert were scattered with various layers of ferocious beasts, big and small. Gu Shaoshang first regrouped with Lin Youyu and Wang Xie, then scouted out an ideal hunting spot. Stay safe, and if there's any trouble, fire the signal flare, Gu Shaoshang reminded them after settling them in. Once the two agreed, he teleported away, leaving the two and their cat behind to hunt the beasts. For the rest of the day, Gu Shaoshang roamed the plains back and forth. Beasts below level 60 were everywhere, often appearing in packs, making him shake his head in frustration how he wished he could encounter a level 80 beast. Thankfully, his morning efforts paid off, and his level rose to 79. The three met briefly at noon to share a meal and discuss their progress. Lin Youyu had leveled up from 76 to 77, though his progress was slower. Wang Xie, starting from the lowest level, made the most significant leap, advancing from 69 to 73. In the afternoon, Gu Shaoshang resumed his journey to level up. His persistence paid off, and by around 2 p.m., he finally reached level 80. With this milestone came the awakening of a new talent. The effects of the newly unlocked rank talent were intriguing. Each day, he could refine a skill of no higher than green grade, with a 10 chance of upgrading it, a 50 chance of it remaining unchanged, and a 40 chance of it downgrading. The odds were far from reassuring, so Gu Shaoshang decided to hold off for now. After all, he would gain a rank talent upon reaching the next level, making it unnecessary to test his luck just yet. Motivated by his new talent, Gu Shaoshang spent the rest of the day searching for beasts above level 76. Before nightfall, his efforts paid off, and he successfully reached level 81. Enlightenment D. Each day, you can enhance up to 2 skills of green grade or lower. There's a 20 chance to upgrade the skill's grade, a 60 chance it remains the same, and a 20 chance it downgrades by 1 grade. Gu Shaoshang carefully examined the changes in his upgraded talent, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The maximum grade for enlightenment remained at green, but the daily attempts had doubled from 1 to 2. Even more exciting was the fact that the probability of upgrading a skill had doubled to 20, while the chance of it remaining the same had increased to 60, leaving the downgrade probability at just 20. This meant that as long as luck wasn't particularly terrible, most of the time the skill's grade would at least stay the same. Of course, the 20 chance of downgrading, though small, was still something to be cautious about in case of bad luck. Let's go, time to head home, Gu Shaoshang said as he walked toward the resting area, where Lin Youyu and Wang Xie were chatting. Goodbye, Sister Xie. Lin Youyu stood up and waved to Wang Xie. Bye, little fish. Wang Xie replied with a warm smile. Perched on her head, Kiki also raised a tiny paw to wave. Hehe Kiki, don't miss me too much, Lin Youyu teased with a grin. Kiki immediately covered its face with its paws and turned its head away, letting out a soft meow. Wang Xie chuckled and translated. Kiki says I'll miss you. Whether the translation was accurate or not, only Wang Xie would know. As Kiki meowed repeatedly, Gu Shaoshang grabbed Lin Youyu by the hand, and the two disappeared in an instant. Kiki leapt into Wang Xie's arms, rubbing its little head affectionately against her. I know, Wang Xie said, gently stroking Kiki's head. Not seeing little fish for the next few days will feel a bit strange for you, right? Kiki shook its head, and Wang Xie continued playfully. Oh, is Kiki feeling shy? Don't worry, you'll see her again soon. The heartwarming interaction between the girl and the cat continued until Kiki climbed onto Wang Xie's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Meanwhile, Lin Youyu glanced at Gu Shaoshang and suddenly asked, Brother Gu, we won't be playing with Sister Xie for the next few days, right? That's right. Will you miss her, Brother Gu? Why do you ask? Gu Shaoshang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Don't you like Sister Xie? Lin Youyu blinked her big pink eyes and asked. But Sister Xie is so beautiful. She has such a great personality. She's even good at cooking way better than me. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Gu Shaoshang couldn't help but laugh. No, why would I like her? Isn't she your friend? Gu Shaoshang gently pinched her nose and said with a smile. Whether I like her or not has nothing to do with those things. Whether she's great or not is her business, it has nothing to do with me. Stop overthinking all the time, or you'll end up losing your hair. No way, Lin Youyu exclaimed, quickly shielding her hair with both hands. Brother Gu, you're just trying to scare me again. If you don't want to lose your hair, stop thinking about nonsense, Gu Shaoshang said as he walked. Why not think about what to eat tonight instead? Lin Youyu watched Gu Shaoshang's back for a moment, then suddenly quickened her pace to catch up. Brother Gu, what is it? Gu Shaoshang stopped and turned around. Before he could react, a soft touch brushed against his lips. Lin Youyu pretended as if nothing had happened, clasped her hands behind her back, and skipped ahead. Turning around, she called out, Brother Gu, hurry up. I'm starving. Gu Shaoshang raised a hand to touch his lips, a faint smile forming as he quickened his steps to catch up. Don't walk so fast, or you'll trip. On one time, before she could finish, Lin Youyu stumbled over a small stone on the ground, her body tilting to one side. A warm embrace caught her just in time. I told you to be careful, Gu Shaoshang said with a hint of reproach. Hehe. Lin Youyu wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully said, Isn't that why you're here, Brother Gu? Carry me. I don't feel like walking anymore. You're going to get spoiled one day. Despite his words, Gu Shaoshang effortlessly picked her up. Lin Youyu nestled into his arms, gazing intently at his profile, her eyes brimming with affection. The sunset painted the sky in hues of red, and the distant fields swayed gently with the wind. The pair's silhouettes gradually disappeared into the picturesque scene. Late at night, Lin Youyu lay in bed, tossing and turning. Every time she closed her eyes, the memory of that kiss from earlier surfaced, making her cheeks burn and her ears turn red. Brother Gu must like me too, right? She pondered, alternating between giggling to herself and feeling uncertain, until she finally drifted off to sleep hours later. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Gu Shaoshang fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. At the break of dawn, Gu Shaoshang was already up, having washed and prepared breakfast. Lin Youyu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, emerged from the tent, yawning. Morning, Brother Gu. Stayed up late again last night? Gu Shaoshang asked, noticing her groggy expression. Couldn't sleep, had insomnia. Lin Youyu pouted, thinking to herself, it's all because of you. Go splash some cold water on your face to wake up, Gu Shaoshang said, pointing toward the washing area. Fine, Lin Youyu replied with a resentful look, walking away while silently grumbling to herself. This insensitive guy, he doesn't understand a girl's feelings at all. This morning's breakfast was beef congee, served with side dishes. The fragrant beef congee and several plates of freshly stir-fried side dishes were placed on the dining table, still steaming. Lin Youyu had been sulking earlier, but the sight of the table full of delicious food quickly swept her annoyance away. She stared intently at the pot of steaming beef congee. Careful, it's hot, Gu Shaoshang said thoughtfully as he ladled a bowl of congee and handed it to her. Wow, you're amazing, brother Gu. This beef congee looks so tempting. Lin Youyu beamed with delight. Already done being upset? Gu Shaoshang teased. I wasn't upset. You must have imagined it, brother Gu. Lin Youyu shook her head repeatedly, denying it, as if the sulky girl from moments ago had nothing to do with her. Gu Shaoshang chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose her little fib. Instead, he pushed the side dishes closer to her so she could reach them easily, then served himself a big bowl of congee. Brother Gu, what are we doing today? Lin Youyu asked as she enjoyed her delicious breakfast. Wait, Gu Shaoshang replied briefly. We wait for the first hero altar to appear. Until then, we don't need to do anything. Oh, Lin Youyu responded while opening the regional chat channel to see if anyone had discovered anything. She knew deep down that even if someone had made a discovery, they were unlikely to share it publicly. Gu Shaoshang had already checked the hero altar leaderboard earlier in the morning. As expected, the list remained empty, indicating that the situation on other novice islands was likely the same. The first hero altar had yet to appear. The chat channel was already buzzing with activity. I'm so nervous. Has anyone noticed anything unusual? All quiet, not a single stir. Don't worry, it's still early. The pros haven't made a move yet. What does a hero altar even look like? Do you think we can get hero summoning orders from it? If I could grab just one, that would be amazing. My first draw was only a crate hero. Crate isn't bad. My grade hero is practically useless. Please let the altar appear near me. Yeah, right. It should show up near me instead. Lin Youyu smiled softly as she read the lively discussions in the chat. She noticed someone speculating about her. Could Lin Youyu be a double SR grade player? Or even double SSR? The conversation continued, but she was already focused on enjoying the delicious breakfast in front of her. Are you overthinking it? How could it possibly be a double SSR? Someone questioned. Why not? Another person retorted. I think Lin Youyu must have a double SSR setup. Otherwise, how could she be so much stronger than Yu Linglong? Yu Linglong? A startled exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. Oh no, dude, you're in trouble. You just badmouthed Yu Linglong and got caught. No, that's not what I meant. Before the words fully left their mouth, the person hastily explained. Yu Linglong, I was wrong. I didn't mean it that way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Youyu calmly responded amidst the crowd's chatter. I'm not a double SSR setup. What the? Someone exclaimed in shock. It's Lin Youyu herself. Lin Youyu, could you share your talent and starting hero with us? Someone eagerly asked. Lin Youyu smiled faintly. My talent is SSR level, but my starting hero isn't. So it's SSR-SR? That's still super impressive. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Not SR either, Lin Youyu replied in a calm tone. Huh? Then SSRS. That's still amazing. The person continued to guess, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Youyu shook her head. Not S either. Not even S? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. I get it. Lin Youyu must have used up all her luck on her talent. Ah, I see. She sacrificed her luck for it. But even with that, you'd only end up with a level hero, another person sighed. Life is tough, huh? Lin Youyu's gaze darkened slightly, but she said no more. Meanwhile, on a cliff on Newbie Island, Yu Linglong stood at a high point, her brows slightly furrowed, as an indescribable sense of urgency welled up in her heart. She had never encountered an SSR level talent before, but she knew such a talent must be extraordinarily powerful. For Lin Youyu to take first place in the regional speed competition, there had to be a strong SSR level talent behind her, and this factor undoubtedly played a significant role. In comparison, although her orc swordsman Carl had SR level potential, the gap between them was clear. If she had to compare, she even felt at a disadvantage, despite Carl being her most reliable ally. At least Lin Youyu's starting hero wasn't strong. That was the only good news. While Yu Linglong hadn't publicly confirmed Lin Youyu's starting hero setup, she speculated that if it wasn't S-level, it was probably a level. After all, could anyone even use a level hero? She shook her head with a light sigh, still doubting Lin Youyu's luck could be that bad. As she pondered, Carl's figure suddenly appeared, swiftly moving from the distance and landing beside her like a gust of wind. Did you find anything? Yu Linglong asked. Carl shook his head. No, just a few low-level beasts nearby. Nothing suspicious. Yu Linglong let out a soft sigh. It seems the hero altar hasn't descended yet. We still have to wait and see if any new clues emerge. She sounded slightly disappointed. I was hoping to seize an early advantage, but it looks like we'll have to wait for fair competition in the end. The mountain breeze brushed past her as her gaze stretched beyond the cliff, taking in the vast expanse of land. Yet, the unease in her heart refused to dissipate. What did you just say about SSR level? Carl suddenly interrupted Yu Linglong's muttering, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yu Linglong turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. SSR level? Yeah, when I came over just now, I heard you mumbling something about SSR-rated configuration, Carl said, his gaze intense, clearly intrigued by the topic. Yu Linglong chuckled lightly and explained, oh that. It's about that Lin Youyu. She just revealed her talent level in the chat channel. It's SSR level. But her initial hero level isn't that high, not even S level. So I guess it must be an SSR-A configuration. That human girl has an SSR level talent. Carl exclaimed, his voice dripping with envy. His heart churned with frustration. Even he didn't have an SSR level talent, just SR. And yet, this clueless human girl, who lucked her way into the multiracial battleground alongside her civilization, managed to awaken the talent he had always dreamed of. How unfair could fate be? Yeah, it seems like all her luck was spent on awakening her talent. Yu Linglong nodded. She didn't share Carl's obsession with SSR level talents and wasn't entirely sure just how powerful a talent of that level could be. After all, her own talent was only S level, while Carl's was SR level. She had never encountered a genuine SSR level talent before and couldn't imagine what it might truly be like. Inwardly, Yu Linglong thought to herself that although Carl's talent was one level higher than hers, it didn't seem particularly overwhelming. Instead, she was more interested in the few unique skills Carl possessed. Those skills were truly remarkable. Unfortunately, Carl couldn't teach them to her. The multiracial battleground is way too kind to you humans, Carl said enviously. Kind to us? Yu Linglong gave Carl a strange look, as if she were staring at someone who'd lost their mind. What part of the multiracial battleground seemed kind to humans to him? Back on Blue Planet, they had been living perfectly fine lives, enjoying the blessings of their 9-to-9 work schedules and relishing all sorts of modern industrially processed delicacies. Life had been full of promise. In comparison, now they constantly faced the risk of losing their lives, all while being endlessly busy, barely having a moment to breathe. And even so, the vast majority of them had already fallen on this seemingly cursed land. When they first arrived, there had been 10 million people on this novice island. But now, there were barely 200,000 left. And yet, he thought the multiracial battleground was kind to them. What a joke. At 10 a.m., near the central region of the novice island, atop a towering mountain. This was the highest point on the entire island. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. Brother Gu, do you see anything? Lin Youyu stood on one side of the mountain peak, gazing into the distance. No, do you? Gu Shaoshang replied from the other side of the peak, equally focused on his search. I don't see anything either. Lin Youyu shook her head. The two had been observing from the mountaintop for over half an hour, but found nothing. Pouting slightly, Lin Youyu couldn't help but complain. When is this hero altar going to show up? Since leaving in the morning, Gu Shaoshang had taken her to several locations already. Luckily, Gu Shaoshang had spatial teleportation abilities, which made traveling much easier. If it had been anyone else, they would have worn themselves out by now. Despite her best efforts, Lin Yuyu's frustration began to mount as time passed without any progress. Her gaze frequently darted to the hero altar leaderboard, now densely packed with dozens of names. Over the past half hour, the list had been constantly updating, climbing to 50 or 60 names. Watching others claim their spots on the leaderboard one after another while she remained stuck, Lin Yu's anxiety was palpable. Take it easy. It's just the beginning, no need to rush, Gu Shaoshang said, trying to comfort her as he noticed her restless demeanor. At that moment, the entire novice island suddenly shook violently. Even at the mountain peak, thousands of meters high, the tremors were unmistakable. In the distance, thick layers of snow began to collapse, triggering an enormous avalanche. But neither Gu Shaoshang nor Lin Youyu had the luxury to marvel at the breathtaking natural spectacle, as their attention was wholly captured by a towering pillar of light piercing the sky. It's the hero altar, Lin Youyu exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement. She grabbed Gu Shaoshang's arm and shouted, Brother Gu, let's hurry. We can't let anyone beat us to it. Hold on tight, Gu Shaoshang warned. In the next instant, both of their figures vanished from the mountaintop. Meanwhile, at the center of a massive lake, an island was slowly rising from beneath the water. The colossal pillar of light descended precisely onto this island, its diameter spanning over 100 meters, visible from every corner of the novice island. Nearby, blue star humans were converging on the site, scrambling to reach the source of the light. The closest individuals were the first to arrive. The hero altar is mine. Osiris, go! A winged dragon roared, spewing scorching flames to block the path behind it, then carried its master toward the island at the lake's center. Lightning envoy, strike them! Came an angry shout from behind. A bolt of lightning as thick as a man's thigh crashed down, striking both the dragon and its rider. The pair plummeted into the lake, trailing smoke. TCH, I thought it was some powerful dragon, but it's just for show, sneered the one who had cast the lightning. But his smugness was short-lived as he noticed several figures skimming across the water, racing toward the central island. Lightning envoy, more lightning. At his command, the lightning envoy raised its staff, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning upon the figures on the water. Some managed to fend off the strikes, but many more were scorched and disappeared into the lake's depths. When Gu Shaoshang arrived with Lin Youyu, the scene was already a chaotic melee involving some 20 to 30 people. These individuals had clearly reacted swiftly, but Gu Shaoshang merely glanced at them without much interest. Their strength was so insignificant that he felt no urge to intervene. Besides, most of the fighting was concentrated along the lakeshore and on the water's surface. As for the small island in the center of the lake, from beginning to end, it seemed no one had managed to set foot on it. Ignore them. We're heading straight to the island, Gu Shaoshang said calmly. All right, Lin Youyu replied with a nod. The two figures flickered along the lakeshore, disappearing from sight before anyone in the melee could even register their presence. What the hell? Did I just see a ghost? Someone exclaimed in shock, a shiver running down their spine as they caught a fleeting glimpse. The island in the center of the lake wasn't large, spanning roughly 300 to 400 square meters. It was barren and devoid of vegetation, with the only notable feature being a circular altar standing at its center. On the altar stood a statue of a man, his face indistinct, holding a long sword, and standing silently, as if gazing into some unknown distance. Apart from the statue, the altar was empty. There were no treasure chests, nor any sign of the guardian mentioned in the earlier event announcement. Should we go up there? Lin Youyu asked, glancing at Gu Shaoshang. Since we're here, we might as well take a look, Gu Shaoshang answered casually, leading the way toward the altar. The moment they stepped within the altar's boundary, the scenery around them abruptly shifted. In an instant, they found themselves on an ancient battlefield. The sky was dark and ominous, as if a thunderstorm was about to break. Broken weapons and shattered armor were scattered across the ground, and not far away, a tall figure stood silently on a small hill, its back turned toward them. You've come. The tall figure spoke without turning its head. I've come, Lin Youyu instinctively replied. You shouldn't have come. The figure slowly turned around, revealing its front. Its armor was battered, its body covered in scars. But what was truly shocking was that it was no longer a living being. It was a massive stone figure carved from rock. Gu Shaoshang's heart skipped a beat as he immediately recalled the statue on the altar. The armor and sword of this stone figure were nearly identical to those of the statue they had seen earlier. Since you've come, stay here with me, the stone figure said in a deep, resonant voice. Brother Gu, should we fight it? Lin Youyu asked, turning to Gu Shaoshang instead of responding to the stone figure. Let me try first, Gu Shaoshang said with a slight nod, stepping forward to face the stone figure. The stone figure raised its long sword, its gaze deep and steady, as if ready for a fateful confrontation. Stay here with me, it said again, its voice rumbling like thunder. Then, with a deafening roar, it swung its sword. A massive wave of sword energy tore through the air, hurtling toward Gu Shaoshang. In an instant, the sword energy cleaved through the ground, screaming as it surged forward. Boom! Gu Shaoshang swiftly raised his sword to block. The sheer force of the impact pushed him back, sliding him over 10 meters before he finally came to a stop. On his health bar, a barely noticeable change appeared: HP 1. Though it was only a minuscule amount of damage, it was enough to be startling. After all, Gu Shaoshang's physical defense had already exceeded 30,000. For the guardian statue to injure him, its attack power must surpass 17,000. Any attack below that value wouldn't even scratch his defense. Not to mention, he had a 120 damage reduction attribute, which, in this case, probably didn't even come into play. The guardian statue likely only managed to deal a forced 1 damage point, barely breaking his defense. While Gu Shaoshang remained unharmed, the statue that attacked him had much bigger problems. His SSR-level ultimate counter damage talent was instantly triggered, reflecting 80 of the damage back. The next moment, a massive damage number floated above the statue's head. A damage display. Gu Shaoshang raised an eyebrow slightly, finally noticing the health bar above the statue's head. Previously, it had been faint and almost invisible, but after the statue launched its attack, the health bar became fully visible. HP 4, 973, 0005, 000, 000. A health bar of 5 million. Gu Shaoshang thought to himself. That's quite a tanky one. Unfortunately for the statue, this was nothing to him. 5 million HP might seem daunting to most of the current Blue Star humans, but compared to Gu Shaoshang's base health of over 20 million, a mere 5 million was trivial. Moreover, judging from their brief exchange, the statue's main strength was its high HP. Its attack power was fairly average. Of course, average was relative to Gu Shaoshang. Based on the 27,000 HP deducted by the reflected damage, the statue's original attack dealt over 33,000 damage. Such an attack could instantly kill the vast majority of current Blue Star humans. Even Lin Youyu, now at level 78, had just over 9,000 HP, not even 10,000. Against an attack exceeding 30,000 damage, it would be an instant knockout. Brother Gu, are you okay? Lin Youyu called out anxiously from a distance. I'm fine. Stay back. I'll handle this guy, Gu Shaoshang replied, pulling his feet out from the ground one by one. He slowly unsheathed his nameless long sword, its blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. In the distance, the guardian statue let out a thunderous roar and unleashed another massive sword energy attack. Almost simultaneously, Gu Shaoshang countered with a purgatory slash. In an instant, the crimson sword energy shot out like the scythe of death, tearing through the ground with a deafening roar. It obliterated the incoming sword energy and in the blink of an eye, sliced through the guardian statue. 21,220,356. A colossal damage number appeared above the statue's head. The terrifying 21 million damage not only drained the statue's health bar in an instant, but also left it, owing Gu Shaoshang a few lives. 65,000 physical defense. Not bad. Gu Shaoshang remarked with a light chuckle as he watched the damage numbers fade away along with the dissolving statue. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.